All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1080. As long as you're happy, X2 a year would be enough for Luke to learn most of the situation at the high table. If he found another hitman to replace after that, he could continue wandering this underworld. By then, if John was still alive, so what? What else could he say, except that V had locked him up for a year? It wasn't like Winston didn't know about V's existence, yet he had done nothing. Compared with the untraceable V, the high table would definitely be more happy to kill John and maintain their reputation. Countless thoughts flashed through John's mind before he finally took a deep breath. I agree. However, I want to stay here for a while, like this is fine. Luke was curious. You don't want to leave now? John shook his head. Since I've given you this identity, why would I go out now? I might as well stay here and think about where I can retire in the future. Can you pack up the personal items at home for me? They're mainly photos of me and my wife. Luke said, sure, I'll go over later and pack them all up, and bring them over tomorrow. Is that all? John nodded. Deal. Luke was about to leave, when John thought of something. Wait, I have a request. Luke. John said, can you bring in some workout equipment? I feel like my body is going to rust. Luke said, I'll get a treadmill. Both of you can use it. John looked at the silly dog lying on the ground and smiled bitterly. All right, both of us can indeed use it. Luke, however, had already walked out of the workshop by then. Selena looked at him in admiration. You've already decided what you're going to do. Does it matter whether or not he agrees? The worst outcome would just be throwing him out a year later. Luke said, that's why I've been saying, I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. That made sense, and Selena found that she couldn't retort to that. That night, Luke and John sat opposite each other in the dark room. Looking at the dark red blood flow into the syringe, John finally said, is that necessary? Luke raised his head. I haven't examined you since you got injured last time. This is a necessary checkup. John asked, what sort of checkup requires 400 cc of blood? Luke said, my physical examination is more meticulous. John, as long as you're happy. He was 100% certain that this guy wasn't drawing his blood for a checkup. But he had no choice, and just gave up. After the blood was drawn, Luke drew the needle out, pleased, and pressed a cotton swab to John's wrist. Get some rest. After some time, you'll be able to go to Brazil, and sleep with a hot woman. John rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Luke chuckled. It seems you don't like Brazilian women. You should go to Africa and look for African women then. John couldn't help but say, I have a wife. I don't need another woman, no matter if they're Latin American or African. Luke said, got it. I'll pack up your wife's photos, but you can't sleep with the photos, right? You should find a real woman. As he spoke, he walked to the door of the dark room. John asked, are you really going to let me out? Luke turned around, shook his head and smiled. Why wouldn't I? As he spoke, he walked out of the dark room and closed the door again. Even if John was released a year later, how would it affect V? It didn't matter if John was dead or alive, or if he was capable of making the high table give up on him. However, it was highly unlikely that the high table would let John go, unless he asked that big sister Gianna for help. I can't afford to mess with this. Big sister. I'll leave her to John. He'll be very happy, I'm sure. Luke put the syringe back into his inventory with a smile. Now, his inventory was divided into two parts. Luke named the earliest and largest part, Space 1, while the part that was only 1 cubic meter in size was called Space 2. The blood would stay in Space 1 and wouldn't decompose. Apart from the temperature, it would be no different from when it was first extracted, and no one would notice anything wrong with it. Selena walked out of the training room. Are you starting? Luke said, Santino probably can't hold back anymore and wants to put out a bounty. The reward definitely won't be low. It won't be long before those hitmen start looking for John. Selena asked, are you sure you'll be fine? Trust me, it'll be fine. Luke took off his V outfit and put on his close-fitting combat suit, before he put on a suit and leather shoes. Selena watched from the side. After he was done, he was about to put on the Thousand Faces mask, when she said, wait, don't put on the mask yet. Let me take a photo first. Luke obeyed readily. Selena said, Sponge, shoot him from every angle. Yes, ma'am, Sponge replied immediately. Luke was amused. What? You want to keep it as a memento? Let me make it clear. You can't take it out or use it as a screensaver. His suit had been custom made by the Continental Hotel, and a closer look would still reveal hints of its origin. Selena snorted. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm just going to get Sponge to use it as a background here. Luke said, as long as you're happy. Actually, Selena was doing this for one simple reason. Luke practically never wore a suit in front of her. Naturally, she found this rare getup very novel. Putting on the mask, Luke's face turned into John Wick's, and his expression changed. Looking at the poker face, Selena snorted and left. Although he was handsome, she didn't want to hang around with him, even if she knew that it was Luke. Luke didn't waste any more time. He drove an old, unmarked car out of the underground garage. As he drove, John's phone rang. He pressed the speaker, and a voice rang out. Hello, John. This may make you unhappy, and I know it's personal, but if I don't avenge my sister's murderer, would I still be human? After the voice on the phone was done, Luke hung up and blacklisted the number. Santino had turned hostile. However, he was still in the mood to call John. Was he afraid that John would try to kill him even surrounded by bodyguards? That was probably it. Even if it didn't work, he wanted to do his best to weaken the boogeyman's killing intent. But if John didn't die, Santino couldn't be considered human, like he had said over the phone. Naturally, Luke didn't have to listen to his nonsense. On the other end, Santino silently put down his titanium phone and frowned at the titanium phone until the screen locked itself. Finally, he turned the screen on again and dialed a number. Operator, how may I direct your call? Accounts payable. One moment please, this is accounts payable. How may I help you? I want to open a new account. Name on the account, John Wick. Verification, 930505, state of contract. Open. Denomination, 10 million. With additional special interest. Processing. Please hold. Order confirmed. Chapter 1081. John returns, and the first gunshot night fell. The lights in John Wick's house in New Jersey finally came on again. Luke was holding a big box and putting in a bunch of photos. His attention was on his lenses. The simple electronic map showed John's house and the situation within a 200-meter range. A lot of red dots were entering this range. Including the red dots that had stopped earlier, there were more than 15 people. If I had come any later, it wouldn't be just this house. I might not even be able to pack up the photos of John's wife, he mumbled inwardly, but he moved even more quickly. A few minutes later, he was done packing up the photos, along with a laptop and a few USBs. He threw them into the box, before he entered the bedroom to place the box in space 1. He left the room and went to the living room. Picking up a cup of water, he stood in front of the glass door. Bang! Whoosh! A gunshot 100 meters away shattered the door. The figure inside the door had disappeared. Outside the house, a few people couldn't help but curse inwardly. F***CK. Which idiot attacked first? Had the money driven him crazy? This was the boogeyman. It wasn't a big deal that he missed. The big deal was that it was already night, and the name, Boogeyman, had always been associated with the night. It wasn't that the people outside didn't want to act sooner, but the target had only returned at night, and had killed the 5 men who had been waiting outside his house. They were actually the second wave of people to arrive. Perhaps they had to thank God, because Boogeyman John was packing up in his room and didn't seem to be leaving soon, which gave them the chance to gather their men. Charge forward on their own. What a joke. On the Continental Hotel's side, their employer was still constantly updating the intelligence to ensure that they could kill the boogeyman. For example, the boogeyman had just been severely injured yesterday, and 5 hitmen who had been hiding outside his house had died. All the hitmen had some reputation, and weren't any worse than them. None of them escaped, and they all died quietly outside the house. Boogeyman John didn't even deal with their bodies. He simply hid them in some flower shrubs and junk and considered that enough. They could imagine his careless and casual attitude. Nobody dared to say that they could kill such a legendary killer with just a dozen men. Unfortunately, a reckless person had appeared in the end and broken the balance. The hitmen outside continued to wait for their peers to take advantage of the chaos and ruin their chances of getting the bounty. They knew better than amateurs what it meant to be a legendary killer who could kill 100 people. Most of them understood that even if they could kill the boogeyman, not many people would survive. But there were the rewards. The $10 million was just an extra. What really drew them was the special bonus from the high table. This special bonus was really useful. For example, they could withdraw from the high table system, and nobody would come after them anymore. To quit back then, John completed a mission issued by the Russians at the high table. He obtained the special bonus, and successfully retired. With $10 million, anyone who completed the mission could retire right away and live richly. Thus, even though there was a high chance of death, there would be a steady stream of people participating in the hunt for the boogeyman. After the first hothead broke the glass door more than 100 meters away, Luke disappeared from the sight of the dozen hitmen. But they were still pretty calm. All kinds of equipment, including infrared and night vision goggles, were being used around the bungalow. John's villa wasn't much different from an ordinary villa. There were fancy glass doors everywhere. Given his years on the job, however, he had modified key areas. Apart from the cracks, it was hard to detect in most places. The battle had only just started, and these hitmen still adopted a wait-and-see attitude. None of them were stupid enough to charge in first. They all knew that whoever charged in first would be the first to die. 100 meters away, Luke observed the situation. Along the perimeter via his lenses. It was destined to be a huge fight tonight. He had already deployed medium and mini drones, which were hiding at various intersections, and Selena was at home providing him with intelligence and logistics support. While he didn't have a clear view of everything around John's villa, as long as it was a suspicious target, it was hard to escape surveillance. On the map, there were 15 suspected hitmen within 200 meters of the villa. Within a range of 2 kilometers, there were 37 suspected hitmen. This wasn't the final count. There were still more flashing orange dots, that likely were more hitmen on the way. Based on previous cases, there were basically no hitmen who were worth less than 200 experience and credit points. Then, doing the math, wow. Luke instantly restrained his excitement and got to work. In front of him was the hothead who had fired the first bullet. The hitman was hiding in a window of a 3-story building 100 meters away. He was a little impatient and wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Then, Luke noticed him. Snipers were the most annoying. Even Luke would rather get rid of them right away. It wasn't because he was afraid that they were too good at shooting, but that they were quick to run when things turned bad. It was a good thing that snipers liked to hide in dark corners, which meant that it wouldn't be easy for other hitmen to find out that they were dead. Luke simply raised his fist and punched the back of his head. Crack. This sniper, who had been in the hitman business for years, suddenly felt alarms go off in his head. But the back of his head couldn't be faster than Luke's fist. And he really was killed. Then, he disappeared from this world. This time, Luke would make most of the hitmen disappear. Nobody would be able to tell how many hitmen died in this short period of time, only then would more guys unafraid of death show up. The lack of gunshots, blood and bodies would prevent regular law and order in New York from being affected. This was the best choice. While the surrounding hitmen were still paying attention to the villa, Luke had already killed a dozen people outside in his stealth outfit. At that moment, the first, impertinent, bunch appeared. They weren't the people who had been lying in wait around the villa, but arrived in 2 cars. They weren't a small group made up of 2 or 3 people, but a combat squad with clear, specialized roles each. Also, they had even better equipment than the U.S. Army. They moved like hardened veterans. Chapter 1082. Open the doors and welcome the guests. The 2 cars blocked the front and back of the villa, and had automatic Gatling guns mounted on the top to guard against Luke's escape. Of the 12 men, 10 entered the villa, 5 on each end, leaving only the drivers behind. Luke had already noticed them. When they broke into the villa, Luke quietly returned through the side door. The stealth suit made him invisible, so much so that he was able to effortlessly follow half of the team down into the basement. When the 5 men saw the light in the basement, the leader made a few tactical gestures before he threw a stun grenade inside. Bang, bang. The 5 men waited for a second before they bent down and charged in. Seeing everything clearly from behind them, Luke mumbled to himself, "This bunch seems even more skilled than the Los Angeles SWAT team under Hondo." Thinking that, he used his fake phone to activate a preset projection system. In the basement, a figure suddenly appeared in one corner. "Honey, you're back." Seeing the familiar face of the handsome man in black, the 5-man team in the basement felt their hair stand on end. They subconsciously moved their guns and pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 bang. The moment they opened fire, they felt that something was wrong. Why did this John Wick look so unreal? But following the gunshots rang out behind them. Starting from the door, the 5 people started to fall one after another. The leader at the very front reacted and exclaimed, "It's a 3D Pro, pa." A bullet pierced the back of his neck, but neither his bulletproof helmet nor his bulletproof vest could save him. The leader clutched his neck and gasped heavily, but there was no air in his lungs. With a face full of despair, he twitched and fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the 5-man team came charging in from the back door. Their team was the one who had thrown the stun grenade, so the fact they had opened fire had to mean that they had discovered the enemy. The only enemy here was John Wick. Although the squad was fast, they remained vigilant and covered each other as they moved. Luke sighed. It was indeed hard to deal with professionals. When the 5 of them passed through the living room and were about to feel their way down into the basement, one of the 2 team members at the back sensed something behind him, and was about to turn around. Luke was puzzled. The front had already started to move. Why was this guy blocking his way? It was just a passing thought, which disappeared quickly. Pa! A gun was pressed to the man's face from behind and fired. At that moment, the second team member at the back started to turn around, and was the second person to be shot. Pa! He collapsed as well. Almost at the same time, 2 of the 3 people in front turned and lunged forward together. Pa! They were shot in the face as well. As one man rolled over the ground, the MP5 in his hand opened fire. A string of bullets hit his partner behind him. Pa! The guy with the quickest reaction only lasted a second before his face exploded. He didn't even see Luke as he followed his partners to heaven. Luke didn't stop shooting. Pa! He shot them in the legs again. That couldn't be helped. After all, John Wick liked to use the Mozambique method. The so-called Mozambique shooting technique was to first shoot the enemy's torso and stun them for a moment, before immediately following up with a kill shot. Luke's marksmanship was 100% within a 10-meter range, but in the end, he had to use twice the number of shots, even though it was a waste of bullets. He had to act. Luke leisurely reloaded his gun and put it back into his holster. Then, he lowered his head and grabbed the 2 men's MP5s and clips. It had been a long time since he used an MP5. He missed it. Thinking that, he instantly moved to the hallway and raised one MP5 in his right hand toward the living room door. Pooh. The MP5 was still as quiet as ever, but the hail of bullets instantly shattered the glass door and knocked 2 people down. When Luke opened fire, 2 more hitmen rushed in from the other side of the living room. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets shattered the glass partition and sprayed the living room. Luke raised his left hand and fired the second MP5. Pooh. 2 rifles went slack, and 2 bodies hit the ground. The 4 hitmen had attacked almost at the same time, and they were worth hundreds of experience and credit points. As he expected, these hitmen were all elites. The weaklings were already worth 200 experience and credit points. Mind flashing with thoughts, Luke took a few grenades and smoke bombs from the squad. He threw them out the broken living room and front doors. He was very strong, and had specially trained his aim. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of explosions, smoke quickly spread out from the villa. However, the hitmen who surrounded the place were basically all veterans. Apart from the mercenary team and the 4 impatient hitmen, nobody else moved. They simply observed the villa's exits warily. Pooh. As the sound of an MP5 rang out, several hitmen outside suddenly screamed and fell. Although the MP5 also used 9mm parabellum pistol bullets, it had a much longer range than a pistol. At that moment, Luke was holding 2 guns with abundant bullets. He fired 3 times in a row, and 4 hitmen in a range of 100 meters were hit in the head. Even wearing bulletproof vests couldn't keep them alive. He's come out, about 100 meters southeast of here. I see him, he's running. As the hitmen yelled in alarm, Luke suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the villa and drove out in a car that he had parked there earlier rather than the one in the garage. There was a rumble unlike that of an ordinary engine. It was muffled at first, before it swiftly got louder. As the tires screeched over the ground, a modified Dodge Challenger rushed out and headed straight for Manhattan. The hitmen cursed, got up, and ran to their cars. Boogeyman John had actually escaped. They hadn't seen John's face since the beginning, except when he had been standing at the door. The 10 men who had broken into the villa opened fire, but nothing happened. The other 4 men were killed at the 2 exits before they could enter. Luke even found and killed a few men who were lying in ambush. How could they let him continue being arrogant? Even hitmen had dignity. Chapter 1083. Appetizer. In the official battlefield, Boogeyman John didn't look like he was in a desperate situation at all, but more like he was mocking the crowd. I killed more than 20 of you easily, while you couldn't do anything to me. Motivated by the bounty, and embarrassed and angry, their eyes turned a little red. Even though many people remained calm, they gritted their teeth and chased after Luke, unwilling to give up. After everybody left, 2 old Ford vans arrived. The doors opened, and a dozen men in cleaning gear got out. They took out various cleaning tools and body bags and got to work around the villa. In less than half an hour, all the bodies had been collected. This time, they moved more than 20 bodies. In fact, 17 other hitmen had completely disappeared without a trace. The cleaners didn't know that they were dead, and neither did the hitmen. Luke, on the other hand, was feeling elated as he looked at his rapidly increasing experience and credit points. Thanks to Luke's nagging, the system didn't consider the hitmen as a collective tonight, but gave him a notification every time he killed one. 40 hitmen had already given him more than 10,000 experience and credit points. And that was just the appetizer. The best battleground for the boogeyman had never been open spaces. The villa, for example, was surrounded by dozens of meters of empty lawn. In the face of fully equipped hitmen, even elementary self-healing wouldn't be of much use. Luke relied completely on his stealth suit to slink around. But if he did this too much, the hitmen's morale would quickly collapse. After all, if Luke killed hundreds of them when they couldn't even catch a trace of his shadow, only a lunatic would dare come and court death. Thus, he had to direct them to the battlefield most suitable for the boogeyman so that they couldn't keep track of the deaths of their comrades. And that battlefield was Harlem. If there were more attackers, he would gradually move north. And further down was the Clinton area, which he wanted to avoid. Lawyer Matt's night life had been a little full lately, and Luke didn't plan to let him disrupt things. It would be bad if he got a concussion again. With a deafening rumble of engines, more than 20 cars rushed into Harlem. On the way, more cars would appear every now and then. These hitmen had received real-time mission notifications, and came to intercept Luke, but nobody could stop him. Many hitmen cursed. F***ck, who's giving us this rotten information? Why did no one mention the boogeyman's driving skills? How are we supposed to chase him? It wasn't long before they stopped cursing. The Dodge Challenger, which was speeding along the street, was finally hit by a car from the side and flung into an alley. The convertible that had stopped the Dodge Challenger charged out, and 2 people forced their way into the alley. By the time they reached the Dodge Challenger, it was already empty and smoking under the hood. Looking at each other, they carefully split up and quickly ran deeper into the alley. They were very fast, but their steps were practically soundless, which showed that they were far more professional than ordinary hitmen. A few seconds after they entered the alley, 2 cars arrived almost at the same time. One person got out of one car, and 2 people got out of the other. They looked at each other and nodded, as if they had wrapped up some discussion. The gist of it was basically, each side relied on their own abilities and wouldn't attack each other. It wasn't because they were all on the same page, but because this mission had been assigned by someone attached to the high table. If someone became a hindrance during this mission, allowing the boogeyman to escape, it would be reported to all the participants. By then, even if the boogeyman wasn't dead, the hindrance certainly would be. The boogeyman's track record was also made public as part of the information on him. For example, John had killed hundreds of people in a mission a few years ago. Also, John clashed with the head of the Tarasov family last month, and more than 100 people from the Tarasov family died. 2 days ago, John killed more than 70 people at D'Antonio's estate, and was heavily wounded in the process. It was unrealistic to rely on someone who would drag his peers down and wanted to hog the bounty for himself. The best chance still was that they could only rely on luck and try to kill John when he was in a tight spot. The hitmen who were confident in their own abilities and were happy to hear about John's severe injuries didn't hesitate and joined the chase. After they entered the alley, more hitmen arrived. Seeing the cars that had been abandoned at the mouth of the alley, everybody understood. This was the slums of Harlem. Old apartment buildings were everywhere and the streets were narrow. They couldn't drive fast enough here, you could even run on foot through a small gap or take a small lane to detour around and block the car. No wonder the boogeyman had abandoned the car and run. It would be very hard to find him once he hid here. But most of the hitmen still chose to enter the area. Some simply picked up their weapons and set out on foot, while some drove around. Most of the people on foot were good at tracking, while the drivers were trying their luck. Actually, Luke's operation to harvest points tonight had only just officially begun. Looking at the red dots on his lenses, which covered the area like a huge net, Luke smiled. At that moment, he was standing in a corner on top of an apartment building. In the dark, however, only someone standing at a particular angle would be able to see that the air here was slightly distorted. Apart from that, this was just an empty corner of a building. Behind him, a man with a big bag on his back opened the rooftop door and stepped out. Glancing around the rooftop, he chose Luke's corner and opened a big box. The man took out a titanium phone and deftly operated it. A small drone quickly rose from the box, and a surveillance feed appeared. Luke's lips twitched. Damn, he had run into a hitman who worked more or less the same way he did. The guy didn't go down to look for him. Instead, he chose to carry out a search with a drone from this rooftop. It had to be said that the hitmen who had come to kill the boogeyman were much more skilled. The group of people who died earlier had infrared and night vision gear. They weren't low-level hitmen who would charge forward with just a few guns. Thinking that, Luke watched as the drone aimed its camera at the hitman. He was testing the drone to make sure that it was normal. Suddenly, the man drew the phone closer with a puzzled expression. Just now, he felt something odd about the image from the drone. There was something wrong with the image he was seeing. Naturally, Luke saw it. Luke just happened to be in the way of the drone's camera as it was aimed at the hitman from above. Chapter 1084. A busybody has arrived. The drone's camera was focused on the hitman through Luke, who was invisible, so the image was slightly distorted. An ordinary person might brush off this anomaly, but this tech-savvy hitman clearly liked to get to the bottom of things. Puzzled, he stepped closer with his phone. Right at that moment, someone behind him said, "Sigh, you know too much." Before the hitman could react, there was a crack as he was hit in the back of his head, and he blacked out. Then, his phone was taken away, and the drone landed. A few seconds later, there was nobody on the roof once more. A distorted mass of air jumped swiftly over the rooftops of the densely packed apartment buildings and landed on a fire escape dozens of meters away. One of the hitmen happened to open a window. Just as he was about to come out, he felt a strong wind attack him. His heart jolted, and in the midst of the excruciating pain, he collapsed backward, paralyzed. He passed out before he even hit the ground. The two people sleeping in the bedroom didn't hear anything. The door that was open a crack was the only evidence that someone had been here. Matt was bummed. He hadn't encountered many good things recently, but had run into a lot of bad luck. After the ninjas disappeared, Kingpin's forces disappeared as well. The Russian and Irish gangs were wiped out, and all the smaller gangs had run out of luck. Law and order in Clinton had improved significantly, but he had been injured again and again. In the span of a short 2 months, he had been slashed with a sickle, shot, given an electric shock and drugged. His vigilante career was suddenly so colorful. Fortunately, everything was worth it. Although he and Karen had just made some progress before his ex-girlfriend strongly stuck her foot into it, and things were shaky and on the point of falling apart, his self-imposed duty was to Hell's Kitchen and to saving innocent people who were in danger. If he lost a girlfriend, he lost a girlfriend, or, perhaps, he wasn't meant to have one. Otherwise, why would he have an ex-girlfriend? The troublesome thing was that not only was his ex messing up his new relationship, she had brought an even bigger problem with her. She had asked for his help to fix the problem, and acted as if she was still in love with him. But Matt really didn't want to be entangled with her anymore, and didn't know how to send his twisted ex away. In his vexation, he could only go out every night to beat up, no, to mete out justice and soothe his nerves to keep it together. The Clinton area was too peaceful, so he went to the Harlem area further north. But tonight, Lawyer Matt, who was used to squatting on rooftops on his own, suddenly realized that there were many strangers around him with the same sort of interest. From the faint sounds they were making, it was clear that they were armed. It wasn't just one or two of them, but an endless flow of people from all directions. Matt had good hearing, but he didn't have enough brains. Many people could see hundreds or thousands of people at the same time, but couldn't remember all their appearances and record their expressions at the same time. Just because Matt could hear them didn't mean that he could monitor all of them. Not only that, there were also hurried footsteps in many alleys, but no calls for help or gunshots. Was there going to be a gang fight here? The thought flashed through Matt's mind, before he dismissed it. These people were operating on their own. Even though they were very professional, it was only 3 to 5 people in each team at most. A gang fight was either a chaotic fight between weaklings or a short exchange instigated by minor leaders with limited authority. Before Lawyer Matt could figure it out, he ran into bad luck. Sensing danger, he abruptly rolled and threw out the short rod that he was holding. Dong! A hitman who had just raised his rifle at Matt's back was hit hard in the chest by the end of the rod, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Matt's face changed. That wasn't right. The rod hadn't hit flesh, but something hard. Before the hitman could react, Matt flicked his wrist, and the metal rope attached to the rod wrapped around the hitman's upper torso. He pulled hard, and the hitman staggered and fell to the ground. Matt lunged forward and grabbed the man. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" he asked in a low voice. The hitman didn't answer, but reached for the military knife between his legs. Matt moved faster, and jabbed another rod into the man's armpit without hesitation. Crack! The hitman screamed in pain as the rod instantly broke his ribs. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, and the hitman decisively explained why he was chasing Boogeyman John. He was extremely depressed at being subdued. How was he supposed to know this was going to happen? The guy in front of him was wearing a bizarre dark red outfit, and his entire face was covered. He wasn't the hitman's target at all. He had just wanted to kill the man and take this lookout position as soon as possible. When he completed missions, he was always straightforward and didn't mind getting rid of civilians who got in his way. After confessing his purpose, and before he could beg for mercy, a rod fell heavily. With a crack, both the hitman's arms and legs, and his ankles and fingers were broken. Matt didn't kill anyone, but he didn't show any mercy to this guy who made money from killing people. The man would still be able to walk in the future, but it would be impossible to run or jump around. He would be able to eat and drink with his own hands, but it would be impossible for him to hold a gun steady and kill someone. It could be said that the hitman would be retired after tonight. Tying up the hitman with his own clothes, Matt took out the hitman's phone and called the police. After giving the address, Matt jumped off. According to the hitman, a lot of his colleagues had come tonight to specifically hunt down a super hitman called the Boogeyman. Who knew how many innocent people would be implicated if these unbridled killers started fighting? Matt had to stop them no matter what. Luke gently stretched out his hand and placed it at the corner. A hitman was hurrying over with a gun raised warily. He had seen the Boogeyman run into this alley just now. His suit and beard were too conspicuous, and he didn't seem to have noticed the hitman. 2 meters behind him was his partner, who was keeping an eye out from the rear. He stuck his gun out around the corner, but didn't notice anything, so he simply pressed forward. What he didn't know was that a transparent hand was 20 centimeters above his head. After he passed by, so did his partner. Crack! His partner's neck cracked slightly, and the hitman in front felt that something was wrong. He was about to turn around. Crack! The back of his head caved in a little. 2 bodies collapsed and were instantly dragged back into the alley. 57. Luke counted in his heart and put the bodies into the first inventory space. This area, which had a complicated layout, no surveillance cameras, dark alleys, stairs, roofs, and empty homes, was the most suitable hunting ground for him. He had killed almost 20 hitmen in this hunting ground. None of them were worth less than 200 experience and credit points, and one was even worth more than 500. There were 2 weak chickens worth over 200 points, and 3 worth more than 400 points. This could only mean that this bunch of hitmen had committed even more heinous deeds, and all of them deserved to die. There were no gunshots, no blood, and no bodies. It had been quiet for more than 10 minutes, and he had earned almost 7,000 experience and credit points. He was practically practicing environmental protection. If NYPD knew, they would definitely give him the Most Conscientious Hitman award for not adding to their burden at all. Almost 20 hitmen had died, but the other hitmen were unaware, nor did they flee in fear. In 2 or 3 hours, everything would return to normal. Nobody would know what happened. None of the hitmen, the Continental Hotel or the High Table would know. Daddy System, please bless me and help me finish this job. Luke prayed inwardly. Bang, 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 bang. Luke frowned. What was going on? He pulled up an image from the direction of the gunshots and saw a familiar figure. He couldn't help but curse out loud. What was going on with this guy? Luke was in Harlem, but had still run into him. Did he have sharp ears? But he knew that it was probably because nothing was happening in the Clinton area, so Red Matt had come out a little further tonight. It's my fault. I cleaned up Clinton too well. Luke felt helpless, but wasn't in a hurry. The suit Matt was wearing was distinctive, and the hitmen could tell at a glance that it wasn't John. They weren't interested in wasting time on him. As long as he wasn't surrounded, the man in the dark red suit would still be able to withstand a few bullets. But watching Matt knock out a hitman with a couple of rods and then throw him into a dumpster, Luke's lips twitched. You really didn't kill anyone, but your attacks are no less ruthless than the knee breakers. On the screen, the hitman's limbs were twisted at a weird angle after he was hit by the rods. He would probably be half crippled for the rest of his life. Thinking that, Luke didn't continue watching, and moved further away. Tonight was a feast of points. He didn't have time to bother with Red Matt, and could just pull the battlefield a little further away. A moment later, there were a few more gunshots, and the hitmen moved further north as they followed John, who had suddenly exposed himself. 5 minutes later, Luke frowned. Looking at Matt, who was fighting 2 more killers on the drone feed, he cursed in his heart. Not only did Matt chase them, he also found 2 more hitmen. It was a good thing that the 2 hitmen weren't as good at close combat as Matt. They were flustered at close range and were overwhelmed, otherwise Lawyer Matt would have been shot again. I can't let Matt get involved in this again, Luke thought. Tonight was the official clash between John and the hitmen of the High Table, and the conflict between the 2 parties would become even more intense in the future. If Matt fought here, it would be very easy to speculate that he was John's accomplice. The High Table wasn't afraid of killing the wrong person in the name of not letting anyone off. Matt's secret identity as a vigilante on the street would be very worrying, and the High Table would very easily uncover his real identity. Making up his mind, Luke turned invisible and quickly approached Matt's location. Matt was breathing hard as he slammed his elbow into the back of the man's head. The Asian fatty who was built a little like a sumo wrestler instantly slowed down. He was resistant to blows, but there wasn't much flesh on the back of his head, and it wasn't much more resistant to attacks than an ordinary person's. Matt had been sent flying twice by this man. He finally found an opportunity to climb onto the man's back and then put all his strength into an elbow strike. After another heavy elbow strike, the eyes of the extremely strong fatty under him finally rolled back. His knees buckled and he fell to the ground with a muffled thump. Matt was exhausted. He lay there for a few seconds without moving. That had been too hard to deal with. He had beaten up many people, but it was rare to find an opponent as hard to deal with as this fatty. When he hit the fatty with his rods, all the fatty did was just jolt a few times and yell in pain. The man had hit Matt a few times. Matt had almost passed out at the last strike. Who the hell was this boogeyman John? If he had attracted so many hitmen and they were all on the same level as this fatty, how strong was he? Matt cursed inwardly. Suddenly, he moved. With his hearing, he could sense that someone was lunging at him. A second ago, he hadn't sensed the man at all. Boogeyman John. Only a super killer who was good at hiding had this ability. Matt's mind raced, and he rolled to avoid the guy. But he was only halfway through his roll, when he suddenly stopped as an ear-piercing noise rang out. Given how sharp his hearing was, he instantly froze and couldn't move. What the hell was that? Matt was shocked. Actually, it was completely quiet around him. This was a sound that only Matt could hear with his extraordinary hearing. Luke turned off the device, and the red indicator turned dark. Seeing that Matt couldn't move, he was very satisfied. Coming out here to look for someone to beat up, you think I can't deal with you? This device was a subsonic weapon invented by Tony. Obadiah had even personally tested it on the Tycoon, and it could instantly paralyze a person. Most of the time, Luke didn't need to use this special weapon since it would easily expose him. It was most suitable for dealing with Lawyer Matt, a combat expert who was difficult to beat up and who was especially agile. Every creature had its weakness. A subsonic weapon that could only be effective when placed within 30 cms of an ordinary person's ear was effective against Matt 5 meters away. Matt, who dealt in close combat every day, didn't stand a chance. He tried to move, but couldn't control his body. His ears were still ringing. Luke took out a gun and aimed it at Matt's palm. Da, an anesthetic. Motherf***cker, Looking at the special bullet in his palm, Matt's stiff body suddenly turned limp. Luke walked over and plucked the tranquilizer from his palm. He then felt around and then took out the fatty's pistol. Pa! A hole appeared in the heads of the fatty and his accomplice, who was struggling to escape 7 or 8 meters away. Throwing the gun at the fatty, Luke dragged Matt into an apartment building. He soon found an old apartment that hadn't been occupied for days. He stuffed the busybody under the bed and left. Luke didn't have time to send Matt back, and even had to make some changes to his plan because of this guy letting him sleep under a bed was already letting him off easy. He thought of how people who got in the hitman's way in the movies were knocked out and stuffed either into the bathroom or the closet. Luke stood on the roof and looked at the red dots on the map. Thinking for a moment, he decided that he couldn't hide anymore. The boogeyman had to show his face. If it wasn't for Matt, he could have played hide and seek with the others until midnight. If John never appeared after Matt appeared, would the high table eventually be suspicious of Matt? Was Matt John's accomplice, and had only shown up to distract everyone? Or was Matt someone else's pawn, specifically targeting the high table? It was very likely that the high table would be confused. After all, Matt had knocked out several hitmen and was wearing such a flashy getup. John now had to put on a big show and fight the hitmen head-on, which would set Matt up as an unimportant intruder. That was why Luke had knocked Matt out. There could only be one male lead tonight, and that was Boogeyman John. Making up his mind, Luke cancelled the stealth function on his suit and stored it in his inventory, revealing the Boogeyman's standard suit. After slicking his hair back and making sure it wasn't a mess, he took out an August. This was a completely personal modified gun which he had picked up from a hitman. Luke had hardly ever used a gun like this before, and it was quite accurate and convenient for shooting at mid-range. He bent down and went to a roof. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he suddenly got up and raised his gun. A hitman was using binoculars to look for the target from a rooftop 200 meters away. A person entered his line of sight. His black suit wasn't eye-catching, but the gun he was holding sparked in the distance. F***CK. The hitman was shocked and vigilant. Bang, 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 bang. He heard gunshots. Crack. One of the bullets pierced the binoculars and didn't stop. The hitman was still for several seconds before he collapsed. One of his eyes had turned into a hole, the area around it mangled by broken binoculars fragments. Luke instantly turned the gun 15 degrees to the right. Bang, 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 bang. 100 meters away, another hitman who was aiming at him dropped. Luke didn't stop there. He turned 50 degrees to the right, and a hitman on another rooftop raised his gun and aimed at him. Bang, bang, bang. The hitman spun and dropped his gun. Luke shook his head. The man wasn't dead. Sniping really wasn't his specialty. Also, with how he switched targets so quickly, the successive shots he fired naturally wouldn't be as accurate as at close range. He shot the first hitman through a pair of binoculars. The second hitman was also shot in the face. 2 bullets hit the third hitman in the chest and shoulder, but he was still alive. Of course, if the 3 killers knew what Luke was thinking, they would probably die from anger. He had never used an August before. He hit 3 targets in 2 seconds, and in different directions. 2 of them were dead and 1 was injured, and he was still complaining that he wasn't good at shooting. Luke subconsciously assessed his abilities, and didn't waste any time. After 3 attacks, he retreated into the darkness with his gun. Several hitmen nearby had already sensed the activity and immediately approached his location. Luke didn't look up as he entered the apartment building. He murmured, "There are so many drones today." There were 5 small drones in this area, which were still feeding the hitmen his movements. Luke wasn't too surprised. His medium-sized drone was at an even higher altitude to better monitor the situation down below. Also, it was like a ghost machine which couldn't be detected with tech that had yet to reach a certain point. Since everybody has surveillance methods, let's hurt each other. Luke ran quickly and opened a window on the 2nd floor. Leaping down, he heard the sound of an SUV. The head of a hitman who was running toward the entrance of the apartment building exploded. Luke dropped to the ground and left. Behind him, the hitman collapsed. Their movements were surprisingly coordinated. When the gunshots rang out, the surrounding hitmen moved even faster. They had clearly received information of his location. Luke, however, disappeared into the darkness. Elementary concealment was just that powerful. Even with the drones over their heads, the hitmen couldn't react quickly. 2 hitmen stuck their heads out from around a corner and carefully took 2 steps. Bang, 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 bang. They were both killed. At a distance of 30 meters, an August was much better than a pistol. In the Continental Hotel, Santino frowned. What was going on with John? Why was he getting stronger? The guards at his estate were decent, but they weren't seasoned fighters, so it wasn't strange that Luke had killed dozens of them. But he had also killed 50 of the elite hitmen summoned by the High Table tonight, which was a little unbelievable. Wasn't this guy heavily injured? Why was he still so strong? He looked at the short-haired girl. How is he killing so many people? Thinking for a moment, the short-haired girl signed with her hands. Seeing her gestures, Santino nodded thoughtfully. He barely showed his face, so he's indeed heavily injured. Killing his opponents with firearms is less of a burden on his body. Thinking that, Santino leaned back against the couch and sighed. It's a pity I'm not the head of the family yet, and I can't use those legendary killers. But if I don't kill him, how can I go back and take over the family head position? The short-haired girl felt helpless. That was just going around in circles. John was strong, but he wasn't the only legendary killer under the High Table. The strength that John had displayed before could only be considered to be at the bottom when it came to the legendary killers. If they wanted to kill John, they could just send out a stronger legendary killer. At the High Table, the only people qualified to use these super killers were the 12 members. But if he didn't kill John, Santino wouldn't be able to become one of the 12. He had told John to kill Gianna before the coronation ceremony, so John could naturally do the same to him. It could be said that he had brought it on himself. For a moment, Santino was extremely conflicted. F***ck. This matter was, after thinking for a long while, he said, support the hitmen as much as possible. It's best if we kill John tonight. The short-haired girl signed, understood, but there was great doubt in her eyes. She didn't think it was likely that she would succeed. Santino understood what she was thinking. He sighed, even if you can't kill him, injure him heavily. At the very least, it'll give me time to complete the coronation ceremony. The short-haired girl. Luke didn't know how much anxiety he was causing Santino. He was currently on a killing spree. Compared with the covert, missing, hitmen, shooting was undoubtedly a simpler and more efficient method of killing, and was what he was best at. In his hands, the might of the August was on full display. A constant stream of hitmen flocked to him, but the moment they faced each other, he would always shoot first or hide in the dark. Each time, just as they were about to surround him, Luke would break out and jump out. Bang, 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 bang. Luke disappeared again, and the bullets only left holes in the wall. The hitmen chased him again, but they were no longer as fearless. They advanced cautiously. A bunch of these bold and reckless hitmen were already dead. They had all been killed because they attacked too quickly. Now, 4 or 5 killers were being very cautious as they did their best to advance under cover. Luke, on the other hand, didn't hang around as he circled over to the other side. The battle had only been going on for 10 minutes, but he had already killed more than 20 people. It was enough to alarm the police. From the drones, 7 to 8 patrol cars were swiftly approaching. On the police comms, 20 ESU people had gathered and were about to set off. They would arrive in 10 minutes at most. Luke had no choice but to take the hitmen down in one go. At the end of an alley, he swung out the August in his right hand. Bang, 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 bang. The heads of 2 hitmen who had been about to carefully turn a corner exploded, and their bodies disappeared. The view from above was blocked by all sorts of junk, so the hitmen's drones couldn't see what was happening. The fewer bodies there were, the better. That way, when Luke went to work the next day, he wouldn't get this case and have to investigate himself. As he repeatedly lured the hitmen in and ambushed them, they gradually formed a semicircle. The hitmen didn't notice. They had intelligence support, but it wasn't really comprehensive. Also, they didn't sense the danger here. If a hitman who had been killed in Swamp Park a month ago was resurrected and saw this, he would be absolutely horrified. More than 30 hitmen were lured out to form a curved firing line. If they were scattered like sesame seeds on a round biscuit, Luke wouldn't be able to clean the hitmen up quickly, but this semicircle was one curved line. As long as he followed this arc, these people were like grasshoppers on a string, and Luke would eat them all up. Now, all he needed was a suitable location. The hitmen also suddenly realized that Boogeyman John had run into a location that was too perfect for them to surround him. The rundown factory was about 30 to 40 meters wide, with only a few piles of abandoned machinery that could act as cover. After John Wick entered the factory, there was limited space for him to move around. Several snipers had the back covered, and most people started to surround the factory. Right at that moment, gunshots rang out. The sound of the two guns was muffled and heavy. It was the snipers at the back of the factory who had opened fire. "We found him. He's trying to break out. We forced him back inside. Be careful, he's slippery, it's hard to lock onto him. Bang, 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 he's breaking out again. Tell them to hurry up," one of the snipers shouted into his comms after firing. He wasn't alone, and was part of a 4-man team. His other 3 partners were in the group of hitmen that had been forced into coming here. 10 seconds later, more than 30 people emerged from the shadows, but they were very careful and didn't dare be careless. After John appeared, they confirmed that more than 10 hitmen had died from his counterattack during the 10-minute chase. They were practically all kill shots. He didn't even give them a chance to retreat with injuries. If they wanted to live and obtain the bounty, they had to do their best not to be targeted first. To put it another way, they didn't need to be stronger than the boogeyman, they just needed to be stronger than their comrades and make fewer mistakes. That way, the boogeyman would naturally choose to kill the most rash person. Now, nobody arrogantly wanted the entire bounty for themselves. Most of the people who wanted to monopolize it had died right in front of their eyes. The 30 killers tightened their formation and advanced. Their usually steady hearts pounded. Bang, 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 poo, 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 poo. 2 different types of gunfire suddenly rang out in the factory. A series of bullets broke the windows of the factories at an angle. The hitmen reacted in unison. They ducked and bent low as they ran for the nearest cover. Boom! There was a loud bang, and dust suddenly exploded in a cloud in the factory. All the hitmen sweated. Was he crazy? Why was he using a stun grenade inside the factory? Wait! The hitmen with quick reflexes suddenly realized something, and their expressions changed. He's out. Boom! Boom! Another 2 explosions rang out 10 meters away from the hitmen. The explosions muffled all other noise, including their warning. Most people could only hear the 3 massive explosions. The truth was that Luke had already no longer been in the factory even before the earliest gunshots, but had been lurking on the left. He had left the AUG in the factory and rigged it up so that it was fixed in place and could be fired remotely. That was how it was able to fire at the same time as the MP5. Gunfire burst out from the factory, and Luke opened fire at the same time. Under the cover of gunfire, 2 silencer pistols were undetectable. The 4 hitmen on the very left were shot in the thigh and butt. With their backs to Luke or crouched as they were in the most conspicuous positions, and their bulletproof gear probably didn't extend to their legs. As the 4 gripped their behinds in pain, Luke was like a ghost as he flitted through a stretch of shadow and swiftly charged at the hitmen. The sniper at the back noticed his movements and immediately warned, "He's on your..." Boom. That was when the first stun grenade had been thrown out, drowning out his shout. In his black suit, Luke looked like a special effect from a movie as he instantly appeared on the left side of the hitmen's line formation. His hands moved at a normal speed and the 2 guns swung in short arcs as he fired. Almost every time he swung his arms around, he fired 2 or 3 bullets, and a similar number of hitmen collapsed around him. From a spectator's perspective, he was charging forward rapidly as his body flashed left and right in an irregular pattern. As he moved forward, he swung the guns around smoothly on both sides. There was no end to the gunshots, but the tempo was irregular. This was modified gunfighting, and could also be called a low-end version. It relied mainly on very slight movements of the wrist and forearm. Each arc was short and fast. Together, they were like continuous, overlapping waves. It was suitable for people with normal physiques and keen reflexes. People like Matt and John Wick suited this modified version of gunfighting. They could use their reaction speed and skill to make up for slow hand speed. This was also what Selena had been learning. If Claire was interested in the future, she could learn it as well. As for Luke's complete version of gunfighting, where he could create arcs that were practically ghostly, that required a very strong physique, and John Wick definitely couldn't use them. Also, V had used a complete version of gunfighting in Swamp Park, so John could only use this modified version that was more focused on skill. Left, he's on the left. 2 snipers with comms saw the hitmen fall like wheat being harvested, and couldn't help but warn their comrades frantically. Boom, boom, another 2 stun grenades exploded, drowning out their shouts. At that moment, Less than 5 seconds had passed since the gunfire rang out in the factory. Gunfire and the 3 stun grenades rang out every second, which gave the hitmen no time to think. But there were still many veterans taking part in this operation. The quickest to respond raised their guns and looked around. They saw the man in the suit who was pressing forward like a flash in the dark. Left. 2 veterans shouted without hesitation. They didn't waste any time. It was just a simple word, and all the peers here would understand. At the same time, they fired like crazy with their guns. Another veteran with quick reflexes didn't say anything, but threw a flash grenade in Luke's direction. Most of the hitmen hadn't turned around yet, and their backs were to the flash grenade. Thus, this flash grenade was the biggest threat to Luke as the attacker. It could effectively block his attack and disrupt his rhythm. The 2 shooters cursed inwardly, but it had to be said that they were as experienced as Luke, and they closed their eyes. This method was quite effective and might have succeeded if it was any other opponent. However, they weren't facing the real John Wick, but a weapons fanatic who had Tony Stark's skills. The lenses on Luke's face turned silver in an instant, and he didn't stop as he continued advancing. Bang! There was a light click, and blinding white light exploded, making the night even more resplendent. The dark factory floor instantly became a snow-white expanse. F***CKU. The snipers at the back of the factory cursed. They weren't prepared for the flash grenade that was suddenly thrown out. After all, they were still almost 100 meters away, and they couldn't see very far through their scope and binoculars. But their gazes were all focused on Luke's route, which was also where the flash grenade had landed. Suddenly, they were blinded. White light exploded, and the world turned dark after that. The snipers felt chills run down their spines. They were helpless now. Their eyes would only recover a little in a few minutes. It was impossible for them to fight. At most, they could only run. But as long as their comrades couldn't kill John, they had no chance of escaping. They couldn't see anything, but they heard gunshots. In just 10 seconds, however, the gunfire died down again. The battle had actually ended so quickly. The snipers could already feel the thick aura of death. A moment ago, after the flash grenade exploded in the clearing in front of the factory, Luke wasn't shocked, but delighted. Those who didn't dodge the flash grenade would be directly blinded, which was equivalent to completely losing combat ability. It would take at least 2 seconds for anyone who avoided being blinded to adapt to the dramatic change and lock onto Luke's position. All except for one person. The tactical goggles worn by the veteran who had thrown out the flash grenade also had a powerful light protection function. The moment the flash grenade exploded, the man had anticipated it, and his bullets flew right after the flash. His movements were swift, but not as precise. Luke wasn't moving at the fastest speed possible, but his movements were extremely misleading. The veteran's bullets brushed past Luke in vain, missing him by just a hair's breadth. Every time he opened fire, he felt like he would hit Luke, but Luke would always move in an unexpected way the next moment. He had fired more than 10 bullets in 2 seconds, but none of them hit Luke. Luke wove through the group of hitmen as he advanced. His hands flew, and the hitmen fell one after another. By the time the veteran got over his judgment error, it was too late. He simply pulled the trigger and fired. It was less than 10 seconds from the flash to him firing 10 bullets, but Luke didn't stop moving. Even though he was only using a modified version of close-range gunfighting, he could still fire 4 bullets every second. Furthermore, even running at a regular speed, he was now in the center of the semicircle of hitmen, and 4 or 5 hitmen were taken down at a range of 10 meters every second. In 3 seconds, he covered more than 20 meters as he moved quickly from left to right. Wherever he passed through, the hitmen would scream or be shot in the head. Whether they reacted quickly or fired, they didn't survive a shot within 10 meters. At that moment, the veteran shooter who had thrown out the flash grenade was within 10 meters of Luke. They looked at each other for a moment, and Luke smiled. The veteran was creeped out. Boogeyman John never smiled when he killed people. Pa! A bullet pierced his goggles. He was still frozen, and there was fear on his face. He had already fallen backward to collapse against the abandoned machinery behind him. He was the last person to be shot during the ambush, and the only person to witness Luke's massacre from the beginning to end. He had keen combat awareness and excellent combat skills, yet could only despair. He watched as Luke killed his peers who were restrained by his flash grenade at an unhurried pace. In the end, he watched Luke shoot him when he wasn't far away. The moment he died, he realized that Boogeyman John was far stronger than he had imagined. His defeat wasn't unjustified. The gunshots finally stopped for a brief moment. It had only been slightly more than 10 seconds since Luke's surprise attack, but the 2 Glocks in his hands were empty, and 34 hitmen had taken a bullet each. He pressed the release buttons on both guns at the same time, and 2 empty clips slipped out before he took out new clips. He reloaded the Glocks, then pointed the Glock in his right hand sideways. Pa! A hitman who was gripping his injured thigh and was about to raise his gun with the other hand was shot in the face and fell to the ground. The reloaded Glock in Luke's left hand also casually swung around. Pa! Another hitman who had been shot in the butt was shot in the neck, and he stopped struggling to get up. Then, sporadic gunshots rang out in the factory yard. Luke had reloaded to wrap things up. He had never been careless on this point. As the gunshots rang out unhurriedly, the hitmen stopped screaming and begging. In the Continental Hotel, Santino looked at the drone feed and was stunned. WTF. After a brief stupor, he suddenly stood up. That's impossible. He's already heavily injured. How is he still so strong? Wait, why isn't he crippled? FCK, his injuries were fake. Halfway through his sentence, he realized what was going on. He had done a lot of this sort of deception himself, but had never expected John Wick to also use this move. Thinking that, his face turned blue and red with anger. The short-haired girl clapped to draw his attention, then signed again with her hands. Santino's face changed. The fraternity's gunfighting skills? That's impossible. There's no way he would join us in the fraternity at the same time. The high table doesn't allow that. The short-haired girl frowned and thought for a moment, before she signed again. Santino said, "You're saying that it's something like gunfighting, but not entirely." Saying that, he looked at the feed and replayed the video. After watching it several times, he nodded. Indeed, his speed and strength aren't as good as the fraternity's renowned assassins. It's just that his movements are too precise and quick, which is why he's so lethal. The short-haired girl nodded and signed. Santino walked back and forth. Get the fraternity to deal with him. Yes, that's possible. Those guys view their business very strictly. Tell them that John Wick has learned the fraternity's gunfighting, and even curve shooting, and they'll definitely come after him. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, it'll create an even bigger conflict. At that time, I might have a chance to go to Rome and complete the coronation ceremony. Thinking that, his eyes lit up. Let's do it. The short-haired girl coughed and signed at him. Right, someone has to clean up the bodies first. Santino nodded with an ugly expression. He took out his phone and made a call. This is Santino. Yes, Santino D'Antonio. I also have a reservation. He looked at the short-haired girl and saw her give him a number. His heart grew even heavier, but he continued, dinner for 60 to 80 people. I'll send you the address right away. You only have 1 hour, Pa. On the rooftop behind the factory, Luke put his pistol back into his holster and looked up at the sky. He gave the drones one last glance before he disappeared into the darkness. The blinded snipers on the nearby rooftops had all been shot in the head. While the hitmen had not been together, they were now all one big family in the end. Luke soon entered New York's sewers and headed north. He had left the bodies of 75 hitmen in Harlem tonight, but had no intention of cleaning up the scene. After he killed the last batch of hitmen, the ones who were still close by suddenly scattered. At the same time, the patrol cars that arrived had stopped at an intersection 500 meters and sealed off the area. According to the police radio, HQ had ordered the patrol officers to seal off the area and prevent innocent passers-by from passing through. Also, because the criminals had fierce firepower and their numbers were unknown, this matter was left to the ESU to handle. Of course, the patrol officers had no objections. Not everyone liked to charge into a gunfight, and that included the police. Compared with the ESU, the patrol officers were responsible largely for daily law and order. If they faced off against professional assailants, the number of casualties would rack up easily. At first glance, the order made sense. But at the same time, the ESU team that was on the way received another order. They were to wait until another team arrived and before the captain instructed them to enter. The result was that no police officer approached the factory zone for hundreds of meters. Thinking quickly, Luke realized that the high table had taken action. The underground world's major forces were indeed extraordinary. They could actually secretly influence NYPD's operations, and create leeway for the cleanup. Of course, it was unrealistic to say that the high table was instructing the police officers at will. It was more likely that both parties were getting what they wanted. The high table wanted to clean up the mess and make sure that there were no traces of their movements so that they wouldn't draw widespread attention. Since there was no major damage, NYPD could report that there was no evidence found for this case, and everybody would be happy. When Luke realized this, he stopped worrying about the cleanup. In the last battle in front of the factory, most of the footage of Boogeyman John killing the hitmen was captured by the drones. It was a huge pile of bodies, and the drones were still monitoring them. Naturally, Luke didn't use his inventory to make the bodies disappear into thin air. Dealing with bodies and his inventory ability were a thing. More than 20 hitmen in New Jersey had died under surveillance. Including the 75 people in Harlem, that was more than 100 victims. There were more than 40 hitmen in Luke's inventory who had been killed without anyone noticing. Thus, the number of hitmen casualties tonight was 148. Each of these hitmen gave more than 200 experience and credit points, while most of them were in the 300+ range. A small portion was worth over 400 and 500 points. The total amount of experience and credit points was no less than 61,000. At that moment, the system showed that the host's experience was 250,600 300,000ths. Credit, 266,600. Coupled with the first half, in Rome a few days ago, Luke had earned almost 100,000 experience and credit points from this fight for the position of head of the Kimura family. The high table was indeed a super instance. Furthermore, this was a serial instance. There was even overtime to determine a winner after the match. Santino and his bodyguards would earn Luke a lot of experience and credit points. Obtaining over 100,000 experience and credit points from one instance usually took a while and rarely happened. Currently, he was close to obtaining enough points to level up to level 18, but would he be able to earn from the high table the 500,000 points required for level 19 as well? Luke calculated happily in his heart as he found an exit and crawled out. After walking dozens of meters, he entered a safe house, changed his clothes, and got rid of the smell on his body. He then drove back to the lab. In the New York Continental Hotel, Winston finished going through the video which Karen had brought him. After a long moment, he said, "Keep an eye on Santino's movements. Let me know as soon as he leaves the hotel." Karen said, "Yes, sir." After that, he didn't leave. After a brief hesitation, he asked softly, "Is it all right for us to intervene?" Winston took a sip of his black tea. "Santino is staying at my hotel. Can I stay out of it?" Karen said, "If he becomes the head of the family, Mr. Wick." Winston thought for a moment, then shook his head with a low laugh. A few days ago, Gianna was going to become the head of the family. Isn't she now lying in a funeral home? Karen, what do you mean? Winston took another sip of his black tea. Nothing. Santino wants to tell me what to do. We'll revisit that only after he becomes one of the 12. Now, he's just the young master of the Kimura family. Karen didn't say anything else and quickly left. When the room fell silent once more, Winston picked up the tablet again and looked at John, who was slaughtering people like dogs. His eyes flickered. "Jonathan, you really are a genius. You were born for this." The weather was good the next day. All was calm in New York. NYPD had made a big move last night, but hadn't found anything. The official conclusion was that there had been a gang fight in Harlem, but the police had reacted quickly and the gang members fled. There were no casualties at the scene. Citizens could rest assured. NYPD was confident they could protect everyone's personal property. Luke and Selena could only smile at that. Everything was fine. Thanks to the hard work of the NYPD big shots, there was no new pressure on the police department. Luke went to the police department on his own today before he left for his place in Clinton. Selena didn't go out in the morning, and went shopping with Gold Nugget in the afternoon. This was Luke's new assignment for her, for the two of them to move independently until it became a regular thing. When Luke returned at noon, he dropped in on the law firm. He happened to see Matt take a bus and leave. When he reached the office and closed the door, he asked Foggy, "What's wrong with Matt? He looks like he's in a rush." Foggy pushed the files on his desk away and gave a long sigh. He looked in Karen's direction outside the office and said, "It's nothing. He has a personal matter to deal with." Luke's mental communication was maturing day by day, and he asked casually, "What? Someone's fighting with Karen over Matt?" Foggy looked at him in surprise. "How did you know?" Luke chuckled. "That's because you looked at Karen the moment you spoke, so I guessed it was a relationship thing." Foggy shook his head with a bitter smile. In any case, it's a little troublesome. The woman is an old acquaintance of Matt's. I can't say anything. Luke nodded. True, you also have an old acquaintance like that, you definitely understand Matt's predicament. Foggy was truly horrified this time. **T. You investigated me. Luke curled his lip. You're overthinking it. Otherwise, how can you explain the smell of perfume on your clothes, unless you have a special hobby? This perfume isn't cheap. A lot of career women like this one. Let me guess, she should be around your age, or even slightly older, and she's the one who took the initiative. Foggy trembled and looked like he was about to curl into a ball in his chair. Are you a demon? Luke said, so, it's best to take a shower and change your clothes after you're out fooling around, or you might draw unwanted attention. Forget it. In any case, you only have this one, good, female friend. There's no way you can be like Matt and, two-time, someone. Foggy couldn't look at him anymore. You can even guess the number. He didn't really think that Luke had privately investigated him, there was no need to. Conversely, he had asked around about Luke and Selena. They had a good reputation in the police department and were good at cracking cases. Foggy had indeed gotten involved with his ex-girlfriend last night, and had come straight to work in the morning. He could smell his ex-girlfriend's perfume on his clothes. It wasn't hard to guess the truth, but most people wouldn't dwell on it. After joking around, they finally got down to business. The first matter had to do with Matt's ex, who was a rich lady who had not long ago written them a huge check for Matt to handle a case for her. But thanks to the charity fund which Luke had set up, the law firm had money coming in every month. While they couldn't be considered wealthy, the three of them wouldn't starve at least. Matt had very adamantly returned the check. Naturally, Foggy didn't know what Matt's ex had wanted. Secondly, the new real estate developer in the Clinton area had finished buying up most of the houses and the residents had relocated, while the construction team had already set up camp. Luke found that odd. Why is the construction team going in? Foggy scratched his head. I think there's something strange about it too. There are a dozen more families they still have to finish negotiations with. They can't tear down the building directly, but they also can't refurbish or whatever and then rent it out. There's no way they can raise the rent either, the only thing they can push for is reconstruction. The construction team did go in and there's activity every day, but nobody has seen what they're doing. Luke nodded. I'll have my colleagues check the files at the Department of Housing and see what this construction project is about. Foggy was relieved. He had the same idea. Their suspicions had to be confirmed first. The construction team had sealed off the construction site, which could only be entered through one door. Foggy couldn't sneak in and take a look even if he wanted to. He had wanted to discuss it with Matt, but Matt had been preoccupied with his ex-girlfriend lately, and the atmosphere in the office was strange with Karen. He hadn't had the chance to say anything. Foggy could only look for Luke. After that, Luke got up and left. When he went downstairs, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, no wonder the lawyer has been so angry recently. So it's between his ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend, he. Thinking that, Luke didn't dwell on it. When it came to matters of the heart, even the best friend shouldn't get involved. Although he had a better impression of Karen, who on earth knew what Matt was thinking? In any case, Matt wasn't married. After Luke returned home, he got dinner cooking in the smart kitchenware before he went back to work in the basement. The Thousand Faces system was still missing the torso. Given his slight OCD, he still wanted to make it. It didn't need to be perfect, but the basic functions had to be realized. Compared with the mask, the torso of the Thousand Faces system required more skill. No matter how the face was modified, it only required very minute adjustments, but a body's distinctive characteristics had to be transformed, including the most troublesome thing, which was its height. Shrinking a body down was very hard, but making a body taller was no mean feat either. Purely padding the bottom of the feet or making the armor longer would still be very easily exposed with the rapid progress in technology. Tony Stark, for one, could easily see through this sort of low-level disguise with a simple command to his AI program. After all, the external appearance could be altered slightly, but there was no way to adjust the joints. Even if a height difference of 10 centimeters could be closed with taller shoes, the way strength was exerted wasn't the same. By the same logic, individuals with a 5 centimeter difference in arm length would adopt different combat methods. Things like body proportions and center of gravity could also affect the body. That was also why Luke had always liked to make bigger sets of battle armor that was more than 5 centimeters thick completely hid these sorts of things. It was impossible to tell from the outside whether the user was 1.6 meters or 1.8 meters tall in a suit of armor that was 2 meters tall. The Thousand Faces system, on the other hand, used nanotechnology, and a high level was required to achieve the morph and disguise effect. But this system was one of the things that Luke had to develop. He would have a matching ability to replace it sooner or later, but he could give the Thousand Faces system to his allies so that they could hide their identities. It was very risky to act like a hero, and Luke had to stay low. With the Thousand Faces system, the only people in the world who would know his real identity were himself and Selena, and maybe one dog. In the Continental Hotel, Santino didn't look too good as he sent off the special envoy from the fraternity. Only part of his plan had worked. The fraternity had agreed to send 2 elite hitmen to deal with John, but Santino had to use himself as bait. Secondly, Santino had to first pay the fraternity $10 million, which was separate to the bounty. In the end, the 2 elite hitmen weren't his bodyguards. They would only hide around Santino and wait for John to appear. Also, they only had 3 days. Not only did Santino have to lure out John in 3 days, he also had to work hard to survive until they took action. In the end, he still had to rely on his bodyguards to withstand John's first attack. Santino wasn't satisfied with this outcome, but the fraternity was very firm. Their attitude made it clear that they had no intention of taking over. Santino had also received some private information that the fraternity had run into a lot of problems in the last 6 months. It seemed many members had died, and they had no time to care about Santino. Perhaps that was the reason why the fraternity wasn't keen on taking this assignment. So, they were just giving it a try. In any case, Santino was the bait, and they just needed to kill the target. According to the rules, even if Santino, their client, was killed by Boogeyman John, it wouldn't impact on the people of the fraternity receiving the reward. The $10 million deposit they had asked for was ample proof. Whether they got cold feet or failed the mission, the 2 elite hitmen each got $5 million. For elite hitmen, this price was quite tempting. Looking at the anxious Santino, the short-haired girl coughed, and signed when he looked at her. Santino frowned and pondered. A body double, John won't fall for it that easily. The short-haired girl signed again. Santino pondered for a moment. Switching out halfway, they could consider doing that. Currently, John wouldn't appear unless Santino went out. John was on his own, even his wife was gone. He had plenty of time to keep an eye on Santino. A month or even a year wouldn't make a difference. The elite assassins of the fraternity weren't small fry, but super big shots. If Santino didn't lure out the boogeyman in 3 days, they would abandon this mission without any hesitation. Santino had to solve the problem in New York. Otherwise, even if he flew back to Rome, he would have to be careful of any assassination attempts on John's part. Even worse, many people in Rome were loyal to his sister, Gianna. Many had even heard that he had hired someone to assassinate her. When they saw John, they might let him in. Didn't you have John kill your own sister? Then just let John kill you too. You reap what you sow, and everyone will be happy. It was safer in New York. Santino had been operating in this territory for a long time, and his subordinates were all loyal. He quickly made up his mind, and said to the short-haired girl, "Come up with a plan, and, tomorrow, get the private plane ready. When the time comes, have the body double board the plane and see if you can lure John out." The short-haired girl nodded and signed that she understood, before she went off to prepare. Santino was right. If he dared to fly back to Rome, Luke would definitely go after him with an express delivery. And Gianna, currently deceased, would generously open the doors wide for Luke, hastening Santino's death. Luke didn't know about Santino's zeal, but in the blink of an eye, he found 2 acquaintances to be his opponents. He had simply set up surveillance cameras around the Continental Hotel to track Santino's movements. In any case, he wasn't scared that this guy would run back to Rome to die. New York was peaceful and quiet, and Luke and Selena went about their business as usual. 2 nights after the Battle of Harlem, Santino, who had been hiding in the Continental Hotel, finally came out. Luke, who was having dinner, wasn't in a hurry. He checked the surveillance feed and looked at Selena. Selena had her hair up in a ponytail to prevent it falling into her noodle soup. She noticed Luke's expression and found it strange. "What, do you want me to kill him?" Luke was amused. Selena really wasn't shooting off her mouth. She could easily crush Santino's bodyguards now in the second-generation beast armor. If she combined with Gold Nugget, that would be unnecessary. The dog head might eat and watch TV every day, but the combat ability of its and Selena's complete form was off the charts. With enough imagination, Selena's body could morph significantly. With a thought, she could wield anything from a whip, net, rod, hammer or spike to even tentacles. Coupled with Luke's high-tech equipment, it was easy for her to kill a bunch of professional mercenaries or assassins in 10 seconds. However, Selena only activated the symbiotic form when she was in the training room, in order to hone her physique. She barely used it when she went out on an operation. Luke said, "Santino's out. If this guy gets onto a plane, it'll be hard for you." Selena said, "I get it, you want me to flash your face at a few suitable surveillance cameras, right?" Luke nodded, "Yes." Selena waved her hand. "Go, go," Luke said, "after we've finished the noodles. It's rare that I make them." Selena thought that made sense. Luke had specially made these, simple, noodles for her and the dog head today. It was a rare occasion, so finishing them in peace was a good idea. Luke finished his noodles leisurely and put on John Wick's face, before he put on his stealth suit and set off via the underground passage. Santino didn't go straight to the airport. Instead, he went to a dinner party at the D'Antonio family's private museum in New York to mourn the death of his sister, Gianna. Luke could only chuckle at the party. Santino didn't have that deep a bond with his sister. The museum party was definitely a trap to lure out Boogeyman John. But so what? This was nothing more than the stage for mutual harm. The D'Antonio family's museum was on the Upper East Side in Manhattan. Luke didn't even need to drive. He simply walked a kilometer through the sewers and emerged not far from the museum. The drone rose into the air and captured the guests entering the museum. There were around 50 bodyguards in and outside the museum. Looking at the number of people, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. What a poor setup. Who did they think they were fooling? These bodyguards weren't on the same level as the hitmen from last night. Wanting to rely on this number of people to obstruct the boogeyman was absolutely ridiculous. This was without doubt a trap, so Luke naturally had to check it out. But not right now. Luke's gaze shifted to a certain unit in a building not far away. He couldn't see them, but he had detected 2 people with his sharp nose. It wasn't unusual that they were carrying guns, but they also carried another scent, the smell of the fraternity's medicinal bath. This thing had been on Luke's mind for a long time, and he had tried putting it together many times. Even if it was just a trace, he could instantly pick out the smell. The fact that hitmen from the fraternity, who were qualified to use the medicinal bath, had appeared at this time and place meant that they were definitely important members of the organization. "Night Wolf, have you ever thought of retiring?" a Caucasian woman asked the African-American man next to her. The man, Night Wolf, was still looking at the museum 100 meters away. "Why? Also, do you think Sloan will let us leave right now?" "Don't think too much, White Dove. You might get yourself killed." White Dove smiled bitterly. "Scarface is dead, Redback's gone, X is missing, and Water Buffalo is dead. Cross is hunting us down one by one. We were lucky we were only injured this time, but we might not be able to survive next time. I would rather leave beforehand like Redback, we might still be able to survive that way." After a brief silence, Night Wolf shook his head. "Then, where would we go? We don't know how to do anything except kill people. Also, do you think the High Table will let people like us escape their control?" White Dove said, "We're rich. We at least managed to get 10 million this time. Where can't we go?" Night Wolf didn't say anything. White Dove looked at him in disappointment. She understood that Night Wolf was already used to this life, and subconsciously resisted change. Of course, it was more likely that he was afraid of the fraternity and the High Table. But the danger was now right in front of them. Who knew when Cross would have them in his sights? If they stayed any longer, they might no longer have a chance. Dead people didn't have any. But since Night Wolf didn't seem to want to talk about it, she stopped. After this mission was over and they obtained the money, it might be easier to discuss their future then. That was what she thought. People from the fraternity. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. They took out their guns without hesitation. Bang, bang. The bullets hit the wall next to the door, but the door was wide open and there was nobody there. Both of them turned grim. "An expert. Let's not be hasty." The voice rang out again from the empty doorway. "Tell me why you're here." "I think you're here to kill me." 10 million, right? Night Wolf's expression hardened. John Wick, hee. There was no humor in that low laugh, the tone didn't change at all. Seems like it's the case. Your fraternity can't even take care of itself, and you actually dare stick your nose into my matter. They didn't say anything, but looked around, ready to flee the room. I'll give you a chance. The person continued, call Sloan and tell him that this is only the once, or the fraternity will be my enemy. White Dove snorted coldly. There's no need. The person said, yes, there is. As long as you do it, you just need to dodge my bullets, and I won't hunt you down. Their hearts turned heavy. The person had said a lot, but they weren't able to locate him. The enemy was in the dark, and they were in a disadvantageous position. After a brief silence, Night Wolf suddenly said, White Dove, make the call. Without any hesitation, White Dove slowly took out her phone and called Sloan, and repeated John Wick's threat. This wasn't a sign of weakness, but to spread word of their encounter with Boogeyman John. Very good, you bought yourself one last chance. After White Dove hung up, the voice continued, now, I'm going to attack. Night Wolf and White Dove immediately reacted. The tall and strong Night Wolf's heart raced, and he activated physical outburst. He charged out of the room and into the hallway. White Dove was right behind him. Both of them had guns in their hands, which boosted their confidence. There was nobody in the dimly lit corridor. Night Wolf immediately broke into a run, his pistol in his right hand, while White Dove covered him on the left. You want to leave, it's too late. The voice rang out again, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. It felt like they were fighting a ghost. Even Night Wolf's attention couldn't help but shift to the room behind him. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The next moment, he realized that someone had grabbed his gun. A person in a black close-fitting outfit appeared in front of him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. When his attention had shifted earlier and he subconsciously looked behind him, a person suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. As a veteran assassin, he naturally sensed something was wrong. Night Wolf reacted very quickly. Thanks to physical outburst, he had extraordinary strength and reflexes, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. At that moment, he felt a pain in his finger and his vision turned blurry. He couldn't pull the trigger as his finger was instantly bent in the opposite direction. Before he could cry out in pain, a hand stretched out like a snake and a knife stabbed into his throat. With a crack, Night Wolf's throat broke. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man in black pass under his right armpit. White Dove was in danger. Night Wolf wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound at all. He could only do his best to turn around and punch him in the back with his right fist. As soon as his right arm started to move, Luke's right hand, which had pulled away, punched the back of Night Wolf's head. Night Wolf was instantly stunned. A moment later, blood slowly flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth and ears. Sensing the danger, White Dove's heart sped up as she activated physical outburst. Crack, crack, she felt excruciating pain in her shoulders as her arms dangled lifelessly, they had been dislocated after 2 punches. Luke then grabbed White Dove by the throat and pushed her against the wall. White Dove wanted to yell, but she could barely breathe. The hand around her neck completely controlled her voice and breathing. Then, someone whispered in her ear, "Tell me, who sent you?" "After me." Sensing the grip on her neck relax a little, White Dove gritted her teeth and asked, "Who are you?" She had heard of Boogeyman John, but he wasn't strong enough to kill her and Night Wolf instantly. She suspected that she had run into another expert. "John Wick, some call me the Boogeyman." The person was still calm. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" White Dove's mind whirled as she tried to find an opportunity to counterattack so that she and Night Wolf could live. In the next moment, she simply replied, "Santino D'Antonio." She was stunned the moment she said it. The person behind her didn't stop. "Are you from the fraternity?" "Yes," replied White Dove. She was suddenly frightened. You can control my mind." Otherwise, her mouth wouldn't be running itself ragged before she could even figure out how to answer. Luke smiled. Hee, this pheromone control is even more terrifying than mind control, lady." A despairing White Dove was carried back into the room, and the interrogation lasted 5 minutes. But apart from the initial question about the commission being from Santino, the subsequent questions were all about the fraternity's current situation. She had a bad feeling. Was this boogeyman planning on attacking the fraternity? Unfortunately, even if she knew that, she could only obediently confess everything. After asking for the information he wanted, Luke asked one last question. "How many innocent people have you killed?" White Dove was very reluctant to answer, but still did so honestly. I don't know. Maybe 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8. I don't know if these people were guilty, but Sloane gave me a list and said that it was fate. Luke said, so, the loom is just an excuse. You actually knew that these people didn't necessarily have to die, right? White Dove said despairingly, yes. I know a few of them had never committed any crimes, but Sloane said that they would become evil in the future, so I killed them. Luke nodded. Any last words? A thought occurred to White Dove. You said you would let us go as long as we dodged your bullets. Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head regretfully. I've always been a man of my word, but you fell before I could even shoot. You can only blame yourselves for being too weak. White Dove was full of despair. You liar, D*MNY, crack. Drawing his fist back, Luke looked at the woman's drooping head and sighed. Bad guys don't have the right to make demands. A moment later, White Dove disappeared, and the scene was tidied up. As for Night Wolf, Luke had killed him in the hallway with one punch a few minutes ago. When Luke had escorted White Dove into the room to be interrogated, he had stored Night Wolf's body away in Space 1. Everything had been wrapped up. Let them go. No way. White Dove had been well aware that she was willfully killing the innocent, but she still followed Sloane's instructions and killed at will. Whether man or woman, someone like that deserved to die. It hadn't taken more than 10 minutes to deal with this, foreign aid. The guards at the museum 100 meters away didn't hear the gunshots. The party had only just started. Luke entered the museum from the back and walked into the front hall. That was the main venue for the party, and most of the guests were there. Santino should be there too. But when Luke walked down a corridor at the back of the museum, he was stumped for a moment. He looked at a side corridor, then immediately switched directions and walked over. Half a minute later, he was looking at a bright silver blast-proof door under the surveillance camera, and was amused. Interesting. Santino, you're quite good at making escape plans. Staying invisible, he placed a decoder on the combination lock of the blast-proof door, and a string of data flashed on the decoder. In less than 30 seconds, a green indicator lit up on the combination lock, and it opened silently. Luke put the decoder away and jumped lightly. 5 seconds later, the door was completely open. 7 or 8 bodyguards looked nervously at the doorway, only to find it empty. It was a straight passage that was about the same size as the door for over 10 meters on the other side, and there were no blind spots, there was no place for anyone to hide. The leader of the bodyguards picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, there's nobody outside." The walkie-talkie was silent for a moment, before Santino said, "Got it. F***CK, what kind of lousy door is this? After this is over, I'm going to sue for insurance until the company goes bankrupt." Nobody noticed that when the door slowly opened, a warped, transparent shadow had snuck in and was hanging from the ceiling like a spider. It then landed quietly behind the bodyguards. This was an underground living area that was more than 200 square meters in size. The door opened into a large hall, which was where all the bodyguards were. Further in was a sitting room and several rooms. There were 2 very distinctive scents, Santino and his short-haired female bodyguard. But Luke didn't go after them right away. He stood in one corner of the sitting room for a moment and let his sharp nose fully investigate the underground space. Sure enough, apart from the blast-proof door, there was another security passage in Santino's bedroom. Luke then made a beeline for the surveillance room. This was the key to keeping an eye on this basement and alerting the bodyguards. When he had snuck in just now, the optical camouflage would definitely have still caused some abnormality. If they had been more attentive, they might have noticed that something wasn't right. Of course, it didn't matter if they did. Santino had to die, but how much Luke could squeeze out of him before he died would depend on how well the operation went. It turned out that even members of a major underworld force like the Kimura weren't much better than a regular company, especially when it came to surveillance. They couldn't help but slack off. Staring at a fixed surveillance feed for long periods to detect anything suspicious wasn't something a human being could do. AI programs were more suitable for surveillance than people, and this underground living space clearly didn't have any such advanced technology. Luke didn't even have to get too close. He simply took out a tranquilizer gun and shot the 4 bodyguards who were watching the surveillance feed. After checking the surveillance equipment and making sure that there was no wireless communication or external storage, he turned it off and left. Then, he stealthily shot the bodyguards in the hall as well, instantly paralyzing them. Did Santino and Ares notice something? No, they were in one of the rooms. How could they hang around with the bodyguards and lackeys? As someone who didn't lack money, Santino's room was naturally soundproof, and the sound of the tranquilizer gun couldn't be heard at all. After that, Luke returned to the surveillance room and dismantled the hard drive that contained the surveillance footage. He used the decoder again. When he opened the door of Santino's room, the two people inside looked at him in surprise. At that moment, Luke had put away his stealth suit. When he stepped into the room in his signature black suit and slicked back hair, the expressions of Santino and the short-haired female bodyguard froze, then changed dramatically. There was pure terror on Santino's face, but the short-haired girl swiftly reached for her gun. That was the difference between the boss behind the scenes and the soldiers. Pa! The short-haired girl's right shoulder jerked, and a bullet hole appeared. The gun she had just drawn dropped to the ground. She staggered, but determination flashed in her eyes. Brushing her left hand over her waist, she held a thin blade between her fingers before she charged at Luke. As calm as ever, Luke lowered his gun and stepped forward unhurriedly. The short-haired girl let out a short laugh and thrust the blade at Luke's chest. Luke raised his left hand, as if to block it. The short-haired girl changed direction and aimed at his arm. But Luke was a little faster. His fist unfurled below her wrist. He then curled his fingers around her left arm and brushed past her. The short-haired girl couldn't help but fall back. Crack! There was a slight crack, and the short-haired girl's left arm was dislocated. The blade dropped to the ground. Stand still and don't move, he ordered as he let go of her arm. The short-haired girl glared at him fiercely and was about to charge forward, when she realized that her body seemed to have a mind of its own, and she was rooted to the spot. Her expression changed, and there was fear. She was a mute. Since she couldn't move, she couldn't even warn Santino. Actually, it was useless even if she could warn him. Santino hadn't even realized his goal of becoming a boss behind the scenes, much less a hidden big boss. He was just slightly stronger than an ordinary man. Luke didn't waste any time. He raised his hand and fired a tranquilizer, and Santino collapsed. Turning to look at the short-haired girl, who was glaring at him, he smiled. Now, tell me your plan. In the museum's reception hall, everybody drank and laughed. Although the young master Santino had said earlier, "For my sister," the guests here didn't show any sorrow, and the hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. All of them basically knew that Santino's sister was dead, and that it would be the young master who would inherit Kimura in a few days. This was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, which was why this young master had called for everyone to celebrate together. However, after this young master Santino gave a simple toast, he stood to the side with a faint smile. Apart from exchanging polite greetings with the guests who came to talk to him, he had no intention of joining the party. Like a spectator, he glanced at the various hallways every now and then. In addition to 2 female attendants, there were 4 bodyguards next to him. They also looked at the hallways from time to time. So, when a man in a black suit and with slicked back hair appeared 10 meters away and looked calmly at Santino, the bodyguards were all stunned. They hadn't seen him just now. It was as if this person had been revealed among the guests between one blink and the next. Elementary concealment was very useful. The corners of Santino's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said softly, "John Wick." His voice shook slightly with fear, but there was no anger on his face. Not a great actor. Luke shook his head. At that moment, the bodyguards behind Santino came back to their senses. They took out their guns and shouted, "He's here." Luke drew his pistol as quick as lightning. Bang, 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 bang. Even John Wick's speed was enough for a shootout within a range of 10 meters. The 4 bodyguards had barely pulled their guns out when they collapsed. The gunshots startled everyone, and they subconsciously scattered. Santino was mixed up in the crowd as he ran toward the back door, praying, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, I'm just a fake." However, except for the incessant gunfire behind him, none of the bullets hit him when he ran out of the hall with the crowd. Luke wasn't in a hurry at all. That Santino was just a stand-in. Luke would only earn 1 or 2 bodyguards worth of experience and credit points at most. If he killed all of them right away, the bodyguards might scatter. In the past, they would have still worried about how the Kimura family would deal with them in the aftermath. However, Santino had already killed his sister, Gianna, and if he died, the bodyguards wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. Rats abandon a sinking ship, that was how things worked. The bodyguards here didn't know about the stand in Santino. They thought that the fleeing, Santino, was the real one. Hearing the stand-in give the order, they could only charge into the reception hall one after another to try and eliminate the hitman. Hiding behind a marble statue of a lion that was chipped by the bullets, Luke reloaded his gun unhurriedly. He then stuffed a box into a hollow in the lion's belly. At that moment, 4 bodyguards surrounded him from both sides. When the first person on the left appeared, Luke had just finished reloading, and he switched the gun to his left hand. Pa! The head that was 5 meters away jerked before the man collapsed like a broken sack. Luke switched the gun to his right hand. Pa! Blood splattered where a right leg was half exposed, and a bodyguard screamed as he clutched his leg, exposing himself. Pa! The injured bodyguard was also shot in the head and killed. Luke moved the gun to the front. Pa! 2 bodyguards wearing the white waiter's uniform, who charged out from a hallway in the back, screamed and spun neatly in the air before they crashed to the ground. Luke turned around so that he was facing the marble lion. Swiftly running backward, the gun moved left and right. Pa! The first 2 shots hit 2 bodyguards, one on each side, in the chest, and the next 2 shots hit them in the head. Before the gunfire died down, Luke had already reloaded his gun. It took less than a second. Bending slightly, Luke turned around and moved past the 2 waiters in white who had just fallen, and he fired twice more. Pa! They immediately stopped screaming, and for the time being, the reception hall was silent once more. At that moment, the fake Santino had just run to the back door with several guests behind him. In the hall earlier, everyone had been smiling as they praised each other. They shoved one another now, afraid that they would be shot if they were too slow. A Bentley was already waiting at the back door. The bodyguards at the back door covered Santino as they made their way to the Bentley. In the end, 5 guests suddenly burst forward. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Santino and the bodyguards met up, they opened the car doors and crammed into the Bentley. Drive! A fatty roared. Who are you? Get the hell out of here! The driver was dumbfounded. This is Mr. D'Antonio's car. The fatty was angry. Do you want to die? Boogeyman John is coming. He's killed everyone inside. If you let Santino in here, the first person the boogeyman will kill is you. The driver's heart trembled, but he still didn't dare drive. Before Sir arrives, I can't start the car. The fake Santino rushed over in a panic. Get out, you B***stards. Do you want to die? It was the fatty who spoke first. He said in the loudest voice, Santino, we're partners. Don't get us involved in your own matter. Take the car at the back. Don't cause us trouble. WTF. The fake Santino was furious, but he could only wave at the Audi that was driving over. He had no time to bother with these people. Boogeyman John had already appeared and was slaughtering them. He wasn't the real Santino. He didn't care about reputation, and it wasn't a big deal for him to escape in the bodyguard's car. Finally, he got into the bodyguard's Audi and sped away. Only then did the driver of Santino's Bentley helplessly start the car, and was about to follow the Audi. A dark shadow suddenly darted in front of the car, and the driver's hands froze. The man in a black suit and slicked back hair was holding a pistol. He turned to the side and looked in the direction that the fake Santino had escaped. Then, he glanced at the driver and raised his gun. Get out, or all of you will die. Boom. The 5 men in the backseat crawled out, pissing their pants. They didn't dare hide. Boogeyman John would have no qualms killing them all in the backseat. They could only hope that Boogeyman John didn't dwell on small fry like them. The driver was only half a second behind them. He opened the door and stepped back as soon as he got out. This way, Mr. Wick. This way, please. The gas tank is full. The people in the backseat were also enlightened, and they nodded and bowed. Mr. Wick, this way, we won't waste any more of your time. Luke still had his poker face on. He didn't even bother to look at them. He simply got into the driver's seat and said coldly, close the back doors. The people on both sides quickly slammed the back doors shut. Bang, bang. After the back doors were shut, Luke hit the gas pedal and the car sped away. The 5 guests and 1 driver trembled. They bowed with raised heads, and only after the car lights disappeared into the night did they heave sighs of relief. It wasn't until then that everybody realized that the cold sweat on their foreheads and backs had turned into warm sweat that gushed out. Too scary. The fatty took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead and face frantically. It's a good thing I was smart enough not to let Santino get in. Otherwise, the boogeyman wouldn't have said anything, and would have definitely killed us in the car. Everybody couldn't help but nod in agreement. Scared for a moment, the fatty suddenly came back to himself. I wonder what's up ahead. Should we take a look? Our cars are still in the underground parking lot. Everybody exchanged looks, and realized that the fatty wasn't wrong. In any case, the boogeyman had just left, and he probably wouldn't come back so soon. They didn't have cars, and couldn't run fast. They might as well go back and get their cars, and get out of here. None of them was stupid. Based on what happened just now, everybody realized that this was personal. The boogeyman hadn't even bothered to say anything to them. There was no need for them to block the gun for Santino. The head of the Kimura family. If he died, he was nothing. On the other side, while the car was moving quickly, Luke was only using 50% of elementary driving and was very relaxed. The escape of the fake Santino wasn't too important. The important thing was that people had seen the boogeyman hunt Santino down, and when Santino appeared, he would be dead. Now, the real Santino was lying inside Luke's space too. After the remains of the destroyer were absorbed, this separate space had been added to his inventory. The first person to be stuffed into space 2 was John Wick. The second person to be stuffed in it was Santino, who wanted to kill John Wick. Fate worked in strange ways. But John could live, while Santino had to die. Mulling over the operation just now, Luke took out his phone and dialed a number. It's me, John Wick. I want to make a dinner reservation for 52 people. The address is the D'Antonio Museum. The fee is on the Marble Lion in the exhibition hall. After the call, he smacked his lips. No wonder those hitmen find it hard to leave the high table. Everything is taken care of, and they just need to focus on killing. Before carrying out a mission, they could get equipment and intelligence from the high table service providers. After completing the mission, someone would clean up after them. Even Luke couldn't say that he had it easier than these hitmen. He had to gather intelligence himself and make his own equipment. Even if he had an inventory space while cleaning up, he couldn't reveal its existence. It was far less convenient than giving a cleaning company a call. After that, there would be even less chances of the police poking their nose into things. This was an unspoken rule between the underworld and regular society. The gang wars in the underworld were completely separate from the common masses and had no impact on regular society. Sighing, Luke made a second call. Santino is dead. Do you need his body? After a long silence, the person on the other end said, if it's possible, leave it intact. As his older sister, I should at least give him a decent funeral. Luke said, okay, have your men pick up the goods at the designated location tomorrow. He hung up and shook his head. These siblings were really awkward. If they really were that close, why didn't they do anything earlier? Fine, the Kimura family's influence was enough to make most people take action. It wasn't about the money, but the huge power they wielded in the underworld. As he pondered, Luke sped up and swung the car around to hit the Audi. The Audi instantly rolled a few times before it finally stopped in the shrubs by the river. In comparison, Luke's Bentley just slowed to a stop after the fierce collision. It had to be said that a luxury car was great. The impact only dented the passenger side a little. He then slowly drove over to the Audi that had flipped over. He got out of the car and dragged the men with bloody faces out before throwing them into the backseat of the Bentley. The car soon disappeared into the night. Chapter 1096. The boogeyman wants me to pass on a message in the New York Continental Hotel. Winston looked at Karen in horror. What did you say? There was a bitter smile on Karen's usually calm face. Just now, Mr. Wick entered the D'Antonio Museum on his own and killed 52 of Santino's bodyguards. Santino himself fled with 4 bodyguards, but the wrecked car was discovered next to the Hudson River with no one in it. According to surveillance on the streets, Mr. Wick entered the area in a Bentley, but nobody saw him grab Santino. Winston frowned and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Jonathan, you better not have killed Santino. After a brief silence, a voice rang out. But he wanted to kill me. Winston's head throbbed, but he was going to be the head of the family soon. The other end of the line. That's why I didn't want to wait until he became a member of the high table before taking action. Right, he also found 2 elite assassins from the fraternity, Night Wolf and White Dove, tonight. Winston, please help me tell Sloane that this isn't over. He then hung up. Looking at his expression, Karen asked, what's wrong, sir? Winston heaved a sigh. Santino hired 2 assassins from the fraternity to ambush Jonathan. He told me to tell the fraternity to wait for his revenge. Karen's eyes widened. What? Winston slapped his forehead. Tarasov, Kimura, and the fraternity. He's already pissed off 3 major members of the High Table. Is he trying to kill all of them? Karen was lost for words. The Tarasov family had provoked John, and there was no helping that. After Vigo Tarasov died, his brother became the head of the family. It was said that this new head of the Tarasov family had barely become one of the 12 members of the High Table, when John killed him in his private office. After putting down the gun in front of him and toasting the other party, John left. After that, this became hearsay. The new head of the Tarasov family had firmly denied events previously, and insisted that his brother Vigo had died of a brain hemorrhage caused by high blood pressure. Even Winston couldn't help but curse when he heard the news. Your brother Vigo's brain hemorrhage was probably from his head being blown up, right? Less than 2 days after the incident, John went off to kill Gianna, the heir of the Kimura family. Reportedly, he caused another brain hemorrhage. Now, Santino, the second in line, would probably die from a brain hemorrhage. Winston smiled bitterly. Listening as the call was cut off, he finally gave up. Boogeyman John wasn't one to listen to others. He was simple, crude, and direct. He killed all his enemies. This was how the boogeyman did things. And Santino had made himself the boogeyman's enemy. A vain young man who courted death. Santino, you're too young. Winston couldn't help but feel a little schadenfreude. Santino's base of operations was in New York, but he wasn't someone who respected the elderly. Did he really think that Winston wanted him alive? Winston just didn't want John to be the one to take action. Of course, only John would dare to be so relentless. North Bergen, number 17 Textile Mill. Sloane put down the phone with a dark expression and looked at the people in the office. Night Wolf and White Dove are dead. John Wick killed them and had Winston pass a message. It seems that he's coming after us. The people in front of him frowned. Looking at everybody's expressions, Sloane's gaze fell on a wild and lovely woman who wore an indifferent expression. Firefox, what do you think? Firefox shook her head indifferently. I've heard of this man, the boogeyman. If we go up against him, there's a 50-50 chance of winning. It wouldn't be strange if either one of us is killed. But how was he able to kill Night Wolf and White Dove on his own? Everybody's expressions turned even more unsightly. This was in fact already a very good explanation. Before, they had felt that in a one-on-one fight, the chance of a well-known hitman from the fraternity winning against the boogeyman was around 60 to 80%. But it was the boogeyman who had killed 2 of their people in a 1v2, and he even dared to send word to the fraternity that it wasn't over. This meant that John, the boogeyman, had probably won an overwhelming victory, and hadn't suffered from his fight against both Night Wolf and White Dove. With this sort of strength, even Cross might not be able to prevail if he was still around. The most formidable thing about Cross was his positioning and his extreme long-distance sniping, while Boogeyman John's achievements lay primarily in head-on battles. When it came to Cross, everybody was most afraid of being lured into a trap and shot, but it wasn't hard to duck into a safe house to hide and rest. In a 1v2 against Boogeyman John, however, their side had been crushed. They couldn't always move around outside in teams of 3, right? Thinking that, everybody's hearts were heavy. There wasn't much of an expression on Sloane's face, but he was hesitating. Should he ask the big boss for help? If Cross and the boogeyman attacked the fraternity at the same time, their 10 best hitmen wouldn't last 2 months. Eventually, he gave up on the idea and looked at Firefox. Get Wesley ready. Find Cross. We can't be attacked from both sides. Firefox frowned. He's still far from ready. Sloane gave her a deep look. We don't have time. We can only try. Don't forget, that boy is just bait. Firefox's eyes flickered. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. The next day, it was drizzling and the sky was filled with leaden clouds. Luke, however, was in a good mood. There had been 52 bodyguards in the museum last night, while the fake Santino and his bodyguards totaled 5, and there had been 12 bodyguards in the underground living space. There was also Santino and the short-haired female bodyguard. The bodyguards were worth more than 200 experience and credit points each, which wasn't too high. The short-haired female bodyguard, on the other hand, was an elite mini-boss worth 1,500 experience and credit points, while the weak boss, Santino, was worth 5,000 experience and credit points. The short-haired girl had probably killed countless people with her own hands. Santino, on the other hand, had probably done a lot of bad things while he schemed. Although he hadn't personally killed many people, he had definitely been the one to give the order. That was why these two were worth so much. As for the two elite assassins from the fraternity, Night Wolf gave 1,000 experience and credit points, and White Dove gave 800 experience and credit points. They were clearly on the higher end for hitmen. They might not be worth as many experience and credit points as the short-haired female bodyguard, but it was still plenty. At that moment in the system, the host's experience had reached 273,400 300,000ths. Credit, 289,400. Luke was pleased about the harvest of experience and credit points, but his abilities hadn't advanced. As top-tier assassins in the fraternity, Night Wolf and White Dove had basically the same abilities, and were far worse than Mr. X, whom Luke had made disappear. As for the abilities of the other bodyguards in Santino, there was nothing special about them. It could be said that Luke's harvest this time was within expectations, and there were no unexpected surprises. Enjoying his coffee in the rain, Luke wondered where he could obtain the 20,000 points for his level up. Chapter 1097. The high table in the option to fight monsters. Santino was already dead. Luke had moved him to a safe house last night. He had used an inducer and basic hypnosis and mental communication. He had pulled out everything that the young master knew, and left his body there. Gianna's men would come to collect him. The short-haired female bodyguard was even easier. Luke just used elementary pheromone control at maximum power, and was able to test the effect of this ability without any qualms. He rarely used this ability, and there was no need to feel tender-hearted toward the short-haired girl. When she confessed that more than 30 innocent people had died at her hands, she was already doomed. And that was only the ones she remembered. By the time Luke collected the information and got rid of her, she had amply proven that she was worth the 1,500 experience and credit points. The short-haired girl worked for Santino and they were in cahoots. They could corroborate what each of them knew, which could be considered the last bit of value they had. The money in Santino's accounts and the cash in his secret hideouts weren't a big deal. However, the intelligence on the Kimura and the high table, and on the relationship between the 12 members, and even the various branches of the Continental Hotel, was very useful. To put it simply, the 12 members of the high table were the ones who had set up this underground alliance, which was equivalent to a board of directors. They each still wielded their own power, it was just that they all had a secret pact. Only the 12 members knew the exact terms of the pact. This setup copied the historical 12 Knights of the Round Table. The high table was clearly a round table, and the members were all the knights, even the number was the same. According to legend, King Arthur was one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table, and the Round Table was a shared form of governance. In truth, there were more knights, which had reached 150 at one point. In a similar way, the high table had also slowly expanded its power, and the alliance had taken in more and more knights, before finally becoming the high table of today. The Continental Hotel, for example, was like a subsidiary company that the high table operated all over the world. But after many years, the hotel had gradually become more independent. Winston, the manager of the New York Continental Hotel, had a high position and was experienced. He also held a lot of the high table's resources in America, and couldn't be touched easily. As for the people who provided services, they could be considered employees of the subsidiary company or subcontracted small studios. Thus, the high table was the highest authority in decision-making and arbitration, but didn't have the right to casually meddle in affairs at the lower levels. It was for this reason that, unless the Tarasov family had sent out an official request for help through the high table, the New York Continental Hotel couldn't stick its nose into the fight between John and the Tarasov family. The Tarasov family might be one of the major members at the high table, but if they put out an order which could potentially damage the high table significantly, the other 12 members would assess the risks first. They wouldn't let anyone use the power of the high table for personal gain. For example, Boogeyman John used to be a legendary killer of the Tarasov family. The other members couldn't directly order him to carry out a mission, because he was an employee hired by the high table's Tarasov branch, and didn't belong to the main company. At most, they could issue a mission and let John decide if he wanted to take it or not. In short, the high table, this massive underworld existence, was terrifying. It was so terrifying that when Luke analyzed the intelligence from Santino, he felt that in 8 to 10 years, he would only be able to harvest about 70 to 80% of the 12 members. And this was just the 12 members. In fact, These 12 forces made up at most just 10% of the High Table's entire sphere of power. The other 90% encompassed the various service providers, hitmen who had accounts with the High Table studios, the small stores that provided tailor-made suits and maps, and the small professional subsidiary, the cleaning company. He felt that he would never be able to clean up this 90% in his lifetime, just like how he couldn't clean up the streets of America. After all, there were roughly 1 million gang members in America. The number of members at the High Table, on the other hand, was a conservative estimate of no less than 100,000. These people were active all over the world, and the casualties from their battles were unbelievable. The High Table had 500 to 800 hitmen, new and old, who died every year, but there were even more who wanted to become hitmen under the High Table. Unless a god showed up to instantly eliminate all human beings on Earth, there would be plenty of fish who would escape the net. Luke wasn't discouraged. Instead, he rubbed his hands together. He wasn't worried that there were too many enemies, but that he didn't know where they were. As for the small fry who stole stuff and sold weed on the streets, Luke really wasn't motivated to kill them. He just beat them up when he saw them. If they were unlucky and he caught them committing crime again, he would just beat them up a second time. As for the third time, it probably wouldn't come to that. Any hoodlum who still dared commit crime after being beaten up by Luke twice would get themselves killed eventually in a gunfight. So, he left them to Selena. She was very efficient when beating up people, but she rarely killed anyone. These hoodlums were most suitable as practice dummies for her, plus, he could get half of her experience and credit points. He made up his mind that he would handle the big monsters, and leave the small monsters to Selena. Pleased, Luke then turned to other things. Currently, he had a lot of information on the big monsters. It would probably be a few more days before the High Table next came for revenge, but it seemed it was time to harvest the fraternity. He hadn't attacked the fraternity earlier because of the raw ingredients for the medicinal bath, and also because he wanted to get rid of them in one go. However, the fraternity now wasn't made up of just Sloane's subordinates. It would be impossible to take them down all at once. But since Sloane had dared stick his hand into things, there was no need for Luke to wait. As for the ingredients for the medicinal bath, Sloane had been to Iquitos in Peru recently. This probably had to do with the fact that Cross had injured or killed many elite assassins from the fraternity. In order to treat the heavily wounded assassins, Sloane had no choice but to stock up on the goods. Thus, Luke was basically certain that Iquitos was where Sloane got the raw ingredients for the medicinal bath. With this intelligence, he could continue investigating even if he couldn't get any information out of Sloane himself. Sloane was still important, but not as much as before. Killing him might not be the best option, but it certainly wasn't the worst one. Also, it seemed that Sloane and the others had conned a young man called Wesley Gibson into believing that his father had been killed by Cross. Wesley's own combat ability wasn't important. What was important was that Cross was his biological father. Sloane and the others had conned this silly kid into killing his own father, Cross, to avenge his fake father, Mr. X. Luke could only watch in amusement. The cold-faced Mr. X had been caught by Luke and left to Rebecca to be dealt with. Rebecca had killed Mr. X. Wesley actually acknowledged such trash as his father and swore to avenge him. Even Luke, who had nothing to do with this, couldn't take it anymore. Conning a foolish kid like this, are you men or not? The fraternity had more than 20 elite hitmen and hundreds of ordinary members. They didn't even have the courage to face Cross head-on, but dared to use his son to bait them. The fraternity had really deteriorated. In comparison, Luke was more interested in the man Cross. He wasn't interested in Cross's combat ability, but in the fact that Cross had sensed that Sloane was using the loom of fate as an excuse to kill people and make a fortune. Thus, Cross betrayed the fraternity, and wanted to completely destroy this assassin organization. Even though Cross might have killed innocent people before, Luke respected his determination to drag the fraternity down to hell with him. Admitting one's mistake was something that most people in the world wouldn't do. It was just like how people who argued online would rather do their utmost to defend themselves than admit that they were wrong. It was just an online debate that gained them nothing, yet they refused to acknowledge they were wrong. Not only did Cross acknowledge his mistake, he was personally trying to make up for it. Few people could actually walk the talk. It was for this reason that Luke didn't want to see Cross die at his son's hands. That would be the greatest tragedy for the unlucky father and son. Then, he would eliminate the fraternity first. He made up his mind. After all, the fraternity only wanted to kill the traitor, Cross. As long as there had certified information on Cross, they would definitely jump out eagerly. In the last few months, Wesley Gibson felt that his life had reached a certain peak. He cursed out the fat supervisor in his office and threw a keyboard at his self-professed, good buddy, Barry, before he resigned. He waved and walked away empty-handed. What followed, however, was suffering he had never experienced before. After learning to shoot and to fight, and to withstand torture and beatings, he had finally toughened up. Also, he had over $2 million in his bank account, plus the charming Firefox. He couldn't leave all of that. Money, strength, and women were all in his grasp. Fine, Firefox wasn't within his control, conversely, the woman was his instructor. Today, he finally received a mission that he had been destined to carry out since entering the fraternity: kill Cross. Mr. X, the father whom he had never met, had been killed by Cross. But he didn't overly hate this traitor of the fraternity. Or rather, when someone told him he should hate Cross, all he felt was curiosity. Cross was really too strong. Despite the fraternity's vigilance, 2 elite assassins had died at his hands in the last few months. Firefox, the gunsmith, the repairman and the butcher were all helpless against him, and could only pin their hopes on Wesley. Thinking that he had to deal with a powerful opponent, Wesley trembled slightly. His heart couldn't help but speed up, and he almost entered the physical outburst state. But before he carried out this most important mission, he needed to settle some things. Firefox leaned against the wall. 5 minutes, Wesley smiled lightly. 2 minutes should be enough. Saying that, he pounded on the door. Conversation paused for a moment, before a man asked, "Who is it?" Wesley didn't answer. He simply hit the door harder until dust fell from the frame. Annoyed, the man yelled, "F***CK, are you crazy?" Footsteps rang out and the door opened. A young man's face was revealed as the door opened a crack. He looked at Wesley in surprise. "Wesley, where have you been?" Suddenly, he came back to himself and shifted his naked body out of the way. "Haha, it's great to see you. I've been taking good care of Kathy for you in the last few months." Expressionless, Wesley slammed his palm against the door. The door chain immediately broke, and the door slammed into the man's face, causing him to fall backward. Wesley walked in, ignored the man on the floor, and went to the bathroom. A moment later, he walked out with an opaque plastic bag. It contained the gun he had hidden in the toilet tank. He kicked the bedroom door open lightly, and the naked woman lying on the bed looked over. "Barry, Wesley, you're back." Wesley glanced at her before he walked straight to the nightstand. He opened a drawer and took out a small box. After opening the box and checking that the photo of his mother was still inside, he closed the lid and stored the box away before he stood up and left. The woman was a little stupefied, but she quickly came back to her senses, got up, and chased after him. "Wesley, you trash, you disappear for a few months and then come back. You hit Barry. Do you think you're some big shot? You're still the same **TTY loser. Barry is twice the man you are in bed. No, more than that. Hey, put down Annabelle, she's mine." Holding the white cat to his chest, Wesley smiled with his back to her. "I'll leave you my good buddy, Barry. Your Annabelle belongs to me." That's very fair. He no longer cared what vicious words his cheap ex-girlfriend, Kathy, had to say. He was himself. Outside the door, Firefox rolled her eyes and turned around. As Wesley walked over, she gave him a French kiss. Kathy, the ex-girlfriend, paused, then exclaimed in disbelief a moment later. "What kind of B***TCH is this? You've fallen so far you'll spend money to satisfy your pitiful pride." Firefox let go of Wesley and pulled him out the door. She then grabbed a football next to the door and threw it behind her. Bang! Kathy was cut off as she collapsed, just like Barry, bleeding from her mouth and nose. Firefox couldn't stand the woman's vicious words. The reason Wesley hadn't killed the woman wasn't because he could bear it, but because the woman was completely beneath him. Outside the door, Firefox looked at the white cat in Luke's arms. "Is it yours?" Wesley smiled. "It used to be hers, but it's mine now." "Then I'll look for a car." Firefox shrugged. She never thought she would help someone steal a cat and bring it back. Firefox went to look for a car, leaving Wesley to stand there in a daze. Wesley didn't have any feelings for his old girlfriend, or rather, his female roommate. It was just that this roommate used his money to pay the rent, raise a cat, buy condoms and so on. He had always felt that there was something mentally wrong with him. He had lost interest in anything since a few months ago. Even when his ex-girlfriend and ex-buddy started hooking up, it felt like it was happening to a stranger, and he didn't care at all. Only now did he understand that this strange sensation of his heart racing and the world warping and shaking around him was a gift that could be used to uphold justice and eliminate evil. So, now that he had gone back and wrapped things up, he felt relieved. Suddenly, he saw a person walk out of the dark on a nearby street and raise a gun. Instantly, his hair stood on end as his killing intent flared. His pupils contracted. Cross. How dare the traitor appear in front of him? Wesley drew his pistol and attacked decisively. Bang. Cross immediately fired back. Bang. The two bullets collided in a shower of sparks in the air. Wesley was shocked. So powerful. The next moment, Cross turned around and ran. Wesley was stumped for a moment, before he broke into a run and gave chase. The fraternity's teachings over the last few months had subconsciously made him feel that he had to kill the traitor, Cross, or he would kill everyone in the fraternity, including Wesley. One ran and one gave chase, and they rushed into an old factory zone not far away. Seeing Wesley charge over, Cross glanced in the other direction. Firefox was sneaking over. Her leaving just now had been a test and a lure. Cross knew it was a trap, but he still came. He hadn't expected the fraternity to find Wesley. He had thought that nobody knew that he had a son. In the end, it turned out that Sloane, that sly old fox, had known long ago, but hadn't done anything about it. Cross wasn't afraid of Firefox, but Wesley, who trusted Firefox down to his bones, was the best hostage. He didn't want to take any risks. He would probably only be able to leave some clues behind during this test as a warning for his foolish son. Just as he was thinking this, he realized that Firefox had been stopped. Cross saw a figure dart out of the darkness and knock her into a dark corner. There was the sound of a fight and things breaking. A good opportunity. Mind whirling, Cross immediately decided to grab his foolish son and escape. As long as Wesley escaped the fraternity's control, Cross had 10,000 ways to teach that bunch of hoodlums a lesson. He acted without hesitation. Cross instantly turned around and charged at Wesley. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew as father and son fought. Their combat styles were quite similar, it was just that Cross was more shrewd and efficient. After rookie Wesley's bullets ran out, Cross pressed close to beat up his silly son, and was just barely able to knock him unconscious. Gasping for breath, Cross couldn't help but curse in a low voice. F***ck, this kid improved so fast. Even as he cursed, he was pleasantly surprised. This was his kid. This was how awesome his kid was. The father cursed in a low voice, but was secretly delighted. He picked up his son and ran. The dark old factory seemed to have quieted down. But in one corner, a simple conversation was taking place. Luke crouched on the ground with his hands on his knees like a typical gang member. Looking at the woman whose hands and legs were tied behind her, he shook his head sympathetically and sighed. Why all the trouble? Who are you? Firefox was very calm, and the aloof and charming air around her didn't change. But now that she was tied up and lying on her side, it was like a movie scene of a government interrogation. The guy in front of her was almost 2 meters tall. He was wearing a gray hoodie, gray jeans, and black military boots. His face was covered by a black mask with yellow lenses. Luke said, "You can call me Puncher." Excuse me for a bit, but I think you have a friend." With that, he disappeared. Firefox's heart sank. Too strong. This guy was really too strong. Just now, she had noticed Cross and snuck over to take action with her partner. But Puncher appeared without warning and charged at her. As one of the strongest top assassins in the fraternity, Firefox had quick reflexes. She instantly activated physical outburst and started fighting Puncher. Fine, now that she thought about it, it had just been a one-sided show. The strength, reflexes and combat skills that she was proud of were completely crushed by this lunatic who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man simply slapped away her attacks lightly and pressed her to the ground. Then, in the blink of an eye, she found her hands and feet tied behind her, and she couldn't fight anymore. The frightening thing was that the only injuries she had were the minor abrasions she got when she struggled in the few seconds after she was pressed down and tied up. That could only mean that the guy was good at subduing people without hurting them. She couldn't withstand such advanced combat skills. The repairman, who had come with her to ambush Cross, was best in hand-to-hand combat, but he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Puncher. While she was worried and doing her best to untie herself, the repairman had arrived. He looked at the tracker in his hand, only to see that Wesley's signal had disappeared and that Firefox wasn't far away. The repairman didn't hesitate as he swiftly approached Firefox's location with his gun out, ready to rendezvous with his partner. When he went around an enormous old machine, a fist was thrown at him. Without any hesitation, the repairman threw away his pistol and raised his hands. The enemy had only punched him, but his body was still behind the machine. His chances of hitting the enemy were close to zero, and dodging would waste precious time. If he was punched in the face at close range, he might die. Even if he didn't die, his vision would be severely impaired at worst or hazy with tears at best, and he wouldn't be able to aim with his gun. Physical outburst, activated. The repairman's hands finally reached past the fist to grab the opponent's arm, and he crouched down and turned. His posture was similar to a boxer avoiding an opponent, except that he had fused joints which allowed for smoother movements. But the next moment, the fist suddenly sped up to punch him at an angle. The tremendous strength instantly broke past the repairman's hands, and that fist, which was the size of a sandbag, was like a hammer as it dropped straight down. Bang! The repairman froze. Almost instantly, blood flowed from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. A low laugh rang out. "I'm the puncher." If the repairman could fix the mush his brain had become and his broken neck, he would definitely roar at Luke. What kind of boxer uses a vertical punch? He probably had a lot of swear words on the subject, but that body with the dented head was tossed into space one and would never have the chance to protest ever again. On the other side, Firefox was in a very difficult situation. The rope had just loosened a little, when she heard footsteps approaching. The huge figure crouched down and said in a surprised tone, "You're quite strong. If I had come back a few minutes later, you would have broken free." Firefox, "But I'm still tied up." Then, she was lifted up. "Let's go. I'll take you to have a heart-to-heart chat with an old friend," said Puncher, before they disappeared from the factory. In a two-story building not far from the city tram lines, Cross looked at Wesley's doubtful expression, but wasn't too disappointed. He simply said, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. After I destroy the fraternity, I'll have enough time to prove everything." Wesley struggled to remain calm, but his heart was in a mess. He didn't want to believe him, but this place was less than 100 meters away from his apartment, and the window here faced his apartment. This at least proved that the other party had indeed been paying attention to him. He was confused by everything that was happening. Wesley was just an ordinary young man. At least, he had been up until a few months ago. He didn't have enough experience or brains to analyze what Cross was saying in order to reach a definite conclusion. There was only one thought in his head right now: why do all of you want to be my father? D*MN, I thought my father had died more than 20 years ago, but these two just popped out of nowhere. What the hell are you doing? Wesley wanted to roar. Dong, dong, dong. Someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Cross tensed. Surveillance cameras and traps had already been set up around the building. No one could come knocking without his knowing. "Cross, I've brought you a good witness." A deep voice rang out outside. Cross frowned and opened the door remotely, activating several defense mechanisms against intruders. A figure almost 2 meters tall slowly walked in, holding a woman. The father and son, who had been hiding, were both stunned. Firefox. It was Wesley. Cross wouldn't make a low-level mistake like crying out. Luke smiled under his mask. "Young man, calm down. Your big sister is absolutely fine. You can continue canoodling later." Cross didn't let down his guard. He was a veteran in this business. It was natural for him to be wary. It was also why the fraternity had made Wesley come out to deal with him. Without his son interfering, it would be impossible for Cross to make a mistake. Now that someone had forced their way into his territory, Cross naturally sensed danger. Wesley's exclamation had exposed his position. He might not be able to protect his foolish son from this mysterious person who had unknown intentions. Luke didn't care about Cross's reaction. Instead, he untied Firefox's hands and feet. Of course, it was just her hands and feet. Her arms and legs were still bound. Firefox could finally stand and talk, and no longer look like a trussed-up piglet. "You are indeed Cross's son," Luke said. "Your big sister here can testify to that." Wesley looked at Firefox in disbelief. "She won't admit it now." Luke continued, "So, Cross, can you tell me why you betrayed the fraternity and want to destroy it?" Cross frowned and didn't say anything. Luke chuckled and said, I forgot to tell you that I'm a friend of Redback and Bloodmint. Just consider this a request of theirs, and we'll trade information here. The expressions of Cross and Firefox changed slightly. Bloodmint didn't matter. If Luke hadn't mentioned it, Cross would have long forgotten this alias that had never become official. However, Redback Rebecca wasn't an ordinary assassin. She was Mr. X's student, and had a stable foundation and outstanding talent. If she hadn't left the fraternity on her own, she would have become one of the strongest elite assassins in a few years. On top of that, she had a close personal relationship with Firefox. In a grim assassin organization like the fraternity, both of them could be considered bosom friends. Cross also knew that Rebecca had betrayed the fraternity half a year ago because of her sister's murder, and the fraternity had even issued a kill order for her. As Luke continued to monitor the fraternity, he had basically figured out the profiles of the 20 or so elite assassins. Did the fraternity not kill the innocent? They did, and it was a lot. But Rebecca, Firefox and Cross were the rare few. They didn't kill the innocent, but truly believed that they were upholding justice. Their targets were mostly criminals. Sloane, that sly old fox, simply gave the three of them the toughest criminal targets. Thus, they had always focused on gang bigshots, assassins, mercenaries, and so on. As for the easier assignments of dealing with ordinary business competition and killing innocent people, those were left to other people who didn't want to use their heads or didn't care at all, like Night Wolf and White Dove. In this way, Sloane really kept the three of them in the dark for many years. Cross had only vaguely sensed that something was wrong with some of his comrades' assignments. As the saying went, you sometimes didn't see the woods for the trees. He mostly only had passing thoughts, and he never really grew suspicious. It wasn't until Rebecca's sister was killed last year and she betrayed the fraternity in her fury that Cross grew suspicious. Given that in the fraternity, Cross was the best at schemes, his deduction skills were without doubt very good. As long as Cross really wanted to investigate, it would be very hard for Sloane to hide all his lies. Seeing that Cross remained silent, Luke suddenly said, Firefox, tell me first, whose son is Wesley? Firefox, who was feeling uneasy, subconsciously said, he's Cross's son. As soon as she said that, she was stunned. Why did she tell the truth? Wesley was the only way to deal with Cross. Now that the father and son were reunited, the fraternity had basically no chance of killing Cross. Luke didn't give them any time to think. He immediately continued, Firefox gave you the most important answer in good faith. Then, Cross, you should tell Firefox the truth, right? Without any hesitation, Cross told her how Sloane had faked the Loom of Fate's secret code and replaced the real hit list with his own list of names. Most of the people in the fraternity were Sloane's loyal lackeys. It wasn't like Cross hadn't brought it up before, but nobody believed it, or rather, they chose not to. But now that Firefox had been caught, and without the fraternity's interference, Cross had enough time to explain the truth. Firefox's big, charming eyes were full of disbelief. That's impossible. Luke chuckled. No, he's telling the truth. Firefox turned around and looked at Luke, a conflicted expression on her face. She didn't want to believe it because she had always thought that she was doing the right thing. If she was only doing something bad for Sloane, that went against her initial reason for joining the fraternity. Few people in the world kept to their true intentions, but Luke knew that Firefox was one of them. He took out a titanium phone and played a video. It was a video of Sloane at work. On the screen, Sloane was taking a call and writing in a notebook. He was clearly taking down whatever was being said on the other end of the line. Luke then switched to another video. At that moment, there were several pieces of cloth in front of Sloane. He then wrote names under each piece of cloth based on what was in the notebook. Firefox was devastated. However, Cross murmured in a low voice, so, he really does tamper with the list. Other people might not notice anything wrong with the video. But Cross and Firefox were both old hands and were very familiar with the procedure, and could easily see that something wasn't right. It was said that the cloth from the loom contained the name of an evil person who needed to be eliminated. Logically speaking, Sloane should be using a special decoding program to decipher the names as he held each piece of cloth. But from the video, he was copying the names from the notebook under the cloth pieces. The difference was like between a student figuring out the answer step by step after reading the question and writing the answer before even reading the question. Sloane was faking the list. Recalling what Cross had said, Firefox's eyes instantly dimmed, like those of a dying man. Luke put his phone away and said, "Don't take it to heart too much. I've been watching the fraternity for a long time. The mission targets you. Cross and Redback were indeed criminals." Firefox was confused. "What?" Cross turned his head. Luke said, "You didn't kill the wrong people. Sloane didn't dare have you kill innocent people because he was afraid that you would notice something wasn't right, and only told you to kill the bad guys who committed heinous crimes. You don't have to blame yourself." After some simple words of comfort, he looked at the corner Cross was skulking in. "I helped you today. In return, I want you to take your son and this big sister of his out of New York for a while." Cross hesitated before he said, "I think, no, don't." Luke cut him off bluntly. "To tell you the truth, I've been watching the fraternity for a long time. Naturally, someone will deal with the assassins who willfully kill the innocent. If anyone escapes the net, you can kill them, but for now, all of you stay away." The other 3 people in the room were stupefied, feeling like they had run into a lunatic. Even if the fraternity was in a mess at the moment, it still had over 10 elite assassins and hundreds of regular ones. No matter how much confidence Cross had in himself, he was still prepared to take a few years to gradually wear the fraternity down. He had never considered taking all of them down in one go. But from this person's words, he was planning to do exactly that. "If you're so capable, why don't you just fly into the sky?" The 3 of them couldn't help but think the same thing. No matter what they thought, Luke told them to leave. He had only one request, and that was that they stayed out of the fraternity's business for a week. Cross didn't say anything. Firefox, on the other hand, was clearly handed to him to supervise. With Luke's help today, Cross had finally found his foolish son and proven that he really was his father. He had to return the favor. Luke, on the other hand, had secretly used elementary pheromone control and mental communication on Firefox to make her think, "It's just a week, I'll wait a week," to prevent her from running back to find trouble with the fraternity. Firefox was a unique and attractive female assassin, but Luke wasn't interested. After Luke was done cleaning up the fraternity, Firefox could do whatever she wanted. She could become Cross's daughter-in-law if she wanted. This definitely wasn't because Rebecca and Firefox were close friends. After seeing them off, Luke didn't waste any more time. He had just killed the repairman, and the fraternity should be taking the body back now. He was going to visit No. 17 textile mill tonight, kill people and set fires, for a healthy mind and body. On the outskirts of North Bergen along the Hackensack River, No. 17 textile mill was still busy. A figure suddenly appeared outside the room where the loom was stored. After some tinkering with the door, a hidden wire was cut, rendering the warning alarm ineffective. Luke then picked the lock and opened the door. The fraternity boasted a long history. Even if an alarm system had been set up, this was still an old wooden door that looked pretty much like an antique. In fact, it was very easy to open, and was far inferior to a modern door. With regard to this form over function, Luke could only say that they had guts before he walked in. Luke was slightly amused as he looked at the loom that hummed under the lights as it wove golden thread on its own. The fraternity claimed that it was established 1,000 years ago. Putting aside when it was first proposed, the fraternity should have been around since the 11th century. But the fraternity claimed that it was because their ancestors discovered the code for the loom that they established this organization to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Then herein was the problem. It was only in the 13th century in Europe that the use of looms became widespread. Then, what was the situation with this loom? It couldn't be a loom from the beginning of the industrial age, right? Back then, the fraternity would still have to rely on people to weave cloth. If that was the case, then the weavers could choose to call whoever they wanted a bad person. Could such grand fate be proclaimed through word of mouth? Besides, if the fraternity really had something like this in the 13th century, wouldn't they hail it as a miracle and brag about it to everyone? But in the hundreds of years since then, there had been no clues or legends about this loom at all. In truth, the fraternity was only 200 years ago. That was when the first industrial revolution happened, and this loom just happened to be around the same age. The fate which the fraternity spoke of actually had to rely on the industrial revolution in order for the miracle to be revealed. Then, what about the 1,000 years before that? Luke was utterly disdainful of this legend. It was nothing more than a little trick to make the fraternity look good. They still had the nerve to say that they controlled fate. Liu Bei Wen also claimed that he was the descendant of Liu Sheng, the king of Zhongshan, and that his ancestry went back 300 years. The fraternity had actually added at least 800 years to their history. They sure knew how to brag. It was for that reason that Luke looked down on the fraternity. These hitmen couldn't even brag about their ancestry properly. Coupled with the stupidity of using the precious and incomparable ingredients of the medicinal bath to treat assassins, Luke only had one thing to say about the fraternity: a lack of smarts was truly terrifying. Just look at how carefree Tony Stark was. In fact, the number of people who had died because of weapons manufactured by Stark Industries was definitely countless times more than the total number of the fraternity's targets in the 200 years that it had been operating. But Stark Industries was a powerful U.S. corporation, while the fraternity was a dark underworld organization. The point was that the fraternity had existed for more than 200 years and had been in the assassin business for that length of time, but this organization still couldn't see the light of day, which didn't make sense. The amazing medicinal bath alone could turn the fraternity into a major force. It could have easily developed over the years to become a formidable pharmaceutical company in modern times, but it just messed around like this for 200 years. Everyone had their own ambitions. If a normal person had to choose, how many people would want to become Sloane instead of Tony Stark? It could only be said that there was no cure for brainless people. Now, Luke had come. He felt that it was best not to keep such a brainless idiot alive. It was best to send him to meet the fate they kept talking about. But first, he had to clearly see for himself what this so-called fate was. Thinking that, he walked over to the loom, and his thoughts moved. Clack, clack, clack. The loom of fate remained in place, working diligently. System. Host, you need to be in physical contact with the item to complete the transfer. Luke's heart jumped. D*MN, interesting. Since Daddy's system had given him a rare notification, this loom wasn't any ordinary thing. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the loom. The clacking abruptly disappeared and the room fell silent. Luke's eyes widened, but he didn't even have time to swear inwardly. System. Karmic magic tool has been detected. Can be converted into 500,000 credit points or used to modify the system interface. Convert points modify the system interface. Luke was truly stunned this time. 500,000 credit points. The bundle of evil thoughts was only worth 20,000 credit points, while the remains of Odin's destroyer was only worth 50,000. Fine, that was just some of the remains. The complete destroyer should be worth no less than 500,000 credit points. But the intact destroyer was protected by runes which Odin had left on it, and Luke couldn't forcefully put it into his inventory. In comparison, the loom of fate was easily put away. What was even more eye-catching was the karmic magic tool in the notification. This world actually had something like that. While a certain guy was feeling astonished after stealing something in passing, there was an angry roar in hell. Who was it? Who destroyed my altar? If Luke could see or hear who it was, his heart would definitely pound. Boundless black smoke exploded from Mephisto's body and surged wildly. Countless evil spirits howled as they were sucked into the black smoke and disappeared. If it were any other time, Mephisto's heart would definitely ache. These were toys that he had been collecting for many years. Now that a huge bunch of them was dead, he would have much less fun in the future. But he couldn't care less about that right now. There was only one way to describe his current state: impotent fury. Mephisto yelled all sorts of profanities in his heart. A few months ago, his clone was defeated by that strange Big Dipper, and he had no choice but to flee to hell. But his clone couldn't really escape, and was destroyed in front of him. What was even more terrifying was that Big Dipper had launched an extremely strange attack, which actually reached Mephisto's soul through his clone and struck him hard. That dark golden energy still lingered in his body. Mephisto had tried everything, but was unable to get rid of the strange energy. Conversely, he aggravated his injuries by more than 10%, which made him mad. He wasn't a demon lord who couldn't take a loss, but this was too baffling a defeat. Also, he realized that he couldn't send his clone to Earth again. As long as his clone tried to reach Earth, it would instantly be overwhelmed by that strange energy. Mephisto was an experienced and knowledgeable ancient demon. He very quickly realized that this strange energy had a special trait: it was a soul bind. It worked directly on his soul. The soul in his main body was powerful, and in his exclusive dimension of hell, he could withstand any damage to his soul. His clone's soul, however, wasn't powerful enough, and would be even weaker after it went to Earth. Naturally, it would be destroyed by the strange energy. For Mephisto, his soul wasn't like a cream cake which could be split casually. Every clone was precious. After trying twice and successfully aggravating his injuries, he gave up on going to Earth to make trouble for Big Dipper. However, these 2 experiments boosted the strange energy by more than 10%. It could actually use the destroyer's parts to further boost itself and increase the damage to Mephisto's main body. This made Mephisto curse the hell version of F***CKU for days. Nevertheless, he did gain something from his experiments. He could sense that this strange energy was, in the end, like water with no source. As long as he didn't continue sending out clones for it to eat, it would slowly and gradually dry out. It would disappear completely in a dozen years at most. What could Mephisto do? He was full of despair. Now, he could only stay in hell and wait for his body to recover. In any case, a decade or so wasn't long for an ancient demon like him. It was equivalent to a nap for humans. However, he didn't expect that something would happen right after he closed his eyes. The special altar which he had placed on Earth to collect premium souls suddenly disappeared. It was like someone suddenly digging out one of his kidneys. Not only that, the kidney also strangely disappeared. If this altar being wrecked was like being stabbed in the kidney, then the worse the damage to the altar, the more the knife was twisted and the worse the pain. But what was this feeling? Mephisto felt as if someone had suddenly used some method to outright extract his kidney. Before he could feel any pain, he sensed that the space in his soul occupied by the special altar was suddenly empty. A Chinese warlord who became the first king of Hanzhong. It felt terrible. But Mephisto was a powerhouse who had experienced success and failure countless times. A moment later, he restrained his fury and considered the most important question: who did it? Odin. That was unlikely. Although someone from Asgard had recently gone to Earth, it definitely wasn't Odin. Odin, a top powerhouse in the universe who had conquered the 9 realms, had already settled down in Asgard thousands of years ago. There were no more records of him going out on war campaigns. The Ancient One, that was both possible and not. This mysterious sorcerer supreme could make the special altar completely disappear in an instant with her skills, but she was mostly focused on guarding against the Dark Dimension's Dormammu. After years of low-key operations, Mephisto was clear on this point. The reason he had only sent his clone to Earth to make a fuss was because it stopped just short of touching the Ancient One's bottom line. If he dared descend in his real form, the Ancient One wouldn't mind beating him up as if he was Dormammu. Women shouldn't be provoked, much less this bald female bigshot. This female bigshot had sorcerer supreme magic that could shake multiple dimensions. She absolutely couldn't be provoked. As he pondered, Mephisto couldn't think of any likely suspects. There were plenty of suspicious targets, but they were unlikely to take action. Mephisto's already black face turned even blacker. Wave after wave of black smoke spread out from his face, and countless howls rang out. The special altar was no ordinary thing. It was the only magic tool that he had made 1,000 years ago, and it contained a core spell. Using this thing, he had obtained millions of souls from Earth. It could change form, and took shape according to a person's thoughts. Then, it could use various methods to tempt people into falling and collecting premium souls for him. He remembered that more than 200 years ago, the altar had been picked up by bogus believers of some goddess of fate, and it took on the appearance of a loom. Since then, those brainless, bogus believers had been giving him premium souls non-stop. Which pleased him immensely. Anyone who used the special altar was also selling their own soul. Once these bogus believers who profited from the special altar died, their souls belonged to him. In this way, Mephisto, this black-hearted businessman, ate everyone in the game. Nobody was spared. Naturally, he was very pleased with this special altar. If the clone was a customer service employee that he sent out, then the special altar was a customer service robot that could automatically answer simple questions. The altar wasn't as flexible as a clone, but it was a stable source of income that he didn't have to worry about for a long time. Now that this fuss-free source of income was gone, Mephisto could only lament, "Forget it. I'll try to make another one when I have the chance." He wasn't in a good mood about that. The altar was special to him and truly wasn't ordinary. Putting aside the bizarre and precious raw materials it required, he himself would have to take 300 to 500 years to finish making one. He had suffered a huge loss. Luke didn't know that he had tripped up the high and mighty demon lord once again. After a moment of shock, he didn't immediately choose to use the loom, but tried to suppress his emotions. When his inventory was modified last time, he had been locked out for half a day. If the interface was modified this time, What if Daddy System itself went on strike? Luke was here tonight to earn experience points and level up. Since he was already here, he should finish what he set out to do. He said he was going to dispose of the fraternity, so he should do so. He said he was going to earn experience and credit points, so he should earn enough. What he didn't know was that the moment the loom of fate disappeared from the room, many people around the world suddenly felt their minds jolt and like something was missing, and they started to panic. This included all the assassins in No. 17 Textile Mill. Sloane closed his eyes for a moment and frowned. Can you feel it? The dozen or so elite assassins in front of him nodded in unison. A woman couldn't help but ask, Sloane, what's going on? Sloane's mind whirled, but he could only shake his head. I don't know, but I feel like I'm missing something. Most of them subconsciously nodded since they felt the same thing. For a moment, everybody looked at Sloane, hoping he could give them an answer. This old man controlled classified information in the fraternity. He might know something about what just happened. Unfortunately, Sloane's face darkened, and in the end, he simply said, I'm tired. Disperse. He then turned around and left. The dozen people looked at each other in bewilderment. After exchanging glances, they could only get up and prepare to leave. Bang, 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 pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, sporadic gunfire rang out. Everybody looked at the door. What's going on? Is this an enemy attack? Let's go and take a look. With two simple sentences, everybody hurried to the door. They were fast and had numbers on their side. They weren't scared even if it was Cross who had come. Gunshots rang out a few more times, but then abruptly stopped. Hearing the gunshots, everybody knew that the person was trading fire with the guards, but wasn't going on the offensive. The person was only firing back when the guards attacked him. What was even more frightening was that the enemy only fired once for every several shots fired by the guards. Clearly, several guards had lost their lives in the fight. The assassins soon reached the front entrance, and saw that the guards on the wall and in the towers had stopped firing. Bodies had fallen from the towers. Alarmed, the assassins scattered and went up onto the surrounding wall to look outside. They saw a man in a black suit with a beard and slicked back hair standing in the dark. He didn't raise the gun in his hand, but simply looked at the people on the wall. Seeing the dozen or so elite assassins, the man in the suit finally said, Tell Sloane to come out. His voice was calm and emotionless, like how most people spoke to the cashiers in fast food restaurants, flat and indifferent, neither happy nor sad. Everybody was silent. The group looked at each other but didn't say anything. Finally, the gunsmith asked, Who are you? The man in the suit finally tilted his head and looked at him. John Wick. You can also call me the boogeyman. Everybody's hearts skipped a beat, and they were shocked. Was he crazy? He had gotten someone to send a message yesterday, and he already came knocking today. Did he think he could take on the fraternity? Then why call yourself the boogeyman? Might as well call yourself Death. Eventually, it was the gunsmith who spoke again. State your business. The man in the suit didn't reply, and even looked away, as if the gunsmith suddenly didn't exist. F***CKU. Everybody cursed. This was just asking to die. Do you think this is a movie? What they didn't know was that although there were no cameras rolling, Luke was indeed here to act. John Wick. An aged voice rang out, and Sloane appeared at the window of a high tower behind the wall. Looking down, Sloane said indifferently, What do you have to say? Luke chuckled inwardly and raised his head. I'm just here to tell you something. Nobody in the fraternity played along. Luke felt a little regretful. These extras weren't professional at all. None of them asked, What is it? Putting on a show for himself, he maintained John's classic calm face. I'll kill anyone who tries to kill me. Sloane. The elite assassins. The guards. Many people wondered, are we being threatened to our face? And in our front yard. This really felt like a surprise, mother F***CKER moment. Sloane's eyes flickered, but he didn't have any expression. He simply ordered calmly, Kill him. He barely said the words, when gunshots rang out. All the guards opened fire almost at the same time, and bullets rained down on the clearing in front of the entrance. Sloane was still standing quietly at the high window. The elite assassins only drew their guns, and didn't open fire. They weren't small fry, and were quite arrogant. There was only one enemy. Even Boogeyman John, who had become famous recently, wasn't worthy enough for all of them to attack him together. Dozens of guards launched an attack. They didn't want to disgrace themselves in this siege. Their faces changed the next moment. There was no one at the entrance. Under everyone's gazes, the boogeyman disappeared. It seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. But who were they? They were famous assassins from the fraternity, and had innate reflexes and dynamic vision which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. All this time, they were the ones who relied on their super abilities to suddenly disappear in front of their opponents. But someone had played this same trick in front of them. At that moment, even the lofty Sloane's expression changed. He remembered Night Wolf and White Dove. In a 2v1, they had died without a sound. And it was Boogeyman John who had told them to spread the word. Don't hold back, kill him at once. Sloane's voice rang out, and even the sound of gunfire couldn't drown it out. Once the order was given, everybody, including the elite assassins, knew that the other party had to be eliminated without fail. Soon, all the lights in the stronghold were turned on, lighting up the dark expanse. In the textile factory, the workers who received the word took out their guns and instantly turned into assassins. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots burst out in the factory. The ordinary assassins who were waiting in line to get their guns from the gun room cried out in alarm as they were shot. They fell one after another, like a row of bloody dominoes. At some point, the man in the black suit had appeared in the factory with an MP7 in each hand. In the face of these ordinary assassins, Luke used the MP7, which was rare. It could hold 40 bullets, and was very lethal. The assassins who were waiting for guns were shot dead one by one. This time, Luke didn't use the Mozambique method. Killing each enemy with 2 bullets would be too slow. Shooting them in the stomach was also too slow. All the assassins were shot in the head, without exception. At a distance of 10 meters, there wasn't much of a difference if Luke used an MP7 or a Glock. He had more control, and the speed at which he killed was only hampered by the speed at which he switched targets. The expressions of the elite assassins who were still outside the stronghold and had yet to return immediately changed. The 4 people closest to the factory activated physical outburst at the same time and charged over in 2 seconds. They saw Luke relax his grip on the 2-megapixel 7s and let them fall. His hands flashed over his waist like phantoms as 2 Glocks appeared. The 4 elite assassins who had just rushed in narrowed their eyes when they saw the 2 Glocks. The excessively long clip at the bottom of each gun was clearly a special extension. It was probably one of those crazy ones which contained 33 bullets. Coupled with his shooting speed, Luke could use the Glock like a submachine gun at close range. Bang, 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 bang. Under the gazes of the elite assassins, the muzzles of the 2 Glock guns unleashed lethal firepower. The ordinary assassins in the factory had just been annihilated by the MP7s, when more of them ran out of a passage. They had been in a side building, and had immediately rushed over when they heard the gunshots. The passage they came through was usually used for moving goods, so it was wide enough for big trucks to drive through. The passage was 5 meters wide, and the assassins swarmed over like a nest of hornets. They were then met with the fierce firepower of 2 Glocks. These assassins, who were considered elites among ordinary people, collapsed before they even saw Luke. Not a single assassin was able to charge through the passage before they were all killed and started to pile up, like straw under an old sickle. A few assassins who had fallen behind sweated and hid around the corner at the end of the passage. They no longer had the courage to stick their heads out. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 elite assassins finally launched a first round of attacks before the Glocks could fire again. These elite assassins were ruthless and efficient, and far stronger than the ordinary veterans whom Luke had killed 2 days ago. When they charged in, they automatically scattered in 4 different directions to overwhelm the enemy. Luke's reaction was unexpected. Even as 4 bullets were fired at him, the Glocks in his hands still didn't switch directions, and he stubbornly blew up the heads of the last 7 or 8 ordinary assassins. When the bullets flew at him, he blurred for a moment before he appeared 2 meters away. The assassins, shooting precision, hit a new snag. Because they were too accurate, there was no way the bullets could fly wide by more than 2 meters, so Luke naturally wasn't hurt. At that moment, his Glocks were finally empty. Luke relaxed his hands again, and the Glocks dropped. Before they even dropped halfway, he reached under his armpits again. Just before they hit the ground, he already had 2 more guns. This time, it was no longer Glocks with long clips, but 2 modified P226s. In fact, in the short time it had taken him to throw away the Glocks and take out the P226s, he had already successfully avoided the 4 bullets. He also left a faint afterimage in the air as he quickly approached 2 people in the factory. Bang, 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 bang. The two men were shocked by Luke's sudden burst of speed, but they didn't panic, and fired as he approached them. The two elite assassins didn't exchange words even as they worked in tandem and opened fire once more to block his approach, two of the bullets even curving. They knew very well that they weren't as strong as this boogeyman, but they weren't fighting alone. In 2 seconds, 3 to 5 elite assassins would arrive. In 5 seconds, more than 10 of them would be here. No matter how powerful this boogeyman was, he would be turned into Swiss cheese. At that moment, Luke was only 10 meters away. He had to get close in order to kill the enemy instantly. Pa, 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 pa. He fired 3 times at each of the two gunmen. Their expressions changed as they split up, trying to pull away so that they weren't in Luke's attack range at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. 2 men in a doorway also opened fire. They would be able to kill the boogeyman if they hit him, and if they didn't, they would still be able to disrupt his attack on their comrades and create a chance for a counterattack. Suddenly, Luke spun like a top, his arms swinging out. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets were fired at the 2 people on the left and right. The expressions of all 4 elite assassins changed abruptly, and they almost cried out in unison, "No. That's impossible." The first, "No," was from the 2 men Luke was attacking, while the second exclamation was from the 2 men at the doorway. The bullets flew at the 2 men at odd angles from both sides. Pooh, pooh. Both men were shot in the head at the same time. The 2 men at the doorway subconsciously shouted again, "How did you?" But Luke didn't stop spinning. Almost the moment the 2 assassins died, his hands swung around again. Pa, 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 pa. This time, the bullets flew at the 2 in the doorway. The 2 of them were staring death in the face, and their half-spoken words turned into bellows of despair. No, at that moment, they each had to face a barrage of 5 bullets. What was even more frightening was that not only did all the 5 bullets curve, they flew in different arcs. To their sharp eyes, the bullets were like a swarm of mini missiles that couldn't be dodged. Even though they knew curve shooting like the back of their hands and could use different curve bullets, everyone in the fraternity could only fire once at a time. In comparison, this boogeyman had fired 10 consecutive shots in different arcs and attacked 2 targets at the same time. This completely overturned their worldview. In their shock, they couldn't calculate the trajectory of the bullets at all, and could only subconsciously dodge in one direction. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 2 people who had been rushing over suddenly collapsed and rolled 7 to 8 times over the ground before they stopped. The weaker one was shot in the head and stomach, while the stronger one had just 1 hole in his head. But none of them escaped death. Luke didn't stop spinning, and his hands moved even faster. Pa, 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 pa. The remaining bullets in the guns scattered and flew in arcs at several dark doorways. There were 2 groans, and the hurried footsteps around him slowed down. Luke was amused. There were actually 2 weaklings. They couldn't even withstand 2 bullets from so far away. How terrible. Thinking that, he stopped and stood in the center of the factory. He unhurriedly removed an empty clip from one gun. "Come in. I promise I won't shoot first." 5 figures appeared at 3 doorways. 2 of them had ugly expressions. One gripped his arm, and the other his stomach. These 2 were the weaker ones among the elite assassins, and had been shot. The other 3 were unharmed, but their expressions were still dark. They had also broken out in a cold sweat at the sudden barrage of bullets. Even if they were completely unharmed, that didn't mean that they weren't scared. If they had been careless, they might have been killed by one of the bullets. A battle between top killers was just this dangerous. Only a few centimeters stood between them and death. Seeing that Luke was reloading, one of them suddenly raised his gun. Luke was still reloading, but the moment the man moved, Luke's right hand swung out. Pa! A bullet flew at this elite assassin who had wanted to take advantage of the moment. Pooh! The other 4 looked at their comrade in disbelief. There was a hole in the man's temple. His grin didn't change, but he was as dead as could be. Luke dropped the empty clip of the P226 and reloaded. How did this person become an assassin? He didn't know I had one last bullet left in the barrel. The expressions of the 4 elite assassins grew even uglier, but there was fear in their eyes. The person who died wasn't the strongest nor the weakest of them. This sort of average person couldn't avoid a shot. What was even more terrifying was that this boogeyman was actually using curve shooting. What a joke. Physical outburst and curve shooting were the 2 best skills for top assassins in the fraternity. It was with these two skills that they could stand out from countless ordinary assassins and become legendary killers with extraordinary abilities. But now, an outsider had used their trump card to kill their comrade in front of them. There was no reconciling this matter. But nobody moved, because Luke already had a reloaded P226. This gun could hold 20 bullets. They didn't think they could withstand 20 shots. The 4 elite assassins who had entered the factory first but were already dead were the most direct proof of this. They waited. It would take a few seconds at most for the others to arrive. What they didn't know was that Luke had added a bit of telekinesis to the last bullet. With a little more speed and a slight shift in direction, that bullet, which could have been easily dodged, hit its target. Luke reloaded his other P226 unhurriedly and glanced at the 4 people. They got goosebumps all over their bodies. They weren't ordinary people, and could easily tell that Luke didn't look at them in fear or even excitement, like a kid counting biscuits. Actually, Luke was indeed thinking, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. The 5 elite assassins who had died just now were worth an average of around 1,000 experience and credit points each, which was slightly more than Luke had expected. The 4 people in front of him were just numbers in his eyes. After reloading, Luke's hands dropped naturally as he glanced around. Several seconds later, people quietly appeared at the doorways and windows one by one as they surrounded Luke. They remained silent and simply observed him. Their hands twitched, but they managed to hold back. The bodies of 5 elite assassins were intimidating enough. They at least had more impact than the bodies of more than 100 regular assassins. For a moment, the air in the factory almost froze. Standing in the center, Luke didn't do anything. Like a tiger, he observed the wolves that were slowly taking advantage of his position. "Boogeyman, what are you waiting for?" The voice of an old man rang out, and Sloane walked out of a dark passage as he frowned at Luke. Luke said, "You." Sloane asked, "Are you going to beg for mercy?" Luke shook his head. "No, I'm just afraid that you'll run." A fierce light flashed in Sloane's eyes. "Then what are you waiting for?" Luke turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. "No, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I just want to say that all of you here are garbage." When he said the last half of his sentence, the 13 elite assassins left, including Sloane, didn't understand what he meant. But Sloane, the old fox, was the first to react. Wasn't this person just taunting them? Humiliated, Sloane's face turned dark as he yelled, "You're counting death." The other people reacted quickly as well. It was probably less than 0.1 seconds before they reacted, and their faces looked like they had just eaten sh*t. But Luke closed his eyes, spread his arms, and sighed. "This world is so beautiful, kill him." Without any hesitation, Sloane gave the order. All the assassins raised their guns. Bang, 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 bang. "I shouldn't be so violent." Luke's voice echoed in the factory, and could still be heard clearly even over the sound of gunshots. Pa! An elite assassin who was darting between looms was shot in the head, and a figure in a black suit flashed behind the threads. A string of bullets hit nothing. "This isn't good," the calm voice continued. Pa! A second assassin came up against the muzzle of a gun. He was shot in the forehead at a distance of 1 meter, and he couldn't dodge in time. "Not good, Pa." The words were followed by a swift second shot, which hit a third assassin who was lunging at Luke, and pierced his eye. "Only love, Pa." The barely visible black figure instantly covered more than 10 meters and flashed past 2 looms. "Injustice, Pa." Past the 2 looms, the 4th and 5th assassins collapsed after they were shot in the head. "Will last forever, Pa." A terrified 6th assassin tried to turn around and see the black figure that was charging at him from behind, but blood exploded at the back of his head and his body smashed into a loom. Large amounts of blood dyed the cloth red, creating a strange pattern over it. "Bring to the world, Pa." A 7th assassin ran to the side and tried to escape the factory. The black figure that he couldn't see clearly flashed past him and fired a bullet into his brain. "New life, Pa." An 8th assassin had just jumped out a window, when he was hit in the temple by a curved bullet from the side. The joy of escape was still on his face, but he was no longer breathing. "So, I'm looking forward to it." Bang, 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 bang. "World peace." Bang, 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 bang. With the last 2 sentences, bullets flew out like a storm. Like brave soldiers surrounding the enemy, they flew at the remaining 4 elite assassins. "No." The 2 weaklings who had been shot by Luke at the beginning yelled again. It was only at that moment they realized that the two bullets which Luke had fired were moving in the shape of an S. Curve shooting didn't include a move like that. That's cheating. The thought flashed through their minds just before their heads exploded. The other two assassins had already been taken care of by 4S curve bullets. They collapsed before they could even scream. The factory was quiet once more. Luke raised his head and closed his eyes. He spread his arms and raised his guns, like a star who had just finished his final performance. 10 meters away, Sloane's face was black. Just like that, 12 famous hitmen with extraordinary abilities had died. They were stronger and faster, and died very quickly. Facing Luke, who was determined to eliminate them, they were no more able to withstand the onslaught than the regular assassins from a few days ago. For top students who could get 100, those who scored 60 and 80 were all trash students. The reason top students got full marks was because to them, there were only 100 marks on the exam paper. Either way, trash students would be crushed. In front of Luke, both ordinary and elite assassins were far from being his match. So, they died, and in less than 5 seconds. Sloane's eyes flickered, and he finally said, "You're not the boogeyman." Luke slowly opened his eyes and looked into the old man's eyes. His faint smile was still there. "Congratulations, you got it." Sloane stared at him for a moment, then said again, "Killing someone, reciting poetry, and still so strong." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly said, "You're that V." V without a smiling mask. Luke smiled again. "That's right, you got it again. Now, I've decided to choose you as the only lucky audience member to die on the spot." Bang, bang. He raised his guns and fired. Sloane dodged the two bullets and took out an antique pistol. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets were actually deflected. Luke was slightly surprised, but he dodged the attack and smiled. "It seems you're also not the Sloane I know." As he spoke, he fired again without hesitation. Sloane dodged again and his face finally darkened. "Young man, you know nothing about strength." As he spoke, he raised his gun, and his arm turned into an afterimage as the Mauser fired non-stop right at Luke, as if Sloane was pressing in for a close-range gunfight. Narrowing his eyes, Luke met the man head-on without any hesitation, and fired back with double the firepower. He activated the complete version of gunfighting. With his explosive strength and extraordinary physique, he dodged left and right, and completely avoided the bullets. On the other hand, Sloane didn't dodge at all, and simply lunged forward. Amidst the light and sparks, Luke realized that the bullets that hit Sloane just left bullet holes in him. Sloane was dark-skinned, but his blood was no different in color. The bullet holes didn't bleed, however, but spurted out black smoke. Sloane didn't seem affected at all as he moved. Instead, he lunged forward even more quickly. Physical damage had no effect. Thinking that, Luke dropped his guns and pulled out 2 knives. The two of them were now very close to each other, and Sloane had used up the bullets in his pistol. He threw away his Mauser pistol and roared, "You actually made me use my trump card. Go to hell." Poochie, poochie. They flashed past each other, and the sound of flesh being cut rang out. Sloane turned around abruptly, shock and anger on his face. "That's impossible. How can you be so strong?" As soon as he said that, black smoke spurted from the dozen wounds on his upper torso and covered most of his body. Luke also turned around, the smile on his face gone. He seemed to be deep in thought. This black smoke seemed to be an old acquaintance. Even ordinary people would be able to smell the sulfur and rot from the black smoke. Why did it smell so much like that old monster Mephisto? Then, he saw Sloane's face and body warp slightly, as if he was about to turn into black smoke. Luke lunged forward again, and the knives in his hand turned into 2 dark streaks of light that enveloped Sloane's upper body. Even though Sloane had been slashed dozens of times, he still wasn't defending himself. His fists rained down, unexpectedly. He was an expert at close combat. Sloane, this old fraternity boss who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, was actually using his fists instead of a gun. That was truly awesome. Thinking that, an invisible sheen covered the knives in Luke's hands. Elementary annihilation, activated. Poochie, poochie. Sloane, who had been slashed dozens of times again, lost his momentum. He howled and rolled on the ground. Just now, Luke had attached elementary annihilation to the 2 combat knives. The moment they clashed, Sloane's limbs were cut off without hesitation. He, who thought that he was invincible, immediately lost. At that moment, Sloane had a meltdown. This form, which couldn't be affected by physical attacks, was something he had painstakingly acquired from the loom of fate. It was a terrifying and practical ability. Sloane had escaped death several times with it. The big boss and patron behind the fraternity was very powerful, but still couldn't supplant Sloane and take control of the organization because Sloane had this terrifying ability. When the other party had tested the waters by making a move, not only weren't they able to put Sloane in his place, he paid them back twofold. Sloane didn't kill the patron, he just killed the elite bodyguards who accompanied the person. Everything settled down after that. As long as Sloane continued to control the fraternity, the patron could only use money to order the elite assassins around. They had a closer relationship than between client and mercenary, but it absolutely wasn't a boss and subordinate relationship. It was also because of this ability that Sloane, who had used a gun at the beginning, secretly learned many combat skills later on, and became an extremely powerful killing machine. Physical damage had no effect on him, and there was no time limit to how long he could use physical outburst. He could easily kill all the other members of the fraternity, so nobody dared to stand up to him. However, there was a high price to pay for using invulnerable abilities, and it took time to prepare. Sloane knew that the cost was high, and he would never use it if he could. Thus, he had held back and didn't take action, despite his subordinates being killed one after another. As long as he could kill a powerful opponent like Luke, losing some of his men was worth it. Their patron had plenty of money and resources, and the men Sloane had in reserve only needed to be trained for 3 to 5 years before they became elite assassins. The fraternity would recover. Also, when he watched his subordinates fight Luke, he was sure that he could kill this arrogant guy. After all the elite assassins died, Sloane knew he had to take action. Even if there were still dozens of guards outside, they were just a bunch of nobodies in front of Boogeyman John. When he finally made a move, the first half went exactly as Sloane had imagined. Luke's bullets were useless against him. Even if he pulled out 2 knives, they were just a last-ditch attempt. The black smoke would return to Sloane's body, and he would be completely fine. Many powerful enemies collapsed when they saw this, and immediately ran away. He decided to catch this troublemaker and torture him to death so that he could vent his anger over his subordinates. Those elite assassins had been very useful tools. His heart really ached when they all died. But in this second confrontation, this was a one-sided clash. Sloane was in trouble. The knives, which had elementary annihilation on them, easily cut off Sloane's limbs. This time, however, no more black smoke spurted out of his wounds, it was as if it had been sealed away. Even his broken limbs were unchanged as they lay scattered on the ground. Not just that, after he activated his ability, any pain he felt from his injuries would be significantly reduced. Now, however, it was as if his wounds were being corroded by acid. Sloane screamed and struggled on the ground, disbelief and fear in his eyes. No, that's impossible. How can this be? Where's the immortal body that God gave me? Regenerating limbs, reducing the pain. These were the thoughts that filled his mind, and even the physical pain couldn't suppress these questions. Luke sheathed his knives and ignored the old man. Sloane, who had lost his limbs, was just a fat lamb on a chopping block. Picking up the 2 guns that he had just tossed to the side, Luke quickly reloaded and ran out of the factory. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and the guards yelled in panic. Then, the sound of gunfire gradually turned sporadic, and the shouting stopped. There was nothing but silence outside. Then, Luke returned. Sloane was trying to move, his body wriggling like a maggot as he headed for a particular passage. Expressionlessly, Luke walked over, raised a knife, and flung it. Poochie. Dwang. Sloane froze. He slowly looked down and saw his chest, abdomen, and nothing else under that. Luke had already kicked his lower torso 10 meters away. Intense pain assailed Sloane, and he howled again. Luke walked deeper into the factory without looking back and smiled. You can still run even without hands or legs. Do you think your stomach muscles are that great? I've cut off your waist. Let's see how lively you are after that. At that moment, there were only a few ordinary assassins hiding in the textile factory. But Luke sensed them and easily found them and shot them in the head. Why are you hiding, you B***stards? As bad guys, you should be prepared to turn into experience and credit points at any time. As Luke murmured to himself, he walked into what looked like a freezer unit. There were some pig carcasses hanging on hooks, and even some human bodies mixed among them. Some of the bodies were fake, but some were real. Luke frowned. He didn't really care about cleanliness when he was harvesting experience and credit points. However, some of the bodies were old and some were young. They didn't look like professionals, but there were bullet holes and knife wounds on them. To Luke's experienced eye, the cuts were clearly made before death, while the bullet holes were made after death. These people had been tortured with knives and their bodies later used as targets. The fraternity's insane behavior was disgusting. They didn't even have the most basic respect for people. Walking in, he turned his head slowly, as if searching for something. Suddenly, there was a roar as a metal stake pierced through a pig carcass and headed straight for Luke's back. It was as if Luke had eyes on his back. He turned at the right moment to avoid the sneak attack. Hands brushing over his waist, he unsheathed the two military knives once more. Amidst jarring clanking, a burly, bearded fatty in a vest and an apron smashed into Luke with a butcher knife in one hand and an iron stake in the other. The weapons tangled together, the metal screeching. Their movements were smooth and quick. Although they didn't use the same fighting style, they were both very familiar with close-range combat. The difference was that the fatty roared as he slashed with the knife. He was savage and barbaric, like a monster. Luke, on the other hand, simply brandished his blades silently. During their fight, the fatty would knock into the pig carcasses without any qualms, but Luke didn't even touch the meat once. While the fatty was shouting and getting more and more excited, Luke suddenly said, "That's all you have. Get lost." Before the fatty could understand what Luke meant, he felt a terrifying power explode from the knives. Even though the fatty was the one whose strength increased the most with physical outburst in the fraternity, there was no way he could fight this. His weapons were tangled up with the knives, which then lightly brushed past his wrists like two vipers. The fatty released his grip on his weapons, which were sent flying a few meters to stab into a pig carcass. He looked at his opponent's deceptively weak appearance in shock and was about to say something. Luke didn't give him the chance. His two knives turned into afterimages as he swung them around. Too slow, you're too slow. If you're slow, you hesitate, and if you hesitate, you'll be defeated. Faster, you have to be faster at evading. You don't even know how to evade knives. What rubbish knife skills have you been practicing? Trash, die. His shout was as fierce as the two knives, and the fatty was struck both physically and mentally. As if he had been shocked by electricity, the fatty swayed left and right amidst countless arcs of dark light, but didn't fall. It was just the blood that splattered from the black knives which turned into beads of blood that flew in countless arcs inside the freezer. Once the scolding was over, the fatty stared lifelessly at Luke. His lips moved as he said, "Good, very fast, fast knife, thump." Bang! He fell to his knees with a heavy thump, and he collapsed again. Dark red blood flowed out from under him and stained the ground. Luke chuckled and slashed at the metal stake that was stuck in the pig carcass next to him. With a slash of his knife, the stake came loose. Clang! Poochie! The metal stake flew out and stabbed into the head of the fatty who was lying on the ground. Perfect! This fatty was called the Butcher, and was one of the elite assassins. If there was one thing he had in common with Luke's Ghost Butcher alias, it was the countless number of people he had killed. Luke just killed bad guys to earn credit. This guy didn't just kill for money, he also liked to kill the innocent. The Butcher was a psycho who liked to hang out in the slaughter room, so he hadn't participated in the battle just now. But this guy was already on Luke's blacklist, and couldn't be allowed to live. The 1,800 experience and credit points were enough to prove that this guy's hands were bloody and he deserved to die. After killing the lunatic, Luke wandered around the textile factory and threw anything that he was interested in into his inventory. He then returned to where the half-dead Sloane was, and brought him into the slaughter room. Finding a hook, Luke hung the old man up and said, "Tell me everything about the patron behind you." Sloane's eyes flickered. "I don't know, Before he finished, he gave a blood-curdling scream. Luke's military knife brushed past him lightly, and a piece of black flesh fell to the ground. "It's fine. There's still plenty of places that can be cut. Also, this immortal body of yours is very awesome. I don't have to worry about you dying." He was certain that the old man still wanted to live, and was looking for a chance to escape. He didn't want to die. Otherwise, once this unusual immortal state was removed, Sloane would definitely die very quickly. Luke shook his head. Perhaps not that quickly. Some people who were cut at the waist could live for a long time. But Sloane's lips were firmly sealed, and his strange body didn't feel any pain. He didn't even need to breathe. Using an inducer on him was basically useless. Only elementary annihilation could cause the guy intense pain. Luke cut off a huge pile of flesh, like he was slicing beef, before he was able to extract a lot of intelligence. Even so, this old man was very dishonest. He lied again and again when asked about the ingredients for the medicinal bath, but he didn't know that Luke had already investigated everything. Apart from the specific location of the medicinal bath's main ingredient, Luke knew everything else. Even if Sloane was stubborn and killed himself, it didn't affect Luke much. Luke naturally didn't scruple to slice off more flesh, making them so thin they were almost transparent. Only then did he finally obtain information on the main raw ingredient. It was an extract from a strange flower in the depths of the Amazon jungle, which in some primitive tribes was called blood orchid. Sloane had set up a secret plantation of his own there, and nobody in the fraternity knew about it. After hearing about the blood orchid extract, Luke was intrigued. He took out a small syringe from his pocket. Is this it? Seeing the ruby red liquid in the bottle, Sloane was instantly full of despair. Why torture me if you already know? Are you crazy? Luke felt a little embarrassed since he really hadn't known. This ruby red liquid was what the criminals had been looking for when Robert and Catherine's ship was hijacked. The mutant giant octopus that had appeared later had also scrambled after this thing. Luke had studied it for a while, but didn't make any progress, so he put it aside for the moment. Drugs weren't part of Tony Stark's expertise, and it wasn't worth squandering this rare blood orchid extract. It had only been tested on Carter, the previous Ghost Rider, and the man was still alive and kicking. Thinking that, Luke's heart jumped. Last summer, did your people hijack an Atlantic cruise liner to steal the blood orchid extract? Sloane nodded despondently. Yes. Luke asked, why? Someone bribed the workers and a guard in the plantation to steal a batch of blood orchid extract. After I found out, I sent someone to steal it back, said Sloane. Luke asked, did word of it leak? Sloane said, I disposed of the workers and guard. I then had someone kill the seller and the mastermind. Nobody made trouble for me again after that. At that point, Luke basically understood that the blood orchid extract he was holding was from the batch that had been stolen. He thought for a moment, then asked, your big boss never wanted this for himself? Sloane said, he did, but I killed dozens of his bodyguards and had a chat with him by his bed. He stopped asking after that. Luke was lost for words. What a poser. But on second thought, if he ran into Sloane without elementary annihilation, it would be hard to deal with him. Sloane couldn't die, wasn't afraid of pain, and could recover quickly. Coupled with curve shooting and physical outburst, there weren't many people in the world who could stop him. Did he never think of working with you to create a drug that can save lives? Luke was still a little curious. Sloane said, using physical outburst too much causes organ failure and death. Using curve shooting too much will cause brain damage and turn you into a cripple. The medicinal bath has to be used for recovery, otherwise the more battles the elite assassins fight, the faster they will die. How can I give this away? Luke rubbed his chin. Then, if everyone stopped using these two abilities and just retired, they would still be able to live well, right? Sloane smiled bitterly. Who can resist using this sort of power? Luke understood perfectly. This was Sloane's way to secretly control the upper echelons of the fraternity. It was a pity that Cross had appeared, and he was best at schemes and extreme long-distance sniping. He could already torment the fraternity without using physical outburst and curve shooting. Sloane's check and balance of power didn't work on him. But Sloane couldn't be said to be stupid. Cross's quick mind and extreme long-distance sniping were both top-notch talents. The fraternity had been in this business for years and had groomed countless assassins, but only this one prodigy had emerged. By now, Luke had learned the key point about the medicinal bath. Looking at Sloane, he asked, any last words? Sloane stared at him fixedly. I've already told you what you wanted to know. Then, let me know one thing before I die. Luke nodded and said, go on. Sloane, who on earth are you? Luke said, didn't you already guess it? I'm V. Sloane. That's impossible. How can V be the boogeyman? Poochie. Sloane's eyes widened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a burning steel blade had pierced his brain. The next moment, his consciousness exploded and disappeared. Sorry, but I like to let people die with unanswered questions. Luke drew back his knife. Looking at the system notification, Luke saw that he now had the experience and credit points for killing Sloane, and he stored the body in Space 1. System. Bundle of evil thoughts has been detected. can be converted into 1000 credit points or to modify the inventory's functions. Convert modify. Luke took a look, and then his gaze swept over the beef slices and the 4 limbs which Sloane had left behind, before he put them into Space 1. As he expected, there was another system notification, but these things could only be converted into 900 credit points. In other words, Sloane, this package, could be converted into almost 2000 experience and credit points, which was 1/10 what Blackheart had been worth. It wasn't a lot, but it was a profit. Thinking that, Luke took out his phone. "It's me, John Wick. I want to make a dinner reservation for 187 people. The address is North Bergen, number 17 Textile Mill. I'm not joking. I'll wait for you at the entrance in half an hour." With that, he walked out. When he reached the high wall of the entrance, he sat on the battlement and started humming a song. HMPH. Luke felt that he was still short of something. He took out a bottle of beer and a bag of salted peanuts from his pocket. Taking a sip of his beer and cracking open 2 peanuts, he raised his head and looked at the sky. "Ah, what a shame there's no moon tonight. Amitabha, excellent, excellent." 20 minutes later, a van and a container truck drove to the front of the textile factory. The first thing they saw was the man in black sitting on the wall, like a person relaxing on his own front porch with a drink. A thin old man got out of the van and asked, "Are you sure we can go in to clean up?" Luke nodded and didn't say anything. He simply tossed down a bag. The old man caught it easily and opened it. He saw 4 rolls of gold coins. This was the standard roll for the gold coins. There were 50 of them in each roll. John had used a lot of gold coins, and naturally didn't have enough. Luke had just found this after rummaging around in the fraternity. Just nice, he could use them for collecting the bodies of the fraternity members. The old man raised his head again. "Too much." Luke popped another peanut into his mouth. Tip. After a brief silence, the old man took off his hat and bowed. "It's my honor to be at your service, sir." At the same time, the dozen men who got out of the vehicles bowed respectfully. Luke simply hummed a response and stood up. The beer bottle and the peanut shells had already been put away in Luke's inventory. There was nothing else here worth lingering over. By the time the old man and the others raised their heads, the figure on the wall had disappeared. The old man heaved a sigh and turned around to look at his guys. "Keep your mouths shut. If anyone asks about tonight, tell them to come look for me." "Got it," everybody said. "Got it." The old man was in the lead, and wasn't too surprised to see the bodies of the men lying on the ground. When he entered the main factory, however, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "Holy sh*t. OMG. Wow." The old man had cleaned up places with more bodies many times before. But there were very few cases in which they had all been killed by one person. As for cases in which the dead was one of the 12 members of the high table, those could be counted on one hand. The dead people here were the core of the fraternity, which used combat force and assassination to sit at the high table. This was the first time in the old man's life that he had ever encountered something like this. It was also the reason why he had been so courteous earlier. Someone who could level the fraternity's headquarters on his own was, to a certain extent, an existence on the same level as the 12 members. One person couldn't compare with a group, but this man was able to kill most people who opposed him, including the 12 members and their direct subordinates. Hitmen's were pawns for the high table, but when this pawn was more powerful than the player, few people were willing to fight him. Nobody was stupid, only an idiot would take action when there was nothing to gain. Besides, Boogeyman John was best at ambushes and assassinations. How many people at the high table could avoid being assassinated by him? The old man didn't know what the high table would do to John in the future, but before it made an announcement, John was an existence to be feared. As they cleaned up, they split up and checked the identities of the bodies. The preliminary sorting was soon done, and an assistant walked over with a shocked but excited expression. He said in a low voice, "Boss, we've checked. Except for Sloane, the other 18 elite assassins are all dead. 17 had their heads blown up, and only the butcher had knife wounds and was nailed to the ground." The old man took a deep breath, and waved at his assistant to get back to work. After the assistant left, he took out his phone and made a call. He said in a low voice, "Winston, I need to tell you a big piece of news. It's about Mr. Wick." A moment later, at the Continental Hotel, Winston put down his phone and rubbed his forehead. He murmured, "Calm down. I need to calm down. Let me think, let me think." He had always admired John Wick, and knew that this guy was very capable. But this time, aren't you a little too capable? If you're so awesome, why didn't you say so earlier? Would that idiot Santino still dare provoke you? Winston couldn't help but fall into a deep stupor. It wasn't that the news wasn't valuable, but it was still useless. John had cleaned up the core of the fraternity on his own. Winston had never heard of anything like it in all his years. One of the 12 members of the High Table, and the one with an extremely powerful fighting force, had been killed, just like that. Although the member who represented the fraternity at the High Table was still alive, Sloane and the dozen or so elite assassins were all dead. Sloane, in particular, hadn't taken part in many years, but Winston knew some of the rumors. The High Table member was only the fraternity's head, while the body that represented its power was Sloane and the elite assassins. If only the fraternity's head was left, what use was it? Even if this person used his own armed forces to make up for the lack, it still wouldn't compare with Sloane. After re-establishing itself, the fraternity would at most have a baby's body and a big head. It would be significantly weakened for a long time. Recalling the Tarasov family, which had lost at least 30% of its forces, and the fact that both Kimura heirs were dead, Winston couldn't help but sigh. The High Table won't stay calm after this. Following that phone call, the news that all the core members of the fraternity were dead spread quickly. Phones rang one after another in the night. The bosses were dumbfounded by the news and immediately considered what benefits they could gain. Boogeyman John wasn't a big problem. At most, this person had a bad temper and would kill anyone who pissed him off. But most of those who had pissed him off were dead, and everyone else had yet to provoke him. The real benefits lay in the three parties, namely, Tarasov, Kimura and the fraternity. Who asked them to piss off the boogeyman? Their strength had now dropped significantly. Compared with the lone and tough boogeyman, who offered no advantages, these three organizations had the most that was worth coveting. The special fraternity, from their strong to top fighters, had been completely wiped out in one night. It was like a fat sheep ripe for the taking. How could they call themselves big shots if they didn't cut off several pieces of meat for themselves? For a moment, it looked like something bigger than ever was going to happen at the High Table. On the other side, Luke, who had triggered the chaos, had returned home. After speaking with Selena, Luke went to the basement. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button to modify the system's interface. Was it too heartbreaking to give up the loom of fate for 500,000 credit points? That was impossible. After his recent efforts, he had earned more than 100,000 experience and credit points. Experience and credit points could always be earned. However, there were very few instances when the system's functions could be upgraded. It was clear that only items with magical attributes could catch the system's attention. Naturally, Luke couldn't let these go. After he pressed the button, the system fell silent. Luke sensed that it was still there, but he couldn't use any of its functions. After testing his inventory and the system interface, and finding that they were indeed unavailable, he didn't dwell on it. After tonight, whatever happened next, he would rest for a few days. News of the fraternity being completely annihilated was intimidating enough. Even if the 12 members decided to deal with him, it wouldn't be so soon. 3 prominent members had suffered heavy losses. It was unlikely that the others would be in a hurry to rush out and get themselves killed. Most likely, it would still follow the plan which Luke and Gianna had cooked up beforehand, which was that the blood oath with Santino was never completed. With this excuse, it was possible that Gianna, this resurrected Kimura heir, would be urged to take revenge for her younger brother, or the High Table would directly issue an excommunication and kill order. Of course, none of this would get past Gianna. Luke wasn't in a hurry, and neither was Gianna. The longer this dragged on, the firmer her position as family head would be. Luke had killed a large number of Kimura's men, but they had either been those old coots who relied on their seniority and didn't listen to orders, or men who worked for Santino. Only these people had died, as well as their close bodyguards. The Kimura's real forces hadn't been used at all. Besides, these losses weren't a loss to Gianna. Instead, they would significantly increase her control over the Kimura. After a few months of adjustment, she would only get stronger. As his accomplice, Gianna would share pertinent information with him. With one of the 12 members as his eyes and ears, Luke wasn't afraid of whatever the High Table planned. Chapter 11:11. Level up. Just passes muster. Even if the High Table couldn't count on Gianna, it would definitely come after John Wick, which had nothing to do with Luke. After taking off the Thousand Faces mask, Luke Coulson was just a diligent NYPD detective. He had little Snail review the operation tonight, and didn't find anything out of place. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down to drink it. The system was being remodeled, and Luke couldn't see the data. But he still remembered his harvest from tonight. There had been 169 regular hitmen, worth 160 experience and credit points per person for a total of 27,100. There had been 18 famous hitmen, worth 1,200 experience and credit points per person for a total of 21,800. Sloan, that old fellow, was different. He alone had provided 30,000 experience and credit points. Based on his own confession, he had probably killed hundreds of people himself, and who knew how many people had been killed after he faked the list of names from the loom. Even though most of them were bad guys, some of them didn't deserve to die, and Sloan had still committed a lot of crimes. However, a human being like him actually had Mephisto's power. Even if it wasn't a lot, it was enough to turn him into a bundle of evil thoughts, so he couldn't be considered human anymore. It wasn't surprising then that he was worth so many experience and credit points. Sloan's abilities were also divided into two parts. Luke basically had everything that human beings could use, like physical outburst and curve shooting. Unsurprisingly, there were the words, evil bestowment, unavailable, on the power from Mephisto. Sloan was thus only worth that amount of points. Now, the host's experience was 54,500 thousandths. Credit, 370,100. Host has leveled up to level 17. Strength, 40 dexterity, 21 mental strength, 40 extra stat points, 6 he had leveled up. Sure enough, the high table hadn't let Luke down. In just a month, it had delivered 300,000 experience points to his door and helped him level up. In fact, Luke had only sheared a bit of Kimura fleece, and then slaughtered the fat sheep that was the fraternity. The Continental Hotel had even proactively sent him a pile of wool. He had gotten rid of less than 10% of the power of the 12 members. It was still too early for him to shear all these fat sheep. In addition, Luke had verified the level of his own strength once again. He was only a little more than the best, but far from the bottom. In a head-on battle, it would be practically impossible for him to kill the God of Thunder and the Hulk. The most he could do was retreat. Tony Stark was a little stronger than he was, mostly because of his R&D skills, which was too much of a cheat. His combat ability was also increasing rapidly, but currently, Luke could absolutely deal with him. As for the other Avengers, like Captain America, Iron Patriot, the Black Widow and Hawkeye, they were no threat to Luke. It could even be said that excluding Captain America, who had the 50-50 chance, Halo, none of the others would be able to last more than a few minutes or even seconds against Luke. Of course, it wasn't that these superheroes were useless, it was just that they weren't solely just fighters. Sif and the Warriors 3 had also mentioned that when Thor went to subdue the 9 realms, he also had to bring elite generals and troops with him. Going into battle alone was too dangerous and inappropriate. As long as infinite clones didn't exist, everyone needed teammates. Even as the thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, he continued to focus on analyzing his strength. He had hundreds of thousands of credit points, and there was nowhere to use them for the time being. All he needed now was the ability to purchase abilities. However, he no longer needed ordinary abilities, he needed abilities with particularly prominent effects in 2 areas. The first was to put on bulk like crazy. If he bulked up, he would only suffer minor injuries no matter how much he was beat up by someone like the God of Thunder or the Hulk, which would be perfect. He wasn't in a hurry. Ironhide Creech's elementary tempering was waiting for him. Luke would be able to learn it once he met the 80 strength prerequisite. He had blown up Creech's head with a revolver in less than 10 seconds. But Luke also had elementary self-healing and elementary limb regeneration. One made him very strong, and the other allowed him to regenerate constantly. This was no longer a matter of pure strength. If he was further equipped with multiple advantages, like extreme speed, flight, and technological weapons, then, his entire existence would be a cheat. Luke, who prioritized safety, had already considered this route. He would be able to achieve this goal in 2 to 3 years at most, so he didn't need to think too much about it. The second was to deal a tremendous amount of damage. Until now, his strongest output ability was elementary annihilation. It had broken through even the destroyer's defenses. He had developed this ability to be more flexible and readily applicable, so that it could be attached to bullets or cold weapons, or could form a protective shield around his body. But in terms of pure destructive power, it hadn't improved much. Also, this ability could be considered a one-on-one ability. If it was like in the fight against the Destroyer, Luke could only put his full strength into each attack a dozen times or so, or his defenses could only hold up to extreme attacks a few times. This wasn't something he could keep up in battle. Elementary Annihilation could only be used as a trump card at a critical moment, and couldn't be used as a conventional attack. Elementary Telekinesis was even worse in terms of lethality. It could only provide support to deal with unprotected opponents. Similarly, its output didn't match its usage. Rubbing his chin, Luke murmured, "How about Elementary Sound Wave?" Elementary Sound Wave was the lion's roar used by Stephanie, one of the twins in that trio with superpowers. He had tested this ability a lot after obtaining it. The use of sound waves was common in this day and age, but there were still issues with widespread use and low output. Luke could use it in tandem with Sharp Nose in reconnaissance. He could also use it within a 50-meter range to communicate secret messages, which was what he had used with John Wick. He could also perform ventriloquism with it and mislead the enemy, which was how he had killed Night Wolf and White Dove. As for something like an attack with sound waves, he currently couldn't master this accurately, but there was no need to do so for now. When all was said and done, he had Elementary Annihilation, this trump card. Elementary Telekinesis and Elementary Sound Wave weren't lethal enough, and he still needed to plumb the depths of their potential. What he really lacked was Thor's magic damage, or the sort of extreme brute force which the Hulk had. But there was no way he could deal magic damage in this lifetime. There was no way for him to learn this sort of elemental superpower or even to control electromagnetic charges. No matter how he looked at it, the Hulk's extreme brute force couldn't be worth any less than 100 strength in the system. With every breakthrough of 20 points in strength, the effects were multiplied. He wouldn't stack up on strength for now. After thinking about it, he still had to find a more reliable ability which combined power and continuous output. It was a pity that Tony's Iron Man armor was at most a portable suitcase, and wasn't as convenient as a magical girl's transformation rod. Luke only had a rough idea of the first movie in his memories. He remembered that the Tycoon's metal armor wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't as convenient as a sparkling transformation. Otherwise, the armor's durability and output could completely make up for the gap in Luke's ability. He had to grab hold of whatever he could get. Thinking that, Luke decided to make use of the information which Gianna had obtained from the high table to gather intelligence on people with super abilities. At the same time, he had to find an opportunity to provoke Tony. The Tycoon was like a bull. If Luke didn't wave a piece of red cloth in front of his face and whip him twice, it would be hard for him to get inspiration. Batman had been resting for several months. It was time to stab this Iron Man in the heart. According to Jenny, not only had Tony Stark transformed Stark Industries into a technology company, he had also decided to relocate his headquarters to New York. In February, this Tycoon would move to New York. A few months prior, Stark Industries had already started constructing a new skyscraper in New York. With money and various technology at their disposal, the top of the building had been reached a month ago, and the CEO's office at the top was already completed. Batman was looking forward to provoking a certain person once the latter arrived. After mulling over this, Luke had Little Snail look up some information as he asked, "Is there a Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters near New York?" A school with a similar name or function is fine. If he found the place where mutants gathered, the superpowers would boil over. Little Snail: "Sir, there really isn't." Luke sighed. "What about the people I asked you to keep an eye out for? There are no leads on the bald Charles, the white-haired Aurora, or the blind Scott and the rest." Little Snail: "Sir, nothing like that either. Some people match certain characteristics, but they're traceable and don't show any abnormalities, nor have they been to any place like Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters." Luke was disappointed, and then he remembered something, and scratched his head in embarrassment. He had slipped up. He had directed Carol Mira, the girl who had first provided him with elementary self-healing, to New York to look for Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. In the end, he hadn't discovered the existence of this place even after so long, and couldn't even find anyone related to it. Luke didn't dwell on it. He speculated that it was probably because this world wasn't friendly to the mutants, and that Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was hidden well. It was possible that it was operating under another name, and wasn't an academy. Before he created the titanium phone and the multifaceted system, his intelligence abilities had been very lousy. Without enough information, Little Snail wasn't able to use big data to screen suspected targets. In the last few months, titanium phone users had skyrocketed, and so had Luke's sources of information. Luke didn't believe that people who knew about Xavier's school for gifted youngsters wouldn't say anything or leave no clues behind. But the multifaceted system didn't produce any results. So far, he was making a way bigger fuss than the mutants hiding at the school were. After all, this was a living world, not a movie. The people and events here couldn't be exactly like in the movies. But Little Snail suddenly said, "Sir, when I was screening for possible targets, I found Carol Mira." Luke was stunned. "Is it really that Carol?" "Little Snail, it is indeed that Carol Mira." Luke asked, "Where is she?" "Little Snail, she just appeared today in the North Bergen area of New Jersey." Luke immediately got it. Previously, his surveillance had been focused on New York. New Jersey wasn't his territory. Although he paid some attention, he didn't have surveillance cameras there like in New York. He had been going over there a lot in the last few days, and had set up some surveillance cameras at key intersections and locations. Now, Damon and Mindy were busy starting a new life in New Jersey. John Wick was in his custody. The fraternity's No. 17 textile mill had been wiped out. He no longer had any surveillance targets in New Jersey, but he had also found an old acquaintance. "Where's Carol staying?" he asked. "Little Snail, judging from the food and daily necessities she bought, the rough range is in North Bergen. Even if it's just a short stint, the food is enough to feed a person for more than a week." Luke nodded, deep in thought. Carol had only shown up today, so she probably wouldn't leave North Bergen for the next few days, unless something happened. Should he go look for her? After thinking about it for a moment, he still decided to pay her a visit. When he first met Carol, he and Selena had just arrived in Houston, and could be said to be poor. They didn't have money, power or influence. He could only tell Carol that New York had a place that could protect her. The girl had been grateful to him, which had given him elementary self-healing. It wasn't until later that he realized that there was no such place, which was equivalent to giving Carol fake information. If Carol was a bad guy, Luke wouldn't feel guilty at all. But she had been on her own at the time, and had been shot by a Mexican gang. After she survived, SHIELD targeted her, and she had no choice but to flee to New York. He really felt very apologetic for scamming such an unlucky girl. He wasn't short of money or power right now. He could visit Carol and offer her some help, as easy as anything. There was no need to feel conflicted about it. In the next few days, Luke and Selena took turns reporting to the police department. When Luke was free, he would go to New Jersey on his own. The system was still being remodeled after 5 days, so Luke wasn't in a hurry. The more credit points could be converted from special props, the more time it took to modify the system. Given that the modification this time was worth 500,000 credits, he was prepared to not use his inventory for a week. Luke would check on old friends and look into new cases. He would treat the next few days like a vacation, and it would be over soon. Luke drove leisurely with the windows down. The cold February wind blew, and Luke arrived in North Bergen. He had been here too many times recently, and now had a better understanding of the environment. Little Snail's analysis was also very detailed. Luke didn't have to take the trouble of wandering the areas that Carol would most likely show up in. As long as she wasn't leaving any time soon, it was only a matter of time before he found her. He was very free and wasn't pressed for time, so he went to Polland Academy first and picked up Elena, who was waiting at the entrance. They hadn't met in a while, and Elena seemed to be in a good mood. In the car, Luke said with a smile, "Where's your masterpiece? Are you done?" Elena shook her head. "No, I don't think so. It's only half completed at most." Luke found that odd. So slow. Elena had long known that Luke was indifferent to art, and she never expected that she would fall for someone without the art bug. If it were anyone else, she would have just smiled politely and never interacted with them again. But looking at the lazy and sunny smile of the young man who was driving, she found it impossible to be angry. Instead, she wanted to laugh. "Don't you know that it's very common for a painting to take a few months?" Luke shrugged. "You were so quick to sketch me back then. I only sat for a few minutes, and you, Elena covered his mouth with a smile. "Swallow it. There are some words you should hold back." Naturally, Luke acquiesced. What he didn't know was that Elena's drawing hadn't been going very smoothly recently. She had initially planned to sketch a few scenes from when she was with Luke, but when her brush moved, she was suddenly inspired and drew a man with a smiling face in a cloak. After drawing this strange masterpiece, she was very sure that she had never seen this person, whether in real life or someone else's work. Even though the smiling man's face and figure were covered, she felt he was familiar. She subconsciously felt that she had probably seen the smiling man in her dream. Now that Luke asked her about her painting, what could she say? That she had wanted to draw him, but had fallen for and sketched someone else instead. She wasn't an idiot. It was better to wait until she figured out this odd thing before she told Luke. She also had to hide that drawing. Making up her mind, she stopped discussing her drawing and asked, "Where are we going?" Luke didn't notice anything. When he was with a friend, he did his best to avoid using mental communication, so that his life wouldn't turn into a police drama. He just suggested, "Do you want to take a look around here and then have a picnic somewhere?" Naturally, Elena was happy to do so. She had been feeling stifled at school for a long time, so coming out would help her relax a little. Actually, as long as Luke was happy to chat with her like this, anywhere they went was fine. They stopped every now and then. North Bergen was close to New York on the south side, and was fairly crowded. The outskirts to the northwest were mostly empty, and was pretty much the wilderness. The weather here was much better than in New York. It was a rainy day, and there were no high-rises in the outskirts. Layers of white clouds stretched out over their heads, giving them a sense of wide-open spaces. The scenery here was quite nice for people who had been in a big city for a long time. For example, Elena was looking around with great interest. But for someone like Luke, who had grown up in Texas, this place was nothing. This tiny bit of space was common in Texas, and lacked the desolate and rough air of the Texan wilderness. It also didn't have the charm of livestock or horses. At most, the air here was a little better than in New York. So, Luke took on the task of taking photos while they were out sightseeing. He was using the camera on his titanium phone, which was very suitable for a photo killer like Luke. Elena, on the other hand, had brought a professional camera, and she took photos of landscapes she liked as source material for future works. Naturally, Luke was the one who had given her the camera, in the name of her contribution to the people in the arts. Elena was well aware of the implications. She hit him a few times, but eventually accepted it. When they had been out at sea in Marseille, Luke had taken a lot of photos under her personal guidance, and the memory cards were still in Luke's inventory. Close to noon, Luke found a place. Dozens of meters away was a supermarket that was hundreds of square meters in size. The two of them had a picnic on the grass opposite the supermarket. He chose this place because it was the supermarket that Carol had visited before, and the only supermarket within a few kilometers of here. It also had a fast food restaurant. This was the most convenient place for residents who wanted to buy stuff or didn't want to cook. The supermarket wasn't crowded, either. Aside from customers who were here to shop, there were few people around. They had a much more authentic picnic here than in the park in New York. They ate slowly and chatted as they ate. They didn't leave after lunch, but sat and rested. Luke marked out the areas he had searched today on his phone. Elena, on the other hand, examined the photos she had taken today and sorted them. She asked Luke's opinion every now and then, and wasn't bored. Suddenly, Luke raised his head and looked at the supermarket not far away. The car's surveillance system sent an alert notification. He saw two young girls enter the fast food restaurant and sit down to order. One of the girls was about 1.55 meters tall and was quite thin. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that she was a child, but it was definitely Carol. Thinking for a moment, Luke said something to Elena, before he walked to the fast food restaurant. He pushed the door open, and the bell over the door rang. It wasn't loud, but was distinct enough. The plump middle-aged waitress at the counter looked over and nodded at him. She didn't have to, but Luke was very nice to look at. It was just like how older women appreciated good looks online. In one corner, Carol's back was to the door, and she didn't notice Luke. The girl faced the door and looked at Luke warily when she heard the bell. She felt that Luke was just a handsome and bright boy, and looked away. Luke walked over unhurriedly, and sat down under the girl's astonished expression. His movements didn't look fast, but they were smooth and natural. Before Carol could react, someone had sat down next to her. She quickly turned around and was stunned. "You?" Luke smiled. "Hello, Carol. It's been a while." Carol looked at him in disbelief. "Luke, why are you here?" Luke chuckled. I'm on a picnic with a friend. I was right across the street. I thought I was seeing things when I saw you. Carol was still surprised. What a coincidence. She didn't notice that the girl had become even more vigilant. Luke, however, had long noticed it. After all, he was a detective. The girl had the look of a criminal fugitive or an unlucky B** starred with debtors on her heels. She looked ready to explode at any moment. He simply stretched out his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. You can call me Luke. The girl hesitated, but still shook his hand without giving her name. Only then did Carol sense that the atmosphere was strange, and she explained to the girl in a low voice, Luke is my friend. He helped me a lot. Also, he knows about me. The girl was stunned for a moment, before she dropped her guard, but she still didn't say anything. Luke didn't think much of it. Carol and I haven't seen each other in a while. If you don't mind, the two of us can catch up on the side first. The girl frowned. Carol, however, didn't hesitate. She took Luke's hand and smiled at him. It's fine, I trust him. They sat down in another corner of the fast food restaurant. A waitress had just cleaned up the table next to them, and she asked casually, what would you like? Luke said, a cup of coffee. How about you? Carol said, hot chocolate. The waitress nodded and left with her notebook. A moment later, the coffee and hot chocolate arrived, and Luke paid for them. As they sat opposite each other, Carol couldn't help but ask, are you here for me? Luke said, I transferred to NYPD at the end of last year, and I'm on an outing with my girlfriend. Carol couldn't help but look out the window, and could vaguely see Elena. She was a little disappointed as she looked away, but then realized that she had been overthinking it. The world was so big, and she and Luke didn't have any special relationship. Why would he look for her? Luke, however, said, I'm sorry, Carol. She was stumped for a moment. Why? Luke scratched his head. I checked a lot of information after I came here, but I didn't find Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Stunned, Carol burst out laughing. That's it, Luke said, you look fine now, but I pointed you in the wrong direction. I'm sorry. Carol immediately shook her head. No, without you, I would have been caught a long time ago. Also, your reminders helped me avoid a lot of danger. I must thank you. Luke was relieved. At least he hadn't dragged the girl down. Thinking that, he couldn't help but smile happily. Then how are you now? After a brief hesitation, Carol nodded. I'm all right. How could she hide her uncertain expression and tone from a detective? Luke frowned. You're in serious trouble. As he spoke, he glanced at the girl, who was secretly paying attention to them. She threatened you. Carol was shocked. She remembered how Luke had sent her flying with a kick in Houston. She didn't think that he was as harmless as he appeared. Also, she was well aware that Luke was a detective. She didn't want to mess with government people. It was only because Luke had let her go once and had helped her escape that she trusted him. She shook her head quickly and leaned in close. She's my partner. That kind of partner, you understand. Luke calmed down. He had seen plenty of people with superpowers, so it didn't matter if another one appeared. He simply nodded. I won't ask her what's going on. I just want to know what trouble you're in. Tell me, and I'll take care of it for you. Carol's eyes widened. She suddenly felt that she didn't recognize the boy anymore. Looking at her expression, Luke was amused. I gave you the wrong information last time, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't make up for it. So, tell me, as long as you're not a terrorist, I'll do my best to help. Carol's face darkened, and she didn't say anything. Luke asked suspiciously, you didn't really join some terrorist organization, did you? If that really did happen, he would arrest her and the girl without hesitation. It was fine if they didn't kill innocents, but if they acted against civilians, he couldn't let them go. Carol immediately shook her head. And no. She raised her head, only to see Luke frowning at her. She panicked and said in a low voice, we're not doing anything. We've just been running, but the people who want to catch us said that we're terrorists, and have been chasing us. Luke turned serious and finally activated elementary pheromone control. He regarded Carol as a friend. At the very least, those who had given him their abilities out of gratitude could be considered friends. Also, Carol hadn't done anything bad before she escaped, which was why Luke hadn't used this ability so far. But now, he needed a concrete answer. Are you telling me the truth? He asked softly. Carol immediately replied, yes. Luke asked, the girl over there hasn't done anything bad either. Carol hesitated, before she said in a low voice, at least, after she saved me, I don't think she's bad, except what? Luke immediately asked. Carol lowered her head. We saved some of our comrades. While we were escaping, she used her ability and injured some of the people who wanted to catch us. Luke asked, did she kill anyone? Carol shook her head quickly. No, she just injured them. I didn't see anyone die. Luke chuckled inwardly. I have a knee breaker at home who can keep a man alive after destroying all 5 of their limbs. However, under elementary pheromone control, Carol's words were very trustworthy. He stopped feeling conflicted and changed the topic. So what problem have you run into now? Carol said, it's just that people from Sentinel Services have been looking for us, and want to put us in a special prison. Luke narrowed his eyes. Sentinel Services? Do they specialize in catching people like you? Carol nodded and trembled a little. She couldn't help but hug herself in fear. Yes, I also heard that they perform experiments on people like us after they catch us. It'll be worse than death. Luke wasn't surprised to hear that. Although Phil Coulson didn't say it outright, it was clear that this country wasn't very friendly toward superhumans. SHIELD would take action if superhumans were detected, and FLAG's Joint Advanced Research Unit would also come to arrest them. Now that this Sentinel Services or whatever had shown up, it wasn't a surprise. Pondering for a moment, he asked, so, you're hiding? Carol nodded. Luke said, have you ever tried hiding overseas? Somewhere like Mexico, Canada, or Venezuela? Carol shook her head quickly. No, I heard that those places are even more dangerous. Here, those people still worry about exposing themselves, but elsewhere, we could die and nobody would know. Luke nodded and thought for a moment before he asked, if I can help you go into hiding, will your partner be willing to go with you? Carol subconsciously looked at the girl and said, I don't know. Lorna's a little stubborn. Actually, that was an understatement. The girl called Lorna had a stubborn temper. Carol wasn't confident she could convince her to accept Luke's help. Luke, on the other hand, was confident, but he needed to make sure that she was worth helping. Although Carol said that Lorna hadn't killed any innocent people, that only proved that she hadn't seen it for herself. As an outstanding representative of the School of Acting, Luke didn't really believe in this sort of surface impression. For example, the number of people he killed in other people's view and in reality were 2 different things, but how many people knew it? Picking up his coffee, he nodded. Let's go. I'll talk to her. Carol hurriedly followed him with her hot chocolate. When the 2 of them returned, Lorna looked away. She took a sip of her juice and pretended that she was just focused on her food. However, when she saw Carol following behind the boy, she felt uncomfortable, like a little girl whose playmate had been kidnapped. While she was feeling depressed, Luke put down his coffee and sat down opposite her to observe her. She had long, straight, curly black hair and perfect lips. Her eyes were deep and big under her thick eyebrows. Her nose was straight and her forehead was smooth. There was a saying, girls who exposed their foreheads had good looks. This girl wasn't just pretty, she had outstanding looks. She had beautiful features, which were nothing like the cheap looks of online celebrities. The heavens had definitely put in a lot of effort to make this face. Praising her inwardly, Luke said, let me officially introduce myself. Luke Coulson. Lorna nodded coldly. Lorna, but I believe Carol would have already told you. Carol was a little embarrassed. After all, Lorna had said that they needed to keep their situation secret. Luke's smile didn't waver. All right, Lorna, I have some idea of your problem, and I can help you resolve it, but I would like to know if you've hurt innocent passers-by with your ability. Hearing the question, Lorna immediately got up and was about to leave. But before she could move, she heard herself obediently reply, no, we just don't want to be caught. Only then did she get up. Lorna was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Why did I reply? The smile still on his face, Luke said, Lorna, calm down and sit down, okay? Carol is my friend. I trust her, but you and I are meeting for the first time, so it makes sense for me to confirm it, right? Lorna was about to flare up again, but she immediately sat down. Why did I listen to him? Why did I sit down? Her mind was in a mess. Luke chuckled inwardly. This girl was 15 or 16 at most, and was in the middle of her sophomore year. Regular kids spent most of their sophomore year bickering with their parents and picking up bad habits. After all that, she still had to deal with being chased by Sentinel Services. Living like that, it was normal for her to be sensitive and angry. The 3 girls with extraordinary abilities whom Luke had hidden in New Jersey had been in the same situation, and had even attempted to break out a prisoner. It was hard to avoid these problems with children who had lost their ordinary homes and school life. After confirming that she hadn't killed anyone with her ability, Luke turned more lenient. The problem you're facing isn't really a big deal. He took a sip of his coffee. Putting down the cup, he continued, I'll help you avoid those people. You have enough time to think about it. In the future, you can be an ordinary person, or do whatever you want. Lorna's rebellious attitude surfaced again. You think you can deal with Sentinel services? How? Do you have some sort of powerful ability? Most problems in this world can be solved with money. If you can't solve them, it's usually because you don't have enough money. Luke took another sip of his coffee as he recalled this saying. So, he raised his head and looked at Lorna with a smile. As for my ability, I have money. She choked. As a child who grew up in America, whether it was daily living or some American dream, it all came down to one word, money. It was like when someone made it big, most people's first reaction would be to ask, how much did you make? If success was given a ranking, the best was the kind where you made money. Money that you earned dishonestly was still one type of success in this country. Even if many people didn't think that money was everything, basically everyone knew that money was God here. Unwilling to give up, Lorna rallied. Are you rich? Millions or tens of millions? Do you think that's enough? Hee, why didn't you say that you're Tony Stark? Luke was amused. I'm not Tony Stark. Lorna chuckled and felt that she had gained the upper hand. Luke said, but tens of millions really is nothing to me. Also, I'm a hidden shareholder of Stark Industries, Luke secretly added in his heart. Lorna. What? She then looked at Carol suspiciously, as if to say, you never told me that you know a super magnate. Someone for whom tens of millions was nothing had to be worth at least $1 billion. With his wealth, there really was no need for him to fear Sentinel services. Money. There were too many things you could do in America if you had money. Carol, who was watching the show, quickly replied with an expression that said, I don't know anything. Luke coughed and said, there's no need to doubt it. I know you and Carol have talent, and I have a rough idea of the kind of people you're facing. They're indeed troublesome, but as long as you spend tens of millions, countless mercenaries will risk their lives to protect you. Unless they also use someone with talent to ambush you, they won't be able to do anything to you. Lorna's lips parted, as if she wanted to retort, but she had nothing to say. Tens of millions. Many mercenaries would be willing to work for just millions. Luke, however, waved his hand. This method is too clumsy, and may trigger problems later, so I'll make other plans. How about this? I'll send my girlfriend back first, and I'll look for you later. Carol, do you have a phone? Carol shook her head. We don't dare carry phones. They can be traced easily. We don't have many people we need to contact. Luke subconsciously reached into his coat, only to be embarrassed. The system modification wasn't complete, and he couldn't take anything out of his inventory. How about this? Give me a location, and I'll pick you up at 8 tonight, said Luke. The two girls looked at each other. Naturally, Carol had no objections. She trusted Luke, and could only implore the stubborn Lorna to agree. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lorna finally said, there's a gas station 200 meters away. With that, she turned around and refused to look at Luke, like the typical spoiled girl. Amused, Luke nodded. It's settled then. Meet me at 8 tonight. See you then. He then nodded at Carol to reassure her, before he left the fast food restaurant. The two girls in the fast food restaurant looked out the window. The man walked over to the grass dozens of meters away and said something to the girl there. Then, they packed up and left in the car. It wasn't until the SUV disappeared into the trees that Lorna turned to look at Carol. He's not your boyfriend. Carol was stunned. How is that possible? We're just friends. She almost said, we're not close, but managed to switch her words at the last minute. Lorna was suspicious. But you trust him so much. No, not just trust him. I think you would dumbly agree if he told you to turn yourself in. Carol was a little embarrassed, but still argued in a low voice, he saved me twice. He didn't know me then, but he knew I wasn't bad. He's a good guy. Without a stranger like Luke around, and given that Carol didn't have a forceful personality, Lorna's rebellious heart automatically disappeared, and her mindset returned to normal. Thinking for a moment, she said, is that why he asked me if I've done anything bad? Carol nodded and quickly added, he asked me the same thing. Mona was surprised. He doubted you. To describe Carol nicely, She was pure and kind-hearted. To put it badly, she was dumb and weak. How could Luke be suspicious of her? For a moment, Lorna's impression of Luke improved. At the very least, it proved that he hadn't been targeting her with his questions, and that it was just part of his nature. She wanted to continue asking about Luke, but she remembered that this wasn't the place to talk, so she got up and said, "Let's go back." Walking out of the fast food restaurant and down an empty path, Lorna asked, "Why does he care so much about us doing something bad?" Carol replied without thinking, "Because he's a police detective." Lorna was shocked. "Police? Why didn't you tell me?" "No, we have to go. We can't count on people like that. He might let those people know, and they'll come after us." Carol stopped her helplessly. Although Lorna was almost 20 centimeters taller than her, Carol had the absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. Lorna almost staggered. "What are you doing?" Carol said, "He won't arrest us." Lorna was unconvinced. She had never met anyone who didn't want to capture them, unless they didn't know their identities. When most people learned that they had superpowers, they wanted them gone, and the easiest way was to get those agencies to come and secretly capture them. Carol then started to pull her along. "I met Luke in Houston in 2003. He was a detective with the Major Crimes Division." A moment later, after listening to Carol's explanation, Lorna finally relaxed. From Carol's description, Luke had long known about superhumans. He let Carol go, and even gave her money to escape. Earlier, he had noticed Carol first. If he really wanted to let those people know, he wouldn't have needed to go and talk to the two of them or alert them. That made no sense. Had she really run into a good person? Lorna was full of doubts. It wasn't because she was paranoid, but in all these years, she had never met anyone who could treat them calmly and normally. On the other side, Elena curiously asked Luke about Carol and Lorna. Luke simply said that he knew the short girl because of a case, but he had never seen the other girl before. Elena stopped asking. In any case, she wasn't asking these questions because the tall girl was too pretty. After making one round around the supermarket, Luke sent Elena back to the college, returned home, and went to his workshop to look for information on Sentinel services. Very soon, Little Snail found the relevant information. The reason why it was so fast was because the information was so scant it was only made up of a few messages. Looking at the handful of messages, Luke knew that this information was from superhumans. From how Carol and Mona didn't carry phones on them, it was clear that both superhumans and Sentinel services were equally secretive. Except for that lunatic Kilgrave, who acted brazenly under Kingpin's protection, smart superhumans kept a low profile. There were indeed many organizations in this world that hid in the dark and captured superhumans for research. From Carol and her partner's words, Sentinel services wasn't anything good, or they wouldn't be so scared when they mentioned it. These messages which mentioned Sentinel services were also quickly deleted. Clearly, someone was deliberately removing this information from the internet. There had definitely been more information online about Sentinel services before, but Luke hadn't paid special attention to it. This was only from the backup information samples which the multifaceted system created as per its usual practice. Now, Luke placed keywords related to Sentinel services as the top priority, along with pertinent information related to superhumans. From now on, as long as this information appeared on the internet, the multifaceted system would immediately preserve it. It wouldn't be long before a lot of clues appeared. In an age of information, it was the hardest in the beginning when looking for someone. Once a key search factor was nailed down, however, it was impossible for anyone to hide completely. Even Luke would find it hard to sneak out and cause trouble if he was monitored 24/7, so he had always kept a low profile. Sentinel services wasn't a big deal. Luke didn't think much of this secret department. What he wanted was information on superhumans. Whether it was superhumans who had been caught or information on them, it was an opportunity for him to bulk up his list of abilities. Also, he was confident that he was quicker at finding people than Sentinel services. It was unlikely that Sentinel services was more skilled than Tony Stark. They didn't have the ability to make a scientist like him, who was like a son of destiny, work for them. Otherwise, they would have been able to catch superhumans as soon as they appeared. Carol and Lorna wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Luke had arranged to meet Carol and Lorna at 8 o'clock, but he already had a rough idea of their whereabouts. Unless Lorna's ability was to open a portal or fly fast, it was impossible for them to completely escape surveillance cameras. He already had a plan for the two girls. Carol wasn't an ambitious person. If she really wanted to lead a normal life, she could wear the Thousand Faces mask and change her identity. But from Luke's brief contact with Lorna, he could tell that this teenage girl was tempestuous. It was very likely that she hadn't even considered her future yet. The Supergirl trio had been training for months. Luke had already registered a shell company, which in turn had bought a small record company. Things like getting an agent could be sorted out later, but Stephanie was already ready to release a single. Under Luke's tutelage, this girl with elementary sound wave could use her voice to its fullest. For her, vocal technique was nothing. What was important was feelings, or the ability to steal hearts. But was this that big a deal when she already had looks and singing talent? Obviously not. Being able to steal hearts was an ability which a top singer needed. However, Stephanie had yet to even release one single, and would need to climb her way to the top step by step. It wasn't too late to revisit this issue again 10 years later. He would have to check on the three girls again soon. They would have two more, junior sisters, if the latter met all the requirements. Of course, Carol was already 21, and could be considered a big sister. However, with her 1.55-meter height, thin frame, and weak personality, she probably wouldn't be able to be the boss. If each of the 5 girls got a Thousand Faces mask and a new identity, they could start a new life. Stars would naturally draw attention, but ordinary C and D-list stars were effectively hiding out in the open. Besides, not all of them could become stars. Everybody else could just work as staff members. Once they became a little more well-known, they could set up a security team and block out snoops in an open and just manner. The security team would be able to take care of any problems, which was in line with how celebrities did things. Sentinel services wouldn't pay attention to these sorts of minor celebrities, and security would stop them from making outright contact. That way, even though the girls were in the spotlight, they were hiding in the open. Also, he would cut off their information channels so that they wouldn't know each other's real backgrounds. For example, the singer Stephanie might have a good relationship with her assistant Carol, and, Lion's Roar, Stephanie might know the superhuman Carol. However, the singer and assistant wouldn't know that the other party had superpowers, and the two superhumans wouldn't know that the other party was actually their singer or assistant. In the future, even if something happened to one half of this 3+2 combination, they wouldn't be able to reveal information on the other half. He could also expand the company into an entertainment company and make it a little bigger so that there would be a lot of staff and constant movement. The people the entertainment company interacted with would also be very complicated and difficult to monitor, which would make it an even better hiding place for the girls. Rubbing his chin, Luke couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, opening a company seemed like fun. Even better, money could be used to sort out everything in this company. Money was indeed the most convenient ability for him. After considering everything, Luke got to work. He had already collected and confirmed the opinions of the 3 girls, and was now making their Thousand Faces masks. He would wait to see what Carol and Lorna wanted. Who knew, maybe Lorna wanted to change the color of her skin. Thinking this, Luke felt like laughing. The good weather lasted throughout the day. There were no clouds in the sky, and the crescent moon cast a dim light. As usual, Luke didn't drive his own car, but a pickup that had nothing to do with him. Similarly, he wasn't using his own face. Tonight, he wasn't Luke, but a professional who had accepted payment from an anonymous client to sort out Carol and Lorna's identities. Luke was rich, and should act like it when necessary. He had bragged too much in front of that rebellious girl. It wouldn't be easy to intimidate her if he wasn't convincing enough. Suddenly, there was the sound of rumbling. Luke casually switched functions on the fake phone which had been propped up on the dashboard, and a notification came through his wireless earpiece. 2 helicopters are flying over from the east. He was headed from the south to the north, on roughly the same route as the 2 helicopters. But he didn't think too much of it, even if the 2 helicopters were a little quieter than regular ones. There were too many helicopters around here. It wasn't unusual for wealthy residents in New Jersey to take a helicopter to New York for work. He continued driving, but a bunch of Ford SUVs soon appeared behind him. They were black and looked like a convoy. The convoy, which was made up of 7 cars, moved very fast. It passed Luke's pickup at lightning speed. Narrowing his eyes, Luke operated his fake phone and pulled up the surveillance feed near where Carol and her partner were staying. He had taken a detour before he sent Elena back at noon, and had set up surveillance cameras at various exit points, just in case. Thinking that, he extended his hand out of habit, and nothing happened. Stumped for a moment, he then smiled bitterly and reached into his pocket to take out a black mask and a pair of gloves. His inventory was too convenient. It had been a long time since he had really taken out something to cover his face. Thankfully, he had been carrying them on him in case he needed them. While it wasn't a big deal if anyone saw his face, wearing a black hood was easier than handling his real identity. Putting on the mask and gloves, Luke hit the gas and sped up. Soon, he heard faint voices on the wind. They weren't cries for help, but simple orders and reports from a team. He hit the brake and parked the car under a tree. Getting out of the car, he looked at the two helicopters hovering in the sky with searchlights on, and narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, they were a bunch of fakes. Phil and Flegg, for example, mostly used their FBI aliases when they were out and about, which meant that while their mission was important, they still communicated with the FBI. These two helicopters didn't have any logos or even serial numbers on them. They were just black all over. Clearly, they didn't plan on letting anyone know their identities. That shouldn't be underestimated. No logos meant that if eyewitnesses reported it, nothing could be clearly explained, and neither the police nor the FBI would be able to investigate the matter. Thinking that, Luke quickly headed for the area above which the helicopters were hovering. There was an old house amidst the underbrush in the woods. Carol and Lorna might have been hiding there. Activating elementary concealment, Luke moved through the shadows and soon reached the back of a man in a black combat uniform. That person was in a row with his comrades as they pressed forward like a comb through the grass to prevent the target from fleeing through the bushes. When the man passed by a tree, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his neck. His helmet was taken off and he was punched in the back of his head. In less than 10 seconds, Luke walked out in the black combat uniform and replaced the guy. If the other men in black combat uniforms were closer, they would notice that he had much less equipment on him. The bulletproof helmet and upper half of the combat uniform had been put on sloppily, while his pants and shoes were in a similar color. Luke checked his submachine gun and clips as he walked. The weight of the submachine gun wasn't right, and most of it felt like it was made of plastic. What was even stranger was that the barrel didn't feel like metal. What was in the clips weren't ordinary bullets either. As someone who liked to play with tranquilizers, he immediately confirmed that these were tranquilizer darts. This was very rare. Tranquilizer guns were very common. They looked like rifles, and it wasn't surprising if they were smaller in size. However, a tranquilizer submachine gun was clearly for tracking. It was a cover, and the target had to be captured alive. A lot of effort had been put into the equipment to catch those with superpowers. A bunch of men in black combat uniforms were out here in the middle of the night to arrest Carol and her partner. This had to be Sentinel Services, right? While Luke was pondering, he heard a voice in his earpiece. 2 females detected. The targets for the operation have been confirmed. They're fleeing north. Follow them. Luke jumped lightly and climbed almost 10 meters up a tree and looked to the north. 100 meters away, 2 girls darted through the trees under the searchlights, and couldn't escape Luke's sharp sight. It was indeed Carol and Lorna. He had smelled them earlier, and was completely certain that the helicopters and the team were here for them. Tilting his head, Luke smiled behind his mask. Let me see what Sentinel Services is like. The system hadn't responded when Luke knocked out the soldier earlier and stole his equipment. He didn't receive any sort of reminder, whether it was earning experience points or deducting credit points. Clearly, the system couldn't spare him any energy while it was being modified. Just in case, he wouldn't kill anyone today. But looking at the tranquilizer gun in his hand, he smiled happily. Look, what a considerate person. The next moment, he disappeared. In the meantime, Carol and Lorna were in danger. The 2 helicopters were flying high in the sky, and were made with special materials to deal with Lorna's superpower. If she wanted to pull the helicopters down, she would have to focus on activating her abilities. However, more than 30 men in black combat uniforms were approaching quickly. If she didn't move, they would notice her and use a huge amount of special tranquilizers to subdue her. It would be tricky for her to deal with the Sentinel Services soldiers. Their equipment was also specially made. They didn't contain any metal parts, but porcelain segments. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to damage them. Especially in the current situation, it was impossible for her to focus on attacking them. Carol was no longer as timid as before. Her thin frame was now bent very low, like a wild cat about to attack, and she had a vigilant expression on her face. Suddenly, she said, "Lorna, I'll distract them. You go first." Lorna refused right away. "No, We'll charge out together. Carol, however, was calm. No, they're too well prepared this time. I won't be able to escape the choppers, but you can escape by flying for a short while. As long as you reach the pier in the north, there's a lot of metal there, and they won't be able to do anything to you. Mona still refused. It's only 2 kilometers. We'll charge out together. This time, I won't show them any mercy. As she spoke, 2 metal table knives floated up from her hands. Carol said, "No, we're not bad guys, we're not criminals. Also, if we kill them, they'll send more people after us." Lorna said unwillingly, "But we're about to be caught." Carol asked, "What if they catch even just one of us?" Lorna opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. If she went on a killing spree, and one or both of them were caught, they would be tortured harshly. Also, it was likely that Carol would be caught tonight. The 2 girls had extraordinary abilities but lacked courage and experience, and were caught in a dilemma. But soon, they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Pa, pa, 2 very clear gunshots rang out, and the lights of the helicopters died. Both parties were stunned. Overjoyed, Carol said in a low voice without hesitation, "Let's go." They charged north in the dark. Carol was as lithe as a cat as she jumped through the bushes. Then, she lunged forward and kicked a man in a black combat uniform in the chest, sending him flying 7 to 8 meters. He rolled a few times before he stopped. Pushing off of her feet, she twisted in the air and kicked another soldier 5 meters away. An escape route thus appeared. Following behind Carol, Lorna flew 5 to 6 meters with every step she took, as if she was almost weightless. She wasn't as fast as Carol, but she wasn't affected by the terrain. The 2 girls fled without any hesitation. Sentinel services had already caught several of their comrades. They didn't have the courage or determination to fight, and could only find an opportunity to run. Thus, the 2 girls missed the show behind them. After 2 gunshots, the commander's voice rang out in Luke's earpiece. "Be careful, they have guns." The corners of Luke's mouth curled up as he pulled the safety pins on several round objects before he threw them out around him. With Luke's strength, precision and speed, the stun grenades exploded in the middle of the soldiers in 2 seconds. Several clouds of smoke and blinding flashes appeared in the dark wilderness. Luke even heard some of the soldiers wail and curse like beaten dogs. Luke decisively raised the tranquilizer gun and darted into the smoke. Pooh, 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 pooh. The tranquilizers were practically soundless and clearly didn't have as much force as normal bullets, but it was good enough for Carol and Lorna. It was also enough for a certain someone who was practically undefeatable in a gunfight within a 10-meter range. As the smoke from the grenades spread, Luke charged in and darted the soldiers right in the necks. He used the first-rate tranquilizer gun just like a syringe. As Luke pressed forward and darted the soldiers, he didn't forget to grab 1 or 2 smoke grenades off the criminals. He removed the safety pins and threw them out. The panic-stricken combat soldiers began to retreat, only to find themselves surrounded by smoke. Although they had gas masks on to avoid tears blurring their vision, their line of sight was still severely affected. "Retreat, and stay alert." The bald commander sitting in the helicopter reacted quickly. But even as he gave the order, Luke had already taken down 4 or 5 soldiers. The remaining 20 men followed orders and retreated. When they exited the area that was completely covered in smoke, smoke grenades flew out at the squad like precision missiles to envelop them again. Amidst the smoke, the commander heard the sound of tranquilizer darts, but couldn't hear his men anymore. Looking at the smoke, the bald commander in the helicopter gritted his teeth and ordered, "Go, to the pier in the north." The pilot hesitated. "The people down there," the bald commander said, "they were probably hit with the darts. The assailant doesn't want to kill them. We'll come back later to get them. Let's go to the pier first and see if B team can capture the 2 targets." The pilot had only asked the question reflexively. He didn't dare disobey the order, and immediately turned the helicopter north. Luke's ears twitched. Thanks to his elementary sound wave and sharp hearing, he roughly heard the conversation between the bald commander and the pilot. Watching the 2 helicopters leave quickly, Luke smiled mockingly as he swiftly collected the combat soldiers' equipment. Without his inventory, he could only use whatever he could get his hands on. Carol and Lorna ran like animals who were being hunted. Tense, they fled to the pier, but had no idea that a second trap was waiting for them. Just as they were feeling excited and relaxed when they saw the pier 100 meters away, the trap activated. At that moment, they had just entered an empty clearing near the pier, when more than 10 people suddenly stood up. They instantly tore off the camouflage on their heads and straightened up, like groundhogs popping out of hiding, and tranquilizer darts flew from all directions. Carol, who was running in the front, reacted quickly. Pushing off of her feet, she managed to dodge the attack from the front, but 3 darts still hit her in the back. In just 2 seconds, she felt her body go numb and her vision go blurry. Lorna, who was a little behind, was completely unprepared. She was about to jump, but was hit by 5 darts, and collapsed. "Cease fire!" Someone shouted. "Medic, go and give target 1 first aid. She has too much of the drug in her system, which will affect experiments later." Carol struggled to raise her head. Her elementary self-healing was resistant to sedatives, but after 3 consecutive shots, she had lost most of her strength. It would take a few minutes for her body to neutralize the sedative, but these people wouldn't give her the chance. The other side had a fair amount of information on the 2 women. 2 of them went up to stop her struggling, and put a restraining device on her which bound her hands and feet. Although she had more strength than an ordinary person, it was useless in the face of such a professional device for restraining physical strength. "Sir, B team has successfully caught targets 1 and 2. The person who had shouted earlier contacted the bald commander. Carol was devastated. By the time the dozens of soldiers arrived, they would have no hope of escaping. What should I do? What should I do? Her mind was in a mess as she searched for a way to escape. Wait, Luke. Luke hasn't come. He'll definitely save us. Then, she had another thought. Luke hadn't shown up, but the people from Sentinel Services were here. Was it him? Could it be that he? No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't sell me out. Irrational or not, Carol didn't believe Luke would sell her out. But the appearance of Sentinel Services tonight was really too coincidental. It was around 7:50 p.m., which was close to 8 o'clock. Sentinel Services had surrounded and ambushed them. It looked like they had been planning this for a long time, and had just been waiting for the women to fall into their trap. Under the influence of the sedative and filled with all sorts of doubts, Carol's thoughts ran wild in this desperate situation. 2 minutes later, 2 helicopters landed not far away. The bald commander got off and quickly checked the 2 women. After confirming that they were the targets of this operation, he waved his hand. "Put them in the chopper. I'll take them right away." As he spoke, he walked to the helicopter. "They have accomplices in the rear. We don't know how many, but they're combat experts. You have to be careful." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was the faint sound of rushing wind, and the bald commander suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked over and saw a few familiar round objects flying into the open area that was lit up. Bang, bang, bang. It was the same familiar pattern and smell. The bald commander was wearing protective goggles, and while he wasn't blinded, he still couldn't help but feel like crying. F***CK, you're still here. Half of the flash and smoke grenades were set off and enveloped the dozen or so combat soldiers. It was over. The bald commander was full of even more despair than Carol. There had been over 30 people on the other side earlier, and in less than 10 seconds, there had no longer been any movement from them. There were only a dozen people here. What hope was there? Even more unluckily, he had tried to save time by getting the helicopters to land and immediately take the targets away. Who would have thought that the other party would be as fast as the helicopter? They followed behind and attacked. Luke was very considerate. After taking care of the dozen or so team members, he darted the commander as well. Eyes bloodshot, the bald commander slowly collapsed. Luke walked out of the smoke and picked up the bald commander. After examining him for a moment, he threw him into the helicopter. He then walked over to Carol and examined the restraints on her for a moment, before he picked her up and carried her back to Lorna, who had collapsed on the ground. There was too much of the drug in Lorna's system. She wasn't in any danger, but she was still unconscious. Luke connected his fake phone to the special restraining device and then dragged the bald commander's hand over for his fingerprint. 2 green indicators on the restraining device lit up. With a light crack, Carol's limbs were released. Luke tore the device off Carol and threw it out of the helicopter, before he took off the gear he and the bald commander were wearing, and threw them out as well. Then, he took photos of the faces of the 10 or so combat soldiers on the scene. He then walked over to the pilot's seat and threw out the unconscious pilot. He started the helicopter and quickly took off. He left behind in the clearing next to the pier the soldiers, who lay in a haphazard heap. It looked like the scene of a massacre. On the helicopter, Carol, who had gradually recovered, looked at Luke nervously. She finally couldn't help but ask, "Why did you save us?" Luke said, "For money." Carol was confused. Huh, Luke said, someone coughed up $10 million to help sort out protection for you in the future. That's not bad. Carol was petrified. 10 million. Of course, Luke couldn't waste the story he had made up. He continued, what, you think it's too little? Before Carol could shake her head and deny it, he said, it's indeed too little. Your ability is very valuable to some people, and your partner's ability might be even rarer. Based on those 50 soldiers alone, I think the mission is worth 100 million. Carol was dumbfounded. 100 million? She did all sorts of odd jobs and would be lucky if she could make $20,000 a year, but this masked man in front of her actually said that she and Lorna were worth 100 million. Was she that valuable now? Shocked beyond anything, she got out of the helicopter and followed Luke for another kilometer before getting into a car. After the car was some distance away, she remembered something. She looked at Lorna and the bald commander in the backseat through the rearview mirror, and hesitated. Knowing what she was thinking, Luke said, your friend is fine. She'll be all right after a nap. Carol asked, and the guy? Luke asked, the baldy. I need information from him. I need to know who's after you before I can thoroughly make sure you're no longer hunted. Carol murmured, they're probably from Sentinel Services. Luke nodded and said, now that we have time, tell me everything you know. If it's a small organization, it'll be easy. Carol was stumped. Huh, easy. Luke said, if it doesn't have a lot of people, we can destroy everything, and they won't be able to make trouble for you in the next few months. Carol was dumbstruck once again. She had never expected such an answer. This was Sentinel Services, a terrifying department that specialized in dealing with people with superpowers. It was said that the American government was behind it. Thinking that, she told him everything she knew. Sentinel Services was probably a secret organization for dealing with people with superpowers who were threats. Of course, Luke felt that this was just a surface excuse to fob off the people at the top. Carol told him more about the superhumans whom she had rescued from Sentinel Services. She said that they had been locked up in a secret research base and used as test subjects. Also, Sentinel Services had captured a lot of superhumans, and very few were able to reappear after that. Carol had only learned all this after she and Lorna broke into the research base and saved some superhumans. After that incident, she and Lorna were targeted. The people whom they had rescued either left on their own or were caught one after another. Now, Carol and Lorna were the only ones still on the run. Luke could only sigh at what they had done. This was a matter of life and death. How could they just do as they pleased? They had to prepare beforehand, and have contingency plans for how to attack, retreat and cover their whereabouts. They had to make even more arrangements in the aftermath. At the very least, they should have considered how to hide and avoid capture as well as how to safeguard everyone in the future. Clearly, Lorna and her companions hadn't considered these questions clearly before they attacked. They were a bunch of hot-blooded and brainless kids. When they felt that they had to be loyal, they went to save them, and in the end, all of them got dragged in. But Luke couldn't act high and mighty and look down on them. What could these kids do? Apart from their own superpowers, they didn't have money or influence, nor were they capable of planning and cleaning up after themselves. Even if they didn't save them, that was just delaying their own capture. Given its overwhelming power and financial resources, Sentinel Services wouldn't lose at all. However, since Sentinel Services relied on money and power to bully Carol and Lorna, Luke could also use them to bully Sentinel Services in turn. If the other party was S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be a little more restrained. That was because S.H.I.E.L.D. was a secret from the public but a known entity among the higher-ups. It had close ties to the American government. If it was attacked, it wouldn't just be S.H.I.E.L.D. itself that was provoked, but also the various police departments and the FBI. Sentinel Services was different. After a simple analysis of what Carol said, Luke concluded that this was probably a secret project by some big shots. A serious problem with this sort of secret organization was that they didn't dare be exposed. With someone to protect them, they could bypass law and order, and privately capture superhumans for experiments in the name of law enforcement. However, they could only do this in secret. Like with the research base that Lorna and the others had destroyed, there had been no news on it at all, not even in government departments. The experiments at the research base could only be described as inhumane. Sentinel Services didn't dare put the research base under the military or government, or they would have to report their losses as per standard procedure. At that time, it wouldn't be the people who would make trouble for them first, but the military and the government. The big shots who supported Sentinel services would very easily be caught and held against them. Thus, Luke wasn't scared of pissing off the real authorities at all. If everybody was playing dirty, then it was a matter of who had more money. But Luke's goal was destruction, not research. Destroying the organization would cost far less. When things blew up, the other party would definitely suffer more than he did. Luke had never been passive when it came to protecting people. By protecting these superhumans, he could obtain more abilities more quickly. Secondly, Sentinel Services itself was a huge amount of experience and credit points. As long as Luke was willing, this organization would be visited one after another by superhumans who loved peace. Superheroes like Batman, Daredevil and Big Dipper would definitely come knocking. With the care and concern of these peace-loving heroes, the question was how long Sentinel Services could last. As they chatted and pondered, Luke's car returned to Manhattan. After parking the car, Carol carried Lorna on her back, and Luke carried the bald commander as they entered a dark alley. He then opened a manhole cover and went down. Carol couldn't quite take the smell of the sewers, but Luke had already taken out a spray can from his backpack to eliminate the smell. Carrying the other two on their backs, they walked through the sewers for another 20 minutes before they returned to the surface. After eliminating the smell with the spray again, they entered an apartment building on the side. Without his inventory, Luke could only pick the lock to get into the safe house. After examining the bald commander for a moment and seeing that he was about to wake up, Luke took out an anesthetic syringe from his backpack. Carol had put Lorna down on the bed, and she watched Luke uneasily from the bedroom door. She was amazed by how professional he was. Luke gestured for her to sit down before he said to her in a low voice, "This place won't draw any attention, but it's not very safe. You and Lorna have to be careful. Don't answer the door. The residents here aren't familiar with each other. There's enough food in the fridge. Stay here for 2 days, and I'll come get you after that." As he spoke, he took out a titanium phone. "Don't call anyone. If anything happens, use the website to leave a message. There's an explanation for how to do that on the phone. See for yourself." Carol accepted the phone that Luke gave her. Watching him pick up the bald commander again, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to kill him?" Luke chuckled. "No, he's more useful in one piece. This is nothing for you to worry about. When you have time, think about what you want your life to be like in the future. Your partner should do the same. A beautiful new life is waiting for you." Carol nodded blankly. Oh, was this that new life? She had almost been captured just now. After he left, Luke entered the sewers again and walked a few rounds before he came out on one side of an old warehouse. He brought the bald commander inside and used various abilities along with the inducer to try and dig out information on Sentinel Services from the guy. Compared with saving Carol, this was his real reward for the night. According to Carol, Sentinel Services had more than one research base for experimenting on superhumans. As long as he found one of these research bases, he would make a fortune. Listening to the intelligence that the bald commander gave him, Luke was delighted. The next few days were peaceful. It wasn't just New York, there wasn't any activity in New Jersey either. That bunch from Sentinel Services were taken away as quietly as they had arrived. The local police had no idea. After an hour of interrogation, Luke dropped the bald commander off at the supermarket in New Jersey. Wearing nothing but his underwear, the bald commander was taken away by a patrol car. The officers thought that he was some unlucky B****starred who had been robbed and left with nothing but the clothes on his back. A bunch of suspicious-looking people then started skulking around this supermarket in New Jersey. However, Luke had already used his ability to make the two waitresses in the fast food restaurant overlook the memory of him chatting with Carol and Lorna, so their investigation turned up nothing. The next night, Luke went to the safe house in his typical gray hoodie. This time, Lorna, who had almost been caught, had a much better temper. It could be because she had gotten a fright, or because of the mite of 10 million as a rescue fee. Without much hesitation, she decided to follow Carol and live a beautiful new life. After casually asking for their opinions, Luke chose 2 new faces for them. Carol didn't ask for much with the new face. At the very least, she felt that it was much more beautiful than the original, and she could totally accept it. Lorna was slightly conflicted. Her new face was much worse than her actual appearance. Few women wanted to be ugly. In response, Luke told her that she couldn't be too pretty if she wanted to hide, or she would draw attention wherever she went, increasing the chance of an accident happening. After being caught just once, Lorna, who still had lingering fear, accepted this reality. Compared with being beautiful and captured, she finally chose to live a less beautiful but safe life. Luke also said that his method could be cancelled and wouldn't affect her original appearance. They had chosen their new faces, and it would only take Luke a moment to make them. For a basic single-face mask, Luke only needed to input a model of the face into the blank mask. It was basically like an assembly line, and just cost a little bit of material. On the third night, Luke gave them the masks, and they successfully changed faces. He didn't reveal the 1,000 faces system, but first used his ability to put the two girls to sleep before he put the masks on them. As long as no one saw it with their own eyes, this face-changing ability could be a superpower, a high-tech ability, or even a combination of the two. The main thing was that Carol and Lorna were too weak to protect themselves, and were targets of Sentinel services. It would be troublesome if they were caught again. After this incident, the system modification was finally completed. In total, it had taken over 8 days. Luke wasn't in a hurry to check the changes in the system. Instead, he added a point to dexterity first and made it 22. Then, he chose to modify the inventory again with Sloane's evil thoughts. While the inventory was being modified, he checked the system. According to the previous notification, the Loom of Fate had been used to modify the system interface. Luke had actually asked the system to change the way information was displayed, so the modification this time should include an update in this area. A moment later, Luke found something new in his teammates' panel. There was now a tag after each name. There were 3 types: good, neutral, and evil. Good was green, neutral was yellow, and evil was red. Each color was also further split into 3 shades. After mulling for a moment, Luke started pestering the system. As if familiar with his character by now, the system quickly sent out a new panel to display the new information. The new panels were still divided into good, neutral and evil, with colors ranging from dark to light. Luke took a look and saw that Selena's name was a dark green. Was forgiveness part of being good? But Knee Breaker wasn't exactly a magnanimous person. Well, it was true that she hadn't killed many people. With most of them, she just broke a few bones before forgiving them, which was much better than Luke. Thinking that, he couldn't help but pester the system. What color am I? He was just being cheeky. He actually knew that his name wasn't on the list. However, the system responded, and it instantly flashed back to the character panel. The name, Luke, glowed with a dark golden light. His mouth dropped open. Is this yellow, or some mutant color? Naturally, the system didn't react to his nonsense. However, Luke had the faint feeling that the dark gold color wasn't neutral yellow, but had some other meaning. But he didn't waste time dwelling on it. He had to take things step by step. He could figure out later why his name was so dark yellow it was almost black. Luke looked at the neutral panel again, and saw that there were all kinds of people. Most of the people he knew were on it, including Tony Stark and Frank. The dark red names on the evil panel were also familiar. Like Bullseye, gang leaders whom he had run into but had been detained by other people, murderers, and so on. The one thing they had in common was that they had all done a lot of bad things. After testing and mulling it over, Luke roughly understood the purpose of this panel. For people he came into close contact with, he could now use the system to check how good or evil they were. At first glance, it seemed that the system modification this time hadn't directly improved his combat ability. However, Luke was laughing wildly in his heart. D*MN, Daddy's system had relaxed restrictions further. It was obvious that it was very satisfied with how diligently Luke had been harvesting points. In the past, he had to go through a lot of trouble in each operation to check the files and find evidence to confirm if a target was guilty and deserved to be punished, so as to avoid wrongly killing innocent people or undercover agents. Now, he would no longer have this problem. As long as he checked the system before every operation, and as long as the target was deemed evil, he could act first and didn't have to worry about accidental harm. This new modification wouldn't make a difference when it came to repeat offenders, since it would be easy to find conclusive evidence of their crimes. However, it was impossible for Luke to be certain of all his colleagues in the police department, the FBI agents, and even strangers in an emergency. This judgment system would come in handy in moments like that. Take District Attorney Reyes, for example. He wouldn't need to gather intelligence on her. He would just have to come into contact with her once to determine how to deal with her. Secondly, This function was useful in solving cases, but it didn't really have an effect on him. After all, even if the other party was evil, it might not necessarily be because of the case Luke was investigating. In the end, evidence was still required by law. There were many instances where detectives knew that there was something wrong with suspects, but without proof, they couldn't bring them to justice. Thus, the ability to differentiate between good and evil was more in line with his identity as a vigilante. Lastly, the system's ability to differentiate between good and evil could be used as a reference point. That way, Luke would be able to figure out the system's reward and punishment mechanism, and wouldn't need to rely on speculation like before. After indulging in his happiness, he collected his thoughts and studied the rules of this judgment system. An hour later, the modification of the inventory was completed. After testing it for a moment, the efficiency of assembling and dismantling items in his inventory hadn't changed much. It was probably because Sloane's bundle of evil thoughts wasn't worth much, but it was better than nothing. Cursing this guy for being a piece of trash, Luke took out his V outfit and left through the underground passage. The system had been dormant for 8 days, and all his important items were basically stored in his inventory, so he couldn't use his aliases. Now, he was finally able to go out again. In the New Jersey training base, Stacy and the other two had just finished their combat training and showered. They were watching TV on the couch. An MV was playing on TV, with a female singer called PNK who wore a red and blue wig which covered her face so that only her mouth could be seen. Stacy snorted disdainfully. What a pretender. Although she didn't deny that this new singer's song was nice, she didn't like how the singer acted all mysterious with the wig covering her face. Stephanie, who was sitting not far away, smiled lightly. It's a pretty good gimmick though. You now remember her, right? Artemis interjected. Have you chosen the style for your debut? Stephanie shook her head. My face hasn't arrived yet. How can I come up with anything? I can't cover my face like that, right? The three women looked at each other in bewilderment. Artemis broke the awkward atmosphere. What's that V doing? He hasn't been here in so many days. Stacy frowned. Art, have you forgotten the safety rules again? Don't mention that name. Artemis shut up. Stephanie changed the subject and helped her sister out. Our living expenses have never been cut off, and I've already perfected my debut song. It's not like that person has nothing to do. There's no need for him to trick us. Maybe he's too busy. The three girls fell silent again. The MV for the female singer was over, and a new show started playing. A gentle female voice suddenly rang out. The wizard will arrive in 3 minutes. Please be ready. Hearing that, the three girls were stunned, before they quickly went to their rooms and changed. 3 minutes later, the door opened and closed silently. The three women who were watching attentively were shocked, and stood together warily. Stephanie was ready to roar. The next moment, blue light flashed, and a figure in a black cape appeared at the door. Looking at the three dumbfounded women, he unhurriedly took off his Zorro hat and bowed. It was just a little magic show. Don't mind it. Stacy was the first to come back to her senses. She couldn't help but ask, why didn't you knock on the door when you came in? Luke walked into the living room and sat down in an armchair. I've stirred up a bit of trouble recently. I don't want to get you involved, so I didn't want to make an appearance outside. Stacy asked, what kind of trouble? Luke chuckled. I killed some assassins who wanted to take the bounty that's on my head. Although they've stopped for the time being, the 2 million bounty is still there, and there'll be some who won't give up. The three women, they didn't feel like he was bragging. After all, this guy really made people hate him. After saying that, the three girls relaxed, and they very consciously sat down opposite him. Luke looked at them. Are you ready? Your brand new life is about to start. The three girls nodded. Luke said, then take a nap. When you wake up, you'll be different people. As soon as he said the words, the expressions of the three girls turned sluggish, and they slowly closed their eyes. Luke took out 3,000 faces masks and matching nano gloves, which he put on them. Then, he walked over to Stacy and spoke in a low voice. Stacy's split personality disorder was a hidden danger. Luke hadn't had many solutions before, but elementary pheromone control had given him a lot of space to operate in. This ability could compel a person to carry out an order, but would gradually become useless over time. However, he could use it on Stacy every once in a while to control the emergence of the other personalities. Thankfully, Stacy never turned into someone else for long, and it hadn't happened in recent months. It seemed that elementary pheromone control was very effective. After he was done treating Stacy, Only 20 minutes had passed. Luke snapped his fingers. Wake up. The three girls opened their eyes at the same time. They were blank for a moment, before they realized that they were lying on the couch. Luke coughed lightly to draw their attention, and said, "Okay, let's see if you're happy with your new faces. In any case, they won't change even if you're not happy," he murmured inwardly. The three girls looked at each other and couldn't help but cry out as they took steps back. They were even more surprised after that. "My voice?" Luke asked. "How do you feel?" Satisfied. He had only added the voice-changing function to the Thousand Faces system recently. Previously, he had always relied on his suit's supporting voice-changing system. Now, part of the nanomaterial for the Thousand Faces mask would directly change the user's voice to ensure that it was completely different from the original. For now, it only had one fixed voice to match the one face in the mask. Stephanie's ability was elementary sound wave. Thanks to Luke's guidance, she actually didn't need this voice-changing function. For safety reasons, however, her mask still had this function, to prevent her from accidentally exposing herself. Also, since Stacy's elementary replication could transform her into someone else at the genetic level, the Thousand Faces system definitely wasn't that awesome. However, the side effects of her elementary replication were too severe. The more frequently she used it, the more severe her psychological issues became. So, she had a copy of the mask too. The three girls were shocked for a long while. After examining and speaking to each other, they even had the AI program Butterfly project their complete images. After almost 10 minutes, they finally remembered the guy who was watching the show. Crossing his arms, Luke leaned back leisurely on the couch. The three girls' behavior was completely normal. He had also had fun like this when he first created the Thousand Faces. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, their new faces were 50 to 60% similar to their real faces. This way, they wouldn't be too resistant to their new faces, but people also wouldn't make the connection to their original faces. Seeing the three girls sit down in embarrassment, he coughed and took out a stack of documents. "Here are your new identities. Sign these contracts and report to the company tomorrow." Artemis had an expectant look on her face. "Can I be a star too?" Luke stared at her for a moment before he said, "Based on the results of the training, you're not good at dancing, singing, or acting. I don't think you can become a star." The three women. The victim was devastated, but the other two girls couldn't comfort her. It was fine if she didn't have the chance, but if she didn't have the ability, how were they going to comfort her? They hadn't played around during the wizard's training in the last few months, yet Artemis hadn't produced any results, so what could they do? Full of despair, this twin sister lowered her head and looked at her contract. "Assistant." Luke nodded. "You won't be relying on this small amount of pay to make a living. When you become an assistant, your horizons will expand. Who knows when you'll find the career that's right for you. It could be painting, musical instruments, or sports. These people can all be celebrities too. You can give it a try." Artemis's eyes lit up. "That's right, I can do other things. It doesn't have to be acting or singing." Luke was silent. That was right. If there really was nothing she could do, she could become a mukbang or makeup live streamer online. Who knew, she might really become famous. He wasn't joking. After all, titanium phones were already widespread, and 3 other cell phone companies had released their own smartphones in the first half of the year. This world was slightly more technologically advanced than in his previous life. Coupled with the butterfly effect which Luke had created, it would only take 2 years for a website similar to YouTube to be created. She would definitely become an internet celebrity. While she wouldn't be a genuine celebrity, she would be very close to one, which should satisfy Artemis's craving to be a star. Seeing the contract, Stacy was stunned. "I can be a singer too." Luke nodded. "Sing some cover songs first. We can follow Shira's footsteps." Stacy had better stamina, coordination, and reflexes than ordinary people. In fact, she was more suited to be a special agent, assassin, pro fighter, and so on. But that was something that could be shelved for the future. For now, it was fine for her to just be a minor celebrity. Stacy squirmed uneasily. "Can I really?" Luke said. "You're not short of money. What's wrong with trying a new life?" The 3 women. "Fine, anyone with money could be willful. People with even more money could be even more willful. If the wizard, who was their angel benefactor, didn't feel regret, what else could they say? They would report to the record company separately tomorrow and get to know each other again as if they were strangers." Luke had specifically warned them not to get too close in a hurry. After a while, Stacy and Stephanie could go out as contracted singers, and Artemis would become a regular assistant no matter who she followed. It would be best for them to put on this show for the outside world for at least a few months, if not for a year. After that, he stood up. Good luck, girls, I have high hopes for you. Seeing him reach the door, Stacy couldn't help but say, wait a minute. Luke turned around. Do you have any more questions? Stacy asked. Well, is there really nothing else you need us to do? Luke thought for a moment, and a coin suddenly appeared in his hand. I almost forgot. Come, girls, let me test your luck for your new lives. The three women were all stunned. Half an hour later, Luke walked to the door and disappeared again in a flash of blue light. The three girls in the room were silent for a moment before they looked at each other. Artemis couldn't help but swallow. This little magic trick really does make him look like a wizard. Stacy said, he's been a wizard since the beginning. Isn't it normal for him to know some magic? Stephanie reminded them in a low voice, well, should we discuss what to look out for at the company tomorrow? I'm afraid that Art might have forgotten. Artemis was angry. Nonsense, I remember very well. I got more than 80 points on Butterfly's questions. Stacy said darkly, real life isn't an exam. One mistake and there might be no turning back. Artemis was silent for a moment. Fine, let's review what we should pay attention to. On the way home, Luke was in a good mood. Just now, he had used a coin toss to adjust the number of times he had won against the three women. Stephanie had been using elementary sound wave for a few months, and it had long become his own ability, while Artemis's energy explosion had always been unavailable. The twins had better mental states, and didn't need to be scared with a curse. Stacy's elementary replication was still unavailable, but a net victory was enough to meet the requirement. That way, Stacy would be a little unlucky at most, which wasn't a big problem. On the other side, Carol and Lorna had gotten a fright. Luke would give them some time to adjust before they started work. At the same time, he would be able to stagger when the 3+2 teams reported for duty. With regards to their abilities, Luke only found an opportunity to play one round with them, and lost. Carol had made some progress with her elementary self-healing, but Luke's own elementary self-healing had pulled ahead, so he couldn't use her ability. Lorna's ability, on the other hand, was elementary magnetic control. Seeing this ability, he was conflicted, but could only give up with a bitter smile. It was unavailable, which wasn't unexpected. Garcia, the gang boss whom Luke had helped Bloodmint take down, had been able to control small metal blades, and his magnetic control was also unavailable. Lorna's ability was a lot stronger. She could control metal table knives and was very fast. It was inevitable that Luke wouldn't be able to learn this skill. He could only rely on Sentinel services. While he couldn't learn magic abilities, he could at least get something to reinforce his physique. Besides, elementary sound wave was an ability that was actually a little similar to magic. There might still be a chance he could learn magic. Looking forward to it, he waited for the investigation to be completed. Sentinel Services, this secret organization, could only be considered a small mouse. At the slightest sound, it would be scared into hiding and wouldn't appear for a long time. He didn't have the time or energy to keep monitoring it. He would take it down in one clean swoop, earn as much as he could from this job and obtain the bulk of its value first. So, he would only take action when he had enough information and confidence. Luke's days were peaceful, but New York gradually turned noisy. Tony Stark had finally officially settled down in New York. Financial reporters and media journalists, as well as the paparazzi, swarmed this newsmaker like flies. The paparazzi were the most excited. This tycoon hadn't canoodled with any sort of cover girl over the last few months. He holed himself up in his place every day, turning into a shut-in. This wasn't in keeping with Stark's character at all. Not to mention that this tycoon was the first superhero, Iron Man, to reveal his real identity on TV. Was a cover girl favored by Iron Man the same as a cover girl favored by a playboy? Of course not. Look at She-Ra, who had only been suspected of having a thing with Batman. She skyrocketed and became a superstar. So what if Tony was a Stark or Iron Man? If he didn't make a splash in the news, he was nothing. Everybody was waiting to see who would be the first woman to win over Iron Man. She would definitely receive the same treatment and become a media darling. Because of that, countless women were doing all they could, including but not limited to stars, media presenters, socialites, upper-class ladies, gay guys and so on. Unfortunately, the paparazzi, beautiful ladies and gay guys were disappointed. Tony had been busy studying the Iron Man armor every day for the last few months. Apart from a few public appearances, the only person he made eyes at was Pepper, the CEO's PA. Pepper had been busy non-stop with buying back Stark Industries shares, cleaning up Obadiah's minions, changing the direction of the company's development, and overseeing the relocation. She was so busy that even the tycoon's meaningful looks just passed her by. Of course, Pepper herself was still hesitant to get into a relationship. If they didn't start a relationship, she could still continue being his assistant. Once they started, Tony's attitude of changing women like he was changing clothes would be a big problem. Once their relationship ended, there would no longer be any reason for her to stay by his side, so she could only leave. The biggest problem between a man and a woman was the imbalance in feelings. Although Pepper deliberately avoided talking to Tony, the tycoon wasn't discouraged. He had a lot of things to do. At that moment, in the night sky above Flushing, New York, the back of a carrier plane slowly opened. A gold and red Mark IV took a running leap out of the carrier plane, and amidst the countless explosions of fireworks, it charged down from the sky and landed on the stage in a handsome and classic pose, one knee and hand down on the ground. A large group of beautiful women with blue and white LED lights on their chests poured out from the back, and they started to sing and dance to the song, Shoot to Thrill. Tony stood up and spread his hands in a gesture of welcome. The stage opened up, and 4 mechanical arms rose up to quickly take off the armor. The tycoon's hair wasn't messy at all, and his beard was neatly trimmed. His lips curled up into a charming smile. In the huge venue below the stage, countless people jumped and yelled, "Iron Man, I love you. Tony, I love you." Luke and Selena were eating dinner as they watched the news. Selena sighed, "Look at this flashy person, why can we only use the armor's stealth function when we go out?" Luke said, "I forgot to tell you that many people in Congress feel that the Iron Man suit is a great weapon that can threaten the stability of society. The military committee is preparing to summon Tony, and want him to hand over the Iron Man suit." Selena exclaimed, "Seriously, he's the top dog of Stark Industries. Those people can't touch him, right?" Luke put down his empty plate and took a sip of his guarana. If it were any other ordinary person, they wouldn't have gotten the Senate to issue a summons, but would have directly sent troops to besiege him and confiscate the armor. If it were you, would you kill the soldiers who were ordered to come, or would you run away? Selena snorted and chewed on a piece of char siu. "I would choose to use the stealth function." Luke patted her head with a smile to comfort her. "Good girl." Selena turned her head unhappily and avoided Luke's paw. She looked at him disdainfully. "Don't think I don't know that you frequently praise dollar like this." On the live broadcast, Tony was giving his speech. "I'm not saying that this current period of world peace is because of me. I'm also not saying that nobody has been reborn from the ashes like me, because I'm always in peak condition, and no one dares to go toe-to-toe with me." Selena glanced at a certain someone on the side. "No one dares to go toe-to-toe with him. Has this young master gotten a little cocky recently?" Luke raised the juice and took another gulp, before he shrugged. "He's Iron Man, he's awesome. I have to give him that." Selena chuckled. Hee. In fact, the tycoon was even cockier than Selena had imagined. 2 days later, she watched the news broadcast of the hearing in D.C. She watched Tony say matter-of-factly, "I think it's a high-tech prosthetic." "That's the best description I can think of." Selena couldn't help but glance at Luke. She felt that the ability of the guy on TV to lie through his teeth was a little familiar. Luke nodded in agreement. "That's right, he's almost 40, and he has such a big hole in his chest. He's indeed a little handicapped." Selena asked, "Are you sure?" On TV, Tony continued to argue with Senator Stern, who was in charge of the hearing. "I'm Iron Man, I'm one with the suit. Turning the suit over would be the same as turning myself over, which would be considered indentured labor or prostitution, depending on what state you're in." Everybody roared with laughter. A discomfited expression crossed Senator Stern's face. "Listen, I'm no expert," Tony quickly interjected, "in prostitution." "Of course not. You're a senator, come on." Selena was lost for words. At that moment, she felt that Luke was still far from being as arrogant as this young master. Luke took a big sip of his coffee. This is what it means to feel refreshed. One of the things that depressed people most was being verbally flayed by Tony publicly. Anybody would be completely crushed in front of Tony, who was rich and powerful, and so thick-skinned he didn't feel any embarrassment. The most tragic were the big shots who were so sure of themselves. They were flayed by the tycoon's pointed and harsh words. It was simply a slap to the face. Luke now had to add, the most delightful thing in the world is watching Tony talk rings around big shots. For example, Stern's face was a little red, like a balloon that was slowly swelling up. It was an extremely cozy scene. After living in this country for so many years, Luke's worldview had also been affected. There were few good guys in the bureaucratic system. At least, the person in front of him definitely wasn't one of them. This was the open consensus among the people at the bottom. Seeing how the tycoon attacked Stern until the latter's face turned red, the people in front of their TVs had to be applauding and celebrating. Whether it was super magnate Tony Stark or superhero Iron Man, they were both popular and loved by the public. As for Senator Stern, who was he? No one knew him. He was just an annoying bureaucrat. In fact, today probably wasn't just a party for the common people. Next to Tony, several people in suits and military uniforms were also smiling. They did nothing to hide their expressions. It was clear that not all the higher-ups agreed with Congress's view on the Iron Man suit. These people were clearly big shots in the military, and might have been sent by the military to back Tony up. Of course, they wouldn't say anything. But just sitting there was a clear indication of their stance. Stark Industries wasn't a weak chicken that was easily manipulated. It was a super American weapons manufacturer that had been around for decades. Even though Tony Stark had switched trajectories, guns and cannons weren't the only weapons in the world. When it came to things like electronics, telecommunications, artificial intelligence and energy, Stark Industries was still the world's best, and these were things still needed in weapons manufacturing. While Luke was deep in thought, Selena poked his waist curiously. "Hey, this guy isn't Dustin's relative, is he?" "Who?" Luke looked at the TV, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses speaking and flattering Tony. Selena said, "His name is Justin Hammer, and he's the CEO of Hammer Defenses. His name makes him sound like he could be Dustin's twin brother." "Luke, stop watching TV with Gold Nugget. You may get brain damage." Gold Nugget looked away from the tablet and turned its head with a blank look. Luke said, "It's fine, you can continue watching. In any case, you're brainless." Gold Nugget tilted its head and thought for a moment. It was indeed brainless since it was a symbiotic host. So, it turned around and continued watching its show. News was the most boring. It really didn't know why the Fiend and Selena watched it every day. Criticizing them inwardly, it was quickly engrossed once again in the dragons and monsters in its TV show. On TV, Tony had already hacked into the system in front of everybody and exposed Hammer's dark history. Selena was enlightened. So this is what it means to not think things through. This Justin definitely isn't anywhere near the young master's level. Luke nodded in agreement. Justin wasn't that stupid. Of course, the police system was different from the business world, but Justin wasn't a rash person. Coming to find trouble with the young master with this sort of IQ, it could only be said that Justin was thick-skinned and wasn't afraid of being beaten up. On TV, Tony humiliated Justin Hammer in front of everybody once more before he stood up calmly. He gave the countless cameras 2V signs. "I alone can protect world peace." Most people stood up and applauded. Senator Stern exploded on the spot and cursed into the mic. F***CKU, Stark. F***CKU, you beep beep beep. The news channel decisively cut the sound. In fact, Luke had guessed at the two F***CKUs. From reading Senator Stern's lips, everything had actually been censored. Clearly, Tony had won this farce. On screen, the tycoon said earnestly, "I'm very happy at your absolute trust in me." Luke and Selena both shook their heads. Only the tycoon would dare do something like this. For anyone else, they would just be sitting ducks. After they were done eating, they went to the basement and put on their equipment. Selena had been active recently, with Gold Nugget helping out from the shadows. This was the second round of attacks on various gangs, and the most unforgivable criminals were their priority. The second-generation beast armor had already become a thing of the past. Selena was now wearing third-generation beast armor. While there had been quite some changes to its appearance, it still looked like a black cat. It still had functions like stealth, a scent blocker, and short flight. The only difference was that the helmet had the 1,000 faces system so that a face could be put on generous display. It was actually still part of the facial armor. Anyone would be able to tell when they rubbed it, though it was unlikely any of the gangsters had that ability. Furthermore, The face Selena had set was the Halle Berry model Luke had created last time. Luke didn't say anything about that. It was just a fake identity. After using it and throwing it away, he could make another one. Selena had been quite active, and her operation had already extended to the Brooklyn area. Thanks to this professional 3-star teammate, Luke obtained 5,000 experience and credit points in 10 days. This was income which automatically entered the system without him needing to do anything at all. Even though he knew it was a little unconscionable, he couldn't help but feel elated. He had finally trained up this passive hack. They parted ways in the underground passage. Selena headed east to continue beating up people in Brooklyn. Luke, on the other hand, put on his brand new Batman suit and headed southeast to Stark Tower. Activating the invisibility function on the Batman suit version 2.0, it swept through the night sky of Manhattan like a ghost. Gliding along, the Batman suit 2.0 was very stealthy, and Luke reached Stark Tower without drawing attention. Looking at Stark Tower, which was mostly dark except for the top, Luke chuckled and descended. When he slowly touched down on the landing pad, a gentle male voice rang out. "Mr. Batman." Luke nodded. "Jarvis, long time no see. Can you stop with the probe? Tony hasn't given you any orders." Jarvis wasn't human, so had no face to feel thick-skinned. Hearing Luke's words, it simply said calmly, "Sir instructed that it's not possible to cancel the security check on your armor, in case someone impersonates you." Luke chuckled inwardly. "The master is shameless, and you're even worse." He didn't waste any time. "Is Tony here?" Jarvis said. "Yes, I've informed Sir that you're visiting. Tell him to put on his newest suit before he comes out." After saying that, Luke fell silent. Jarvis was really useful. He was much smarter than Little Snail. But Luke didn't mind that his smart program was a little stupid. The most unforgivable crime would be if he created an uncontrollable program like Skynet. If the system judged that he should be held responsible for some of the bad things done by Skynet, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be punished with the classic obliteration. As he thought that, a gold and red figure flew out of the passage on the top floor and stopped 5 meters in front of Luke. A certain flashy fellow didn't land, but hovered high above Luke. "What, you want me to go and save the world again?" Luke was amused. In recent months, the #1 hero who was most enthusiastic about maintaining world peace was in fact Iron Man, and part of it had to do with wanting to steal Batman's thunder. So, the guy was clearly just asking the question to show off. Luke used his vision to operate the virtual screen on the mask. The cape on his back quickly disappeared to reveal the Batman suit 2.0 in its entirety. Tony, who hadn't stopped scanning the suit, frowned. He felt that the Batman suit looked familiar in many respects, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you imitating me?" Luke nodded. Yes. Tony hadn't expected Luke to be so blunt. He was stunned. "Are you serious?" Luke said. "Yes." Tony asked, "Why?" Luke decided the tycoon should be mentally prepared a little first. "I saw your performance at the hearing this morning. I think I should give you a warning." Tony was suspicious. "Don't tell me you're in love with that senator." Luke remained unmoved. "No, I just want to tell you something." Tony. "What?" Luke said. "You're not the only superhero in this world." Tony had a strange expression on his face. He felt that these words were even more familiar than the Batman suit across from him. It seemed that a black baldy had said something similar a few months ago. Luke didn't give him time to dwell on it. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers, before pointing south. "Let's go. You need to clear your head. Only then will you be convinced by our conversation after that." With that, flames burst out under Luke's feet as he shot into the sky and headed south. Tony didn't hesitate either as his Iron Man suit followed closely behind in a long streak of flames. Several minutes later, 2 streaks of light landed on Staten Island. Tony looked around. This was a wasteland by the sea. There wasn't even a road here, let alone a person. "What are we doing here?" he asked in confusion. Luke crooked a finger and said, "Come, let's have a head-on battle. Let me see if your armor has improved." Tony was tempted. When he had been rescuing people from the LA earthquake last time, his Mark II's control had fallen far short, and he couldn't even enter a building to save people. After sensing this flaw, he made targeted improvements. Now that he had a sparring partner like Batman to test this suit on, it couldn't be any better. Then, "Here I come." With that, Tony adopted Bruce Lee's classic pose and bounced on his feet with his fists raised. Luke's eyes lit up. "Huh, not bad. That was pretty good." Metal armor wasn't soft clothes. These movements weren't hard to do, the difficult part was that they had to be gentle and natural. Tony's Mark IV suit was basically able to do it, which proved that his control had improved significantly. Secondly, Tony's movements really were a little like Bruce Lee's, he had definitely gotten more combat training. Luke was secretly amused. While this tycoon hadn't said anything, his actions were very honest. It seemed that he hadn't been idle in the last few months. With a loud bang, a jet of flames shot out of Tony's left foot as his right foot kicked out in front of Luke. Luke wasn't surprised at this sort of shameless behavior, which relied on the power of the jet propulsion system. He simply leaned back and grabbed Tony's right foot with both hands, before kicking the tycoon's left foot. Dwang! A second later, Tony's lips twitched. He turned his head and looked at Luke, who had jumped to the side. He wanted to curse. What the hell kind of fighting technique is that? Luke chuckled. I'm just playing around. Why would I need some fighting technique? Tony strongly resisted the urge to cover his groin with both hands. He activated the propulsion system and forced his legs to fold back together. At that moment, he was extremely glad that he had done a lot of combat training in the past few months. He could just barely do a split, otherwise, with that last maneuver, he would have been rolling over the ground with his hands over his groin. Given how strong the suit was, he would have sunk right into the ground. While maintaining world peace recently, this wasn't an issue he had needed to consider. But Luke had grabbed his right leg earlier with both hands and then kicked his left leg, and Tony had smashed onto the ground with his legs spread. It was a good thing that the Iron Man suit protected his vitals between his legs, otherwise, it would have been a tragic story for the young master. After this split, Tony finally wasn't so cocky. Doing a flying kick at a combat master like Batman was a joke. From the attack just now, Tony confirmed that Batman's new suit was very strong, and not much weaker than Mark IV. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strong enough to hold the legs of the Iron Man suit in place and force Tony to do a split on the ground. When the pulling sensation in his groin eased a little, Tony attacked again. This time, he didn't do anything fancy with the jets anymore, and aimed a punch at Luke's head. Luke nodded approvingly at this approach. Was Tony a weak chicken? As far as Luke was concerned, that was indeed the case. But in terms of an ordinary person's physique, Tony's combat skills had already surpassed that of an amateur. The tycoon would be able to duke it out even in a real boxing ring. Even if he would probably only win 2 out of every 10 matches or less, he could still be considered close to the pro level. It was also because Tony was focused on the Iron Man suit. Also taking into consideration that he had been busy taking back his shares, and transforming and cleaning up the company, Tony had spent at most 1/10 of his time on combat training. In just a few months, he had leveled up from an amateur to a newbie pro fighter. Technically speaking, Tony's understanding of real combat had started with his kidnapping a few months ago. Furthermore, he would become a leading figure in the future. Apart from his wealth, his leadership and combat skills couldn't be poor, or he wouldn't be able to win over the public. Director Nick Fury was another example. Even though he was a leader with first-class strategic thinking, he couldn't lead the heroes into battle, and could only be the brain. Once the Avengers' big moment arrived, nobody would think of the director at all. But the more Tony improved, the less dignity Luke would afford him. Today, he was going to ruthlessly kick this young master around. If he didn't fire up this tycoon's proud but delicate heart now, Tony would become complacent when he thought that no one could beat him. How could Luke let a genius like this squander his youth? This guy was almost 40 years old, and needed to be pushed hard before he got too old. Thus, when Tony lunged, Luke didn't hesitate to grab Tony's fist and twist. Bang, bang. Tony felt like he was being flipped, and then, he was flipped over and over again. Jarvis reminded him in concern, the armor is 0.5% damaged. There's no danger for now, but you may throw up, sir. Tony was indeed a little dizzy. In 3 seconds, Luke had him thrown onto the ground 7 to 8 times. It was far more stimulating than a roller coaster. Before Tony could think of a counterattack, Luke let go of his arm again and retreated 5 meters. Tony, who was lying in the mud, suddenly got up. He swayed for a moment, and was a little dizzy. He subconsciously asked, "Why aren't we fighting? I haven't lost yet." Luke chuckled. "This is just a lesson. Hitting you isn't the goal, it's more important to show you your shortcomings." Tony was doubtful. He felt that things weren't that simple. But now was not the time to think about it. After a few slow seconds, he charged forward again. This time, when his fist was 3 meters away from Luke, it suddenly opened and fired. As if he had predicted it, Luke bent low, and as he spun away to avoid the palm cannon, he roared inwardly, "Shoryuken." The next moment, he did an uppercut as he punched Tony in the ribs and sent the metal suit flying. Bang! Tony flew up again. Luke activated the jets on his feet and followed the metal armor, punching and kicking like a storm. Tony was once again able to enjoy the feeling of the world spinning around him. While the series of attacks didn't damage the metal armor, he spun in the sky as he fell. In the end, he could only activate his jets and try to put some distance between them. But Luke saw it coming. The moment Tony activated the jets, Luke clenched his fists, raised them high, and then smashed down on the back of the metal armor. Dwang! The tycoon hit the mud upside down so that his legs were sticking out. The jets on his legs spluttered, but the metal suit could only move a dozen centimeters in the mud. 10 seconds later, Tony Stark pulled himself out of the mud, gasping for breath. Looking at Luke, who had retreated again, he was aggrieved. He flipped open his mask and asked, "What do you want to prove?" "To show off that you're better at close combat." A few meters away, Luke crossed his arms. His cape unfurled and flapped in the night wind. He clearly had no intention of taking action. Watching the guy slowly stand up, he said, "No, I'm just telling you that you're not invincible. If you plan to just fly around in the sky in the future and blow up all your opponents with plasma cannons and mini missiles, that's fine, but you can't save the world with just that. You can kill bad guys with the plasma cannons and the mini missiles, but you can't use them with civilians around." Tony asked, "So, do I need to hire you as a combat coach?" Luke chuckled, "No need. In any case, you'll never be as good as me." Tony. F***CKU. Although he couldn't see the tycoon's face, Luke could picture it. He was secretly amused as he continued, "You're smarter than I am. You said yourself that the armor is you, so do your best to make it better. Don't get complacent after this small success. You can still do a lot." Tony stared at Batman blankly, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. "Who the hell are you? Even my father never, wait, only my father has ever said that to me." Luke talked big, but he actually didn't take it seriously. He wasn't counting on his words to move Tony. Thus, this small competition was only to make it clear that Batman was a man of pure integrity. It absolutely wasn't about showing off. Whether the tycoon believed it or not, in any case, Luke himself believed it. Actions and results always worked the best with this young master. Luke had deliberately lured the tycoon into a head-on clash, and had seized the opportunity to beat him up. Then, he acted all high and mighty. These sorts of actions and outcomes were enough to stab the tycoon in the heart. To use a line from an online novel to describe what the tycoon was thinking at that moment, it was probably, "Nobody can act pretentious in front of me, not even God." This arrogant tycoon wouldn't give up until he got his revenge. Tony's face was dark and his mind was in a mess. On one hand, he felt that Batman wouldn't be so petty as to deliberately attack him. The whole world knew that Batman didn't have that much time on his hands. On the other hand, he was indeed unhappy. In the battle just now, his suit didn't even sustain 1% damage, but the Batman suit was at most just a little dirty. It didn't even have a dent. This proved that Batman was far more skilled in close combat than he was. But Tony didn't want to dwell on it. That was because he didn't like to lose. After a brief silence, Tony said, "What do you mean I'm not the only superhero?" He didn't think that Batman was implying that he was the first superhero. Luke said, "What I really want to say is that you might have to face even more supervillains." Saying that, he threw a USB at Tony. Tony caught the USB. "What's this?" Luke said, "From the information I gathered, some people are experimenting on superhumans." Tony's heart jumped. Tony had known that this was inevitable, but he had subconsciously ignored it. Most of the organizations involved in these sorts of experiments were established and were mostly involved in government research. It was like there were mercenaries active in the Middle East and South America who did America's dirty work. If anything happened, it was the private company that took the fall, while nothing was said at all about the benefits that America reaped. Stark Industries had been in the weapons business for decades. It could already be considered good of them that they had never dabbled in projects like these. Luke couldn't be bothered to guess what the tycoon was thinking. He simply continued, "I think they'll cause trouble sooner or later. It's Murphy's Law. One day, they'll create a supervillain who will be a danger to society. Be careful, these test subjects might not care about your CEO identity. Tony was stunned. Don't you want my help to deal with those people? Of course, Luke knew that the tycoon was referring to the people behind the experiments. He chuckled. Do you know why I've never shown my face? Tony immediately understood. So that you don't have anything to worry about. Luke nodded. You have Stark Industries behind you, but that also means you have to yield to certain rules. If you break those rules, Stark Industries will no longer be your shield. Tony was silent. He was well aware of that, which was why he wouldn't hesitate to kill 100 terrorists if he had to. Settling accounts with Obadiah and reducing the company's weapons department had all been handled internally. Lashing out in the Congress hearing had been normal for a businessman who was protecting his own interests. But Iron Man wouldn't dare directly blow up those weapons companies. Tony's willful and unrestrained behavior stopped at him alone. That was the rule. If he broke this rule, those under Stark Industries' protection and his allies would become the ones to suppress him. Stark Industries was both the strongest protection and strongest restraints, and Tony couldn't escape it. To the American market and the government, he had to be a firm rule maker and protector. Violating or destroying the rules meant destroying Stark Industries, which meant destroying himself. Luke didn't hit him again this time. He simply said, ordinary people have their own responsibilities, and so do superheroes. You can hunt down terrorists all over the world, but I can kill some crazy B***stards. There's no difference when it comes to saving innocent lives. Tony was a little embarrassed. Batman was very self-aware and didn't care about status, but Tony did. But now that it was laid out for him, the tycoon realized that he was acting a little like a villain. Luke changed the topic. Why do you still have the injury on your chest? Tony hesitated for a moment before he told the truth. I checked with a top specialist. It would be a very risky procedure. Luke had a strange expression on his face. Are you serious? Tony smiled bitterly. The shrapnel is close to my heart. If anything goes wrong, my heart will. He made an exploding gesture. Although it was exaggerated, it very clearly meant death. Thinking for a moment, Luke nodded. I'll make something for you. I'll give it to you tomorrow night. It might be useful for your ailment. Tony was stunned. You know how to do that? Luke said, normal external injuries are fine, but as for your condition, I'm not so sure. If you start acting crazy later, you can come look for me. Tony, do I look like I'm nuts to you? You're the one who likes to wear black and pretend to be a bat. Too lazy to look at his expression, Luke continued, keep the thing, I'll be giving you a secret. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Tony asked, what is it? Luke said, a drug. A friend stole it from someone who has a lot of influence in the underworld. Tony opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. To be able to make Batman deem it influential, it definitely had to be a troublesome underworld force. While Tony wasn't afraid of the underground forces, he wouldn't provoke them. More importantly, this was stolen. Batman's friend probably wasn't a good person either. As for himself, he and Batman were just rival competitors, so he was a good person. It was that simple. That was what the tycoon told himself. With that, Luke raised his head and looked at the night sky. I'm leaving. Don't follow me. Tony snorted reflexively. Who wants to follow you? Without looking back, Luke activated his optical camouflage and melted into the night. He said, okay, you can lead the paparazzi away. You're good at that. Tony looked at Manhattan in the northeast as several helicopters approached. He couldn't help but curse. F***ck. They're really quick. His entire encounter with Batman had taken roughly 20 minutes, and the paparazzi had already come rushing over. But compared with Batman, who basically didn't interact with paparazzi, Tony was confident he could deal with these guys. After giving the order to Jarvis, his BGM rang out, and the suit soared into the sky and flew back to Manhattan. As long as you can't catch up to me, it's not a problem. A certain tycoon was just this blunt. Putting aside Tony, who had left the helicopters so far behind they couldn't even eat his dust, Luke quietly went home, took off his armor, and entered the lab. Naturally, that fight earlier had been deliberate. Tony had also tacitly agreed to Luke's victory, so the list of the tycoon's abilities in the system lit up again. Luke, who was too absorbed in his research, only sensed after a moment that the tycoon's abilities had swiftly improved recently. It wasn't like before he was kidnapped, when he was lazy and had no purpose. Now, the tycoon's energy was focused on two things, the suit, and energy. The reason he was treating energy as a separate entity was because Stark Industries was preparing to undertake new energy projects. Compared with the reactor that was the size of a kid's fist in the metal suit, the large arc reactor which Tony had just designed had a lot of power. A dozen of them would be able to power 1/3 of New York. This reactor was a large-scale counterpart of the reactor in the metal suit. In reality, it took up little albeit highly controlled space, and had a low risk factor, which was why they could be stored in the basement in Stark Tower. Pepper had already spread the word among the company's board of directors. After some verification, Luke confirmed that Stark Industries' stock price was going to skyrocket again. In any case, Jenny's team had already entered the battlefield, and was just waiting to make a killing again. Secondly, whether it was Tony's main suit, Mark IV, or the portable Mark V, they were very attractive to Luke. With Mark V, in particular, Luke could compare it with his own portable armor and make an even more advanced product. Luke wasn't Tony, his physique was very strong, so the armor's protection wasn't as important. However, being able to put it on quickly was very practical. Another piece of good news was that Tony had made a bit of progress in the nanotechnology research on his armor. Although it wasn't a major development, Luke could still try to use this new technology to make an extremely simple version of the Thousand Faces armor. If he could make something where a person's external appearance didn't change, but they had part of the armor's abilities, his family would benefit from it. This was far easier than Sentinel Services trying to seize superpowers and strengthen the human body. As long as his technical skills met the requirements, the rest was just a matter of money. Money wasn't a big problem for him now. At the same time, the American news media exploded once again. Iron Man, who had just gone through a hearing at Congress, was caught by the paparazzi on camera in a private night meeting with Batman. This was explosive news. After the California earthquake, Batman seemed to have disappeared, and there were no signs of this #1 superhero in Los Angeles. In the last few months, Batman had switched from being the main character in media reports to being Iron Man's sidekick. Most of the time, he was mentioned in relation to Iron Man. In the end, this superhero suddenly appeared again, and he had gone to Stark Tower, proving that whatever happened before wasn't unfounded. But that wasn't what certain big shots cared about. What they cared about was that in the video taken by the paparazzi, Batman was also wearing a brand new Batman suit that looked 50 to 60% like the Iron Man suit. After they met, they flew out of Manhattan one after another. As the paparazzi tailed them, everybody now knew that the two had probably gotten into a fight on the beach on Staten Island. Even though Tony Stark showed up at a business gathering the next day like nothing was out of the ordinary, the news media used their pro skills at *TTING and misrepresentation to create all sorts of drama. Batman steals Iron Man's armor technology, a huge falling out in a fight, and shock. After not meeting for half a year, surprising cracks in Iron Man and Batman's relationship, and Bat-Iron CP in danger, and here's why, numerous headlines bred like flies. Of course, that last headline on some internet website was followed by a huge bunch of eager women. This news was a party for the general public. Many of the higher-ups started to get restless again. For example, the members of Congress who had just been slapped in the face were probably thinking something along the lines of, "He can touch it, but we can't." Tony would rather give the armor technology to an unknown like Batman than to America. This was different from what Tony had said in Congress yesterday. For a moment, the private phone lines of many big shots rang non-stop, and each conversation often took more than 10 minutes. Their private meetings also increased significantly, and another round of schemes against the Iron Man suit began. Tony Stark didn't care about that at all. He returned to the tower and got to work. Although Batman had taught him another lesson, Tony's unwillingness to admit defeat didn't discourage him. Instead, he was inspired again, and came up with a lot of ideas for improving his armor. In a sense, Tony and Luke felt pretty much the same way whenever they met. They couldn't sleep if they didn't test their new ideas right away after that. On this point, who knew if it was Tony who had led Luke astray, or vice versa? After tinkering around in the workshop in high spirits, Luke went to Stark Tower the following night with the first batch of the blood orchid drug he had just created. This time, he directly hacked into Stark Tower's security system to let Jarvis know when he was coming. Jarvis immediately notified Tony, who had just woken up and was working. At Tony's instruction, Jarvis opened the elevator doors in the underground parking lot for Luke, who was invisible. Looking at the Batman suit after Luke cancelled the stealth mode, Tony's tech side couldn't help but act up. He projected the image from Jarvis's surveillance feed and said, "There are a lot of issues with your stealth technology. The heat emissions are a problem, and the light distortions it creates can't fool Jarvis. It's only good enough to get by electronic surveillance." Luke was too lazy to listen to him. The list of the Tycoon's abilities had only just been refreshed in the system. Luke could do the modifications himself after this. "Alright, my armor only has some minor shortcomings, but there's a huge hole in your chest. Who do you think has the bigger problem?" Tony choked. He could comfort himself with the words, "Although I have a hole in my chest, my armor is strong." But in front of Batman, it could only be said that everybody had their own strength. He would rather believe that it was because the other party had a stronger physique. This could be seen from the fact that the first-generation Batman suit didn't have any supporting propulsion system. Batman had relied completely on his physical strength to move like normal. After interrupting the Tycoon's rambling, Luke didn't waste any time. He simply opened the small silver cooler he was holding. 12 glass test tubes lay in recesses, each of which contained 100 millimeters of light red liquid. Tony stepped forward. "What's this?" "I call it Life 1. Luke casually came up with a product name. More specifically, it should allow external injuries to recover very well, and most fractures and cuts will heal in 3 to 5 days. Tony was surprised. "Are you serious? If an ordinary person was accidentally cut by a kitchen knife, it would take about 5 days to make a full recovery." The cuts Luke was referring to had to be from a battle. It would already be pretty good to recover from something like that in a month or two. Bone fractures took even longer to heal, around 2 to 3 months. Luke nodded. "But this was stolen. I don't have any information on the components. You should do an analysis and test it first." Saying that, he took out a USB. "This is some information on a similar drug used by that underworld force. It's for you. Any more questions?" Tony frowned. "What do you want?" He was a businessman, and his first reaction when he ran into a situation was always, "What's the catch?" Why would Batman give Life 1 away for nothing if it had such miraculous effects? If it were anyone else, Tony would immediately suspect that there was something wrong with the drug. But in front of Batman, he would rather first consider what the other party wanted in exchange. Luke chuckled. "It's simple. As long as you figure out the functions and side effects of Life 1 and share the research with me, I can continue doing more tests for you." Tony's heart jumped. "It's that simple." Luke said, "Of course. If there are no unacceptable side effects, it's a life-saving drug that can save lives in an emergency. I need something like that." Tony felt that he was being looked down on again. He was thinking about a business transaction, while Batman was thinking about saving lives. "Damn it, aren't you Batman? Why are you stealing an angel's job?" The Tycoon glared at the charcoal head in front of him and cursed inwardly. A moment later, he closed the box. "Deal." Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Jarvis, help me open the elevator doors. I'm leaving." Watching him walk to the elevator, Tony couldn't help but ask, "Hey, how do I give you the research results?" Luke threw him a USB without looking back. "There's a way to contact me inside." Tony caught it. Luke said, "You can leave a message if you need help." "Of course, preferably at night." Tony's lips twitched. "You're not really a bat, are you?" The image of a big bat spirit bustling around in a dark cave during the day popped into his head, and he felt it was quite funny. Luke turned his head, and his blood-red lenses seemed to flash with disdain. "No, Batman is only a part-time job. It's just like how your main role is the CEO of Stark Industries." Tony was lost for words. He had been CEO for more than 10 years, and it had only been a few months since he started his part-time job as Iron Man. Batman had a point, and Tony couldn't argue with that. Tony pondered as Luke took the elevator down. The Batman suit 2.0 wasn't anything ordinary. It was slightly below Mark IV's level, but only 30% at most. Also, as a top genius in weapons development, Tony knew that the way the Batman suit and the Iron Man suit were designed weren't the same. As support-type armor for use in the city, the power system for the Batman suit 2.0 wasn't any worse than Mark IV's, and there were practically no weapons systems installed. But it was also far more stealthy and agile than Mark IV. Even if Tony had said that there was something wrong with the Batman suit's stealth system, he had just been nitpicking. There were always flaws in any real product. The perfect product only existed in dreams. A designer could only make choices based on practical needs. The Batman suit's current performance was enough to meet Batman's requirements, so it was a mid-level product. That was right, it could only be considered above average at most, and no more. The best armor will always be my mark armor. The tycoon made up his mind, but when he turned around and saw the cooler which contained Life 1, his expression couldn't help falling. Fine, his puny life was also very important. If he wasn't alive to do the research, the metal suit would quickly become outdated. A little depressed, Tony walked over and picked up the cooler. Jarvis, get my private plane ready. I'm going back to the Malibu villa. He usually liked to go back and forth between New York and Los Angeles in his metal suit, which was much faster than a private plane. However, with Life 1 on him, it was impossible for Luke to fly at supersonic speed with such an important thing. He could only take the plane back. Thankfully, he could still work on the plane, so it wouldn't be a waste of time. Thinking that, Tony put on his armor and flew straight to his private airfield. Luke was feeling very cheerful. He was too terrible at research, even in the pharmaceutical line, which Tony didn't pay as much attention to. Even ignoring the flashes of inspiration Tony got as a protagonist, Luke couldn't compare with Stark Industries, which could set up a complete pharmaceutical research team at any time. It wasn't just about the money, but about the overwhelming advantage of fame and power. Thankfully, Luke didn't care about honor so much. This time, he had refreshed the Tycoon's abilities in his system. He had to give the Tycoon something in return. Helping him treat his stupidity would be enough to calm him down. He could use Tony's strength to complete his research on Life 1, and Luke had the most important raw ingredient, the blood orchid extract. There was no need to worry that he would be kicked out of the game. It wasn't because Luke was wary of Tony, but because Life 1 might really be something extraordinary. In his preliminary study, this drug that was created from the blood orchid extract had some amazing power. Treating external injuries was just its simplest and most obvious function. Sloan had said that it could also treat the damage to the body and brain caused by physical outburst and curve shooting. This was damage at a genetic level. Sloan had basically been making car tires out of gold and flaunting them on the streets. If Tony Stark knew about this, he would definitely curse Sloan for squandering such a treasure. However, it would already be pretty good if there were any results from his research on Life 1 in a few months. There was no need to worry about that for now. Luke quickly tamped down his excitement and returned home to his own work. The most important thing for now was still to clear the small instance that was Sentinel Services. A set or even a few suitable sets of armor would double the gains from this instance. He had to be prepared as much as possible. A few more peaceful days passed. Luke moved Carol and Lorna to another apartment building, where they continued to remain in hiding. Their faces were fine now, but the Thousand Faces system couldn't change their figures. The eye-catching difference in height between the two girls would easily draw attention. Stacy and the other two girls had already moved into the employee dorms that the record company had rented. With the other employees as cover and no threat from Sentinel Services, they were very safe. On the other side, the high table was still silent, and no one made a move against the boogeyman. According to Gianna, the high table was currently engaging in a power struggle, which was caused by the recent movements of Boogeyman John. Following her resurrection as planned, she finally completed the coronation ceremony and officially became the head of the family. Santino was dead, but the bounty he put up was still in effect. Although it was very bizarre that the bounty put up by the dead Santino was to avenge his very much alive sister, Gianna, the 10 million in the special contribution reward would draw another wave of hitmen. However, the heads of those who wanted to make a fortune cooled a little after what happened to Tarasov, Santino, and the fraternity. Few killers would dare take this bounty. The chance to kill more than 100 hitmen in one go definitely wouldn't appear again. More importantly, it was Boogeyman John who had violated the rule of the blood oath. Not only didn't he kill Gianna, he had even killed Santino, his client. However, as one of the 12 members of the High Table, Gianna refused to announce excommunication or a bounty, because she suggested that Santino's bounty was against the rules. It made no sense that Santino could use the High Table's reward to put out a bounty on one of the 12 members, while the High Table insisted that John fulfill the blood oath. If the 12 members accepted this behavior, then everybody could issue commissions in the future and assassinate one another, and the High Table would have to continue giving out rewards. The High Table was divided on this matter. Although she had yet to become one of the 12 when Santino gave John the commission, Gianna was one of them now. If the blood oath which the High Table created could be used to force a killer to assassinate any of the 12 members, and they had to succeed no matter what, then what use were the 12 members' authority and intelligence? So, it wasn't hard to understand Gianna's attitude now. Not only had Boogeyman John let her go, he had also helped her get rid of Santino and obtain the position of head of the family. Naturally, she was unwilling to acknowledge that bounty. As soon as the fraternity sent out elite assassins to meddle in the battle for the position of head of the family, Boogeyman John had immediately gone to kill Sloane's 19 legendary assassins. In this situation, even an idiot would be able to tell that the Boogeyman and Gianna were in cahoots. At the same time, only an idiot would tell the High Table to deal with Boogeyman John. Gianna had just become one of the 12, and her position wasn't stable yet. But as long as she had the Boogeyman as an ally, she had a lethal trump card. If anyone voiced agreement to excommunication and the bounty this time, it was very likely that Gianna would happily pass on the man's name to the Boogeyman. Even the 12 high and mighty members didn't want to provoke the current night demon. This guy had retired 4 years ago for some reason, but when he became active again, he was unexpectedly terrifying. In comparison, the fraternity in Tarasov had had too many deaths recently, leaving behind a lot of territory, and everyone could take a share. This involved low risks and yielded more gains. It was much more cost-effective than dealing with that D*MN, tough lone wolf. Thanks to Gianna's efforts, the 12 members of the High Table could only put aside punishing Boogeyman John for now. When Luke learned of this outcome, he could only lament. But he couldn't yell at Gianna, "Why are you so proactive?" He could only hold back. It was also good to put the High Table aside for the time being. It was impossible for such a big underground force to disappear. After he was done with Sentinel services, he would come back and slowly shear the sheep at the High Table. When the time came, his experience and credit points wouldn't be able to escape. After Luke was engrossed in his work for a few days, Selena suddenly raised something at dinner. "Hey, are you really not going to check out the digging that the real estate company is doing next door?" Luke was stunned. "Digging? Wait, are they still digging?" Selena stared at him speechlessly for a moment, before she shook her head and sighed. "Although our place is soundproof, the other residents can't take it anymore. Every now and then, they hear the drone of machines, as if a mine is being opened. When I went to work in the morning, Karen even stopped me and told me to tell you about it." Luke scratched his head in embarrassment. He had really forgotten about it. A few days after Foggy said that the mysterious real estate company had moved in and was secretly working on the project, Luke sent out a mini drone to take a look, and found that they were digging a hole. Whatever the real estate company's goal was, it absolutely wasn't the refurbishment of the sewerage system that they were talking about. Because the value of the building absolutely didn't require sewers that were 10 meters in diameter. It wasn't important why they were digging. What was important was that after he told Foggy, people from New York's HQ and the municipal department had come, but nothing had happened. Clearly, they had influence which easily stopped the authorities. It wasn't easy to make these departments knowingly break the law, but it was very easy for them to make the process less efficient and delay construction for a few months. Luke didn't have any proof, either. Saying that they were digging a hole and manufacturing illegal drugs seemed too outrageous, so he had shelved the matter for the time being. After hearing what Selena said, he finally remembered. Rubbing his chin, he looked at Selena and said, "Why don't we take a look tonight?" Selena said, "Okay." Luke rarely took her to look at the night lights anymore, and it was a little boring beating up hoodlums on her own. She felt that the main reason was that she wasn't as flashy as Luke. She simply broke bones and sent the hospital a string of new patients, and called it a day. When she went with Luke, he could always find new fun in these small operations. With just a few sentences and a few movements, some of these hooligans would be so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. It was full of black humor. At first, she had rejected this sort of sick interest. But when she saw how Luke made these hoodlums sh*t their pants and make a beeline for the patrol cars to turn themselves in, the illegal drugs in their hands, she fell in love with this feeling. As for the smell, it didn't exist. The new suit completely blocked out scents, and the mess was basically in the hooligans' pants. At most, she could only see water stains. Only the hooligans, who had complicated and painful expressions, knew what it felt like to run with sh*t in their pants. Luke and Selena agreed that they weren't in a hurry, and they finished their daily training and work first. At 9 o'clock, 2 people and 1 dog put on their stealth suits and left the house. It was too close to their house in Clinton, and Luke and Selena had to go through the underground passage before doubling back. The residents of the apartment building had basically moved out. Most of the units were dark, and it looked like a haunted building, which made it easier for Luke, Selena and the dog to sneak in. Reaching the hole, Luke looked down and was a little surprised. He said over the internal comm, "This is, at least 20 meters deep, right?" Selena said, "I was here a few days ago, but they hadn't gone that deep yet. There hadn't been any plastic tarpaulin at the bottom either." Luke said, "Let's go down and take a look." It wasn't just one piece of tarpaulin, the plastic covered the entire pit and hid the bottom from view. Looking down, nothing could be seen except for the shadows cast by the light on the plastic. Some were motionless junk, and some were moving figures and machines. When they entered, not only did they hear the droning which nearby residents complained about, they also heard an even more unpleasant screeching sound, like metal scraping over stone. They entered and saw something that looked like a small-scale tunnel boring machine at work. Luke was stunned. How did they bring this in? Selena was also astonished. Even if it was a small-scale tunnel boring machine, it would still be hard to stealthily move it into the Clinton area under so many eyes. But the real estate company had done it. After moving past the tarpaulin, Luke and Selena hid in a corner and didn't move forward as they watched the machine drill a stone door. A moment later, Selena couldn't help but ask, "This door isn't too big. Why don't they just dig from the side?" Luke shook his head. "This door is just one side of it. Just think of it as a stone box." Selena nodded and asked a second question. "There's something wrong with this stone door. Why aren't there any marks on it after so long?" Luke said, "Something's definitely wrong. From what the residents said, the machines have been working for a few days, but this stone door is intact. It's not just sturdy, there's probably another reason." Luke indeed didn't know exactly what this stone door was made of. But just like how the destroyer's skin hadn't broken even after being hit by an armor-piercing bullet at close range, this wasn't something that could be understood with Earth's current science. While this unknown thing might contain benefits, it could also be a trap. It wasn't worth acting blindly. Also, it would be very hard to move it, so Luke didn't pursue it further. As they were talking, Luke heard some activity. He used his ability to probe the top of the pit for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Daredevil and his ex-girlfriend are here. Don't move later, it'll be easy for this guy to detect us with his hearing." Selena stood still obediently, but she couldn't help but ask, "Ex-girlfriend? Isn't he afraid Karen will run off?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "What if he's treating them both the same?" Selena asked, "Are you talking about yourself?" Luke said, "I'm still a kid, I'm not even 20 yet. I don't have as much experience as a 30-year-old man." Selena, hee. After talking over the internal comm for a bit, Matt and his ex appeared above the pit. But before they could come down, several red figures ran out of the darkness and surrounded them. Luke narrowed his eyes. Ninjas in red. The hand. Matt and his ex had probably alerted the ninjas, who definitely hadn't been here just now, or Luke would have noticed them earlier. Selena asked, "What are those ninjas doing? I haven't seen them recently, so I thought they gave up on the Clinton area." Luke said, "Let's take a look first." The duo above clearly didn't have much to talk about with the hand. Without saying a word, they advanced and immediately started fighting. However, they were outnumbered. In just a few minutes, the duo fell to a disadvantage, and Matt decisively dragged his ex-girlfriend away. It was obvious that this guy had learned his lesson. He knew that he couldn't force his way through in certain situations, or a concussion, a tranquilizer dart or something similar awaited him. Looking at the image sent by the drone above the pit, Selena suddenly said bewilderedly, "Don't you think the leader of these ninjas looks familiar?" Luke's eyes flashed. "Yes, I stabbed him in the head with a knife last time, and I saw him die in front of us." Thoughts flashed through Selena's mind, and she was shocked. That group of ninjas next to the river. "But didn't you kill them with knives?" Luke sneered. "I'm very interested in that too. Resurrecting the dead isn't a common thing." "Let's go," Selena asked. "Aren't we going to deal with them?" Luke said, "Just monitor the situation first. The hand won't have just these few ninjas. Keep them alive and see if we can track them to their nest." These were all experience and credit points that had been sent to his door. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. He wouldn't kill these ninjas so easily. Who knew, they might come back to life again after a few days. Coming back to life once after he killed them was already a miracle. If they did it again a second time, it would be a slap to his face. He wouldn't be able to take this grievance. Sneaking out, Luke installed surveillance cameras in various inconspicuous spots around the building to monitor it. Early the next morning, Luke went to Foggy's office and had him try persuading the residents who hadn't moved away to accept the conditions and move out of the apartment building. After thinking for a moment, Foggy's expression turned ugly. "Is it dangerous?" Luke didn't give him a straight answer. He simply said, "I noticed strange movements with the people going in and out of the building. They're not small-time hoodlums. Any resident still there might get pulled in if anything happens." Foggy didn't doubt Luke. Luke had already proven his character through his donations and actions. More importantly, he found Luke pleasing to the eye, so he nodded and agreed. Actually, the company offered decent conditions for relocation. The remaining families are used to the place, and public security has become a lot better, which is why they refused to move. If I explain the situation, they'll probably listen. Luke nodded. The Clinton area was in central Manhattan. Its notorious reputation had been deliberately put about by Kingpin and the other gangs. With a few reconstruction and renovation projects, a lot of capital would rush in, and real estate prices would skyrocket. There were plenty of gangs that hid out in old apartment buildings to sell illegal drugs. Gangs who operated out of luxury apartment buildings were very rare. At the same time, the high property prices would lead to high taxes, and NYPD would have to pay attention to security. At that time, it would be very difficult for any gang to do illegal business in the Clinton area. Nobody was stupid. Everybody who owned real estate in the Clinton area aimed to make money one day. The rent for houses in Clinton wasn't high, but property prices had always been high. It was through Jenny's connections that Luke had been able to purchase his 5-story building. Otherwise, it was impossible to buy a place by relying on just money alone. Owners would just wait for prices to continue increasing. Most of the people who lived in that apartment building were renters, not owners. Considering the strategic location and the ability to cut down on commuting costs, many people were reluctant to leave. Now that they had to take their lives into consideration, however, they would ultimately choose to stay away. After that, Luke was about to leave. Foggy stopped him. Luke waited a few seconds, but before the fatty could say anything, he saw the hesitant look on the fatty's face, and wanted to laugh. "Foggy, I'm not a woman. What's with that awkward expression? Don't say that you're coming out of the closet. I don't discriminate, but it's impossible for me to join that side." Foggy couldn't help but raise his middle finger, and things returned to normal. "You know that we're almost done with the community reconstruction project?" Luke nodded. The reconstruction project had been launched a few days before Christmas last year. It was already the middle of February, and should be completed in 2 months. "What, you're short of money, and you're afraid that someone will cause trouble?" He casually mentioned the biggest possibility. Foggy shook his head. "No, we're keeping an eye on that, and it's enough." The truth was that they were indeed a little short of funds. Foggy was already prepared to take out part of this month's $50,000, which the firm received as a regular contribution, to make up this deficit. Luke asked, "So what's the problem?" Foggy said, "Actually, I think it could be considered a good thing, but there's a little problem for now." Luke said, "Tell me. I'm worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. I don't have time to play word games with you." Foggy was stunned. "Shouldn't that be my line, as a lawyer? Though, I'm only worth several $100s an hour in theory." Inwardly roasting Luke's terrible opening remark, Foggy nevertheless explained the details. As it turned out, the problem was with the interim construction team, but it couldn't simply be deemed a bad thing. Chapter 1133. Carrying bricks forever so that you don't have to eat dirt. At Luke's suggestion, an interim construction team had been set up, with Foggy and the others supervising and inspecting it every now and then. Unexpectedly, in these 2 months, it started looking like an actual renovation company. Based on Luke's understanding from his previous life, this team was already showing signs of developing into becoming an official contractor. Foggy, Karen and the veteran renovation workers were responsible for different parts of the work. Foggy and Karen had good management skills, and the veteran workers were very experienced. Coupled with the donations from Luke, the interim team had a good environment to work in. Now, this ad hoc team had inexplicably taken the form of a fledgling renovation company, and was operating well. Some people were moved. At the tail end of the community reconstruction, the old workers and a dozen temp kids found Foggy and seriously consulted him on whether or not they could set up an official renovation company. A renovation company with more than 20 people could already take on professional work for ordinary homes. Foggy was stunned by the unexpected proposal. After carefully considering it for 2 days, he and Karen helped the old workers analyze the feasibility of such a plan. Their final conclusion was that it was possible. But any newly opened business would always have a problem, and that was making a loss in the early stages. Few businesses didn't lose money the moment they opened. The only difference was for how long and how much. For a company like theirs, the best opening development would be to get a huge order. With the profits from this large project, the new renovation company would be able to win the hearts of its employees, and the profits would last for a period of time. Then, they could use this buffer period to expand the business and grow. Luke immediately understood, but it's hard to open for business with a large order. It's very likely that it'll be very hard for the company at the beginning. After toughing it out for a month or two, people might give up and the company might collapse. Foggy said, I thought as much, but the competition here in New York is too intense. If they butt in rashly, they might. He mimicked a swan dive with one hand. Luke smiled. Actually, you're not worried about the old workers, but about the kids, right? Foggy nodded subconsciously. That's right. Those old workers can continue working as laborers without the company. That life isn't too bad and they won't suffer too much. However, it wasn't easy for these dozen or so kids to get the chance to participate in the community reconstruction, and they didn't quit in the last 2 months. If the first venture fails, I'm afraid they'll think that their efforts were all for nothing. Ultimately, they'll only be able to join gangs, sell weed, and wind up dead on the streets or in prison. Luke understood this worry. A setback wasn't a problem for someone in their 30s or 40s. However, the half-grown kids on the streets of Clinton were just starting out. These young teenagers who grew up in a harsh environment were sensitive. If they did all they could but still failed, it would be very easy for them to think, since working hard didn't get me anywhere, why bother? At that time, they would choose a road of no return, and might be doomed to suddenly die before they turned 30. Thinking for a moment, Luke looked at Foggy. How do you want me to help? Foggy chuckled. Well, you're well informed. If you can find homes in need of renovation, I can send them to offer their services right away. Stumped for a moment, Luke got a strange expression on his face. Are you saying that you want me to give you information on places with more severe damage, and you'll get them to go tout their services? Foggy nodded. Like couples quarreling, unexpected fires, burst pipes, natural disasters, these sorts of homes. It wouldn't affect you too much. Luke was amused. Foggy's idea wasn't bad. The organization with the most information in New York was NYPD. It wasn't easy for a small company with 20 people to operate. They would have to run around in circles doing small jobs every day. On the other hand, something like this couldn't be considered a secret. Residents wouldn't be able to hide any accidents that happened in their homes from the neighbors, while NYPD was the one who had all this information. Luke wasn't in a hurry to give an answer. He simply said, let me think about it. I'll give you a reply tomorrow. He was about to get up, when he remembered something. Right, who are the dozen or so kids who want to work for the company? Foggy looked at him strangely. Charlie, Rackle, Hudson, Moby, Dido, you're familiar with most of them. Pleased, Luke smiled and stood up. Well, I'm glad that they're willing to walk the right path. It seems that all my hard work wasn't in vain. Seeing Luke leave the office, Foggy couldn't help but remark in a low voice, wasn't your hard work just bribing their mothers with money to force these brats to go and carry bricks? He then shook his head in amusement. Forget it. At the very least, these kids have hope. There were close to 150 teenagers and young adults participating in the community reconstruction project, but only 16 of them wanted to continue with the renovation company, which was around 10%. Luke had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars all up, and had given these dozen or so kids a chance to choose a different future. He couldn't be fussy about this good deed. Of course, Luke could hear what the fatty said behind his back. Fortunately, he was pretty much upfront about it. He went downstairs with a smile and told Selena about it in the car. After listening to him, Selena thought. For a moment, before she nodded. It doesn't seem hard, right? It isn't hard to screen information that isn't related to private affairs, and they don't need a lot of work. Luke nodded. When she said it wasn't hard, she was referring to the SMART program. Both Little Snail and Sponge could carry out the screening. As for news on the police radio, that was already under Little Snail's surveillance. It really isn't hard, Luke said casually. So, I'll use the shell company to invest some money and buy some of its shares. Selena. Huh, Luke chuckled. Do you remember why I set up the community reconstruction project? To make those brats carry bricks until they throw up, Selena replied without thinking. She then understood. Holy sh*t. You want them to carry bricks for you forever? Luke nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. That's a stable, blue-collar job that many people in New York would want to do. Selena. As long as you're happy. It didn't cost much to start this company. After these 2 months, everybody was well aware of how good those old workers were. The repaired homes were proof. Along with adopting Foggy's suggestion that they went to the door to tout their services, the company absolutely wouldn't make a loss. The only problem was that it would be a little more difficult at the beginning for these 10 or so temp apprentices to solicit jobs. But was that a bad thing? As the saying went, if you wanted to do something big, you had to eat dirt first. After eating this dirt, the dozen or so kids from the Clinton area would become part of the old cadre of the renovation company. They still had a long road ahead of them. Little could compare with the actions of these half-grown kids who were determined to change their fate. It was hard for anyone who didn't live in the slums to imagine their hardships. This was especially true of the black community. Most of them lived in dire straits. Trying to pull themselves out was hard. Even Matt and Foggy couldn't compare. They were white, after all. Luke's life before he turned 18 was ordinary at most, but it wasn't hard at all. Robert, Catherine and Drax had provided the 3 children with education and meticulous care. As for the dozen or so kids in the renovation team, if their fathers weren't dead, they were better off not having any, whether because their fathers were in prison or didn't care. They grew up with their mothers, which was characteristic for them. It was for that reason that both Selena and Foggy had been surprised by Luke's charity fund, but they had no objections. In good spirits, Luke and Selena went to Dustin's office in the police department. This wasn't a scheduled meeting, but Dustin had called them to come in. Being able to take it easy most days meant that they had to give support whenever it was required. When they entered the office, Dustin, who was focused on the files, didn't even raise his head. He simply pointed, and Selena immediately closed the door. After working together for so long, a small gesture was all that was required to get things done. However, Luke, who was in a good mood, was feeling a little cheeky today. He asked, "Boss, do you have a cousin called Justin Hammer?" Hearing that, Dustin stopped flipping through the files and tossed them onto the table. He raised his head. "He's my cousin. Did he piss you off? No problem. You can deal with him however you like." Luke. Selena. They remembered what Selena had said when they were watching the news before, and how Luke said that she was brainless, but now, Selena immediately glanced at Luke to see if his face hurt from being slapped. Luke didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he gave Dustin a strange look. "Boss, you never said that you have relatives like that." Dustin chuckled but looked neither pleased nor angry or jealous. He simply said casually, "That's because it's a distant relationship, we share a grandfather 3 generations back." Dustin and Justin shared the same great-great-grandfather. Looking at their faces, Dustin said casually, "Since my father's time, my family has had nothing to do with them. I don't want to talk about it." Luke and Selena understood. If they hadn't asked, Dustin would never have brought it up, because he didn't care about that side of the family. But since Luke had asked, he wouldn't lie. It could only be said that Dustin and Luke were no longer purely just allies or friends, which was why Dustin was so candid. Dustin switched topics and got down to business. "Tony Stark is in New York. You know that, right?" He didn't need them to answer. Before he said, "He's holding the second Stark Expo. The official opening ceremony is in 3 days, so we've received a familiar assignment. You understand, right?" Luke rolled his eyes. "Patrol the venue," Dustin said. "Given your outstanding performance at the LA Expo last time, you're responsible for patrolling the venue again before the opening ceremony, and you're in charge of communication between the Detective Bureau and Stark Industries security. Is there a problem, Luke?" "Number problem. As the saying went, train soldiers for 1,000 days in order to deploy them for one moment." Dustin had let them off for more than a month. It was their duty to get to work now. After all, it was Stark Industries. After all, a certain pair had connections to Stark. Actually, the 3 of them were aware of the situation. After Luke and Selena were classified as strategic weapons, that couldn't be used so easily, their efficiency at cracking cases had dropped significantly. In LA, they had been in the top 3. Here, they weren't even in the top 5. In terms of pure numbers, they were among the best in the detective bureau in terms of handling cases, and just slightly worse than John McClane, who was at the very top. There were also 4 or 5 other teams on the same level. Because that was enough. Although the 2 of them had a good relationship with their colleagues in the police department, they were too young, after all, and were outsiders. They would only make the old detectives uncomfortable if they were too diligent. They didn't need to be promoted yet, and being too diligent would only reduce the chances of other people being promoted, which would affect the good office atmosphere. Luke and Selena also needed their own time to improve their strength, and were able to spend a third of the time other people took to get things done, so nobody could criticize them. Because of that, they were actually very free. Taking on something as time-consuming as patrol also wouldn't affect the detective bureau too much. Luke and Selena quickly accepted the assignment and left. Driving out of HQ, Luke and Selena went to Flushing, Queens, where the Stark Expo would be held. Tony had actually announced the start of the Stark Expo when he dropped from the sky a few nights ago, but the area was still under construction. The Stark Expo was different from the previous one in Los Angeles. Tony's father held the first and only expo here in 1974. Now, Tony was holding a second one. Secondly, the products exhibited at the Stark Expo were from high-tech enterprises from all over the world. This was a world-class stage. This was a technological version of the World Martial Arts Conference in wuxia novels, where everyone relied on their skills to fight for attention. The expo would run for a year, and the exhibits would be adjusted accordingly. Not every company had enough products for the expo. After a year on display, new companies and new products would start showing up. The venue even had an area for independence. As long as they passed the checks by the expo's administrative department, individual inventors could also put their own unique gadgets on display on this world stage. On their way there, Luke and Selena decided that they would take a look at the independent inventors when they were free. Who knew, they might run into some interesting inventions. There was a lot of technology that was of no value to inventors because it was very hard to turn them into reality. Without anything tangible to show for it, they wouldn't have any money to continue researching, which made it even harder to produce anything. Luke felt that if he could fish out just 1 or 2 good items, this patrol assignment would be worth it. For the next 2 days, Luke and Selena constantly roamed the expo's venue, and even just ate lunch in their car. After lunch, Luke and Selena took advantage of whatever free time they had to look at the independent vendors and enjoy the bustle. After 2 days, Selena treated these booths like a show. A lot of people had come to Stark Expo from all over the world, including top experts, researchers, and technical specialists. These were people who basically wouldn't usually appear in this area, but there were plenty of related low to mid-tier personnel who had pretty much the same idea as Luke and Selena as they strolled around to see if they could pick up any treasure. Add in slightly more knowledgeable enthusiasts, and the area was crowded. Compared with the aloof and arrogant air of top bigshots, the visitors here weren't reserved at all. A lot of people here were homebody techies. When it came to skills, they didn't care about anything, and would just spout off. Can't take it anymore? Then pack up and go home, otherwise, fight it out if you're a man. Their thoughts were just this crude and simple. Who cared about dignity or the situation? When it came to their interests, there was only one word to describe their thinking: argue. As a result, there would be a lot of fighting from time to time among the independent booths. Like some super fertilizer that could be converted into an astonishing new energy source, or repackaged in new and exotic ways, someone in front of the booth might suddenly point out a problem with that. In the end, both parties would talk until they got agitated and had to use physical means to make the other side see reason. Luke and Selena weren't in a hurry to stop them, either. Only after both parties had beaten each other until their faces were badly battered did they step forward with big grins to restrain them. They took turns going forward to say, "Will you settle this privately and promise not to disturb public order at the expo again? Or do you want to cool down together in the police detention center for 24 hours? Naturally, most of the homebody techies were rendered speechless. They had already fought and the anger had already passed, but the proof was still on their faces. They couldn't deny it. Some of them were still stubborn, and could only be sent to the detention center for real. Luke and Selena were very familiar with this procedure. During the Stark Expo in LA, they had sent almost 100 people to the police department in just a few days. Breaking up this sort of scuffle only gave Luke 3 experience and credit points at most each time. However, these fights happened often and quickly, and Luke was able to earn 100+ points in half a day. The police had already prepared 2 big prison buses inside the venue. Those who refused to obey were handcuffed and loaded onto the bus. Once it was full, the vehicle would take them to the detention center. Following what happened at the LA Expo, Stark Industries had bought an old factory in Nassau County a month ago, converted it into a detention center, and handed it over to the state government. Inside this newly constructed detention center were 5,000 stainless steel beds calmly waiting for Expo troublemakers to check in. If needed, temporary beds could also be added, and the detention center could house up to 8,000 people. When you were rich, you could do whatever you wanted. In any case, there was no need for a court trial or whatever to detain someone in the center. Troublemakers caught at the scene could be sent there to cool their heads for 24 hours, this was the power of the police. If they still didn't calm down after they were released, they could try being detained again a few more times before they were officially arrested. NYPD also sent out some police personnel and support to maintain order. They didn't have to worry about the pay. Stark Industries had donated a huge sum to NYPD. If NYPD didn't do their best, then the commissioner and bureau chief could start counting down to when they would be kicked out of office. There were a lot of minor problems at the venue, but they were all resolved very quickly, and even the most raucous independent vendors' booths settled down. But not all the inventions and products here were complete rubbish. It had to be said that the products had to be at a certain level of technology in order to be able to pass the administrative department's vetting process. But these homebody techies running their mouths off to pull in investments was common. For example, the way they bragged about some new energy technology, people would think that Tony Stark's arc reactor was already outdated, but the truth was that they still had to promote their products at Tony's Expo. Thus, when Luke and Selena went for a walk to digest the food after they had lunch, they would visit the independent booths. Today, they ran into a familiar face. A small figure was standing in front of a booth and drooling over a slightly heavy-looking solo jetpack. Luke walked over and pressed down on the girl's braids, rubbing her head before she realized what was going on. "Why are you alone? Where's your father?" She turned around and smiled when she saw Luke. "Ah, Luke, you're here too." Then, she lunged forward happily and hugged the dog head next to Luke's feet. "Ah, Dollar, you're here too. Did you miss me?" Gold Nugget was too lazy to deal with the little girl. It let Dollar, who liked kids, take control of its body, and the dog wagged its tail as it licked that small face. "HMPH, bootlicker. You're destined to be nothing." The dog head snorted disdainfully at the fool whom it shared bodies with. After the girl played with the dog for a while, Luke said, "Mindy, you didn't come here alone, did you?" Mindy was a better fighter than most men here, but it was indeed a little too careless of Damon to let her wander around on her own. Mindy hugged the dog and pressed her face against its fur. "Dad's over there." Luke looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw Damon sitting at a booth and talking to another man. He found that odd. "Isn't your father drawing now? Why is he selling products?" Mindy said, "No, the booth owner is his friend. He's just chatting there." "Then let's go say hi," said Luke as he walked over. Mindy reluctantly let go of Dollar's big dog head and followed. Walking over to the booth and looking at the items on display, Luke smiled at the middle-aged booth owner and called out, "Damon, you're not here to sell drawings, are you?" Damon was amused. "I was just looking around, and just happened to run into my friend." "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Luke, and this is Bent." Luke shook hands with Bent and read the descriptions on the table. He glanced at something that looked like a walkie-talkie on the table, before he asked with a strange expression, "How effective is this device?" A little nervous, Bent stood up. "Very good, I guarantee it's good." Luke couldn't help but read the description again. Stick, releases a powerful pulse and causes discomfort. There are multiple modes to choose from. Mode 1 stomach, Mode 2, pondering for a moment, Luke asked, "Can I try it out?" Bent was stunned, but Damon subconsciously stopped Luke. "No." Seeing Luke's gaze, he quickly said, "This thing is a little strong. It's best if you don't use it here." Damon knew Luke's identity as a detective. If this guy treated this sick stick like a regular taser and used it on some troublemaker, it would be a mess. Bent was the classic homebody techie who frequently had a few screws loose. It was for this reason that he was one of the first to be laid off by the Department of Defense. Without a job, He had used up his meager savings after a few months. When he heard that there would be an area for independent booths at the expo, Bent took out the odd things he had invented to try and sell them so that he could go home and continue inventing. As long as he sold enough this time, the guy wouldn't mind being holed up at home for a few more years. Also, Bent didn't want Damon's money. He firmly believed that he wasn't a beggar, but a scientist. There would always be people who admired his skills. This taser that he had invented was no more lethal than an ordinary taser, but it was very technologically unique, which was why Bent had been led into the expo. Damon, who had tested this sick stick on a drug dealer, knew that the crux was that this thing wasn't fatal, but that it had a huge impact on the five senses of onlookers, so much so that most people couldn't take it. Luke took the hint. Damon was a reliable person who didn't talk nonsense. If he said not to use it here, that definitely meant that there was something wrong with the sick stick. Luke put down the description and started reading the rest. Bent had brought in more than one type of product, and this sick stick wasn't exactly high-tech. He had packed a bunch of small inventions. It was also because of these things that his boss had been determined to kick him out of the Department of Defense. Luke spent a minute skimming through the descriptions before he looked at Bent. "What do you do?" "These are all non-lethal weapons." Bent murmured, I used to be in the Department of Defense, and I specialize in developing control-type weapons." He was afraid that Luke wouldn't understand, so he added, "It's mainly for use in riots and illegal gatherings, not to kill people." Luke nodded thoughtfully. You're quite good." These items were indeed similar in kind, but emphasized different points. Putting aside the sick stick, there were other very interesting things like farting medicine, cramping oil, and itching powder. The biggest problem with these inventions was that no department was willing to buy them since they looked more like practical jokes. They might be effective, but they were a little too conspicuous and could only be used in a public operation. But in that sort of situation, the police and agents would have flash grenades and tear gas grenades, and rubber bullets were also useful. There was no need to order these costly special products. To use one word to describe these inventions, they were worthless. Thinking that, Luke looked at Bent's booth, and realized that except for the inventions and descriptions, there weren't any promotional materials. Although there were descriptions for the inventions, there should also be flyers or name cards with contact details on them. But there were no flyers or name cards on Bent's table. Unless the deal was made on the spot, it would be hard for him to find buyers. Without buyers, he could only go home. Luke said helplessly, "Bent, do you have a name card?" Bent scratched his head. "No, I hardly come out. I don't need one." Luke was rendered speechless by the man's honesty. He took out a pink permanent marker from his pocket and gave it to him. "I think you should at least write down your number. Not everybody will fork out money on the spot. They'll take your contact and think about it before buying. You have to give clients a chance to think about it." Damon was immediately embarrassed. He had never thought of that at all. He had just seen an old friend, and came over to chat. Bent slapped his forehead. "I didn't think about that. Thank you, Luke." He then wrote down a number on the table with the pink marker and gave it back. "You can keep it." Luke's lips twitched. This guy had actually written down his number on the table. The pink number was indeed eye-catching on the white table, but the table belonged to the organizers. This was a plaything which Luke had made for Selena. The biggest thing about it was that it was very pink, and secondly, it was very hard to wash off. Not knowing that he had wrecked the organizers' property, Bent thanked Luke profusely. Amused, Luke accepted it and said goodbye to Bent, Damon and Mindy. Mindy touched the dog's head and felt it lick her again. She was reluctant. "Dad, can I take a spin with Luke and Selena?" Damon thought for a moment before he nodded. He trusted them, and Mindy wouldn't run into any trouble if she was with the two detectives. In the afternoon, Mindy followed them, or more precisely, followed Dollar around the venue. Luke and Selena basically just drove around and didn't get out unless they noticed something. Mindy and Gold Nugget were in the backseat. One girl and one dog stared at the cat and mouse on the tablet. Gold Nugget itself didn't watch cartoons. It felt that this sort of thing was too childish and unsuitable for a mature and smart dog like it. While it still felt like this even now, the little girl was pretty nice, so it decided to endure it a little and watch with her. "It's not me, it's definitely Dollar." That was what the dog had thought to itself. Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget had to eat huge amounts every day for the calories and nutrition, so there were plenty of snacks in the car. Very soon, Mindy was eating and feeding Gold Nugget in the backseat. Gold Nugget was very satisfied. When Luke fed it, it was a reward. If he dared to act spoiled, he would be threatened with a, "I'll blow your head off." Also, Selena fed it half-heartedly. When she was in a good mood, she would feed it constantly, and when she was in a bad mood, it had to help her out. Right now, Mindy was feeding it considerately. Gold Nugget only needed to open its mouth, and the cake was at its lips. Unfortunately, the fiend didn't allow it to overindulge outside, and only gave it 20 cupcakes. In the end, Mindy gave half of her cupcake to the dog, so it found this little human very pleasing now, and it touched the little girl's head with its paw. Yes, every time the fiend touched it like this, it felt very comfortable. If he touched the little girl like this, she would be very happy too, right? A certain dog head was very confident in its learning ability. The little girl giggled, which made it feel that it had done the right thing. In the afternoon, Luke and Selena got off work, and Mindy was reluctant to part with Gold Nugget. Eventually, she stayed for dinner, and Luke drove her home. On the way home, Mindy couldn't help but make a small request, and asked if she could play with Gold Nugget during the holidays. Luke thought for a moment before agreeing. However, he told her to call before she came over, to make sure that they were at home. Gold Nugget was fine. It spent its days watching dramas and scolding people on online forums. Every now and then, it would go out with Selena to beat up people in order to balance out its mood. It had a rich life. Dollar liked to play with people and was full of energy after Gold Nugget formed a symbiotic relationship with it, but the two people at home didn't have that much time to accompany it. As long as Mindy was willing, it wasn't a problem for her to visit Gold Nugget once or twice a week. Now that she had gotten permission, the little girl was in a very good mood. She even hummed a song. Luke remembered that she should be in school by now, so he casually asked her about it. Only then did he learn that she had transferred to a junior high school and was currently in the 7th grade. Mindy's middle school life had clearly started out well. She was already far more knowledgeable than the other 7th grade students, and she had good grades. Thanks to her athletic abilities, she had joined the cheerleaders at school not long ago, and had a good relationship with some of the 9th grade team members. Luke had a strange expression on his face when he heard that. I may have gone to high school in the middle of nowhere in Texas, but cheerleaders always have their little secrets. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with those girls? Mindy was stumped. What do you mean? Looking at her, Luke knew that while she wasn't stupid, she had never been to school, and didn't know about the rotten things cheerleaders could get up to. Of course, she would learn if she watched more shows for pre-teens, but she mostly chose to watch cartoons. So, he explained, when I was in high school, I had a friend who was a cheerleader, and my sister was a cheerleader too. So, it might not be accurate to say that all cheerleaders are bad. However, they also said that there were a lot of B*TCHES in the cheerleading team who liked to play dirty tricks behind other people's backs and bully new team members. Mindy was stunned. Really? Luke sighed. It's usually a small group of 2 to 4 people. They're a little wealthier and dress on trend. They'll usually have a boyfriend or two, and like to flaunt their clothes, perfume, jewelry, purses, phones, and the number of boyfriends they have in front of ordinary girls. Mindy's eyes widened. She murmured, It seems they're like that. They invited me to a party this weekend. Luke shook his head. Although these sorts of people are usually pranksters and will only pull hair or slap people at most when they bully them, most girls still won't be able to take it. Mindy was lost. Why would they do that? If they wanted to make fun of me, they wouldn't have made friends with me, right? Luke said, because they like to see other people fall into a trap before jumping out to mock them for being idiots. It's a typical case of having a little bit of sick fun. It's only when you're not fooled that they'll stop pretending. Mindy frowned and was conflicted. No way, I think they're quite nice, although they are a little catty. Luke rubbed her head and said, now that I've warned you, aren't you going to check it out? It's easy to investigate the reputation of someone like that in school. Go and ask a slightly weaker and more honest student. No matter what they say, you'll be able to confirm it yourselves. Mindy hesitated. Should I really check it out? Luke nodded. Isn't it normal to see how other people treat their good friends? How can a good friend blame you for something like this? Mindy gave a somewhat lackluster, oh. Luke rubbed her head again. Don't think that your classmates are all bad. It's just that there are slightly more rotten eggs among cheerleaders. You're a girl, so you should protect yourself. Actually, he wasn't too worried about Mindy, he was worried about what she would do to the cheerleaders. Most of these so-called pranks in school were mostly to humiliate the other party, and could even go so far as to become a crime. If they really pissed off this little girl, those girls might not die on the spot, but they would very likely have to be sent to the ICU. Looking at Mindy's downcast face, he thought for a moment before he said, "I think I know 2 friends at Dalton Junior High. They're also cheerleaders. I'll ask them about the situation. How does that sound?" Mindy hesitated for a moment before she nodded. Luke pulled over and dialed a number. "Monica, this is Luke." "Which Luke?" "The Luke who treated you to Shake Shack twice." Mindy, on the other hand, had a strange expression on her face. Although the burgers there were very delicious, he dared to call them friends just after treating them twice to a meal. These friends seemed very cheap. While she was letting her thoughts run wild, Luke got to the point. "Here's the thing. I have a little sister who just transferred into the 7th grade and is a cheerleader. I'm afraid she'll be bullied in that group, so I want to ask." A moment later, he put down the phone and said, "There's only one group of 9th grade cheerleaders on the team. Their leader is called Brooke. She's from a middle-class family and likes to dye her hair blonde. She acts like a rich young lady and has 2 female lackeys. One of them is called Harlow, and the other is called Dolce." Mindy sighed and didn't say anything. Luke patted her head and said, "It seems that I was right. They're the good friends you met. Don't be sad. Most people in high school would be lucky to make 1 or 2 good friends. That'll take a few years." Thinking for a moment, he asked, "When will the cheerleaders get together?" Mindy said, "There's a training session tomorrow at 9 a.m. Luke was amused. "I'll take leave tomorrow to take you to the training." Mindy turned her head in surprise. "Huh." Luke patted the little girl's head again. "Just say that I'm your cousin. It won't be easy for them to mess with you after tomorrow." Mindy's expression turned strange. "Are you sure?" Luke chuckled. "It's just a small matter. What's there to be nervous about?" Mindy's eyes sparkled as she pondered. She and her father were passing friends with Luke, and they barely had dealings with each other. Why was he so nice to her? Did he really think of her as a sister? Mindy was a little bewildered. Of course, Luke wouldn't tell her that he was just trying to improve her good impression of him. This little girl was one of the few 1-star teammates who had passed the system's evaluation. Based on when she became his teammate, he didn't need to work hard to impress this little girl. Doing something small was enough to give her a very good impression of him. Pretending to be her cousin and making an appearance to help her solve a small problem with some of her classmates truly took no time and effort. After all the cheerleaders were girls. The next morning, Selena and Gold Nugget went out on patrol in the car. Luke, on the other hand, drove a barely used car out of the garage on the 1st floor and headed to Damon's house on the other side of the river. After he stopped the car in front of Damon's house, he honked, and Mindy quickly opened the door and walked out. Damon followed her out and was about to say hi to Luke, but both father and daughter were stunned when they saw the car. Mindy couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool." Her gloomy mood was suddenly tossed to the side as she circled Luke's car and examined it. Damon was about the same. At most, he had slightly more self-control than Mindy, and there was a nostalgic look on his face. "I wanted a car like this back then, but I didn't have much money." "This car of yours, did you modify it yourself?" Luke nodded with a smile. "When I bought it, it was very shabby. Actually, only the outside looked a little like it, the rest weren't original parts." Damon shook his head regretfully. "What a shame. If it isn't the original, it's not as meaningful." Mindy, however, mumbled on the side, "Dad, this is Knight Rider's kit. Even if it's modified, I want one." She then looked at Luke. "Can it talk?" Luke said, "Yes, but it's not that smart. It also won't get angry and lock me out." Mindy asked, "Can it take a photo of something that's several hundred meters away?" Luke, "Yes." Mindy asked, "Can it control any electronic equipment?" Luke said, "Some, not the complicated ones." Mindy asked, "Then, is it bulletproof, heat-resistant, and waterproof?" Luke said, "Not waterproofing, that's too troublesome." Mindy nodded regretfully. "That's true. After all, this is reality." "Then, it can't fly." Luke was amused. "I would prefer to call it gliding. It's part of the design, but the effect isn't obvious." Mindy asked, "Then, can you take me flying once?" Luke, "Sure." Damon and Mindy's admiration of the car lasted for 2 minutes before they put it aside. The car was Luke's. They would definitely have a chance to see it in the future. Also, Mindy was going to take the car to school, which was perfect. Mindy felt a lot better after this interlude. As they chatted, Luke found it funny. Did this little girl also have some sort of homebody personality? Right, she seemed to like comics, and even superhero ones. Her knowledge wasn't from TV shows, but from comics adapted from them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this little girl was a homebody. It was just that Damon had led her down a different path early on, which made her seem very mature. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference between her and other loner girls. She didn't have friends, didn't socialize, liked to train, liked comics, and liked certain machines and industrial products. Perhaps that was why she valued her 3 new friends. Just because many loners didn't have friends didn't mean that they didn't want any. It was just that they couldn't make friends. Labeling the little girl next to him a homebody, his car soon reached Dalton Junior High. Dalton Junior High was in Manhattan and on the Upper East Side. Not far away was Central Park, known as the lungs of New York, and which was diagonally across from Clinton. The car was only stopped at the school gate for a moment before it easily drove in. Mindy found that odd. "Your car can enter." Luke chuckled. "Well, I have a contact here." Of course, he wouldn't say that he himself didn't know the contact. Supposedly, it was some member of the school board. It was the weekend, and the school was a lot quieter than usual. However, there were still a lot of team activities going on. The pitch-black kid was unusual and attracted a lot of attention, mostly from guys, when it drove through the campus. When it stopped next to the basketball court, Mindy got out of the car under the eyes of the girls outside. Few girls in the cheerleading team were shy. They surrounded her almost immediately with curious and inquisitive looks. "Hi, Mindy, is this your boyfriend?" Mindy was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Luke, who was next to her, and mumbled to herself, "I'm only 13. Why would I find a 20-year-old boyfriend? Aren't all of you a little too precocious?" The truth was that Mindy got plenty of exercise, and thanks to her secondary profession, she had the air of a 14 or 15-year-old, it was just that she had a bit of a baby face. These girls were all older at around 15 or 16, so the age gap with Luke was smaller. It wasn't strange at all to them that Mindy could find an older boyfriend like Luke. Luke gave his trademark sunny smile and waved at the girls. "Hi, I'm Mindy's cousin. Just call me Luke." A moment later, Mindy looked with a conflicted expression at her cousin, who was surrounded by her teammates. "Brother, are you my biological brother? Are you here to hook up with my classmates, or are you here to help me?" Luke had no intention of cozying up to the girls. He was only here to tell the cheerleaders that Mindy had a tough brother, and not just anyone could bully her. To be precise, no one could bully her. It was very easy to deliberately draw attention. Luke knew very well what these girls were interested in. For example, celebrities. Who was the biggest and hottest star in the world recently? It wasn't anyone in the entertainment circle, but Tony Stark and Iron Man. He simply talked up some little anecdotes about Tony and made it sound like he had been there, which was more than enough. Being at the scene was something worth bragging about. Besides, many people knew Tony Stark very well, but nobody knew more about Iron Man than Luke. What he said fitted Tony's character very well, and was very interesting. The little girls were already listening with glowing faces. At that moment, a few more girls walked over. One of them, a girl with blonde waves who looked like she was 25 years old, looked at Mindy with ridicule at first, before she looked at the car with suspicion and then interest. She couldn't help but ask her companions in a low voice, "Is that a branded car? Why haven't I seen it before?" Her 2 companions shook their heads. The 3 of them knew a lot about the latest luxury cars. However, they really didn't have any impression of the logo on the black sports car not far away. The blonde couldn't help but ask, "That man's my type. I'll go up first, okay?" Her 2 companions smiled lightly and nodded, even as they cursed her inwardly. Of course, it didn't matter who went first. There wasn't much of an advantage in going first when it came to hooking up with guys, who were greedy and easily swayed. The 3 girls soon walked over with perfect smiles as they arrogantly cut into Luke and the girls' conversation. Luke pretended not to notice and maintained his previous attitude. The sunny smile and his interesting story amused the 7 or 8 girls. Mindy, as his cousin, was still in a daze. "Cousin, when you said you would help me deal with those 3B*TCHES, did you mean you would suck them in like this?" It does seem this will fix the problem, I guess." But when she saw Luke surrounded by the girls, Mindy somehow felt like she was losing out. With this sort of cousin, she would rather beat up those 3B*TCHES than let Luke hawk his charms to achieve his goal. They chatted for a few minutes, and the cheerleaders who had entered the basketball court earlier couldn't resist following the crowd as they gathered around. At that moment, someone greeted Luke. "Hey, Luke, you're here so early. It seems you're having fun." Luke stopped chatting and walked over with a smile. "Hey, Nikki, Monica. It's been a while. Seeing you puts me in an even better mood." He gave each girl a half hug and pressed their cheeks together. The cheerleaders were all surprised, including Mindy. Except for Luke, everyone else were high school students. It was very rare to see this sort of greeting among high school students, especially between a guy and a girl. This clearly proved that Luke and the two girls were more than just passing acquaintances. Then, he pulled Mindy, who had been stunned for a long time, over. "My cousin, you've probably known each other for a while." Nikki and Monica immediately pulled the short Mindy over and laughed, saying things like, "You hid your elder cousin so well." Mindy was dumbfounded. "I only found out today that I have a cousin. My bad." Luke apologized to the other girls with a smile, before he led Mindy, Nikki and Monica to a tree in the distance. At that moment, Monica nudged Luke with her elbow. "It's a good thing you called yesterday. But are you sure you want us to be blunt? You have to know that the truth is always a blow." Luke chuckled. "It's fine. Mindy's my cousin. She won't be affected so easily." Mindy was still dumbfounded. Monica and Luke were actually so close. Wasn't they just burger friends? Nikki nodded and said, "Monica told me last night that your cousin is hanging around with those B*TCHES. We knew that it wasn't a good thing. Those three people like to bully newbies the most, unless they obediently follow the trio and suck up to them." Saying that, she turned and looked at Mindy. "They invited you to a party in 2 days, didn't they? The boy who invited you was Simon, right?" Mindy nodded blankly. Monica sighed and continued, "Simon is Brooke's playmate. He often helps her deal with newbies whom they find unpleasant to the eye. If it's those two who persuaded you to go to this party, it'll only be humiliation waiting for you." Seeing no reaction from Mindy, she turned around and looked at Luke. "Aren't we being too blunt?" Luke shrugged. "It's fine. It's better than her happily following the boy to the party and then being humiliated by a bunch of people." Monica gave an "oh," and said comfortingly, "Of course, that won't happen now. We'll look after Mindy. They're just good-for-nothings who use numbers to bully newbies. They don't dare provoke our group at all." Luke asked with great interest, "Your group?" He glanced at Nikki. Nikki subconsciously explained, "It's not a bad group. Monica and I set up a girls' self-defense club." Luke nodded and patted Mindy's head. "Are you interested in another club? Girls should learn to protect themselves when they're outside." Hesitating for a moment, Mindy then nodded. "Okay, I'm in." Monica hugged her with a smile. "Don't worry, our club is more relaxed. It's just for the girls to learn some basic self-defense skills. We don't force them to participate in any activities." At that moment, Luke raised his hand and looked at his watch. "The cheerleaders, training is about to start. You can go first. After training, how about we have lunch together?" The three girls had no objections and entered the indoor basketball court with smiles on their faces. Luke didn't leave. He sat in the car and wrote and drew on his phone. For him, he could always work anywhere. From gathering intelligence and designing blueprints for new armor, to coming up with various plans for the future, and even creating some small inventions for the expansion under Jenny, he could make use of all his bits and pieces of his time and not waste any. But it was almost 11 o'clock, and many boys who were here to pick up their girlfriends had already gathered around the car. What they were really interested in wasn't Luke, but his car. So, by the time the cheerleaders were done with their training and came out, they saw a scene similar to the morning, except that the bystanders were now guys. 7 or 8 guys were discussing Luke's car. Luke wasn't enthusiastic, but he wasn't cold either. He answered their questions every now and then. Fortunately, the guys could fuss over some of the car's minor modifications themselves, so Luke didn't have to deal with them too much. A moment later, Luke picked up his cousin and disappeared from sight. Brooke's expression was awful. She wasn't an idiot. Luke had found Nikki and Monica, those two crazy girls, and was clearly threatening her. Also, his attitude toward Brooke was clearly different. He either pretended not to hear her, or just laughed and spoke to her perfunctorily. Clearly, Mindy's cousin knew that Brooke wanted to mess with her, and was here to back Mindy up. She couldn't afford to offend Nikki and Monica, but she wasn't afraid of the guys here. Hearing them still discussing the car, she said disdainfully, HMPH, isn't it just a lousy discontinued model? It's not a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. Why's he playing around with an old car? He has no taste. In the end, guys were a little more stupid than girls. A guy who had been engrossed in the discussion just now subconsciously sneered. A lousy car, a Ferrari or Lamborghini is nothing. That's Kit. Haven't you watched Knight Rider? Brooke had no clue what he was talking about and retorted without hesitation, isn't that just some dumb thing you D*MN homebodies play with? How old is he? He might as well just buy a transformer and play with it at home. The boy flushed. You idiot, that's the original model in the TV show, and this car has been modified to look like it. You can buy an ordinary Lamborghini if you're just thinking about modifying the parts. Also, if you don't have any connections, you won't be able to find a tech whiz to modify your car for you. Don't think that anybody would be willing to modify your car like that for you even if you gave them $200,000. The other guys clearly agreed with him and nodded. If they stood on Brooke's side, wouldn't that prove that drooling over Kid was stupid and low class? The guy who had spoken liked tinkering with cars. He usually drove a Mustang, and would brag about the cost and trouble of modifying the car, which showed that he knew what he was talking about. It was also the reason why he was more popular with the girls. Strictly speaking, however, he was indeed a bit like the D*MN homebody nerds Brooke had mentioned. Brooke had derided his expertise in front of so many students. If he didn't make things clear on the spot, he would be labeled a nerd and wouldn't be able to attract girls in the future. A half-nerd wouldn't give up. It was very hard for someone to get a girl to like them if they didn't stand out on campus. He continued to go off at Brooke. Do you think you're so great just because you're rich and can buy perfume, bags, CDs of British bands or whatever? You're just a brainless B*TCH. Do you know that guys like to get their cars modified? If they see this kid, they'll hug Luke's leg and call him dad, understand? No, you don't understand. A brainless B*TCH like you only has Simon's D*CK in your head. Except for yapping all day, you can't do anything else. After a brief silence, many people roared with laughter. A lot of the cheerleaders didn't get along with Brooke, and most of the guys had nothing to do with them. It was just that Brooke had a lot of connections among the school's sports players, so everyone was disinclined to provoke this annoying person. Now that they weren't the ones lashing out at her, nobody wanted to hold back when they saw her being made a fool of, so they all laughed. Many of the girls who had grudges against Brooke laughed especially happily. What a poser. Part of this was due to the boy's popularity at school. Everybody knew that he understood car modifications. On top of that, everybody had seen Luke's car. That pitch-black model was unique, and the interior looked very futuristic. It was obvious that it wasn't a cheap car. The most important thing was Luke's looks. Given Luke's looks and his bright, confident smile, along with the wealth which the car hinted at, anyone would think that Brooke was the one. With no taste, the guys should have hated someone like Luke, who was too strong a competitor, but Brooke had just categorized everyone who liked cars as nerds, and there were a number of people here who liked cars. For a moment, nobody wanted to help her. On the other side, Luke had lunch with his cousin, Nikki and Monica. They had lunch at a Mexican restaurant. It wasn't very expensive, but the ambiance and dishes were more unique. Few people came here for lunch. Their group was young and didn't have to hold back when eating. They chatted as they ate. Mindy's mood improved significantly. She had almost been tricked by Brooke's group, which was a huge blow to her as a newbie. But thanks to Luke, this newly minted cousin, she had gotten to know Nikki and Monica, these two new friends, which made her even happier. From their conversation, Luke and Mindy learned that Nikki and Monica were actually combat enthusiasts. They had opened the girls' self-defense club for fun. Most of the girls who joined just learned some basic safety knowledge. They didn't encourage the girls to take risks. In Monica's words, the best self-defense for ordinary girls were a taser and pepper spray. Using these two items at the right time was far more effective than learning some self-defense technique. Including Nikki and Monica, only 5 or 6 core members of the girls' self-defense club were real combat enthusiasts. Nikki and Monica were more candid in their manner. Coupled with their mutual interest in fighting, Mindy felt that this was the perfect group for her. She couldn't be a loner. Loners in school were usually regarded as freaks or nerds. It was very easy for them to fall into a situation where they were bullied and nobody helped them. Mindy wasn't afraid of getting into a physical fight, but she didn't have any experience dealing with verbal or emotional abuse, and could easily become withdrawn. Naturally, she wouldn't be like that now. While they were chatting, Mindy suddenly dug a hole for Luke. She inadvertently mentioned that he was very good at combat, and that pro fighters were nothing in comparison. Fine, it was because Mindy had become very comfortable with Nikki and Monica. Even if it was the truth, Luke was still a little embarrassed. That was because Nikki and Monica immediately looked over. It was no longer just purely with the good impression they had of him from before, but with the joy of meeting a kindred spirit. Monica seemed to sense that he was about to say something, and immediately beat him to it. She said that it was better for everyone to spar together and treat it as welcoming Mindy to the group. He had asked them for help today, and since he couldn't throw them away after using them, he could only agree with a smile. As for the so-called spar, he could only cooperate a little and teach them for an hour. After paying the bill and leaving, Luke called Damon to let him know what was going on. Then, the four of them drove to the address which Nikki provided. When they arrived at the address, Luke realized that it wasn't a gym or a combat training ground, but Nikki's house. Her family wasn't poor, but she wasn't exactly rich. However, her parents were good to her, and she had an individual gym. Looking at the fitness and training equipment in the gym, Luke became even more certain. He couldn't help but make a joke. "Should I call you, young miss, from now on, Nikki?" After having lunch together and taking on the task of taking care of Luke's cousin, Nikki no longer felt so nervous around him. Hearing that, she rolled her eyes at him. "I should be the one calling you, young master, right? You can even make a kit. Don't pretend to be low-key." Luke shrugged. "I usually drive an SUV. I was just afraid that Mindy would be mocked for her brother being so old-fashioned." Huh. Mindy looked at him blankly. But she immediately understood. She had seen Luke a few times, and he drove either an SUV or a very normal-looking household vehicle. He had really driven this car today to give her face. Even junior high kids knew how money worked in society. But Luke was very careful. He hadn't just used a car that looked expensive, but a modified one. A third-generation Pontiac wasn't that expensive. What was expensive were the modifications. But how much the modifications cost was a very personal question, and everybody could only make a guess. Coupled with the fact that this car was the prototype for the popular TV show, Knight Rider, from more than 10 years ago, and thus had some nostalgic value, it became more than purely showing off, and was about class and style. Students would more readily accept this sort of thing, and it wouldn't turn into hating on the rich. Like the homebody tech guy said, the ways Brooke flaunted her wealth couldn't compare with Luke's subtle bragging. Naturally, Luke's main goal wasn't to suppress Brooke. She was the stereotypical rich schoolgirl who was nothing more than a fly he was swatting in passing. He was putting on fake airs for Mindy's sake. After today, any young miss or master who came looking for Mindy had to have enough capital. First of all, they had to be rich enough to easily fork out hundreds of thousands of dollars to modify their car for fun, and secondly, their own technical skills had to be good enough. Otherwise, they weren't qualified to provoke Mindy. There was also an additional condition for the guys: they had to be as handsome as Luke. Luke didn't think that many junior high school guys could meet all these requirements. Ultimately, however, if Mindy was still bullied for no reason, the group leader would very likely be beaten up. There were very few junior high school kids who could fight better than Mindy. Mindy was still deep in thought when Monica sat down next to her and handed her a bottle of mineral water. She jerked her chin at the two people who had already started to discuss the spar. "You weren't bragging about your brother, right? Nikki is quite good. When we fight seriously, I'm not her match." Mindy came back to her senses. Hearing that, she looked at Monica strangely. "You're overthinking it." Monica wasn't stupid. Hearing that, she knew that her worries were misplaced. "Is Luke that good?" Mindy chuckled and took a sip. "Don't worry, if he's just playing around, he probably won't hurt you." Monica stared at her. "Your skills were indeed quite good when you passed the team entrance exam. So, you have a good foundation in combat." Mindy scrunched up her nose cutely. "Shall we try it later?" Monica stretched out her right fist. "Let's do that." Mindy looked at her fist and then bumped it with her own. All right, Nikki and Luke were already standing in place. To return the favor today, Luke readily agreed to a match and would let her do her best until she conceded on her own. Even if he defeated her, he still had to think of other ways to lose so that the girl wouldn't become unlucky. Both parties put on gloves and protective gear to avoid getting hurt. Luke wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to look like he was looking down on Nikki, so he put on the protective gear to avoid getting Nikki's hands hurt. Putting his hands up in a very ordinary boxing pose, he beckoned for her to start. Nikki didn't waste any time. With a light yell, her punches rained down like a storm. Professional. That was Luke's first impression. Nikki demonstrated the strength of a professional fighter with her opening attack. She wasn't at the level of an amateur as Luke had thought. Also, when she saw him easily block her punches with the standard boxing stance, she gradually punched faster and stronger. A minute later, Mindy was very surprised. She nudged Monica. Are the core members of your combat club all female UFC fighters? Monica watched Luke's every move. No, Nikki is just doing some daily training there. If she does her best, only I can barely be her sparring partner. Mindy was surprised. You can fight her. She was watching the details of Luke and Nikki's battle from up close. Nikki might not necessarily lose to her in a private match like this. Of course, Mindy would definitely kill Nikki instantly in a real fight, but that was because their fighting experience and requirements were different. With Nikki's skills, as long as she didn't show any mercy in killing drug dealers like Mindy, she had a 50-50 chance of winning. Mindy really hadn't expected that. If Monica could fight Nikki, then she wasn't much weaker than Mindy. No wonder the two girls were so confident when they talked about fighting. They really weren't ordinary enthusiasts. At that moment, it wasn't Mindy who was the most shocked, but Nikki and Monica. They had been hiding their strength all this time since they had no use for it. They only met in the 7th grade, and had just been ordinary acquaintances then. But the two of them had accidentally bumped into each other at a nightclub. Monica had snuck in for a look, but was harassed by a bunch of hoodlums. Monica had completely looked down on them. After leading them into a dark alley, a fight broke out. Not far away, Nikki saw Monica being forced into an alley by a bunch of hoodlums. Even though they didn't know each other that well, she still went to help out. After entering the alley, she saw Monica fighting a dozen hoodlums. Nikki attacked without hesitation. Together, they knocked out the dozen or so hoodlums. It could be said that they grew close after a fight. Their extraordinary combat ability was their shared secret. Everybody in the gym had different thoughts, but Luke was the most surprised. As he attacked, the strength which Nikki displayed increased, and so did her reflexes. She was physically even stronger than Selena without Gold Nugget as a symbiotic host, and only lacked experience and reflexes. But Selena had been on a training regime for half a year. At the same time, Gold Nugget absorbed the special energy in her body every day before sending it back. Her physique improved steadily, and she was now twice as strong as an ordinary person. Nikki was only a high school student. How could she be stronger than Selena, who had a cheat? Superhuman. Surprise flashed through his mind. After thinking for a moment, he decisively decided to beat Nikki fairly. Not accepting this God-given opportunity would be a crime. He would compensate Nikki later. Making up his mind, he didn't take action immediately, but observed Nikki more carefully. Nikki was a tall, white girl. At 16, she was still rather thin. Whether it was her limbs or her waist, she looked very different from a strength-type fighter. Or rather, she shouldn't be so strong given her physique. The way she hit Luke with her fists, an ordinary girl would have already broken her arms. Nikki, however, was unperturbed, and even grew more excited the more she fought. At that moment, she warned him, "Be careful. I'm going to use more combat skills. Don't just focus on my fists." Luke nodded with a smile. "Just nice, I can try something else too." As she spoke, Nikki took 2 steps back and switched from boxing to a UFC fighting style, and her movements became even more nimble. When Luke's stance changed, Nikki's eyes lit up. "Muay Thai." Luke chuckled but didn't answer. This wasn't Muay Thai. As long as the situation was right, he could use Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to take her down in the next second. But seeing that Nikki might be able to give him an ability, he decided to let her be happy for a bit. Mindy and Monica, who were sitting on the side, didn't say anything. They couldn't take their eyes off the other two, and waited for an even more brilliant fight. Sure enough, boxing, Muay Thai, karate and judo all made an appearance in the following fight. Luke and Nikki's battleground expanded from the center to the entire gym. The two of them were like agile monkeys. All sorts of fitness equipment became support props for their attacks and defense. They jumped and moved, and didn't miss any opportunity to attack the other party. This made the match resemble actual combat even more. Mindy and Monica couldn't take their eyes off him. They were both very surprised. They didn't expect the other party's cousin, best friend, to be so strong. Then, nothing. Luke suddenly approached Nikki and took 2 of her punches head-on before locking her right arm in place. Nikki struggled for 5 seconds before she simply patted the ground and conceded. When Luke got up, she smiled and pulled herself up. Rubbing her right arm, she said in disbelief, "You can suppress me with your strength." Amused, Luke raised his arm to show off his muscles. "Young lady, I trained as well. You're strong enough to crush regular guys, but not strong enough to lift 200 pounds with one hand, so you don't stand a chance." Nikki thought for a moment and accepted the fact. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "I've always felt that my fists are strong enough. I've always focused on footwork. It looks like I also need to practice ground fighting." Luke nodded. "You don't have to force yourself if you don't like it. You just need to focus on some defense training against ground fighting techniques. Few people are good at all combat skills. Choose the best approach for yourself and play to your strengths." As they talked, they walked to the side. Mindy and Monica heard everything clearly and agreed with Luke. There was a limit to a person's energy, and talent wasn't omnipotent. Rather than learn everything and not master anything, it was more practical to train in the area you had talent in. After Nikki sat down, Luke looked at Monica with a smile. "Are we going to go around too?" Monica smiled bitterly. "I'm not your match." Luke chuckled. "I won't bully you with my strength. How does that sound?" Monica's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" When Nikki fought her, she basically crushed her in terms of strength and proficiency, and won in one swoop. Luke had exhibited just as much strength and skill as Nikki. Monica knew very well that if she fought this stronger male version of Nikki, she would only lose more quickly and thoroughly. But if he didn't use his strength to gain the upper hand, and focused on exchanging pointers, she felt that she might not necessarily lose. Luke raised his hand and indicated that they could start in the center of the gym. Monica, however, said with a smile, "Your last fight was more interesting and more like actual combat. Should we do the same?" Luke nodded. "Okay, bring it on." As soon as he said, "Okay," Monica swept out a leg at his ankle. Similarly, Luke aimed a punch at her face. Monica didn't panic. She leaned further back to avoid the attack, but her leg didn't stop moving. Luke stepped forward and seized the opportunity to punch her again. Monica had already finished the sweep with her leg, and it was no longer a threat. The corners of Monica's mouth curled up. Suddenly pushing off of the leg that had just hit the ground, she twisted around to kick Luke in the lower abdomen with her other leg. Luke smiled happily and raised his arm to block it. Monica suddenly pulled her leg back and avoided his arm. She flipped backward 2 meters and stood in place once again. Luke wasn't in a hurry to chase after her. Instead, he smiled and said, "You were holding back with that kick, right? That should have been a sneak attack, right?" Monica was amused. "This is just a private spar, not a knockout competition. If I break you, someone's heart will ache." As she spoke, she glanced at Nikki. Nikki's face, which was red from her earlier exertion, flushed even harder. Mindy rolled her eyes. Thankfully, after that, Luke and Monica stopped joking, and the match officially began. In just 10 seconds, Nikki and Mindy realized that the two of them were evenly matched. Unlike Nikki, who liked to use her strength to suppress her opponent, Monica's advantage was her agility and technique. Luke didn't want to knock her into the wall with his shoulder and turn her to paste, and also just used technique to deal with her. It looked like a kung fu show. But Mindy and Nikki both knew that this wasn't a movie. They were sitting less than 2 meters away, and were combat experts. They had a clear view of the fight, and became even more focused. In all respects, Monica's match was far more exciting than Nikki's. After Luke gave up his strength advantage, a fight based purely on technique was more moving for those who knew how to read it. After all, they weren't fighting to the death. The best was if this sort of spar could enlighten the participants and onlookers, which would be a pleasure. It was the same for Luke. He was even more excited than when he discovered that Nikki was a superhuman. Ever since he obtained the super learning mode, he stopped pursuing combat skills. He could easily kill combat experts with his gun. The more combat experts he killed, the more combat abilities he obtained. After he absorbed a person's skill, he would switch to another person's skill, and constantly build on his own combat ability. Even without placing his full attention on it, he never stopped improving. A new ability that belonged completely to him had already appeared on his list of abilities: elementary combat proficiency. He didn't spend any credit points, nor did he obtain it from some powerful opponent. Just like that, Luke slowly accumulated, optimized and perfected the basic combat abilities of hundreds of people. In fact, Luke had yet to run into an expert who had elementary combat proficiency. But today, he actually discovered a magical existence, Monica. Monica's combat skills far exceeded his expectations. From what Luke could see, he knew that she was at the peak of basic combat. After all, Daddy's system was very picky. The so-called basic combat encompassed everyone on Earth, from professional fighters to those at the peak of their skills. To put it simply, anyone whose ability was between 60 and 99 was judged basic by the system. Technically speaking, people who scored 99 could instantly turn people who scored 60 into scraps, but they were all still basic in the system. As for Luke's elementary combat proficiency, it could be considered a level beyond 100. As someone who had all sorts of basic combat skills, killing a top fighter who scored 99 was a piece of cake. Elementary and basic were completely different levels. The difference in strength was the same as between 5th and 4th generation fighter planes. Monica was a combat expert with more than 90 points. She was one of the best among the 4th generation, but Luke had killed a few people with this level of skill. The truly magical thing was that Monica was actually improving non-stop. As she fought Luke, her combat skills improved rapidly. Luke even had the feeling that as long as she had enough time and practice, he would personally witness the girl become the second Earthling with elementary combat proficiency. But there definitely wasn't enough time today, and it wasn't necessary. 5 minutes later, Luke used his extraordinary reflexes to successfully complete a neck lock. When his strong arms locked around Monica's neck, she knew that she had lost. It wasn't that she was careless, it was just that she couldn't avoid it. Thus, she simply patted her neck twice to indicate that she conceded. She had avoided fighting Luke in close range because she knew that she didn't have the advantage in this regard. After Luke let go, she turned around with a bitter smile. "Did you guess that Nikki and I rarely practice close combat?" Luke shook his head. "No, I just realized that you're afraid of me getting close. It just so happens that I'm very good at melee techniques." Monica was lost for words. He didn't rely on strength to suppress her. Melee combat was also another type of skill, and involved even more complicated and profound techniques. She and Nikki hadn't delved into this area, mainly because they didn't have to use it. Whether it was Nikki's super strength or Monica's excellent skills, they didn't need to use melee techniques when dealing with ordinary men. There were so many vital points on the human body. An accurate hit could cause an ordinary person to fall or die on the spot. Most of the time, the two girls had to do their best to restrain their attacks to avoid killing or crippling their opponents, instead of refining melee skills. After this fight, everyone became even closer. Not only could the weakest of the four of them fight more than 10 people on their own, they were all much stronger than most professional fighters. There were very few in the fighter's circle at this level. For example, Nikki and Monica hardly ever sparred with anyone else other than with each other. Naturally, they weren't well known. As for Luke and Mindy, one was used to blowing heads up with guns, and the other liked to use a double-headed saber. They also didn't have any experience in the fighter's circle. They had now truly become a small clique. Since they weren't that different in age, they could be considered friends, and could chat freely. Mindy finally couldn't take Luke's provocation, and also fought a round with Monica and Nikki each, and the atmosphere in this small clique became even better. Monica wrapped her arms around Mindy's neck, as if she was pressing her to her chest. "It's a good thing Brooke's group has yet to piss you off. Otherwise, they would probably have to be sent to the hospital." Luke asked, "What, do they like to beat people up?" Monica shook her head. "Not really. Dalton Junior High is still very strict when it comes to this. If they dare hit someone, and it's confirmed that the event happened, they'll have to leave school for sure. However, they don't have any qualms about pushing, shoving and spitting, or pouring juice or coke on someone. Ordinary girls can only endure it, but I don't think Mindy will let herself be bullied." Luke said with a smile, "Then forget it. If they mess around like that, there are other schools." If Brooke and the others were too much, he would do his best to spread the word about this group of junior high cretins online. Once they became the first infamous group to be crucified on F2F, dropping out of school would be the least of it. Who knew, they might even be sent to a reformation center for a few months. When that happened, these little cretins would learn, even if they didn't want to. After the sparring session, they had afternoon tea at Nikki's place for an hour before Luke and Mindy said goodbye. This time, Nikki got her wish, and Luke promised to train Mindy and the girls for an hour every week. This time, after Luke left, Nikki and Monica didn't bring up any girl talk. As he drove, Luke was all smiles. Hesitating for a moment, Mindy still couldn't help but ask, "Do you like Nikki?" Luke said, "Of course not. We're just ordinary friends." Mindy was surprised. Then, it's Monica. While there were mixed-race couples, she didn't think Monica was Luke's type. Luke patted her head helplessly. "What are you thinking? They're just friends. I'm not pursuing either of them, okay?" Mindy was relieved. She would have felt conflicted if he was. "You looked very happy, so I thought you were interested in one of them." "Wait, don't tell me you like them together." She suddenly thought of an even worse possibility. Luke couldn't help but rap her head with his knuckles. "Don't you like watching cartoons? Where did you get this idea from?" He didn't say that it was a bad idea. After all, there were too many of these sorts of things in this society, and just as much school. The messy entanglements between cheerleaders and various school team members was the main topic of gossip in every school. Mindy was on the cheerleading team. It was impossible for her not to have heard something like this. He just wanted to change the subject. He couldn't tell the little girl why he was happy, because it was related to the system. System. You have defeated Nikki Sanderson and have received a list of her abilities. Nikki Sanderson's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Dance, Elementary Muscle Control Prerequisites, 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength, 10,000 Credit System. You have defeated Monica Duane and have received a list of her abilities. Monica Duane's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Dance, Elementary Imitation Prerequisites, 20 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength, 10,000 Credit. Looking at Elementary Muscle Control and Elementary Imitation, Luke was delighted and immediately chose to learn them. Mindy was still in the car, and he couldn't act too happy as he sent her home. When the little girl got out of the car, he didn't forget to remind her, "Remember to tell Damon about making new friends today. Also, show him the video of your training and let him give you some pointers." Mindy nodded helplessly and let Luke rub her head before he drove off. She then complained in a low voice, "HMPH, do you think you're really my brother?" With that, she turned around and walked toward the door, her steps gradually becoming lighter. In the end, she was even bouncing up and down. Now, she completely forgot about the 3B*TCHES, and only felt that what happened today was very interesting. If this was what it was like to attend school, then she would really have to, properly, attend school in the future. Muttering to herself, the girl couldn't help smiling. She opened the door and saw Damon in the living room with a pencil and a notebook for sketching. But he seemed a little dazed. Occasionally, he would look at his phone before putting it down. It wasn't until Mindy called out to him that he turned around. The smile on his face immediately disappeared, and he went back to his normal expression. "How was it? Did you have fun?" "Yes, it was a lot of fun." Mindy was happy, and didn't notice her father's subtle expression. She simply smiled and nodded hard. "Oh, right, Luke wants you to have a look at my new friends." Damon's initially conflicted heart was slightly comforted. Good, his daughter hadn't forgotten all about her father after going out to play. He had to calm down and try to get used to the fact that Mindy had classmates and friends, and not just him. A moment later, he was dumbfounded as he watched Mindy and Nikki's ferocious fight on the screen. After a long while, he asked, "Is your friend also?" Mindy naturally knew what her father was thinking. She immediately rolled her eyes. She lives on the Upper West Side. Her father is a senior manager at some company, and her mother is an accountant. Damon was even more surprised. "Indeed, she doesn't act like a killer, but she can actually spar with you." Mindy chuckled. "It's a girls' self-defense club." Damon's face darkened. "Are you kidding me? The men's self-defense club is dead if they piss you off." Mindy wasn't in a hurry, and played the second video after the first one ended. It was a video of her fight against Monica. Damon was now apathetic, and didn't ask the stupid question of whether or not this girl was a killer like them. He knew that his daughter would tell him. That was because Luke telling Mindy to let Damon know was definitely to give Damon the heads up. It would be irresponsible not to let Damon know that such strong friends had appeared next to his daughter. It didn't matter whether Luke had confirmed that the two girls were good or bad, the main thing was that Damon had to confirm it himself. Mindy was his daughter, after all. 20 minutes later, Damon finally heard what happened from his overly excited daughter. He only had one word for it: Mother *CKER. It was perfectly normal for his daughter to run into a campus B*TCH like Brooke. It was something she would have to face ordinarily, there was no need to make a fuss about it. Mindy's mental fortitude and pride were enough to support her through this uncomfortable period. In the end, it would only be those girls' bad luck. But Luke had pulled strings and turned Nikki and Monica into Mindy's friends, which made Damon's heart ache. Wasn't this supposed to be an ordinary life? How did his daughter go out and casually make friends with two mutuals? He was conflicted, but didn't plan to meddle in his daughter's school life. But he heard that the two girls had worked together to beat up a dozen hoodlums when they were 13 or 14, which was how they became good friends. Now, Mindy and the two girls were hanging out together, and his daughter had beaten up more hoodlums than they had, and was a little resistant to ordinary school life. What was it going to be like when the three girls were together? Damon felt that he had to come up with a contingency plan for the future. He could also call Luke and ask him if he had done it on purpose. Just as Mindy was about to adapt to her new life, why did she suddenly make these two new friends? Soon, Luke received Damon's call while he was on his way to Flushing. He couldn't be bothered to deal with his paranoid father at the moment. He could only clarify with certainty that he had only met the two girls 2 or 3 times before, and he hadn't known that they liked to fight. He had only found them because they happened to be at the same school. After putting down the phone, Damon also felt that he was being a little paranoid. After asking Mindy again, she confirmed that Nikki and Monica had been studying at Dalton Junior High for 3 years and had been cheerleaders for 2 years. Damon had only decided which school to send Mindy to 2 months ago. It was impossible for anyone to arrange for them to approach Mindy beforehand. Damon was relieved. After getting rid of Damon, Luke arrived at Flushing. He parked the car in the police department's parking lot before driving out in the SUV. Stark Expo's official opening ceremony would be held at 7 tonight, and would include a large-scale performance. It was 5 in the afternoon, which was the peak entry time. People and cars turned the place into a sea of noise. New York was still cold in February, and the temperature hovered around 0 degrees, but the atmosphere near the venue was like a furnace. The closer to the venue, the hotter the atmosphere got. The majority of the people all around were no longer adults like during the day, but young people who laughed and joked as they gathered at the venue. They were all here for the performance tonight. What was the most notable trait of Stark Industries? Most people's first reaction was money. This trait had been endorsed by a certain tycoon for more than 10 years, and was already ingrained in everyone's hearts. Nobody doubted it. A Las Vegas show wouldn't be able to compare with the show tonight. When it came down to it, Las Vegas shows were about making money, while this big show that Stark Industries was putting on was purely a certain tycoon's interest. Top-notch singers, top-notch dancers, top-notch magicians, and all kinds of top-notch acrobats. The tycoon would never hire anything under a first-class performer. He couldn't afford to lose face. This was a super carnival set up by Stark Industries. Coincidentally, it was also the first day of the Chinese New Year. There had been an increasing number of Chinese in Flushing in recent years, and it was basically equivalent to building another Chinatown here. The lively Chinese New Year celebration was underway at the same time. Although it wasn't in the same area, many people who came to celebrate the Chinese New Year could sense the lively atmosphere. Then, when they entered the venue and saw an even livelier scene, their spirits naturally soared. Many girls who were wearing thick jackets had already tied them around their waists to reveal fair and tanned skin alike, which matched the fiery evening. The atmosphere in the car wasn't as lively. After Luke took over the drive, Selena put down the seat and lay down as she said, "These youngsters are even more excited than during the New Year." Luke drove slowly as he patrolled the area. He turned his head and asked, "Are you tired?" Selena said listlessly, "I'm not tired. It's just that patrolling alone is too boring. Gold Nugget can hide in the back and watch TV shows. I only listen to songs at most." Luke was amused. "It's been hard on you. We'll be done with this assignment in 3 days. You can take leave then." Selena asked, "Am I the kind to slack off?" Luke smiled. You're not. I misunderstood you just now. What do you want?" Selena stretched out one hand behind her. Gold Nugget, who had been watching TV, immediately got up, picked up the food box next to it, and gave it to her. Opening the food box, she put on gloves and took out a slice of Napoleon cake. "Tell me, what happened when you went out with Mindy today?" Luke chuckled and told her what happened. From the moment Luke got into the car, Selena knew that he was in a good mood. She and the dog had been on patrol for almost a day, and she needed to listen to something interesting to lift her mood. Luke knew it was a small request, and naturally wouldn't refuse. When Luke told her how strong Nikki and Monica were, Selena forgot to eat the cake. She gaped for a long while before she murmured, "Seriously? How can they be so strong? Wait, do you think they sneak out at night to beat up hooligans?" Amused, Luke shook his head. "They might have beaten up some hooligans before, but it definitely isn't a habit. It would be very hard for them to hide their fighting habits from me, and I've never come across them in our database. Going out at night to beat up hoodlums was also a form of actual combat. As for how important it was to build up good habits in actual combat, just look at Selena." Luke was no longer worried that Selena would lose out if he went too easy on her. Even though she hardly ever killed anyone, the previous knee breaker of LA had turned into New York's Devil Bone Breaker. This upgrade in her title amply demonstrated her progress. It was also because of this that Nikki and Monica, who weren't used to fighting ruthlessly, could only be considered academics. But Luke didn't mention that the two girls had superpowers. He and Selena never discussed sensitive matters outside. Even if his car had pretty solid defenses, it may not help. Who knew if there were superhumans among the tens of thousands of people around them who could eavesdrop on their conversation? Safety first. The more they knew, the stricter they had to be with themselves. They absolutely couldn't relax, or it would be a huge problem. The two of them chatted on the drive. Tens of thousands of people were already cheering at the venue. The performance was about to start. Luke and Selena didn't go over, but simply patrolled areas where there basically weren't any people. They weren't the hard-working patrol officers or support officers. They didn't have to step in to maintain order, nor did they have to face excited fans. As for celebrities, they weren't too interested. Luke had been promoting Claire in various ways on F2F, and she was starting to become an online celebrity singer. Selena, who had witnessed the entire star-making process, lost interest in celebrities. Even the little monkey whom she had trounced in the past could be packaged as a star. Gossip was meaningless to her. Just when they thought they could end today's patrol by taking a spin, an alert suddenly rang out in the car. An unusual flying object is approaching the venue. Luke and Selena looked at the screen on the central console. In the image transmitted by the drone, a shadow was headed for the performance venue, trailing two streaks of flames. Both of them exclaimed in surprise. Selena was suspicious. Is this something Tony Stark added to liven things up? Luke, however, dismissed the guess without any hesitation. That's impossible. Unless it's an emergency, that guy would never release such a half-finished product and embarrass himself in front of tens of thousands of viewers. Also, it looks very crude. Selena immediately nodded. That's true. No wonder I find it ugly. If it was Tony's Iron Man armor, it would have to be gorgeous, elegant and classy. It was impossible for it to be big and black. Luke had already gotten out of the car. Notify the other officers and Stark's security to be aware that something might happen at the performance, and to continue maintaining order. Selena said, "Okay." Of the officers on duty here, she and Luke were probably the only ones who had Happy's number. The real danger was the audience running around in a blind panic and causing a stampede. With tens of thousands of people here, it was too easy for people to be trampled on, causing hundreds of casualties. So, it was best to sort Tony out first and see if they could lure this unknown assailant out of the venue. When Selena started making calls, Luke disappeared into the darkness up ahead. Luke didn't immediately head over. Instead, he put on a pair of lenses as he ran, and looked at the image transmitted by the drone. The thing charging toward the venue looked like a semi-finished suit of metal armor. Crude ports and rivets could be seen on its surface. The metal plates only protected several vital parts. There was no helmet, only a small piece of metal sticking out behind the head. It wasn't as sturdy as Tony's earliest chunky Mark Zero. However, it clearly had a better power system than the crude Mark Zero. It jumped as it advanced, and could jump dozens of meters each time with very economical-looking spurts of flames. Although its speed wasn't half bad, the difference between being able to fly and being able to jump was too great. Tony could fly faster than a Mach 2 plane. Who knew how many times faster he was than this grasshopper-like jumping? This suit was at least several levels lower than Tony's current Iron Man suit. Thinking quickly, Luke turned into a transparent shadow and charged toward the performance venue. On the other side, Selena's call connected quickly. Happy still remembered how Luke and Selena had fought the terrorists in Los Angeles and saved the building. He didn't think that Selena would make a joke about this. Even if it was a joke, Tony could come out later and pull things back on track with a joke or two of his own. The tycoon had mindless fans all over America. If he left halfway through the show, it would be nothing more than a conversation topic, and nobody would criticize him for it. In any case, the tycoon had often done it before he became Iron Man. Nobody could do anything about it. Happy and the security guards rushed onto the stage and dragged Tony away. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to retreat. Just as Tony heard Happy's warning and cooperated with the security guards to retreat, the figure leapt onto the top of a big screen outside the venue. Then, with a tremendous push, flames burst out of his legs as he jumped into the air and then landed on the stage. Just before he landed, the flames on his legs died out, allowing him to land easily. Almost instantly, Tony met the person's gaze, and they spoke at the same time. "Tony Stark, are you looking for me?" The man smiled, but his face was stiff, and the long scar under his left eye gave him an intimidating look. He muttered a curse in Russian. The rod-like object in his hand suddenly extended quickly, and in less than 2 seconds, had split and turned into 2 long whips. At the same time, the whips glowed with bluish-white electric light as countless fine electric arcs shot out. The person struck with the whip in his left hand. "Dodge!" Tony immediately bellowed and pushed Happy away. The security guards subconsciously avoided the attack. It wasn't a problem for them to block bullets for Tony, but this whip didn't look like something that a human could withstand. Crack! With a crisp sound, a thin and deep crack appeared in the ground, smoking faintly. The LCD screen which covered the entire back wall was also split apart, and the screen instantly turned black. An unpleasant smell of burning wafted out. The audience couldn't help but cry out in alarm. But nobody ran. Most people thought that this was a new trick specially designed by Tony. "Happy, the box!" Tony shouted and waved at Happy even as he ran to the other side. Fat Happy rolled several times over the ground. Seeing the tycoon's action, he understood what he wanted. He rolled a few more times until he was behind a wall. He got up and ran to the red suitcase. The man didn't care about anyone else. He simply walked unhurriedly toward Tony. "Tony Stark, do you know that your family is full of thieves and robbers?" Crack! He lashed out with the whip at Tony, who was slowly retreating. Tony stepped back and avoided the whip. The wall behind him was cut open again. Everybody screamed again, and cameras and titanium phones were held up to record what was going on. In the face of danger, Tony realized that he wasn't too nervous. Compared with Charcoal Head, who looked like a god of combat, the guy in front of him with the whips was just a weak chicken. Luke could easily dodge 2 hits even without wearing the metal armor. Compared with Luke and his rope darts, Tony felt that this guy was just a kindergarten kid. But Tony soon realized that something was wrong. The newcomer didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill him. The 2 whips crackled, but didn't attack repeatedly. Tony was simply forced to jump around as the man mocked his father. There was a short whistle, and out of the corner of his eye, Tony saw Happy in the corridor behind him with a red suitcase in his arms. He was delighted. "Fire!" As soon as he said that, several security guards who had already raised their guns decisively pulled the triggers. Everything had happened too quickly just now, and they were wary of this attacker who looked like he was wearing metal armor. If the tycoon didn't open his mouth, they didn't dare casually use their weapons, afraid that they might accidentally kill him or injure civilians. But as long as Tony said so, it wouldn't be their responsibility. This was a Stark Industries guarantee. A few bullets were fired at the assailant. The man lashed out with his whips, and more than 10 bullets were deflected. Tony jumped behind the wall and stepped on the red suitcase, which instantly opened. He bent down and stuck his hands into the gloves, then raised the box to his chest. Red and silver armor immediately expanded from the suitcase to cover his upper body. Tony spread his arms and legs in the standard pose. Multiple pieces of armor popped out of the main frame of the suit and quickly combined together. In the end, the silver mask of the helmet flipped down and the eyes glowed white. The entire process only took 5 seconds, and Tony became Iron Man once more. Crack! The wall in front of him was split open by a bluish-white whip. The assailant looked at him through the crack with a sneer, as if he wasn't surprised that he was wearing armor. Tony raised his hand, and the circle in his palm lit up with a cannon blast. The bluish-white whip lashed out again. Tony ducked slightly, and the tip of the whip curved as it struck his wrist from the side. The palm cannon's power-up was immediately interrupted. Tony immediately moved to the side and raised his other hand. After he was thrashed by Batman just 2 days ago, he already knew that he couldn't let the other party grab hold of the rhythm in battle. Attacking from a fixed position wasn't a good thing. Bang! The palm cannon fired, but a whip lashed out almost at the same time. The two collided with a loud explosion, the shock wave rippling outward to kick up a chaotic wind. The assailant, however, was unscathed. He even grinned maliciously as he continued lashing out with his whips. The attack from the palm cannon was a burst of energy, which only lasted for a moment, unlike the whip. The tycoon clearly lacked actual combat experience against superhumans, and was caught off guard as the whip wrapped tightly around him. Jarvis's notifications rang out non-stop, and the internal system was extremely unstable. The assailant's whip was very unique. Its output was converted into plasma energy. Any frail object in its path would naturally be split in two. Tony's metal armor, on the other hand, wasn't that brittle. Even Mark V, which was the most brittle suit, could withstand the damage from the plasma whip for the time being. However, the whip also interfered strongly with the Iron Man armor. Mark V's power output was very unstable, so Tony couldn't immediately break free from the plasma whip. At the same time, the assailant swung the other whip he was holding. The bullets fired by Stark's security guards and the police officers were deflected, flying off to who knew where. Clearly, the whips had a pretty good defense function. The assailant's armor wasn't complete, probably because his most important defense method wasn't the armor. Tony tried to stand up, but his heart suddenly tightened. His vision went blurry and it was difficult for him to breathe. He had just gotten up a little, when his knee hit the ground again. Damn it, his body was actually acting up at a moment like this. After getting the hole in his chest and using the arc reactor to pull away the shrapnel that was close to his heart, he had been suffering palladium poisoning for months. After he was kidnapped, last time, he made sure to carry a metal suit with him at all times. He didn't want to be caught off guard and embarrass himself again. In the end, the armor was fine, but there was a problem with his body. If I had Charcoal Head's physique, I could still beat this guy up even if the arc reactor malfunctions. Tony inexplicably thought of the human-shaped monster he had fought previously. He was unwilling to admit defeat again. No way, this guy is so weak, but I'm actually being suppressed. If that guy hears about this, he'll mock me next time. Thinking that, Tony suddenly raised his head, and his eyes lit up, which meant that he was highly focused. Then, there was a flash of white light, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Was he hallucinating, or was his condition getting worse? Looking at the virtual image in front of his eyes, he saw a dark shadow fall silently and rapidly from the sky. Tony knew who was coming the moment he saw the gliding cape in that stealthy, soundless style. The black shadow swooped down from the sky like a bat hunting for food in the dark. It spun nimbly in the air and passed in between the bluish-white whips to kick the assailant in the back. Bang! The assailant, who had oppressed the tycoon and didn't give him a chance to counterattack, instantly ate sh*t as he rolled 10 meters over the smooth stage. The audience finally realized that someone was here to help Iron Man. They couldn't help but curse out loud, somehow sympathizing with the assailant. After all, most people had never experienced being hit in the face and the butt at the same time, while this assailant had been instantly gratified. On the stage, Tony also noticed that the whips, bluish-white electric light had disappeared. Without this interference, the whips were nothing to the metal armor. He tore off the whip that was wrapped around him and looked over with an upset expression. Hey, I haven't started getting serious yet. Why did you hit him? Luke glanced at him and swiped at his waist, sending out a shadow. The assailant, who was about to get up, felt something tighten around him. He lowered his head and saw the rope attached to the black bat dart wrap around him. He flexed his arms and tried to break the rope. Luke appeared in front of the assailant and punched him in the face. The assailant collapsed backward. The audience cheered and yelled out words like, "Cool, awesome," and "perfect." Luke grabbed the assailant and sent a communication request to Tony, who looked aggrieved. Tony immediately picked up, "He's here for me, can't you let me handle it? In any case, I'm done." Luke snorted. This thing in his chest seems to be an arc reactor. It's best to get rid of him quickly, or you'll be in big trouble. Tony turned serious. "I'll have Happy get the car." Luke deliberately asked, "Can't you just fly and take him with you?" Tony was depressed. "My Mark V doesn't have a flight function." Luke gave an, "Oh," and then said, Then I'll give you the address later. You can go and get him then. Tony. Huh. The next moment, Luke grabbed the assailant and sped across the stage before jumping over the edge. The audience in front of the stage exclaimed in unison and leaned back, as if afraid of being hit. But they soon came back to their senses. Wait, wouldn't it be better if Batman really jumped into their midst? Unfortunately for them, when Luke jumped, his bat cape instantly hardened, and he used the momentum to increase his speed as he flew a huge circle over the heads of the tens of thousands of audience members, and disappeared into the night sky with the assailant. The audience could only raise their heads at the same time and track that figure, like tens of thousands of cats drawn to a cat stick. After the figure disappeared, the scene was silent for a moment, before it suddenly got noisy again. Screaming, whistling, shouting, jumping and hugging, everybody was excited. The audience who had professional cameras and titanium phones were especially excited. Look at what they had taken. This was a bat-iron fight against a supervillain, which was a million times better than some performance. They would upload the videos and photos to F2F tomorrow, no, tonight, and say, I was there, that's me. A few minutes later, Tony left in a hurry. Luke had already returned to the car by then, and continued patrolling with Selina. There was no need to enter the venue. There were tens of thousands of people inside. If things got really chaotic, it would be useless even if they went. It was better to direct traffic around the venue. After all, many people were no longer interested in the official performance after that, and started to leave. Among them, the reporters and other people who had managed to catch the event on camera were the most enthusiastic. Several times, Luke and Selina ran into some people blocking the streets, who turned out to be paparazzi who were collecting all sorts of footage of the scene. Forget about Iron Man and the assailant. Countless cameras had been focused on Tony Stark at the time, and he had been captured on film very clearly. Later, before he could demonstrate his might, Batman beat up the assailant, and there was basically no footage of the battle. Few people present had recorded how Batman had appeared. Iron Man had recently been about to push Batman out of the limelight. Apart from a large number of hardcore fans, many paparazzi and even spectators felt that this made sense. But after Batman appeared again 2 days ago, and with his graceful one-hit takedown of that supervillain tonight, many people came back to their senses. This was the #1 superhero. This was Batman. He was known as the Black Angel and was like a saint. If Tony Stark satisfied the public's fantasy of a superhero, then Batman undoubtedly fulfilled the public's expectations of a superhero. Apart from punishing evil and advocating good, Batman didn't do anything else, and didn't have much exposure. Many people felt that Batman's name probably didn't come from his appearance, but because this superhero only appeared at night to stop crime, and never accepted the people's worship under the sun. Batman only felt pride in his heart. He was great, but also lonely. What the tens of thousands of excited people at the scene didn't know was that at that moment, a minor detective was working diligently outside the venue, and was issuing a huge ticket to a guy who had parked randomly. From the paparazzo who had stopped his car randomly in chasing down news, a certain person discovered that this TV station had recently come up with a lot of Bat-Iron CP material. A certain detective decisively took advantage of his position to give NYPD a small windfall. Selina's expression was unperturbed, as if the two of them were patrolling diligently. As for them switching to issuing parking fines, she was well aware that this was just looking for people to act as witnesses. They were the first to discover the assailant, but hadn't entered the venue to provide backup. They could use the excuse that there hadn't been enough time. After all, the attack had happened and ended too quickly. Most of the security guards and police officers in the venue hadn't even reached the stage yet. If Luke never showed his face, it was a small failing. The surveillance cameras and parking fines issued outside the venue were their best cover. They were busy until 10 at night. After working overtime, they drove home. Luke then left through the underground passage and went to an old warehouse in New Jersey. He released the assailant from Space 2. Using various detection equipment in his inventory, he scanned the assailant and his equipment before sending Tony the address. After sending the message, he didn't hang around, and left. He didn't question the man or take anything that belonged to the assailant. This assailant might be valuable to others, but Luke wasn't as affected since the system had already taken most of his value. System: defeat and capture Ivan Vanko. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 200. Total credit: 200. Contribution rate: 90%. Express plus 180. Credit plus 180. Luke was quite surprised by the system notification. As a classic bad guy with suspected knockoff Iron Man armor, and who spouted a lot of supervillain lines, Ivan was only worth 200 points. He was simply a disgrace to villains. Also, according to the experience and credit points from this mission, he probably hadn't come here to hurt anyone except Tony Stark. Also, while he was tagged as evil in the system, it was the lightest shade of red. Light red meant minor evil, and the level of danger was on par with a standard hooligan. Anyone who stole things or sold weed more often would be included. Coupled with the 200 points assigned by the system, this meant that this Ivan actually wasn't too bad. He had just done some bad things at most, which was really unexpected. So, instead of killing him, Luke decided to hand him over to Tony. Of course, experience and credit were just one of the gains. The other reward was the list of abilities which he had obtained after defeating Ivan. This Ivan Vanko had most of Stark's abilities, but some weren't very strong. However, after Luke switched over to Ivan's abilities, he found information on this knockoff Iron Man armor, including the energy source which looked like an arc reactor. In fact, it was indeed an arc reactor, but had a low RPM and low output. The main reason for this problem was that Ivan didn't have that much money to perfect the armor. It was also the reason why the armor could only jump, and why it was incomplete. Without enough money, he wouldn't be able to build a powerful energy core, so it had many reduced functions. The most outstanding thing about this armor was the 2 plasma whips, which proved that he wasn't just a copycat, but an expert. What was even more amazing was that Ivan's armor was pure DIY, and he was very poor. The raw materials that went into this semi-finished armor cost only about $1 million, yet he had been able to drive Tony into a tight spot with it. If he had $100 million to spend on the armor, the final product wouldn't be much worse than Tony's Iron Man suit. But after what happened today, there was no need to mention how troublesome things would be for Tony, let alone the trouble Ivan was in. The main thing was that the energy core was too much like an arc reactor. Coupled with Luke's Batman suit 2.0, it was clear that he had gathered together the basic elements for the Iron Man suit. A few days ago, Tony had refused to hand over the Iron Man suit and all the related technology at a hearing in Congress. In the end, an assailant in a semi-finished suit appeared, which was D*MN awkward. The people from Congress had just been slapped in the face. Now that there was an opportunity, they would force the tycoon to hand his armor over once again. Luke simply mentioned this possibility in his message to the tycoon, and told Tony to be careful. But it probably wouldn't be long before all the viewers in America saw the tycoon on TV again. As for the conflict between Tony and Ivan, he didn't really care. Tony had enough money and influence to clearly investigate everything. News channels all over America blew up again tonight. There was a huge amount of breaking news, and the live witnesses on F2F were having a huge party. It was different this time. When Tony beat up Obadiah, S.H.I.E.L.D. blocked the news. There had never been a scene of the two Iron Mons fighting each other on TV, let alone of Batman and Iron Man's fight. Now, the first big fight, of the Bat-Iron CP versus the supervillain, was about to air, and everybody went crazy. All Iron Man did was either dodge or fall to his knees, and the assailant, Whiplash, was taken down and tied up with one move from Batman. Even if the entire battle took less than a minute, it didn't reduce the significance of this sensational moment. That was because the key factors of superheroes, supervillains, superheroes working together, and the supervillain being defeated had all come to life. It was a real-life superhero comic strip. Some viewers clamored for more. For example, who was the boss of the superheroes? On this point, Batman and Iron Man's brainless fans launched all sorts of debates, and the hardcore keyboard warriors even stayed up late to support their heroes. But Iron Man and Batman clearly had a special relationship. Both parties made their debut at the same time, and saved a lot of victims during the California earthquake. This was a good deed that couldn't be disputed and used to judge who was better. The second time they appeared together was when Batman visited Iron Man at night a few days ago, and the two of them went to Staten Island for a bout. This could only prove that they were close, but not who was better. It wasn't until their third appearance together, in Iron Man's encounter with Whiplash, that Batman kicked Whiplash away in a critical moment. This once again proved that they were close, and also that Batman was a little better. But Iron Man fans could argue that Tony hadn't been wearing the main suit. There was a lot of debate on the internet, but for the time being, nobody stepped on the other party's favored superhero to talk up their own fave. And so, a third evil force appeared. They believed that the best outcome for Batman and Iron Man was to be together. These heretics were then instantly attacked by the loyal fans on both sides. The men who liked them acknowledged their actions and regarded them as heroes, and fantasized about becoming like them. Most women who liked them wanted to meet and fall in love with them someday, like She-Ra. But, together, the fans in all three parties were very resolute, and nobody could convince anyone else. At that moment, Tony was busy trying to get Ivan back to see if his Iron Man technology had been leaked. Luke was busy checking the man's abilities and testing them to see if they could be incorporated into his own armor. The people involved were too busy to follow the news. The next day, Luke and Selina went to the expo as usual. What happened last night didn't affect the expo. Instead, even more people poured into the place. Most people went to the stage first to admire it. If they didn't see for themselves the scene of Iron Man and Batman's battle, they felt that something was missing. Thanks to these people, Luke and Selina threw more than 20 people into the detention center in the morning to calm down, and Luke earned 100 experience and credit points. When they were having lunch in the car, Selina casually asked if they were going to visit the independent booths today, and Luke slapped his forehead. I forgot about Bent. Selina found that odd. His items don't seem, wait, it seems they might be useful to us. Luke winked at her and said, haven't you always been saying that something feels missing when you're out on an assignment? They were naturally talking about how Selina complained that her attack methods were too simple when she was out on her private job. Now, with Bent's inventions, New York's nightlife would definitely be a lot more interesting. Luke took out his fake phone and gave an order online to a certain shell company. At that moment, Bent was driving his shabby car home with a dejected expression. He couldn't afford to live in New York, nor on this side of the Hudson River in New Jersey. After several months of unemployment, he could only stay at his mother's place in Secaucus, New Jersey for the time being. It wasn't unusual for unemployed middle-aged people to go home and eat their 70-year-old mother's cooking. Of course, whether or not she was willing was another matter. Bent's mother wasn't too unhappy about him losing his job, but she was very dissatisfied with how he had never even looked for a girlfriend. Thinking about how not only didn't he make any money this time, he would still be despised by his mother for not having a girlfriend, Bent felt that his days were dark. It was a small thing to not have a girlfriend, but what if he ran out of money for research? It was already good enough that his mother gave him enough of her pension for him to live on, he couldn't ask for more. Did he really have to find a job as a researcher, follow the arrangements of those dumb *SS higher-ups and forever carry out boring research? Bent fell into despair. Even when his phone suddenly rang, he only glanced at it. When he saw that it was an unknown number, he was uninterested in picking up. Was someone calling to buy his inventions? That was impossible. Since yesterday, apart from one phone call from his mother, it was either someone selling something or a wrong number. But the unknown number was persistent, and rang 7 or 8 times. Bent stepped on the brake angrily and picked up the call. Damn it, I'm not buying insurance, condoms, bank products, cheap phones, or whatever. I'm so poor I have to eat *T. Do you want to eat it too? I'll send you a few kilograms when it comes out to fill the mouths of you *MN salespeople. There was a dead silence on the other end. The other party probably hadn't expected Bent to be so moody. A few seconds later, a polite voice rang out. Hello, is this Mr. Bent Bennett? After venting his anger, Bent was breathing heavily. ****, I don't want a credit card either. I'm bankrupt now. The voice on the other end was still polite and formulaic. It seems that you need a job, right? Bent was stunned. A job? I didn't submit a resume. The person on the other end of the line laughed. It's fine. Work which comes knocking on your door is always a good thing, Mr. Bennett. Just like that, Bent sat in the car and stayed on the line for half an hour. As the conversation went on, his expression got better and better. In the end, he hung up and couldn't be any more excited. He couldn't help but rush out of the car and raise his hands to the sky. Ha 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 ha, I have a job. I have money. A luxury car drove past him, and the girl in the car looked at him curiously. Mom, what's wrong with him? The lady snorted. It's fine. It's just another lunatic. In the meantime, Luke looked at the text message from the lawyer whom the shell company had hired. He turned around with a smile. I bought out the inventions for $500,000. His annual salary will be 200,000, plus 5% from any patents. He's signed on for 50 years. Satisfied, Selena thought for a moment. Not bad, but isn't 50 years too long? Luke shrugged. Why else did he stipulate a 10 million penalty fee? He's not really an idiot. He just likes to play with technology more. We don't expect his inventions to make money. Selena said, then can't we just buy his current technology? He still wants to sell it, right? Luke said, no one in the Department of Defense likes this guy, and he has very little resources. However, if I give him a research budget of 1 to 10 million a year, do you think he won't be able to come up with some new and interesting tech? After thinking about it, Selena had to agree with him. What Luke didn't say was that the long-term investment was for Selena. She wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. Whether she was a detective or a vigilante, the only type of person she would kill without hesitation was a scumbag like Kilgrave. Luke didn't plan for her to change her habit. Everybody had the right to be themselves. He couldn't think that Selena was wrong just because she wasn't as straightforward as he was. Without the system, he might have made a similar choice. But Luke had always felt that letting certain people live was also a form of punishment, provided that they didn't live too comfortably. And Bent's little toys were very good in this respect. With some of them, the longer their effects lasted, the better. For example, big shots who couldn't stop farting for a week would lose all dignity. By the same logic, the itching powder and cramping oil wouldn't kill anyone, but could make it basically impossible for a person to get any work done. It would be especially hard for gang big shots to look formidable and intimidate their subordinates. Thinking about how there would be New York legends in the future of big shots who farted, cramped or itched, Luke was full of anticipation. There was a story from his previous life that he always remembered. My neighbor's brother had always been a school tyrant, and no one dared defy him. One day, he was fighting, and took out from his pocket the magical girl transformation rod which his sister played with. Clearly, the best policy was to torture a man's heart. 2 days later, Luke and Selena were finally released from patrol duty. Except for the attack at the opening ceremony, everything went smoothly at the expo. Even though more than 2,000 people had been stuffed into the detention center which Stark Industries had just donated to the police department, it still had to be said that this had been a successful, peaceful, and productive expo. Luke was also roused from the joy of obtaining Tony and Ivan's new abilities, and he refocused on Nikki and Monica's abilities. Neither elementary muscle control nor elementary imitation were particularly strong. But on the same person, the two abilities played off each other very well. Take Nikki and Monica, for example. An ordinary person with a combo of these two abilities could easily kill 3 to 5 pairs of Nikki and Monica. Elementary muscle control was the hardware, and elementary imitation was the software. Elementary muscle control was a combat technique which one had to learn and hone themselves. Elementary imitation couldn't be fully utilized when it was limited by a person's physique. Combining both, on the other hand, was combining strength and technique, and could create close-range combat ability that was close to Luke's level. Now that Luke had these two abilities, he discovered after some rough research that they were even more useful than he had imagined. For him, the biggest shortcoming was that his physique wasn't good enough, which restricted his use of his abilities. Luke, who had 40 strength, 27 dexterity and 40 mental strength, also had elementary self-healing, quick reflex, and physical outburst. He could easily carry out movements that ordinary people couldn't, and he wasn't afraid of injuring himself when he tested elementary muscle control. Except for the fact that it hurt more frequently, it wasn't a big problem. He turned this muscle control, which was initially a trump card, into a regular skill. Nikki called it explosion, but Luke preferred to call it berserk. This trump card was similar to physical outburst, except that it was more like an increase in strength. It had a similar side effect, which was hidden physical injuries. There were a lot of possibilities in combining berserk with physical outburst. Luke felt that as long as he studied and honed this combo for a while, it might turn into a new ability. Even when muscle control wasn't used in explosion, it could make minute adjustments to his movements so that his muscles could support difficult movements, thus significantly increasing his combat ability. Lastly, it had another support function. With a bit of focus, Luke could change the shape of his muscles to a certain extent, whether it was his face or his body. In other words, even without the 1,000 faces system, he could instantly change his appearance. He couldn't turn into someone else's face, but it was very easy to make his face unrecognizable. It could be said that muscle control was a multifunctional, divine skill that was far more useful than he had expected. But it still couldn't compare with Monica's elementary imitation. Elementary imitation sounded very simple. It allowed a person to quickly imitate the movements of others. At first glance, it didn't look like a big deal, but when this quick imitation was applied to increasing proficiency in minutes and not days, this skill was far more magical than elementary muscle control. Take Monica, for example. If other people took a year to learn Taekwondo, it only took her 3 to 5 days. The only difference was in combat awareness and physique. She didn't even need to personally make a move, she just needed to watch a live demonstration a few times from the side to completely understand these movements. She knew exactly how to exert force and coordinate her movements. She was pretty much as fast as a copy. But similar with elementary muscle control, the real limitation of this ability was the person themselves. Without enough combat awareness and a good enough physique, it was impossible for a fat homebody to suddenly do a spin in the air and land steadily, even if he knew every step of the process. This ability was more like a magnifier, which made all physical movements simpler. It just so happened that Luke had enough combat awareness and experience, and a body far stronger than an ordinary person's. With Nikki and Monica's respective abilities, their combat ability increased several-fold. As for Luke, who had a combo of the two abilities, his combat ability wasn't the only thing that increased, he also now had a chance to turn the impossible into the possible. He was proficient in various cold weapons, firearms, and extreme parkour, but without enough training, it was hard for him to perform everything at the same time. Naturally, that was no longer a problem. With his strong physique, the two new abilities, and a vast trove of basic skills, he would become an expert in most combat-related skills after 3 to 5 days of training. He would be able to not only learn, but also master more unusual skills like the spear, bow and arrows, horse riding, skiing and so on. It could be said that from the moment he obtained these two perfectly matched abilities, Luke was absolutely certain that he would become a combat master. Also, this combat master would be on a cosmic scale, and not limited to Earth. His elementary combat proficiency was already at the peak on Earth. Except for a few mysterious big shots whom he had only heard of, he wasn't worried about anything else. If Luke was given a few years, there wouldn't be many people in the universe who could beat him in pure combat. As with any job or industry, the higher up you went, the fewer people there were. If there were a dozen people on Earth who were proficient in elementary combat, there might only be dozens of aliens in the entire universe who were proficient in intermediate combat. As for advanced combat proficiency, it was hard to say if this ability existed. The god of thunder was a good example. Even this Asgardian god, who had lived for thousands of years, wouldn't waste his energy on too many combat skills. He only needed to choose one or two that were the most suitable for him, like advanced one-handed hammer proficiency, and then obtain a suitable, divine weapon, to unleash his greatest combat ability. There was no need to work on all his combat skills. As long as Thor had the Mjolnir hammer and combined it with his advanced one-handed hammer proficiency, it would be hard for Luke to defeat him without a special, divine weapon. This was the typical question of whether it was better to be a jack of all trades or master of one. Luke's advantage was Daddy System's Super Learning Mode, which was his first cheat. Next, he had these two new abilities. Not only did they allow him to unleash 100% or 200% of his strength, he would be able to quickly learn the other party's movements in a fight. This was equivalent to a second cheat. The reaction between the two wasn't a combination, but a multiplication, or even an exponential increase, so he didn't have to spend a lot of time specializing in combat. If he used a hammer, he wouldn't be inferior to Thor, nor to Captain America if he used a shield, or to Hawkeye if he used a bow. For Luke, none of this was a dream any longer. After figuring out these two abilities, Luke couldn't help but rub his chin and murmur, "I still have to properly thank Nikki and Monica. In the future, I'll ask them what dreams they have, and try to help them achieve it." He had always felt that even if other people didn't know about the system acquiring abilities, he himself couldn't act like it was nothing. Since he had chosen to kill bad guys for experience and credit points, he should be generous in his thanks to the people who helped him. That was his own sense of fairness. Otherwise, based on how the system judged things, he could kill bad guys without guilt, but he wouldn't have a clear conscience when obtaining benefits from innocent people. For example, Luke had pulled some strings to help Alicia's mother find a job after Alicia provided him with sharp nose in Houston. They didn't know, however, that it was Luke who had done it. Thanks to the girl's gratitude, he acquired sharp nose, this divine skill, at the very beginning. Whether in cracking cases or gathering credit points, this ability played an unimaginably vital role. So, he would make sure that the little girl, Alicia, lived a comfortable life. If she had some skills when she grew up, and wanted to make a fortune, he was willing to secretly invest in her. He treated everyone the same, like Carol and Tony, and would pay them all back. Only then would he feel at ease. New York had been lively for the past few days as the Stark Expo drew people from all over the world. But Luke and Selena lived very peacefully. Foggy had already set up the renovation company, and Luke had invested in it. Now, the old hands and a dozen or so temp workers had already started to receive information from Little Snail. They ran through the streets and alleys of Manhattan to pull in business. Bent Bennett, a former employee of the Department of Defense, was now a special researcher at the New Hope Research Center in Nassau County. He worked at his own pace, the budget was his alone and he didn't have to wrangle with anybody. Luke had chosen the name New Hope after much consideration. It was the New Hope from his previous life. Luke hoped that the technology in this lab would be like the livestock raised on a farm. They went in small and skinny, and came out plump and fair. Then there was Mindy, who got along with Monica and Nikki like a house on fire. Monica lived in Harlem. The three girls actually didn't live far from each other, and getting around wasn't troublesome. Usually, the three of them would go to Nikki's house to fight, and Nikki would then drive them home. Now that she had new friends, Mindy didn't have time to visit Gold Nugget recently. It was only at 9 that night that Luke left with Selena and Gold Nugget. "Are you sure it's an important base for the hand?" Selena asked behind him. Luke knew that she just found it boring to crawl through the sewers, so he said casually, "I caught 2 ninjas in red on camera going in and out, and carrying things. Given the hand's temperament, there's no way they're moving bricks." Selena asked, "What do you think is inside?" Luke said, "According to Little Snail's calculations, it's probably people." Selena found that odd. "I don't think the hand is involved in human trafficking, right? At least, our files don't show that." Luke said, "That's right. That's why I'm curious about who they're bringing inside." As they chatted, they climbed out of the sewers. In a small alley, the armor's smell removal system was activated, and mist rose up in the darkness. Then, it was silent once more. The 2 people and 1 dog headed straight for their destination, an old building by the river in Manhattan. The 3 of them didn't linger outside. Luke entered from the front while Selena and Gold Nugget blocked the back door. The moment they entered, they felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet here, and the place didn't look like it was occupied. Except for signs in the hallways, it was clear that there wasn't any other movement in the place, which was covered in dust. For a stronghold, this was very unusual. A moment later, Luke reached the 6th floor at the top. He entered a room and frowned. In the room, more than 10 kids were locked in metal cages with tubes attached to them. The tubes weren't injecting any liquid into the kids. Instead, the tubes were extracting their blood, which was collected in glass jars before the blood was poured into what looked like a cross between a stone coffin and a big bottle. Luke's face darkened. This wasn't anything good. The lenses quickly confirmed the identities of 2 or 3 kids. They didn't have any criminal records, but were ordinary civilians with proper profiles. More and more kids were identified, and it was the same for more than half of them. Luke snorted coldly and his hand brushed against his waist before his arm suddenly swung out. 2 bat darts spun and silently disappeared into the darkness. 2 ninjas in red fell from high corners and hit the ground hard. Luke cancelled his stealth mode in the darkness outside the door. His black cape dropped down and his eyes glowed red. He had come in the Batman suit today with no intention of killing anyone, but this scene infuriated him. Batman didn't kill people, but these ninjas weren't human. After they fell, there was still no system notification. Luke walked over and picked up the 2 bodies. The armor's detection function was activated, and the data generated was very abnormal. Grimly, he tore open the shirt of one ninja, only to see a distinct Y cut on the man's chest. Luke immediately tore open the other ninja's shirt and found another Y-shaped cut on his chest. Narrowing his eyes, he stood up and stored the 2 bodies in Space 1. System: kill 2 of the hand's resurrected ninjas. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 3,000. Total credit: 3,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. Luke sneered. Interesting. The only things that could be stored in Space 1 were dead things, like dead people or dead animals and bugs. There was no notification that the two ninjas had been killed, which meant that they weren't dead. However, their bodies could be stored in Space 1. Only after the bodies were put away did the system send out the kill notification. The sequence was reversed. Coupled with the resurrected ninjas in the system notification, a lot of information had come to light. However, Luke didn't want to dwell on it for the time being. There were still over 10 children who were being drained of blood. Rescuing people was what Batman should do. Luke returned with a first aid kit. Tearing off the latches on the cages, he took out the IV tubes from the kids, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged the wounds. The armor's detection function never stopped reporting the kids' physical conditions. Their lives weren't in danger for now, but who knew if it would stay that way? A warning came through from Selena. Something's wrong. I called the police, and their cars are on their way, but people from the Hand are here too. Looking at the group of ninjas in red approaching from the dark alley, Luke sneered. It's fine. You and Hellhound don't move. Leave them to me. As he spoke, he walked out of the room and stood in the hallway outside. He didn't activate the stealth function and simply stood there quietly. Suddenly, there was the sound of rushing wind on the right side of the hallway, and a dozen shurikens spun out of the darkness. Luke swiped at his waist, and a series of bad darts were sent out like a swarm of bats. Clinks ran out in the air as the shurikens were deflected by the bad darts, which then flew at strange angles and disappeared down both sides of the hallway. There was a series of dull thuds, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. There were no screams. It was quiet once more on the right side of the hallway. Luke looked to the right, as if he could see through the darkness. The next moment, he disappeared into thin air. It was as if a strong wind had swept through the hallway, kicking up dust to cover the right side. At the very front of the hallway, a ninja in red was crouched in a corner. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back, and with a crack, intense pain radiated from his chest. He wanted to get up, but realized that he no longer had the strength. Luke simply stepped on his back, leaving behind a huge footprint. The second ninja, who was holding onto the ceiling light, just saw his partner being stepped on, when it went black in front of his eyes. Luke, who had crushed the first ninja with one foot, leapt up, and his iron-like leg lashed out. The ninja's chest caved in to match his partner's back, and he was sent flying. Using the force from the kick, Luke adjusted his posture and kicked off of the wall. The waist of a third ninja who brushed past him was crushed. The ninja was sent flying 10 meters before he hit the ground and rolled several times. At that moment, Luke had charged out of the hallway and into a spacious hall. The ninjas here finally reacted, and 2 gleaming katanas swung out. The cape on Luke's back suddenly hardened, stopping his fall. With a hard twist, he kicked out with his legs. Clang, clang. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 katanas were broken, and the 2 ninjas were kicked in the face. Their faces instantly collapsed. Luke landed lightly and stared at a black figure not far away. Although there was barely any light here, he could still see the man's face. The man was spinning a chain with a hook on the end, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. Luke recognized that face. Not long after he arrived in New York, he had killed this guy called Yoshitaka Shin to save Matt. At that time, the guy had 7 or 8 ninjas in red with him. He had also been wearing a red ninja outfit and holding a chain sickle. Now, Shin was dressed in black, and the weapon in his hand had turned into a hook on a chain. Batman. Yoshitaka gritted his teeth and said the name in a low voice. All this time, he had thought that this number 1 superhero was far away in Los Angeles and that his strength wasn't worth mentioning. Even if there had been buzz about Batman's appearance in New York in the last 2 days, he didn't think he would run into him so soon. But now, Batman was standing in front of him and had killed more than 10 of his men in an instant. Luke slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Yoshitaka Shin. His deep voice echoed in the building. You, guilty. Yoshitaka Shin's heart trembled slightly. It never ended well for bad guys pointed at by Batman. Everybody knew that this meant that Batman wouldn't let the person go. He had seen the video of Batman beating up 2 vampires outside the hospital in Los Angeles. Batman wasn't a benevolent person. He didn't kill people, but that wasn't necessarily the case for certain things that weren't human. For example, himself. But Yoshitaka Shin didn't panic, because he had nothing to fear. With a shout, the hook chain in his hand flew at Batman like a scorpion's tail. Luke didn't dodge at all as he charged at the man. It was very strange that this guy whom he had killed once could come back to life, but his abilities hadn't improved, and he was still so weak. Luke simply raised his right hand and gave a light flick with his fingers, and the hook that had been aimed at his neck was deflected. Yoshitake Shin didn't stop there. He pulled on the chain and it wrapped around Luke's ankle. Luke's foot instantly flashed as he kicked the hook just as it reached his ankle, and it flew back to bite its owner. Alarmed, Yoshitake Shin ducked. But the hook abruptly made a wide arc and took a sharp turn in the air. Poochie! Yoshitake Shin fell to his knees with a thump, the same disbelief on his face as when Luke pierced his head with a knife last time. The hook had already pierced his chest from under his right armpit, and he couldn't breathe. Who knew if he was wondering how Batman was able to kill him so efficiently, or if he was wondering why he was even weaker. Luke simply stood in front of him and said coldly, "You're guilty. You deserve to die." The light in Yoshitake Shin's eyes gradually dimmed, and his lips moved, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Luke didn't want to hear it. God made a mistake letting this person live once more. It was only right that he died with his eyes open and unfinished words. When Yoshitake Shin fell to the ground, Luke put the man's body into Space 1. System: kill Yoshitake Shin, an important leader of the Hand Assassin group. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 5,000. Total credit: 5,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 5,000. Credit plus 5,000. Luke was pleased. He had deliberately let this guy be resurrected last time, but he really wanted to kill him this time. He walked back and forth in the hallway, killed all the other ninjas and collected their bodies. In this group, Yoshitake Shin and the two ninjas in red who had been killed at the beginning were the strongest. Clearly, the hand couldn't perform resurrection so casually. Naturally, these people couldn't be resurrected now. With the system's death proclamation, there was practically no chance of them coming back to life. Hearing the approaching sirens, Luke turned invisible again. He secretly put the stone coffin that looked like a big bottle into Space 1. System: life-type magic tool has been detected. Can be converted into 10,000 credit points or modify the inventory's functions. Convert modify. Luke just looked at it. Naturally, he didn't choose to modify it. Now, although he didn't know what other functions the modification would bring, he felt that this trip had been worth it. For this alone, he was determined to kill all of them in the future. In addition, killing 17 ninjas in red, including Yoshitake Shin, and saving the dozen or so kids, earned him a total of 24,000 experience and credit points. None of these ninjas were worth less than 1,000 experience and credit points. That meant that every ninja had done more bad things than 50 innocent people. Luke knew why the experience and credit points were so high. For example, most of the hitmen of the high table whom he had killed only went after targets who were worth generous rewards. Unless it was to protect themselves, their every move had to be economical. As long as they weren't crazy, professional hitmen wouldn't kill ordinary people without any reward. If they did a lot of this, they would lose worthless hitmen. The Hand was actually one of the 12 members of the high table. But it was an evil existence that felt no mercy for ordinary people. Even Kingpin couldn't compare with it in terms of how vile it was. At the very least, Kingpin still regarded ordinary people as potential clients, and preserved basic social order, thus preserving his business. Thus, although he didn't have any sympathy for ordinary people, he wouldn't kill them casually. He had killed more gangsters in comparison, when annexing all the gangs in America. But the Hand wasn't like that. If it wasn't for Luke and Matt cleaning up the gangs in Clinton, the Hand absolutely wouldn't have been so good as to use a real estate company to relocate residents. Perhaps the last few to move out might never be seen again. Anyone who got in the way of the Hand was assassinated without fanfare. That was how the Hand did things. The Hand ninjas were also different from the other hitmen of the high table. These ninjas didn't need reputation or money, they were just the Hand's weapons, tools for getting rid of obstacles. As long as the Hand gave the order, they didn't mind slaughtering civilians and getting innocent blood on their hands. So, the Hand couldn't stay, and the ninjas couldn't either. While Luke was pondering this, the patrol cars arrived, and teams of patrol officers charged in. Luke watched them take the kids to the ambulances before he went to the roof. Before he reached the roof, he cancelled his invisibility and let his tall and black figure appear at the top of the building. Watching the police cars drive off, he looked at another building not far away, where two dark red figures faced him. The blood-red lenses on his visor flickered, and he jumped. His cape unfurled as he followed the ambulances. After 100 meters, blue light flashed, and the man disappeared in the night sky. The woman who had been staring intently gasped. Batman, he disappeared. Matt's heart jumped, and he was silent. Invisibility couldn't erase the sound of the bat suit slicing through the air, so Matt knew that Batman had just concealed himself. But he didn't want to say anything to the woman next to him. He trusted Batman more than this woman. She was none other than Matt's ex-girlfriend, a woman named Elektra. Luke had revealed himself to them earlier so that Matt wouldn't overthink it. The glance he gave them had clearly said, "I know you're there." He didn't say anything else. Batman was just that cold. Of course, a certain tycoon was the exception. After all, Luke had to make a living. Without the tycoon's armor skills, it would be harder and harder for Batman to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to openly wear a suit made with Tony's technology and hang around in it in front of the tycoon. Although the tycoon definitely had a lot of suspicions, he was blocked by Luke's attitude and couldn't ask any more questions. How could he ask? Given Tony's arrogant personality, if he pursued the matter of the bat suit, how could he return the multiple life-saving favors he owed Batman? In front of other people, Tony could still calmly say, "I'll give you a check. Fill in the numbers yourself." But he didn't have that sort of confidence with Batman. Batman saved ordinary people, but did he say anything after that? No. Batman never asked for money when he saved people. This was how Batman always had the upper hand. Matt and Elektra were also now caught in this moral dilemma, and they didn't dare question Batman's actions at all. Why was Batman here? That wasn't important. How did Batman end up saving the kids? That also wasn't important. Nor was it important whether or not Batman knew the inside story. Batman liked to save people. That was more than enough. He never explained himself to anyone. Even though countless people were looking into the important reason for this, which might be related to the origin of this Black Angel, they could only guess. It was impossible for them to get a concrete answer from Batman. After a brief silence, Elektra shook her head. "I'm leaving. I'll come find you again if I have news on the hand." Matt didn't say anything and just went downstairs before he headed for Metro General Hospital. He wanted to take a look at the kids who had been rescued. At that moment, Metro General was busy. More than 10 kids had been sent over, and they were in bad shape. Luke had examined them earlier. Not only were they being drained of blood, there was also a strange mix of toxins in their bodies. He couldn't be considered an absolute dunce in the field of medicine, but he didn't have any healing abilities. Thus, he left the professional matters to the professionals. Treating someone was far more complicated than killing them. It was definitely better to carry out systematic examination and treatment at a place like Metro General Hospital, which had all sorts of equipment and numerous doctors. Standing on top of the building diagonally opposite the hospital, Selina said, "The ninjas who came back as reinforcements were too fast. Are you sure you didn't trigger an alarm in that building?" Luke. "No," Selina said. Less than 2 minutes after the police cars set out, the hand ninjas appeared and headed straight for the old building where the kids were locked up. They were probably monitoring the police comms. Luke hummed in agreement. Selina said, "Last time, we monitored Yoshitake Shin's body, but none of them showed up. After that, someone in the 15th precinct helped suppress the matter. Will they show up this time?" Luke said, "That's possible. Even if they gave up on the kids, I took something else that should be important to them." After a brief silence, Selina said, "I'll take action when they get here." Luke asked, "Are you sure?" Selina snorted, "I don't kill random people, but these beasts don't deserve to be called human. If they dare come tonight, I'll kill them. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 100 come, I'll kill 100. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Well, they probably don't have 100 people, right? These ninjas weren't common. They couldn't be that good in close combat and cold weapons without more than 10 years of training." Stumped for a moment, Selina then said angrily, "I don't care. If there aren't 100 of them tonight, I'll just kill them every time I see them from now on, until I kill 100 of them." Luke finally revealed something to soothe her. "Don't worry, these guys really aren't human. Do you know what I found on Yoshitake Shin? A coroner's Y-shaped incision." Selina was surprised. Could it just be a cut to scare people? Although it was a little strange to scare people this way, it made more sense than resurrection. Luke immediately rejected this possibility. No, it wasn't just a flesh wound. It was definitely from an autopsy, he had definitely been examined by a coroner. Selena drew in a sharp breath and understood. Then I don't have to hold back when I run into them. Luke smiled and didn't question her attitude. Apart from himself, he didn't think that many people could kill bad guys diligently without any psychological issues. At the very least, Selena wasn't one of them. But looking at the tragic state of the kids, Selena probably wouldn't be able to rest easy if she didn't torture a few members of the Hand today. In that sense, she was more like a good cop than Luke was. She wanted to protect the innocent, and didn't ask for anything in return. She wanted peace of mind. At that moment, she suddenly looked not far away. Why is Foggy here? Luke didn't say anything and simply used his private number to send a few messages. A moment later, he looked at Foggy's reply and said helplessly, he was looking for Temple, and ran into rival gang members sent here by the police for treatment. They're arguing in the ER now, even in handcuffs, and it looks like another fight is going to break out. Selena was stunned. Where are the patrol officers? Luke said, they needed more hands with the kids who were sent in just now, so a few men were sent over. In any case, if these gang members get into another fight and die, they deserve it. Selena got it. Compared with helping innocent kids, they indeed didn't have to care too much about these gangsters. Even if they were stopped today, they would still die in a robbery or a gunfight in the future. Luke, on the other hand, looked at a dark red figure who was crouched on the roof. That guy's here too. His ex-girlfriend isn't here. It seems that this old flame hasn't been completely stamped out. Selena glanced over and curled her lip. This guy made a mess of things. Foggy found out about his little secret not long ago, and Karen guessed it too. Besides, he's been getting hurt all the time, and has basically left the law firm to Foggy and Karen. Those who don't know might think that it's been renamed Nelson and Page. Pondering for a moment, Luke could only say, it can't be helped. It comes down to looks. Foggy doesn't stand a chance. Selena was lost for words. She felt that she couldn't say anything in good conscience. Luke and Selena chatted idly. Foggy was also busy at the hospital as he used his lawyer skills to keep these brainless gangsters under control. Matt was on the roof behind the hospital opposite them. He was being obedient because Luke had simply used a secret transmission to tell him that he was watching the front entrance. Since Batman had taken the front door, Matt didn't say anything and obediently chose to crouch at the back. He and Luke had similar thoughts. They were very wary of the Hand and were prepared to stand guard here for a while. If the police could send out a large number of officers, the Hand might not make a move. But after a dozen kids were sent to the hospital, only 4 patrol officers had been left behind. It wasn't easy to do any sort of work nowadays, and the police department didn't have enough manpower. The bulk of the police force was at the expo, so naturally, there weren't many people here, thanks to the money which Stark Industries had shelled out. With less than 10 patrol officers present, the Hand wouldn't be too concerned. This organization was different from regular gangs. Their real faces had never been exposed. Luke had investigated them through Gianna, but the companies he uncovered had a tangled and complicated network of involvement in shares, and weren't big. The information from the High Table confirmed that the Hand had been around as a force for at least 100 years. They had probably existed before that, but there was no proof. This outrageous organization hadn't been destroyed even after 100 years. They definitely had a lot of connections. The companies that Luke found, for example, were just for appearances. Many of them were just empty shell companies which only received investments when they were needed. It didn't take long for these companies to be completely abandoned. From this point of view, the Hand was as cautious as Luke in his fake identities, the only difference being that their fake identities were in the form of shell companies. Thus, there was only one way to find the main body of the Hand. That was through people. Once people from the Hand took action, the shell companies lost most of their use as a cover. Like with Luke, as long as any of his aliases was unmasked, all his disguise would be for naught. He knew this was a weakness, but he couldn't solve it, because there were many things he had to do himself, and he had to earn experience and credit points himself. By the same logic, the Hand had to take tangible form during an operation. Whether it was the ninjas in red or the people in charge of the digging, they had to have a core in order to control the outcome of things. In other words, it had actually been a waste for Luke to kill Yoshitaka Shin and all his men in his fury. But he had been happy to do so. Now, he would catch another group of people from the Hand. Yoshitake Shin had been cautious and moved autonomously. Luke didn't have much information, including how they communicated with each other. Killing Yoshitake Shin and taking the stone coffin might fluster the hand into making a mistake. The more anxious a person was, the more likely they would make a mistake, and the more opportunities they would be giving their opponent. Luke was patient. He would wait until the hand's bare ass was exposed before he kicked it. Waiting was boring. Time slowly passed until it was 1 a.m. The paparazzi who had heard about Batman had basically all left the hospital. The kids were all being treated in the ICU, and the officers who had been at the crime scene were replaced to prevent reporters from interviewing them and interrupting the hospital's work. Also, since the details of the case weren't clear, the police department told everybody not to divulge any relevant information for the time being, so the news didn't spread on a large scale. Metro General Hospital was still busy after midnight, but it was much more peaceful than the bustle during the day. At that moment, an ambulance sped over. It entered the hospital through the front entrance, and another ambulance entered from the back at the same time. For a large general hospital, the ambulances were still very busy, even at midnight. Luke didn't think much of it. His attention was focused on two teams of ninjas in black who were charging out on both sides of the hospital. Matt noticed the movements as well. He didn't know why these ninjas had switched out their flashy red for the traditional black, but their movements and steps were exactly the same as before. Take Hellhound into the hospital. Be careful of misdirection, Luke said to Selina. He then revealed himself and lunged at the ninjas on the left. Seeing Batman go left, Matt, who had been ready for action, charged at the other group of ninjas on the right side of the hospital without hesitation. Although Batman didn't give any orders, Matt very consciously took it on himself to act as backup. That was because Batman had never been defeated. A strange whistling sound rang out. It wasn't ear-piercing, but was drawn out and deep, like the sound of a shoe-in. Alarmed, the 8 ninjas on the left scattered and looked into the sky. Thanks to their special training in nocturnal habits, they were able to see the black shadow approaching rapidly from the sky. The enormous cape unfurled to form distinct bat wings. The blood-red lenses on the face flashed, as if scanning for prey, and there was a strange whistling sound. Batman! A ninja cried out. Shut up and kill him, the lead ninja immediately ordered in a low voice. If it were any other time, the leader would have killed his subordinate without hesitation for his indiscreet shout. But they were facing Batman. Everybody knew that Batman abhorred evil and was obsessed with saving people. These ninjas were no longer human, but they knew that they were definitely bad guys in Batman's eyes since they had killed a lot of ordinary people. Batman and the Hand were natural enemies. There was no possibility of a compromise. The Hand would never compromise with anyone, not even Batman. In the blink of an eye, both parties were about to collide. The enormous bat wings swiftly turned back into a cape. Looking at the 2 blades that were coming at him, Luke tapped his foot lightly. Sensing the enormous black figure charging at them, the 2 ninjas couldn't help but speed up. 2 blades flashed. Luke watched as the 2 katanas intersected in front of him before he avoided the blades and pressed forward. The 2 ninjas were astonished. They turned to the side with their blades. Unfortunately, they hadn't run into an ordinary person. 2 big hands grabbed their necks, and they froze. They weren't dead, but could survive for a long time as severely paraplegic patients. Holding them aloft, Luke stepped forward and raised his leg. Pa, pa, his right leg struck out, and there were 2 crisp sounds as 2 ninjas behind him were kicked in the ribs and flew in 2 different directions. Luke slowly pulled this leg back and pulled the 2 men in front of him forward to stare at them. The Hand, guilty. After pronouncing judgment, he threw the 2 ninjas aside and charged at the other 4 ninjas. Bang! The 5th ninja had barely raised his knife, when he was shouldered hard in the chest. There was the sound of bones breaking, and he was sent flying as if he had been hit by a car. Luke grabbed the 6th ninja and threw him at the last one. At the same time, he kicked out, and the 7th ninja's legs bent 90 degrees before he rolled over the ground. At that moment, the 2 ninjas who had crashed into each other spat out blood and broke even more bones in their bodies. Selina said, "They're in those 2 ambulances. They entered the underground parking lot. 20 people are headed for the ward." Luke chuckled. "I'll be right there." Selina said, "Don't underestimate me. I won't go easy on them." Luke said, "Okay, I'll clean up the people outside before I head over." As he spoke, he took a running leap into the air above the hospital. He drew out the bat darts from his waist and threw them at the ninjas who were attacking Matt on the right. "Give the darts back to me later," he said to Matt via secret transmission. He landed again before gliding down to the hospital square in the back. Matt was besieged by 8 ninjas. There were too many ninjas in this team. Not only was each of them a good fighter, they all worked well as a team. They were using their advantage in numbers to overwhelm him. Hearing Luke's words, Matt couldn't help but slow down slightly, and a katana swept out at his waist. He twisted with all his strength, almost breaking his waist. The blade flashed past his waist, leaving a cold trail. It was followed by a familiar sting as it left a small cut behind. Matt rolled and kicked the ninjas in his way, finally breaking free of the encirclement. At that moment, he finally recalled Luke's words. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Darts, what da? Escaping from the fierce battle, he immediately sensed the bad darts whistling through the air. Matt felt his hair stand on end. There were tiny blue dots on the 8 bad darts spinning through the air, and they were picking up speed as they flew at Matt and the ninjas. Matt instantly sensed that these bad darts were different. They were spinning too fast and were still getting faster. In this state, the bad darts would easily cut a person into pieces. For example, the 8 ninjas in front of him. These ninjas were far less sensitive than Matt. They hadn't sensed anything when Matt sensed something was wrong. By the time they sensed the danger, Matt was already tense and ready to avoid any possible injury. By the time the bad darts broke their ranks, they had no chance. Matt, who was standing not far away, heard the sound of the bad darts cutting through flesh and bone. There were 2 bursts of metal colliding, as 2 ninjas were fortunate enough to be able to block the bad darts with their blades. But before they could celebrate, 2 of the other 6 bad darts that had completed their task spun and cut through their knees. In less than a second, the team of 8 ninjas that had been suppressing Matt were all crippled. Matt swallowed hard as the 8 bad darts flew at him. The hair on his back stood on end. He was about to dodge, but they abruptly slowed down and lost momentum a meter in front of him. Give the darts back to me later. Matt recalled these words and subconsciously stretched out his hand. The bad darts, which had cut through the ninja's legs like they were chicken feet, now lay obediently in his hand. Matt was stunned for a moment, then heard the sounds of battle from the hospital behind him. Alarmed, he realized that the 2 teams of ninjas had just been a distraction for the hand to attack the hospital building. They were definitely doing this to find the kids who had been rescued. Thinking that, Matt was furious. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the heads of all the ninjas who were still struggling, knocking them out. Then, he ran toward the ICU. As he ran, he subconsciously tried waving the bad darts around. He didn't know how to use them, but he was very curious about how they could kill 8 powerful ninjas. The ninjas of the hand weren't wooden stumps. Matt was confident in his skills, but even in close range, he couldn't guarantee that his batons would hit them. But Batman had asked Matt to bring back the bad darts that he had thrown out earlier. Matt felt that this meant that Batman had been confident of the outcome. When he thought this, he found it unbelievable. Actually, if he had the chance to voice his questions, Luke wouldn't hesitate to give him a little hint, a program. A program which analyzed various possible evasive maneuvers, coupled with a target lock program, made the bad darts a weapon similar to a guided missile. Tony was already researching a mini-guided missile. The difficulty lay in the power or the range. But for a weapon like the bad dart that was equipped with the ability to hover in the air and didn't require a long range, it only needed to lock onto a target and attack them. With a small boost in power, it could lock onto a target within a 200-meter range. If it was blocked, it could use auxiliary power to attack 3 more times. Thus, the best way to deal with the bad dart was to catch it and prevent it from rebounding. Without the momentum from the first attack, it would be very hard for the bad dart to be boosted by the auxiliary power for 3 more attacks. But this was also Luke's first time using it against an enemy. The hand ninjas could only blame themselves for not being human. By the time Matt rushed to the ICU, a fierce battle was already in motion. After speaking to Luke, Selina cancelled her stealth mode and walked to the ICU. Several patrol officers looked at the bastard armor in bewilderment and ordered her to stop as they took out their guns. But in less than a minute, the patrol officers disappeared from the hallway, and Selina was left standing at the door they had been guarding. It wasn't because she was arrogant, but because she was using herself to draw the 20 ninjas' attention. If she was invisible and the ninjas were scattered, it would be very hard to ensure the absolute safety of the dozen or so kids, and some of the ninjas might escape. In the underground parking lot, the ninjas got out of the 2 ambulances and went up the stairs to the 4th floor, only to see Selina, who gave them a steady look. Even with their indifference, they were stunned for a moment. The third-generation Bastard armor was very different from the first two generations. It was real armor, not a combat uniform. It looked close-fitting and showed off a woman's curves, but those gentle curves were actually molded by gold titanium. In reality, it was still a powerful suit that was 1.9 meters tall and more than 2 feet wide at the waist. The helmet was in the shape of a cat's face, with 3 white whiskers painted on each cheek and lenses that were the classic green of cat's eyes. It looked more like a powerful black leopard than a black cat. Selena didn't say anything. She simply raised one hand and crooked her index finger at the ninjas tauntingly. None of the ninjas said anything. The leader simply raised his katana and pointed it at Selena. The ninjas in black behind him charged forward, and even before they drew their swords, a storm of shurikens was already flying at Selena. Selena snorted and raised her hands. The armor on the outside of her arms turned into 2 oval-shaped shields. The shurikens aimed at her upper torso bounced off the shields. Then, Selena's body unfolded and she lunged at the 2 ninjas at the front like a female leopard. The oval shields pushed aside 2 katanas slicing down at her, and with a jerk, 4 hands, along with the hilts of the blades they had been holding, fell to the floor. Behind her, 2 blades of 2 ninjas were already above her head. Selena bent down so that her body was almost parallel to the ground. As she charged forward, she swung out her arms, and the sharp edges of the shields literally cut the legs out from under the ninjas on both sides. Rolling to block the katanas of the third team of ninjas, Selena exerted strength in her legs and jumped into the air. She then stepped on the wall on the right. 1 step, 2 steps. She ran right up the wall, and the 2 shields cut off the hands of 2 katana-wielding ninjas. 3 steps, 4 steps. Her body was now at a very small angle from the ceiling. 2 ninjas who jumped up to attack were sliced through the forehead with the shields, and fell. 5 steps, 6 steps. She reached the wall on the left and swung her shields, sending 2 ninjas who had started to pull their blades back to defend themselves flying. At that moment, the Bastard armor finally landed on the ground. In the first group of hand ninjas that had attacked, 6 were crippled, 2 were dead, 2 had light injuries, and only 2 were lucky enough to be unharmed as they turned around behind her. However, neither the 2 ninjas behind her nor the 10 ninjas in front of her dared attack again. In less than 5 seconds, almost half of them were crippled. If they continued charging forward brainlessly, all 20 of them would be dead in 10 seconds. Even the hand ninjas who weren't afraid of death didn't want to be wiped out in 15 seconds. They were elite ninjas who had trained for more than 10 years, not toilet paper to be thrown around. They could die, but it had to be meaningful deaths at the very least. They couldn't just be cut down like firewood. The ninja leader finally spoke. "Who are you?" Selena's green cat eyes flickered, as if mocking them, but she didn't say anything. The ninja continued, "If you step aside, you can put forward a condition. Whether it's money or something else, I can give it to you." He wasn't a subordinate, and had enough autonomy to make this promise. An inflexible ninja wouldn't bring 50 ninjas with him on this kidnapping operation. The white lines which looked like cat whiskers on both sides of Selena's helmet suddenly curled up, as if she was smiling. The ninja leader finally got a reaction, and he immediately asked again, "How much do you want?" "1 million. Selena's green cat eyes flashed again, and she lowered her head. The ninja leader felt that this mysterious woman was definitely tempted, and was considering his offer. 1 million was enough to make her hesitate. With one look, one could tell that she was poor, yet she was actually trying to copy Batman and uphold justice. How stupid. He sneered inwardly and gestured at his men behind him to prepare for a surprise attack. Just as he was thinking that, he felt something tighten around his neck, and his feet left the ground as he was lifted up. A low voice rang out in the ninja's ear. "You, guilty." Then, the wall on one side of the hallway rushed forward to meet him. Bang! With a muffled sound, half the ninja leader's face was flattened. It wasn't because the guy had a tough head, but because Luke was deliberately keeping him alive. At that moment, the 9 ninjas behind Luke finally regained their senses. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the black giant had grabbed their leader and smashed him into the wall. "Kill!" A ninja who took his place as interim leader gave a low shout, and the group of ninjas charged forward. Luke turned around at that moment, and his blood-red lenses lit up. "You, guilty, Batman!" Another ninja shouted. This time, none of his comrades thought of cutting him down, since they were also shouting it in their hearts. Luke, however, didn't give them a chance to retreat as he charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. 3 seconds later, 9 ninjas collapsed in the hallway. Most of them were lying on their backs, and some were kneeling with their heads against the wall. There were also 2 unlucky bastards who could only scream as they clutched their broken limbs. Selena jumped lightly and pulled her knees back. When the 9 ninjas had attacked, the 2 ninjas behind her moved as well. She simply did a backflip to dodge their blades. Grabbing their heads with both hands, she pressed down and hit them in the back with her knees, creating 2 more paraplegics. Luke asked, "What about the 4 patrol officers?" Although this was a trap, he didn't want these innocent patrol officers to lose their lives for it. Selena said, "I locked them up in the guardroom on the side. Just nice, they can let people know and come over now." Most people didn't recognize her 3rd-generation bastard armor. She could only handcuff them and throw them into the room. Luke said, "I'll let them out." Selena nodded. Batman had a lot of prestige. After being released, the 4 officers probably wouldn't think about drawing their guns. Luke went to release them, and Selena went to cripple all the ninjas. These ninjas were crazy. Even if they only had 1 hand and 1 leg, they could still hurt innocent people. She didn't want to give them that chance. As for whether or not they would die of blood loss, that wasn't up to her. She had already shown restraint by not killing them. Luke had said that he wanted to continue using these guys as bait, but it didn't matter if a few of them died. The 4 patrol officers who had just been released by Batman saw her stomp on the ninjas until their limbs cracked. 2 faces turned white and 2 turned dark. The 4 patrol officers subconsciously looked at Batman. Luke didn't say anything and simply leaned against the ICU door. Then, the patrol officers saw a certain devil bone breaker stomp all over the ninjas before nodding at Batman and leaving. How could the 4 patrol officers not understand that this devil bone breaker and Batman were on the same side? They relaxed. When they had been handcuffed by the Black Leopard woman, they thought they had run into a lunatic. At that moment, Lawyer Matt finally arrived. The 4 patrol officers were frightened by his dark red uniform, and thought that he was one of the ninjas' accomplices. Sensing that the ninjas had collapsed, Matt smiled bitterly. This was too strong. This was a narrow hallway. Matt wasn't confident he could deal with 10 ninjas in this terrain, but 20 had fallen here. From the moment Batman threw out the darts to help take down the 8 ninjas, it had taken Matt less than 4 minutes to get here. The fact was that as soon as he entered the 1st floor, he had sensed that the battle upstairs had ended. For the first time, Matt's ears confirmed how powerful Batman and his partner were. The troublesome hand ninjas were no different from street hooligans in Batman's eyes. Thinking quickly, he walked over to Batman and gave him the darts. "Your darts?" Luke nodded and used his secret transmission to say, "Leave right away. There are too many people who are paying attention to me. Don't let them think that we're close." Matt's lips moved when he heard that, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just nodded slightly and left. The 4 patrol officers were stunned. Who was this? Was he here to deliver something? But why was he only delivering the darts to Batman after the fight was over? For a moment, the patrol officers were full of doubts, and nobody spoke to Luke. 10 minutes later, the first batch of patrol officers finally arrived. To their surprise, Batman didn't leave. He remained outside the ICU. This time, 2 officers came forward to ask questions. Luke simply said that the ninjas belonged to the Hand, and that they were the ones who had kidnapped and injured the kids. He didn't say anything else. If he was going to ultimately eradicate the Hand, telling the police more now was useless. He wouldn't be disappointed if the police found the Hand before he did, but that was unlikely. The patrol officers were also very tactful, except for a middle-aged patrol officer who looked like an old fanboy and wanted his autograph. Luke decisively ignored him. Although the others glanced at him every now and then, nobody disturbed him again. 10 minutes later, when ESU reinforcements arrived on the 4th floor, Luke took a running leap out of the window and glided away. The ESU captain was stunned for a moment before he turned to the officers who were guarding the scene. He couldn't help but ask, "Batman left the moment we arrived. Does he have a problem with us?" The sergeant shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, he was afraid that we wouldn't be able to deal with those criminals, so he waited for you to arrive before he left." The ESU captain's expression immediately brightened. "Really? Did Batman really say that?" The sergeant patted the captain's shoulder. "No, I was just guessing." The captain was lost for words. In fact, Luke and Selena hadn't left the hospital. They switched locations and hid in an office in a building not far away. A wide desk was placed in front of the window for the both of them to sit on. They had also removed their helmets. Selena's face was naturally Halle Berry's, and Luke's was Big Ben's. Sucking on a lollipop, Selena asked casually, "Will the hand still dare come tonight?" Luke rolled his own lollipop in his mouth. "I don't think so, but they're not normal. It's fine if we waste some time." Selena nodded. More than 50 ninjas broke into the hospital to kidnap people. That really isn't something a normal person would do. Luke couldn't help but glance at the system. He had only obtained 500 experience and credit points for stopping the ninjas from taking the kids away. Selena and Matt had also helped out, but it was better than nothing. The big boss was still Yoshitake Shin and his dozen or so men. Now, the host's experience was 95,500 thousandths. Credit, 391,000. These new hand ninjas were all strange. As long as they weren't completely killed, experience and credit points from them wouldn't appear. These ninjas in black who raided the hospital had been overflowing with murderous intent when they attacked. Each of them had definitely killed more than just 1 or 2 people, but there had been no experience and credit points from these 40 or so people. However, this attack on Metro General wasn't like the Riverside attack on Matt. There had only been 8 ninjas then, while there were more than 40 here. There had been practically no eyewitnesses at the river last time. This time, there were at least dozens of eyewitnesses in the hospital and surveillance footage. Everyone at the river back then had died, so it was easy to keep things under wraps. The 40 ninjas in the hospital were crippled but alive. Even if no information could be pried out of them, there was no way to hide their numbers. Also, Batman had stopped them. Batman had personally said that they were the masterminds behind the kidnapping and abuse of more than 10 kids. In a situation like this, the hand would need to mobilize enough power if they wanted to cover up the truth. The bigger their movements, the more exposed the hand would be. If this wasn't covered up, Homeland Security and the FBI would come after them. After all, more than 40 ninjas charging into the hospital looked like a terrorist attack. Terrorist attacks were under Homeland Security's jurisdiction, and the FBI had the right to investigate serious criminal offenses. This was an open trap. Unless the hand stopped operations, it would only become more and more troublesome for them. If there were smart people in the hand, the best solution was to immediately cut off all contact and hide for a few months. There were a lot of cases that the FBI and Homeland Security had to pay attention to, so priority for this case would inevitably drop until it became nothing more than a record in the archive room. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Luke also knew that the excavation company in Clinton was part of the hand, and they couldn't open the stone door down in the pit. The hand had gone to so much effort to dig this huge pit. Luke didn't think they were willing to give up the secret behind the stone door. He didn't believe that core members of the hand wouldn't take the bait. They stayed at the hospital until dawn. Selena went straight home to catch up on sleep, and Luke went to the police department alone. He asked Dustin what happened at Metro General Hospital last night. Naturally, it was on the news. As long as Batman was involved, it was hard not to be on the news. A lot of people had seen and recorded Batman and the ninjas in the hospital last night. It was thanks to the titanium phones once again. These youngsters would take any chance to prove that they had been at the scene. They used the hospital's Wi-Fi to upload the videos to F2F, making other people envy and hate them as they basked in the admiration, flattery, and scolding of countless people. This was completely in line with the desire of those who wanted to be in the limelight. The morning news was also flooded with reports of the fight between Batman and the ninjas at Metro General Hospital last night. Batman fought a new opponent once more, but there was more to it this time. Many paparazzi had already investigated the children who were being drained of blood, and were digging deeper. They all had insider information. What would make Batman, who had always focused on saving people, go hard on this bunch of ninjas last night? Not only did he cut off a lot of the ninjas' hands and feet, 2 of them had been killed on the spot. This wasn't in line with Batman's usual practice of breaking bones at most. There was only one record of Batman cutting off the arms of 2 monsters outside a hospital in Los Angeles. Because of this, the paparazzi with sharp intuition had already sensed big news, and were working even harder to investigate. Anyone who watched the news would know what had happened, including Dustin and Luke. Dustin looked at him and said, "The higher-ups do want us to send someone to investigate." Are you interested? Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. Bad guys beaten up this badly by Batman probably aren't NYPD's business. The others can investigate if they want, but I'll pass. Think about the two people whose limbs were cut off by Batman in Los Angeles last time. In the end, there was no trace of them. Dustin nodded, deep in thought. All right, I'll send a random team to handle it. The truth was that if they pursued the investigation, it would be hard to say if they were investigating the bad guys or Batman. Some people in the police department seemed to want Dustin to investigate Batman more than the ninjas. Dustin wasn't stupid, and naturally sensed the anomaly. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind kicking those guys down, but he couldn't use their subtle hints as evidence against them, and could only half*ss the matter for now. After that, Luke slipped away. Before going to work, he had pressed the button to modify the inventory's function. If his guess was correct, the modification would be completed by noon. He wasn't in a hurry. After Batman's massacre last night, the more normal his behavior today was, the better. He could do some shopping in New York and buy some special food. If it was tasty, he would remember it and use it as work snacks for the future. If it didn't suit his taste, he could throw it at a certain dog-headed garbage disposal unit. Luke returned to his house in Clinton at 11:30. Selina had yet to get up, while Gold Nugget was already eating snacks and watching cartoons in the living room. After watching cartoons alongside Mindy, it had started looking for them on its own. These were perennial cartoons that could easily run for over a decade or even several decades. They were most suitable for this excessively spirited alien dog head. When it saw Luke come back with takeout, it perked up and whined. Luke didn't indulge it. There are a few more boxes downstairs. Bring them up, and we'll start eating. The dog dashed off. Luke was only carrying 4 big bags. Compared with the boxes, there was a clear difference in amount. It had the biggest appetite and ate the most. If it didn't do any work, the fiend would lecture it. Every time the fiend lectured it, it always sensed a strange light which flashed in Luke's eyes. It didn't want to verify what the fiend said happened to disobedient kids. Like high school kids who scolded forum moderators and got their accounts banned forever. Or kids who squandered money on their phone game accounts until their credit dropped into the negatives, and the games were uninstalled and the phones were set to kids mode so that they could only call and text. A certain doghead who was highly addicted to the internet and dramas didn't want anything like that to happen to it. A few minutes later, one man and one dog were trying the food at the dining table. Luke had a bite of everything first. If it was delicious, he would put it aside and wait for Selina to come back to eat together. He put whatever didn't suit his taste but would probably suit Selina's to another side. Whatever he and Selina didn't like, he poured into Gold Nugget's bowl. Gold Nugget licked the bowl clean with a few swipes of its big tongue. At the same time, Luke was focusing on the system. After using the bottle-shaped stone coffin, there wasn't any discernible change to the inventory's function. At the very least, there was no third space. After he harassed the system, however, it gave him a simple explanation. Space 2 was equipped with a hibernate function. Luke couldn't make head or tail of it. This explanation was too vague. He had to slowly test whether this meant that any living thing thrown into the space would fall asleep, fall into a coma, or even freeze. Would all living things hibernate, or just some of them? Was there a difference or limit in time? He still needed to test this out bit by bit. Thankfully, Luke was already used to this life. Every day, he was either running tests or waiting to finish work before running off to run tests. If he wasn't experimenting on himself, it was on something else. As long as he treated the experiments as an interest and a hobby, he could persist with them. Also, the things he experimented on were very complicated. If he got tired of one, he would switch to another. He had a lot of research to do, and never got bored. Putting aside his main focus on weapons and armor, in order to test new driving technology, for example, he came up with high-end products like Kit, the retro Vespa scooter and the Harley Fat Boy. As for practical vehicles, there was the SUV for everyday use, the small stealth plane for long-distance travel and so on. These were purely experiments in driving. He also experimented with watches, glasses, belts and necklaces, whether to be used as weapons or as side experiments. The Tycoon's abilities gave Luke the capital to tinker with all sorts of technological and industrial products and to treat them like toys. It hadn't been in vain for him to save the Tycoon several times. By the time Luke had tasted all the food and tossed 1/3 to Gold Nugget, Selina had finally washed up and come downstairs. Walking lazily through the living room, she casually ordered, "I want to see news on Batman's operation last night." Little Snail immediately turned on the TV and adjusted the volume so that it was clear and not too loud. Selina walked straight to the dining table, sat down, and nudged Gold Nugget. "Move, you're in the way." The dog head didn't think much of it. It was satisfied with a lot of snacks, and just let Dollar come out to lick Selina. Selina was much gentler with Dollar. She laughed and pushed it around with her foot for a long while before she told it to play on its own. Eating the delicious food that was on the table, Selina listened to Luke's explanation of Dustin's attitude and simply nodded dispiritedly. In fact, Luke wasn't in a good mood either. What the hand did was really disgusting. Not only did they catch a bunch of kids, they were even draining them of blood for that weird ritual. The children whom they had rescued were still in critical condition. They also had complicated biological toxins in their bodies which could still take their lives at any moment. After the kids were sent to the hospital, the hand didn't give up, and a large group of ninjas had immediately gone over. They had no scruples nor any bottom line. Even if Luke had always planned to drag them out, it was still uncomfortable to run into such a heartless organization. Several days passed, and while the children's abductions and Batman's rescue were still on the news, there was no follow-up. The 40 or so ninjas who were still alive were locked up in prison. There was no movement from the hand to rescue them this time. But these crippled ninjas didn't disclose any information. They were like puppets, and let the agents interrogate them without saying anything. Luke and Selina were as free as ever on the surface. Selina went shopping twice and bought a lot of new clothes for spring. As promised, Luke gave Mindy, Nikki and Monica their first combat lesson. This time, he didn't have to fight them anymore. He just needed to guide them as they trained. After all, there was too big a difference in strength, and it was more suitable to spar with someone on a similar level. During the conversation, Mindy let slip that she had settled the score with her previous good friends, Brooke and the others. Looking at Nikki and Monica's slightly green faces, Luke made a bold guess. "Where did you settle the score?" Monica couldn't help retching again, and Nikki used her powerful muscles to suppress the urge. She said, "In the cafeteria at noon." Luke nodded and stopped asking. Of the various small inventions that Bent had sent to the New Hope Research Center a few days ago, the stick was the only thing missing. Bent left a message for his boss on the lab's internal system, saying that he had given the item to a friend. If the company needed it, he could immediately make another one. Naturally, Luke didn't need Bent to make another one. What he wanted were the theories and ideas behind these inventions. He could make a concrete product at any time, and the practical effects would only be better. But it just so happened that Bent's friend had appeared during the last 2 days of the expo. It was probably none other than Damon. Giving it to Damon was no different from giving it to Mindy. When Luke sent Mindy home after the combat class, he asked, "When you were settling the score with Brooke and the others, did you record it?" Mindy rolled her eyes and immediately replied, "No." Luke nodded and stuck his phone on the dashboard. What a shame. Search for videos of Dalton Junior High, cafeteria and vomit. These words immediately appeared in the search bar, and several videos appeared. The phone automatically played the first one. On the screen, Brooke was sitting at a messy table, and she screamed and tried to get up to run, before she jerked and abruptly bent over. Behind her was Mindy's sneering face and the taser, which she had just put away. At the same time, vomit spurted out of Brooke's mouth like a fountain. There was also a mud-colored, indescribable thing under her short skirt, which instantly flooded the chair. "Close the video," Luke said decisively. F***ck, he felt like he would be smelling the stench from the screen for the next few days. "Aren't you afraid of being expelled?" He looked away from the screen and asked. Mindy chuckled. "They don't have any proof. The surveillance camera there was broken, and I jabbed her under the table. Except for a slightly worse smell, they weren't hurt at all." Luke was amused. "That's good." Mindy had been waiting to be lectured, so found it odd. "That's it?" Luke asked. "What do you mean?" Mindy asked. "Don't you want to say something?" Pondering for a few seconds, Luke nodded. "Well done, Mindy." The little girl was in a good mood after that. She even went back with Luke and played with Gold Nugget for an hour before she returned home alone. Luke had planned to take her home, but she waved her little fists and said, "See these? They're the size of sandbags. Punching a hoodlum isn't a problem." Luke simply let her have her way. She had already fought Nikki and the others twice in front of him, so he no longer had to pretend that he didn't know how strong she was. Watching Gold Nugget escort Mindy downstairs, Selena raised an eyebrow at Luke. "Don't tell me she's your long-lost sister." Luke rolled his eyes. "Dream on. Do you think you'll always be correct just because you got it right once?" "I'm not Dustin." Selena burst out laughing. Last time, she had been talking nonsense when she casually said that Justin Hammer was Dustin's long-lost brother. In the end, she had been partly right. She had mocked Luke several times after that when they got home. It was very rare to catch him making a mistake. Actually, in some sense, Mindy could be considered Selena's sister. After all, they were the only teammates acknowledged by the system. After laughing for a moment, she stopped and asked, "How's the investigation coming along?" Luke shook his head. "I found a few more shell companies that were registered decades ago. Without a paper trail, it'll be hard to continue investigating them." Selena asked, "Does that mean there's no other way to locate the hand?" Luke chuckled. "No, as long as we spend some money, someone will help us uncover these things. It'll just take a while. After all, they aren't computer files, and they can only be discovered bit by bit. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." It was troublesome looking for a paper trail, but it was also very easy to slip up when destroying them. Some files might have slipped through the cracks. So, Luke wasn't in a hurry. A few days later, the multifaceted system sent a message. It had locked onto the Sentinel Services base. As Luke had expected, it was a secret research base. The first base was near DC. It was the one that Lorna and the others had broken into. After that, it moved to Alkali Lake in British Columbia, Canada. Since then, for security reasons, the apprehension team and the base had been split into two systems. Last time, the Baldy had only been responsible for handing the prisoners over to people from the base, and he didn't know where the new base was. The multifaceted system's surveillance in other countries was far more limited. Titanium phones were mostly sold in the United States, and Canada was large and had a smaller population. In the end, Alkali Lake was the posited spot based on vehicle movements. That was also why Luke hadn't found the base all this time. However, this location was very favorable for his cleanup operation. Until now, his biggest concern had still been the authorities. Sentinel Services had moved their research base into the Canadian wilderness, which was equivalent to setting up an enclosed area. Even if they had reinforcements, it would be hard for them to hurry over. Luke began to methodically plan out his operation, and adjusted his schedule so that Selena could cover for him for a day or two. Before he left, he went to look for Carol and Lorna. He used the alias of the mercenary from before. When he appeared in front of the two girls, they were able to face him calmly. Luke couldn't help but smile when Carol gave him a cup of coffee. It was a very professional action. Back in Houston, Carol had worked as a waitress. It seemed she would be able to adapt to a peaceful life after this. Luke took out 2 documents from his bag. "Sign this. You can report to the company tomorrow." Carol signed the document without looking at it. Lorna, on the other hand, flipped through the document from beginning to end. Although it was very quick, she did read everything. Only then did she look up at him. "Black and White Mask Records. What can we do there?" "Sing, dance," Luke said. "For now, doing odd jobs is more suitable for you while you're hiding. A janitor is a good position." Lorna's eyes widened. "What?" Luke shrugged. "Start at 9 in the morning and leave at 3 in the afternoon. Is there anything to be unhappy about?" Lorna was stunned. "That's not in the contract, right?" Luke said. "Does the contract have to be that detailed?" Carol was already secretly pulling on Lorna's clothes. She felt that as long as they could live like normal people, it wasn't unacceptable to be janitors. Also, Luke said that it was only for the time being, which was clearly to give them time to adapt and complete the transformation from hiding to leading a normal life. Lorna glared at Carol angrily and didn't say anything. She was actually only 16, and had started roaming on her own before she even finished high school. She didn't really understand the contract, and was just pretending to be mature. Putting their signed contracts back into his bag, Luke gestured at Carol to follow him. Lorna wanted to follow them, but she wasn't thick-skinned enough, and she was a little proud. She could only watch them leave. As Luke and Carol went downstairs, Luke gave her 2 wads of cash. "My employer asked me to give you a relocation fee. You'll only get your salary in a week. Don't starve to death before then." Carol was about to refuse, but after hearing the last sentence, she accepted the money with a bitter smile. It was all $20 bills, and there was actually only about $4,000 in there. She would pay Luke back when she had more money in the future. I'm going to look for that research institute. Is there anyone in particular you're looking for? He asked casually. Carol jerked to a stop. So soon, Luke said, it can't be helped. I was paid. Carol was lost for words. A moment later, she shook her head. There's no one in particular. Just do your best. She had always been doubtful when it came to this mysterious mercenary. It wasn't that she was suspicious of him conspiring against them, but that she didn't put much stock in his words that he would completely destroy Sentinel services. She felt that it wasn't something a single person could do. Among their 7 or 8 companions in the beginning, all of whom had superpowers, she and Lorna were the only ones left. Carol had always been a person who knew her limits. After obtaining her superpower, she spent most of her time hiding and didn't dare expose herself. She was reluctant to let someone else risk their life for her, even if this Mr. Mysterious had said several times that it was for the money. After being on the run together for a year, Carol would have pleaded for Lorna's rescue if the latter had been caught. As for the others, she had known them for less than 2 months. She couldn't say that they were very close, and could only apologize. She didn't believe it when Lorna and the others kept going on about how superhumans were all family. When she was still an ordinary person, she had been killed by ordinary gang members, but it was another ordinary person like Luke who had helped her out. So, she felt that family had nothing to do with superpowers. The family in her heart wasn't that cheap. Looking at Carol, who was quiet and had her head down, Luke chuckled. All right, I'm going to make a fortune, not die. Don't worry, be a good janitor. They reached the entrance of the building by then. Luke waved at her to go back. Seeing that he was about to leave, Carol couldn't help but ask, what should I call you? Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. Crazy for money, a mercenary for hire, ruthless methods, and guaranteed to get the job done. All up, it was like, just. Call me Wilson, he said. Carol nodded. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Wilson. Please come back safely. You can always make money in other ways. Looking at her, Luke sighed and patted her shoulder. Don't be too kind, or you'll be poor forever. Carol. Luke didn't continue. Carol was too soft-hearted. He would exclude her from his trainee list in the future if she wasn't necessary. Such a good person would definitely be the first to die on the battlefield. Wait, she had elementary self-healing. It seemed it wouldn't be easy for her to die. Amused, Luke shook his head and put aside his ridiculous thoughts as he disappeared into the darkness. Carol didn't return to the apartment until she saw him disappear around the corner. Lorna pretended to be watching TV, but shot a glance at Carol. After Carol sat down on the couch, Lorna finally couldn't help but ask, what did he say to you? Carol's lips moved, and she finally swallowed the words about Mr. Wilson, looking for trouble with Sentinel services. Lorna had an extraordinary affinity with those comrades. If she knew what Mr. Wilson was up to, she might ask him to help her save them. The crux was that she had more comrades. From what she said, 20 to 30 of them had been captured by Sentinel services. Carol couldn't think how one person could take 20 to 30 people out of the research base on his own. After running for so long, she realized that the more people there were, the faster her whereabouts would be exposed. If Mr. Wilson brought a bunch of people with him, he would probably be hunted down by Sentinel services. Thinking that, she took out the 2 wads of cash from her pocket and gave one to Lorna. He came to give us living expenses in case we starve to death before we get paid. Looking at the cash, Lorna was stunned for a moment. Her face flushed as she threw the money to the side. No, I'm not a beggar. Carol chuckled and put her wad away. I've already told him that we'll pay it back once we start earning money. Lorna. After Carol went to pack her own things, Lorna quietly put away her living expenses and blushed. This was really embarrassing. Thankfully, Carol wouldn't laugh at her. The next morning, Luke showed up at the police department and took 2 cases before he left Dustin's office. He then drove home. Half an hour later, he boarded a flight to Vancouver as an average-looking white man. 7 hours later, the man left downtown Vancouver in the rain and headed for the desolate outskirts. Before long, a very ordinary and small fixed-wing plane rose from the outskirts and flew north. As the plane headed north, the weather gradually turned cold and the rain got lighter. Canada had the second largest landmass in the world, second only to Russia, but it only had a population of 30 million. If the American outback was desolate, then the Canadian outback was practically uninhabited. As long as a person had some connections in America, it was very suitable to build a secret base here. Also, British Columbia was close to the United States, which was why Sentinel Services had moved the research base here. Canada airspace was completely open to the United States, so whoever was in charge from Sentinel Services could report back to DC anytime. The plane landed half an hour later, and Luke put it away in his inventory. Then, he took out a brand new Big Dipper armor. After activating the stealth system, 4 auxiliary flight wings popped out of his back, and the mini-jets on them used minimal output as Luke stuck close to the ground while he continued north. After traveling the last 20 kilometers, he saw a lake. Alkali Lake was indeed small in comparison with the many other lakes in Canada, but on Luke's approach, the lake opened up. At the start of spring, the countryside was still bleak, there was no sense of it at all here, and it was no different from the vast wilderness which Luke had flown through. Luke sent up a medium-sized drone to monitor dozens of kilometers up ahead. It was around 6 in the evening, and the sky was starting to get dark. The stealth system was more useful in an environment with insufficient light. He would wait until night to take action. He could still rest for an hour. Hiding in the woods next to the lake, Luke ate chocolate to replenish his energy while he adjusted the plan on the armor's virtual interface. It actually wouldn't be hard for him to break into the research base. If he wanted to squeeze out the maximum value of this research base, however, he couldn't give the other party too much time to react. A secret research facility like this, which couldn't see the light of day, would destroy evidence if something went wrong. Evidence like research data was one thing, but superhumans who were left alive were also witnesses. The person in charge of the research base might blow it up, which would make this a wasted trip. Rubbing his chin, Luke felt that it still depended on the situation. If he could take care of the surveillance system, he could fall back on his old line of business sneaking in. After sneaking in, he would deal with the surveillance room first, then the leader, and the lackeys last. As long as he proceeded quietly, he would be able to take over the base in the end. At that time, he could slowly count his gains. But this was a secret base, after all, as well as a very professional military base. Even if nothing unexpected happened, the chances of taking everyone down weren't very high. As long as the base had an emergency protocol in its security system, the possibility that it would self-destruct was very high. As a security measure, there should be more than one surveillance room. At the very least, there should be timed security check-ins. It wouldn't be possible to fool the guards inside forever. Luke couldn't help but scratch his head. He had too few trustworthy teammates. In a situation like this, numbers were the best solution. If he had more than 5 strong teammates, he was 80% confident that he could take down the base intact. If he had 10 teammates, he was 90% confident. But the prerequisite was that these teammates had to be reliable, not just in terms of their combat ability, but also their characters. Otherwise, if they retreated or hesitated, they might lose everything. A teammate hence couldn't be chosen at random, even an idiot teammate could get God killed. The sky finally turned completely dark. Luke felt his way to what he confirmed to be the entrance. It was a dam at one end of Alkali Lake. There was a small road near the bank that led to a metal gate at the end. Nobody had been in or out of this place for the past hour, but based on the condition of the road and the surroundings, cars often passed through the metal gate. As long as they moved, they would leave traces behind. No matter what, a base couldn't be completely concealed. At the very least, it required daily food and necessities. For example, Luke didn't believe that the people here didn't use toilet paper. The ground was bare 100 meters all around the gate, and there was no cover. Luke didn't plan to take the risk, and could only observe from 100 meters away. The multiple surveillance cameras around the metal gate as well as the smell of cars, supplies and people reaffirmed his guess. Luke wasn't in a hurry to take action. The more experience he accumulated, the more mature he became. In the past, he had always felt a sense of urgency when it came to accumulating points. Now that he thought about it, being so impetuous wasn't the right way to do things. The experience and credit points were right there. If he rushed things, he wouldn't earn much. Instead, he might get innocent people killed, which wasn't the outcome he wanted. There were no lights on the metal gate, only the red dots of light from the surveillance cameras indicated that the entrance was under heavy surveillance. The dam's layout didn't allow for more access points. Apart from this main entrance, there was only one other side door. But Luke didn't plan to go in that way. The side door would definitely have more surveillance that would be harder to avoid, there was more leeway with the main entrance. Suddenly, Luke perked up and quietly drew back. The drone in the sky suddenly sent a message: cars were headed toward the dam. They certainly weren't out for a midnight spin. There were 2 SUVs escorting a big freight truck in the front and back. They didn't look like they were here to deliver daily necessities. Invisible, Luke darted under the bottom of the truck and stuck to it with his hands and feet before he moved closer to the front. A thin wire stretched out of the armor's palm and burrowed into a crack under the front of the car. It quickly found a data cable, and Luke swiftly typed out a string of code. He darted out from the side of the truck and landed lightly on the grass next to the road. The entire procedure took him less than 20 seconds. The truck was as steady as ever. When it was within 100 meters of the metal gate, Luke activated the small program which he had just implanted in the vehicle's steering system. At a corner on a downward slope, the truck didn't turn or brake. It suddenly charged off the road and onto the grass on the side. Several seconds later, the truck finally stopped in a slight depression in the ground. The 2 SUVs reacted quickly and braked almost immediately. A total of 8 people got out, all of whom were wearing familiar black combat uniforms and full gear. In fact, Luke could already hear the other party's notification and request for backup in his earpiece. He still didn't take action. He returned to the woods and silently observed everything. 8 combat soldiers guarded the truck. One of them talked to the truck driver for a few minutes, before he helplessly chose to call for help. Eagle's Nest, the delivery van has broken down and can't be started. Please send another vehicle to pick up the packages. 5 minutes later, a truck similar to the one mired in the mud drove out of the gate. It was accompanied by a dozen combat soldiers. After meeting up with the 8 combat soldiers, they opened the back doors of the truck that was stuck and carried out some rigid support frames. A superhuman was bound to each support frame by their 4 limbs, head, neck and chest. They were all unconscious. In less than 10 minutes, 6 people were transferred to the new truck. Closing the back doors of the truck, the guard at the front gestured at the driver to hurry up and drive into the base, while the others remained on high alert. At that moment, in a bungalow in Washington, a Caucasian man in his 40s was pacing back and forth in the living room with the phone in his hand. He frowned and asked, "Are you sure it was just a car breakdown?" On the screen, a woman in a black leather jacket and pants said, "Yes." Also, the same thing happened to the Benz at the end of last year. The middle-aged man was stumped. "Really? Why didn't I know that?" The woman in leather said, "Because it happened when the car was in the garage at the base." After that, Ben's customer service said that the smart suspension control system just needed to be updated. The middle-aged man asked, "So?" The woman in leather said, "The logistics department will send the truck off to update its program." The middle-aged man waited a few seconds. "That's all," the woman in leather said, "They said there's no oil leak. At most, they'll give us 2 more car services after this one." The middle-aged man had an ugly expression on his face. "Damn capitalists. Such an expensive car, and there's still problems with it. We should really turn them into test subjects." That being said, he knew very well that if he really pissed the other party off, the biggest possibility was that his own men would send him to the operating table as a test subject. This was the power of money and influence. All his authority came from the big shots who had both these things. The big shots could give him this authority, and naturally, they could take it back. The big shot behind him wasn't from Benz, but in an exchange of benefits, dealing with him would at most be a bonus. Thinking that, he became even more depressed. Also, he had received a call from the higher-ups not long ago, expressing that a colleague in Division B had done a good job. The middle-aged man knew what the other party was implying. The higher-ups weren't satisfied with the resources he had expended and the results he had obtained. If it wasn't for the fact that Division B's research direction was slightly off and didn't meet the big shots' requirements for transforming their own bodies, they would have nothing to do with Division A. In fact, Division A had made major progress in their research, but it was still far from the man-made, safe and controlled final outcome that some people imagined. He was greedy for capital. It was impossible to buy a Bugatti with money that was only enough for 2 shoddy cars. Even though Sentinel Services had invested billions of dollars and had been around for more than 10 years, to achieve their ultimate goal, this was really only the beginning. It would take at least 100 years and more than $1 trillion to achieve this goal. Could it be achieved with just a few billion over a decade? If there was really such a good thing, who would be stupid enough to give all the benefits away? Like him, for example, he had only gotten some benefits. He looked at the woman in leather on the phone. Unfortunately, those guys couldn't accept just this small amount of benefits. Of course, in exchange for these small personal benefits, he had to use the research base's best research outcomes for the moment, and spend almost 200 million in raw materials. He had to even fork out some personal resources to cover things. If he was willing to sell off his benefits, however, they would be worth at least $1 billion. But he couldn't do that unless he was confident he could escape, or couldn't do it anymore. The blame for a number of things that he had done in the name of Sentinel services all these years would silently fall on his head. As long as he looked like he wanted to run, the big shots would throw the blame on him. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. The middle-aged man didn't continue. "Fine. Be careful. Let me know if anything happens." By the time the call ended, the truck had already moved the packages into the base. The reason why the base had deployed a special truck even so close to the base still came down to the understanding that the longer the 6 packages were exposed outside, the more dangerous it was, and the more complicated the subsequent procedure for entering the warehouse would be. Actually, the heads of the 6 packages had been covered with black hoods to hide their appearances before they were taken out of the truck that had broken down. At that moment, Luke was in the back of the second truck and close to the front in a blind spot. When they were moving the packages, he had found an opportunity to slip inside, and muscle control prevented anyone from noticing his movements. After the truck entered the base, the doors opened again, and he followed the people who took the packages out of the truck. First stage of his secret infiltration accomplished. He didn't continue following the men with the packages, but veered away and darted into a dead end. A moment later, several mini drones flew into a ventilation duct in the corner. The entire base was inside the dam. The ventilation system had to be good, or nobody could stay here for long. Of course, it wasn't like in the movies, where people could move through the ducts. The ventilation system here could only allow a 7 or 8-year-old at most to pass through, provided that the vibration and infrared sensors in the ducts weren't set off. Leaning against the wall, Luke lightly hummed a tune. His voice wouldn't travel out of the armor, he was just having a bit of fun. On the virtual screen, he was directing the mini drones to move forward. As a map of the ventilation system took shape, the layout of the entire base became clearer. As long as there were rooms for people to stay in, there had to be plenty of ventilation ducts. What Luke needed most this time was abilities, and from living people, so any other information wasn't as useful to him. If superpowers could be controlled well enough, what need was there for Iron Man? Tony's technology was clearly far more cost-effective and practical than relying on the development of superpowers. Ordinary people already had a lot of complicated conditions that couldn't be treated, but these people actually wanted to create superpowers. In the end, this came down to genetics. The foundation for treating most human diseases was the study of genes, and superpowers were one step beyond that. It was like how one had to be healthy first before they could think about longevity, and only then consider longevity itself. These greedy guys wanted to skip the basics and directly obtain superpowers. Tony had never dwelled on this matter because he knew that even if Stark Industries invested everything they had, they might not get much out of it. A capital of hundreds of billions could only be considered a deposit when it came to basic research on human genetics. Of course, Tony himself was more interested in machines and industrial products. If this son of destiny turned his creative endeavors to gene technology, it might indeed be possible for him to create something extraordinary. But geniuses all had their own quirks. As long as they weren't interested, it would take twice the effort to get them to work on a particular project. Luke, who had been using the tycoon's abilities for a long time, also leaned a little toward this. But the bigger reason was that he didn't need gene technology to obtain superpowers. Daddy's system was enough. Using gene technology to give a person more than 2 types of abilities wasn't a matter of adding them together, it was like the difference between a car and a spaceship. Compared with using gene technology to manufacture superpowers, far in the indefinite future, Luke still chose the system. Although it didn't offer magic abilities, what abilities it did provide could be learned quickly and were good. Thus, Luke, who wasn't greedy for more, was calm and spent 5 hours in that tiny blind spot. The mini drones were sent out in batches, and there were 50 of them in total. They were positioned near the ventilation ducts in key rooms to be Luke's ears. There were more than 200 combat soldiers and more than 20 researchers in this base. But from what they said, it seemed that Mr. Trask, the person in charge of the project, wasn't here. Instead, the person with the highest authority here was a woman whom they called Miss Miller. Miss Miller entered the project manager's room and didn't come out again after that. The room was as quiet as a morgue. Luke simply made a note of the woman as an important target, and didn't probe further. If everything went according to plan, he would definitely run into her later. Since she was a woman, however, the matter might be very simple. Apart from this person, however, only one of the researchers at the base was a woman, so there wasn't much that elementary pheromone control could do. It was 3 in the morning, and most of the people in the base were resting. Only the soldiers on night shift were still patrolling diligently. But that was just on the surface. This was the Canadian wilderness. Anybody on the approach would be discovered several kilometers away. These patrol officers were already used to this, and weren't very vigilant. Luke didn't waste any more time and started moving. His first target was still the surveillance room, followed by Miss Miller, the interim leader, and then the captains of the combat teams. The reason why taking the leaders out first was a commonly used strategy was naturally because it was effective. Once the leaders who had the authority to make decisions were out of the picture, nobody else in this secret base would have the authority to activate the self-destruct system. This was an inevitable choice. Until the very end, nobody would be stupid enough to give that sort of authority to mid and low-level management. It would be a joke if the base self-destructed just because the enemy took care of a few small soldiers. This base's time security check-ins were at 10-minute intervals. If nothing went wrong, it would still only take at most 10 minutes for the others to notice that something wasn't right with the surveillance room. This meant that Luke had to take care of several important targets in under 10 minutes. "Play a BGM, Polaris," he casually instructed. "Born to Die is a good one." "Yes, sir." The smart program, Polaris, immediately obeyed. "Feet don't fail me now, take me to the finish line." Stephanie's debut song, Born to Die, rang out in his ears. This song had yet to be released. He was playing a sample recorded by Sponge, and while the editing still fell far short, Stephanie's singing wasn't bad at all, and wasn't much different from the original. To the tune of a famous song from his previous life, Luke began his killing spree tonight. One of the drones, which had already been on standby, used a low-power laser to cut a data cable, before it lodged itself in the gap. Data link successful, decoding completed. Initialize login successful. Luke immediately activated a second drone inside the surveillance room. Faint smoke entered the surveillance room through the ventilation duct and quickly spread out. Looking at the 4 people in the surveillance room who collapsed limply in their chairs on his surveillance feed, Luke smiled. Second stage of his secret infiltration, accomplished. Look at how soundless this infiltration was. Infiltrating physically in the past had been like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Muttering to himself, Luke immediately wondered how many points he could earn from getting rid of the 200 guards. Whatever, take them all down. He had to make a living too. A physical infiltration was always the fastest way to obtain the spoils. What use was his fake identity otherwise? After seizing control of the surveillance system, he left the corner and headed for Miss Miller's room. The lights in the base were dim at night. Without any interference from the surveillance system, the armor was more than stealthy enough to the naked eye. This damn base wasn't too big. In less than a minute, Luke was standing in front of Miss Miller's door. He placed his hand on the combination lock at the door. The smart program, Polaris, cracked this simple access system in 30 seconds. The door opened. Luke walked in and the door closed. This room was different from the other rooms. It was a double suite, and Miss Miller was in a smaller bedroom. He walked over right away, but the door suddenly opened and a shadow rushed out. Her arms swung out and she charged at him. Ow! Surprised, Luke cancelled stealth mode. The Big Dipper armor's stealth system came from Tony, and was deliberately different from Batman's stealth system, which was created with the Predator's technology. The most obvious difference was that when stealth mode was cancelled, there was a colored fluctuation as Luke's transparent form quickly turned solid. The black and white skull helmet and the black eye sockets were absolutely low-key. He finally said, "You can see me." Miss Miller, who was wearing an indifferent expression, was still wearing a black leather jacket, but there were 10-centimeter-long silver blades on her hands. Even stranger, these weren't gloves, but extended right out of her fingertips, and sharp nose detected the faint scent of blood. It was clear they had broken through the skin on her fingertips. There was no blood at the base of the blades, as if the skin had already wrapped around them. While he was observing the other party was also observing him. Her eyes glowed a bright red, which startled Luke. A Terminator. Then, he felt that he was overthinking it. Although this woman was wearing leather, and had red eyes and finger blades, she could be considered an old acquaintance, and her leather jacket wasn't dark red. Terminator or whatever, he was just overthinking it. The other party remained vigilant and didn't move. Luke didn't want to wait any longer. Although running into this woman was a pleasant surprise, there was no need to waste time. He charged at Miller. Miller's eyes glowed red, and she slashed at Luke with both hands like a whirlwind. Suddenly, she froze. It was a short but fatal pause. When Luke had spoken earlier, the effect of elementary pheromone control had been multiplied. The moment she froze, Luke's left fist broke through the finger blades and hammered down on her head. Dwang! There was a slightly muffled metallic sound, and Miller staggered 2 steps, but her mind seemed to clear up a little, and she tried to retreat. Surprised, Luke flexed his fist and exclaimed, "What a hardhead." As he spoke, he followed up with his right fist. Dwang! Dwang! Miller, who had just regained her balance, was punched twice again in the head. This time, she finally couldn't take it anymore, and she fell backward onto the floor with a bang. Luke's expression changed. Why did she sound like a fatty who weighed hundreds of kilograms? She hadn't been that heavy the last time he saw her. He crouched down and flicked the woman's forehead with a finger. The skin on her forehead caved a little, and there was another metallic echo. Unexpectedly, this woman had a literal hard head. Her skull was actually all metal, and very hard at that. It was truly amazing. The system notification popped up. System: defeat Alice Miller. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 100. Total credit: 100. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 100. Credit plus 100. Luke was stunned. So little. Looking at the system interface, he saw that Alice Miller was only a light red evil. He felt a little pained. Had he hit the wrong person? But the arrow was already knocked, and he had to let it fly. Now was not the time to think about this problem. Luke pressed down on her head and, with a thought, put Alice Miller into space 2. Activate hibernate function, he ordered. Almost instantly, he received feedback from the system. System: living organism hibernation 1/1. Time limit: 30 days. Cost: 20 credit points a day. He only pondered this notification for a moment before he gave up. Now wasn't a good time to test this hibernate function. The most important thing was to complete his objective. Thinking that, Luke swiftly did one round of the room but didn't find anything valuable. Clearly, the project manager had a good habit of not leaving private accounts, backup files or so on lying around in their personal room. He turned invisible again and left the room to quickly search the other living quarters. In 3 minutes, he broke the necks of 3 commanders and left their bodies in the rooms. Secret agencies in the wilderness were very convenient. Regardless of whether or not the person in charge would bring people back again to this secret base after this, nothing of what happened here would get out, but would have to be covered up even more. Luke didn't even need to clean up as usual. He wasn't a Canadian police officer. 3rd stage of his secret infiltration accomplished. At that point, all the senior executives in the base had been wiped out, and he had even rescued an acquaintance. There was no need for him to be cautious in his cleanup operation any longer. In a good mood, he couldn't help but hum along to the funeral song in his ear. "Keep making me laugh, let's go get high." The Big Dipper armor turned into a transparent shadow and entered the living quarters in the base to clean everyone up. This 6-person dorm setup was truly too considerate. The dorms didn't have a security system, but just regular locks. Luke swept through 30 dorms like a tornado. For someone like him who disliked troublesome things, halfway through his operation, he simply closed the door, looked at the list of good and evil in the system, then took out a silencer and fired. It took him less than 10 seconds to go through the rooms as well as confirm that the guards were dead. The system, which was becoming increasingly considerate, also simplified each kill. He only needed to count the notifications to confirm the outcome, and a string of experience and credit points were put away. At that moment, Polaris suddenly warned him, "Sir, an unusual signal source has been detected." The signal source is activating an unknown mechanism. Luke paused. Thinking quickly, he rushed to his primary destination, the category a prison. "Where's the mechanism? Can you figure out what it is?" he asked as he moved quickly. I am unable to analyze it. It's at the very bottom of the base and there are no ventilation ducts. Polaris immediately protected a 3D model of the base in the corner of the virtual screen and marked the location of the mechanism. A surveillance image appeared in one corner of the screen, and Polaris continued, "This is the surveillance camera near the location." Luke's heart jumped when he saw the automatic metal door. This didn't look like some passageway. There were no ventilation ducts there, so there couldn't be any living thing behind that door. Also, this was at the very bottom of the base, and the automatic metal door was of the highest quality. This was clearly for security reasons so that it couldn't be broken down so easily. Looks like there's a slight problem, he mumbled to himself as he hurried to the Category A prison. Without even deactivating stealth mode, he simply took out 2 silencer pistols and shot at the 8 guards at the end of the hallway. He then put the guns back into his inventory and deactivated stealth mode, all before the 8 guards collapsed. Putting his hand on the combination lock, Polaris started to disarm it again. 30 seconds later, the door opened. With a flash, he charged in. There weren't many rooms in the Category A prison. There were 4, but only 2 were occupied. As he looked at the person in the first room, he paid attention to the list of good and evil in the system. Stu Cooper evil, dark red. Luke's heart jumped when he saw this name. He punched the special glass wall which was the first line of defense in this prison. With a burst of power from the armor, the special glass wall exploded. The young man who was curled up on the bed inside jerked awake. He abruptly got to his feet, and met Luke's eyes. Another acquaintance. Delighted, Luke pulled the trigger of the silencer pistol in his right hand. Pooh! The bullet passed through the metal bars which were the second line of defense, and pierced the man in the right eye. Stu fell back onto the bed and stopped breathing. System: kill Stu Cooper. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 1000. Total credit: 1000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 1000. Credit plus 1000. This guy was as bad as Luke had expected. Even as he opened fire, he darted toward the other cell. Despite the commotion, the person here was still lying on the bed. Luke glanced at the list of good and evil in the system. Carrie Miller, neutral, dark yellow. I found you, kid. He was overjoyed. The next moment, he smashed the glass wall with his fist, then placed his hands on the metal bars. The armor exploded with all its power and instantly created a huge, twisted hole in the bars. On the bed was a little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old. Luke patted the girl's head and said, "Carrie, wake up." Carrie didn't react. He frowned. "I saved your mom, Carrie." Her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. "Really?" Luke said. "Yes." Her dark brown eyes reflected his figure, and she asked blankly, "Who are you?" Luke said, "Last time, I helped you beat up that rotten old man in black and made a pinky promise to save your mom. Do you remember?" The girl's eyes lit up. "It's you. Mom's safe." Luke nodded. "I'll take you out now, and you can be with your mom." "Okay." Carrie nodded. Right at that moment, there was a dull rumble, and the entire base suddenly shook. Polaris immediately warned, "Sir, it appears the unknown mechanism at the bottom of the base exploded." Frowning, Luke suddenly took out a syringe and jabbed it into Carrie's neck. Carrie's bright eyes immediately turned dull again. "You, go to sleep. You'll see Mom when you wake up," he said casually. Hearing that, Carrie obediently closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Luke put her into space too. Although he couldn't use the hibernate function on her, it wasn't a problem to stuff 10 normal-sized people into space too, let alone just these 2 females. All mini-drones self-destruct immediately, he ordered Polaris. After everything was done, the rumbling in the base grew louder, as if something was surging up from the bottom. Luke suddenly sped up as he charged toward an escape route inside the base. After running dozens of meters, the ground behind him suddenly collapsed, and a huge column of water gushed out in his direction. Luke cursed inwardly. The 4 auxiliary wings on his back popped out, and the jets spurted bright white flames. With a whoosh, the Big Dipper armor sped up and charged into the tunnel. Clinks rang out as the metal armor brushed against the cement walls. Even the rushing water behind Luke couldn't drown out the sound. The Big Dipper armor used all its tricks as it shot around corners. At the final turn, to avoid slowing down, Luke braced himself and performed the ultimate technique. The Big Dipper armor swung around the corner on the metal piping that ran along the wall in what amounted to a leg split in the air. He dashed forward, regardless of how his crotch felt. He wouldn't die, he would never be killed by something small like this. But if he got trapped under the base, who knew when he would be able to extricate himself from it? His time was very valuable, and he certainly didn't want to waste it. Thankfully, he was on top of things, and was escaping a little faster than the rate at which the base was being destroyed. The Big Dipper armor reached the end of the escape tunnel in 7 to 8 seconds, where there was a metal door. Open! Luke roared as he raised his fists in the classic Superman flying pose and charged forward. Dwang! Even with Luke's sturdy physique, it was a little unbearable. There were actually multiple layers to this door, and the Big Dipper armor wasn't the most powerful armor. It actually couldn't instantly break through the final obstacle, and Luke got stuck halfway. Struggling to pull himself free, Luke looked at the rolling water behind him and the tunnel that was swiftly crumbling. The funeral BGM for tonight was still in his ears. Walking through the city streets, is it by mistake or design, pained, Luke could only curse, rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The Big Dipper armor was buried under the collapsed base. 10 minutes later, a transparent shadow broke out of the lake. Depressed, Luke looked at the information from the drone on the virtual screen. Polaris was already reporting, the medium-sized drone didn't detect anything. There is no sign of anyone else escaping the base. After a brief silence, Luke sighed. I'm sorry, I tried my best. He apologized to the innocent superhumans in the base. There weren't many of them. Even if the base hadn't self-destructed, they might not necessarily have been able to live for long, but in the end, they still died. Although Luke had lost the chance to obtain more abilities because of this, he didn't want to think of it that way. There would always be a chance to collect abilities, but Luke felt that it was better to maintain basic respect for the lives of innocent people. Stephanie's clear and crisp voice was still in his ear. Choose your last words, this is the last time, 'cause you and I, we were born to die. Lowering his head, he observed a moment of silence for the innocent. The Big Dipper armor cruised southwest at low power, and arrived at Anvil Island half an hour later. Luke flew slowly and close to the surface of the ocean. He tossed the garbage that was in his inventory one after another into the ocean. He had collected a lot of these things recently, and had yet to throw them away. This could be considered the end of his mission. After disposing of the trash, he flew to Vancouver in the south. Switching to a new alias, he entered Vancouver International Airport. After buying a flight ticket back to New York for 6 in the morning, he sat down in a quiet corner of the VIP lounge. He then put on his sunglasses and reviewed the cleanup operation on the virtual screen. When he came, he naturally used a fake alias, which was abandoned forever after touching down in Vancouver. Likewise, the identity he was using to go back to New York would no longer appear again after this. It didn't matter if the Big Dipper armor was exposed on this operation. This alias, which wasn't afraid of using any sort of ability, was destined to participate in all sorts of matters related to superpowers. It would also kill countless criminals with superpowers or people who wanted to use superpowers to commit crimes. To be blunt, Big Dipper was certain to be the biggest fall guy among his numerous aliases. If this alias provoked too much trouble, then, he would switch to another set of armor and nickname. In any case, he was too used to this sort of thing. He quickly finished his review of the operation this time. He then took stock of the gains. First of all, he had rescued Alice Miller and Carrie Miller, which wasn't too much of a surprise. According to intelligence he had gathered, it had indeed been possible that the mother and daughter were in the hands of Sentinel services. Although it was a less than 20% chance, it was already very high. That was also why he had prioritized eliminating Sentinel services. Next were the guards, which the system had already paid out for. 147 individuals gave him a total of 47,000 experience and credit points, with each person worth over 300 points. When he emerged from the bottom of the lake, the system gave him the remaining notification. System: eliminate the Sentinel services guards and destroy the secret research base. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 50,000. Total credit: 50,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 50,000. Credit plus 50,000. Host's experience: 193,500 500,000ths. Credit: 489,500. Luke's expression was odd. So, the destruction of the base was still credited to him. Based on his past experiences, the system only deemed him to have contributed based on his direct actions during a mission. For example, he hadn't earned any experience or credit for issuing an earthquake warning through Professor Lawrence Hayes. Even if the system didn't acknowledge the TV program, there had still been dozens of staff members in the studio when Professor Lawrence shared the news. However, the system didn't give them any experience and credit points for preventing earthquake casualties. Thus, if the dam base's self-destruct mechanism was a light switch, the system wouldn't consider Luke to have contributed anything if Luke had gotten someone else to flip the switch. If he told Selena to go out and beat up hooligans, the experience and credit points would go only to Selena, and not him. However, the system credited him with the destruction of the secret base, which meant that he had personally flipped the switch. Thinking that, he felt a little embarrassed. Was he just fooling himself? Puzzled, various data scrolled over his lenses, and after a simple filtering of certain factors, he finally found 2 suspicious points. When the base's self-destruct mechanism was activated by an unknown signal source, it was exactly 5 minutes after he put Alice Miller into Space 2. And when the base self-destructed, it was 5 minutes after it was activated. Not 1 second more, not 1 second less. Chapter 1167. If man and device are separated, automatic, it was clear that the 5 minutes between activation and destruction was to give time for the person in charge to evacuate. So, there was probably a connection between Alice being put into Space 2 and the self-destruct mechanism. Upon discovering this, Luke couldn't help but focus on Alice Miller, who was hibernating in Space 2. On the way back to Vancouver, he did some tests on Alice in Space 2. Before, Space 1 could detect the internal structure of equipment, which could be assembled and dismantled in the space. After Space 2 appeared, it could store living things, but they couldn't be examined, dismantled, or put together. Like the inventory before it was modified, Space 2 could only sense the basic state of living things inside it, like who was inside, whether they were awake or unconscious, and so on. It wasn't until the system used the hand-stone coffin to modify the inventory that this hibernate function appeared for Space 2. Not only that, when Luke wanted to take a look at the 2 people in Space 2 earlier, he got the feeling that he could examine them. At that moment, his mind was using a method that felt unfamiliar yet natural to him to look at Alice Miller. It was hard to describe the feeling, but it was similar to a person seeing an X-ray for the first time. In Space 2, it was as if everything about Alice was transparent to him, including the metal bones throughout her body. The head that he had hit 3 times in a row was real metal, and wasn't bent out of shape at all. Also, the electronic chip here had been implanted very ingeniously. It was actually connected to her irises in her brain. Wait, an electronic chip? Luke abruptly sobered up. There was an electronic chip inside Alice. Almost instantly, he remembered the 50,000 experience and credit points which the system had given him. Was it because of this electronic chip? Electronic chip implants weren't rare. They were used in low-end artificial organs. Even a certain tycoon still had to rely on them to control his armor. Of course, Luke was also using this technology of Tony's. Otherwise, if the smart program couldn't detect vision, conduits, movements and so on, the armor wouldn't be very agile. Without electronic chips, Luke would only be able to create a fully manual armor. Like the first-generation Batman suit, he had to rely on his own physical movements, and the armor couldn't provide any assistance at all. The electronic chip in Alice happened to be in between the 2 types. It was an advanced product produced by some lab, and was much more powerful than the weak chips produced for artificial organs. It absolutely wasn't a mass-produced product. This was something Luke could guarantee with the knowledge he obtained from Tony Stark. But it was also far inferior to the top-notch chips which the Tycoon used to control his armor, as there was no sense of craftsmanship. It was precise and rigorous, but there was nothing aesthetic about it. It was very stable, and could only at most be considered to meet the required standard. Perhaps that was how the head of Sentinel Services treated Alice. She was just a tool. In less than 2 years, Alice had turned from a female executive into a killing tool. She was working for Sentinel Services, which was actually holding her daughter captive. It would be strange if she was willing. When Rumford was hit by the fog back then, all the scared residents didn't dare leave the supermarket, and Luke and Selena didn't want to take any risks as well. Alice, however, had been willing to risk her life for her daughter. In the end, she persuaded Luke and Selena to go with her to rescue Carrie. How could a mother who would risk her life for her daughter watch her be locked up to become a test subject? From her metal skeleton and the electronic chip connected to her brain and eyes, the answer was obvious. Also, if the activation of the self-destruct mechanism was related to this chip, Luke could guess the purpose behind this design. If Alice was trapped, she would have plenty of time to decide whether or not to activate the self-destruct sequence. That was because she had intermediate self-healing. It was precisely because Luke knew that Alice had a self-healing ability, and out of a perverse sort of curiosity, that he specially used a sky hammer technique to jolt her brain and make her lose consciousness. But if he didn't have space too, Alice would have come back to her senses and started fighting him again. When she realized that she couldn't overpower Luke, she would have activated the self-destruct mechanism. As for Alice's opponents, they could only kill her or get out of the base. The last safeguard for the self-destruct mechanism was probably the signal from the electronic chip in Alice's head. 5 minutes after it disappeared, the self-destruct mechanism would be automatically activated. It would be very hard for anyone else to get anything out of the base in 5 minutes. Certainly not the witnesses, who were the most important of all. Any research material would likewise probably also be destroyed. Wait a minute. Luke suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu. A familiar, magnetic male voice floated through his head. If man and device are separated for more than 10 seconds, the device will automatically explode. 1 inch. Alice had been separated from the device, no, from the base for hundreds of seconds. No wonder the base exploded. F***CKU. How dare you steal a future security idea for the titanium phone? You're courting death. Luke couldn't help but curse. Cursing was one thing, but Luke had to admit that for someone who didn't know anything, it would be very hard to get a lot of things out of the secret base. If he didn't have a cheat, he definitely wouldn't have gotten even a single strand of hair today, and would have been buried underwater. Thinking that, he couldn't help but feel respect for the head of Sentinel Services. D*MN, you have some nice tricks. Because of this, Luke felt that as long as he found traces of this person, he had to hurry over and see him off on one final journey. It was best for God to look over this genius himself as soon as possible. After noting down the project head in his black notebook, Luke continued tallying his gains. After defeating Alice, his abilities were refreshed with her intermediate self-healing ability. As someone devoted to safety as number 1, this ability was absolutely a top priority for him. Elementary self-healing was a godly life-saving skill, but he barely used it in this respect. Instead, it was very effective for when he was up the whole night working. The more he hid this life-saving trump card, the more he would be able to turn things around at a critical moment. This ability alone was worth a year of hunting down Sentinel Services, even if the prerequisites were 80 strength and 100,000 credit points, and it was temporarily unavailable. And this was just the least of his gains from this cleanup operation. The second valuable gain was from Stu Cooper. System: you have killed Stu Cooper. You may learn some of his abilities. Stu Cooper's abilities: elementary cloning, partially available. Prerequisites: 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength. Special mental ability. Credit: this Stu Cooper, whose head Luke had blown up the moment they met, was simply a pleasant surprise. A year ago, Stu, who had still been in high school, went on a murder spree in Woodsburg with his good friend Billy Loomis. The victims included Deputy Director Kondra's niece, so Luke and Selena had been given the assignment. One annotation text missing at that time, Stu had used his cloning ability to create an alibi for himself. He had been very successful at pretending to be innocent, but Luke had caught him with sharp nose. In the end, Stu failed to kill his girlfriend, and he simply killed his partner, Billy. Luke stopped him just as he was about to kill Billy's girlfriend, but Stu used his cloning ability to slip away again. The guy left a deep impression on Luke. He was the only high school student Luke had ever encountered with such a savage nature and bizarre thinking, as well as such an unusual ability. But the world was unpredictable. This deranged and ruthless guy had escaped from Luke back then, but had been caught by the even more ruthless and inhumane Sentinel Services and turned into a test subject. Luke didn't know if this was karma or just bad luck. In the end, the cloning technique, which Luke had hypothesized back then, had still fallen into his hands. Before boarding his return flight, Luke had actually been using sheer willpower to calm down and stop his thoughts from running wild. Except for when he received Carol's gratitude at the very beginning and obtained the right to learn elementary self-healing, it had been a long time since he had been this excited. That was because he thought that the system would determine that he couldn't learn something like cloning. In the end, a cloning ability suddenly appeared, and it actually didn't have the customary, unavailable, tag, but was partially available. It was a good thing Luke had left the job of cruising at a low speed to Polaris at the time, or he really would have fallen from the sky. Had Daddy's system really gone crazy this time? It actually gave him a magic-type skill. The thought flashed through Luke's mind, but he immediately dismissed it and continued to prostrate himself before the system. It was rare for the system to suddenly go CRA, no, it was benevolence. It was definitely a sudden outpouring of benevolence, which allowed him to unlock a true, magic, ability. Even though there were question marks for the special mental ability and credit prerequisites, he was still grateful from the bottom of his heart. If he could really learn this ability, he would be fine if he couldn't learn any other magic abilities for the rest of his life. In any case, that was up to the system. These two abilities alone as his gains from this operation made Luke feel that the world was too beautiful. For a rare moment, his mind wandered and he was lost in a fanciful dream. At noon the next day, Luke arrived at the airport. After changing his appearance, he went straight to the New Hope Research Center in Nassau County. In the lab, he sent Selena an anonymous message which just said, "I'm back." Selena simply replied that she got it, and didn't say anything else. They would continue acting as usual until Luke returned home. Otherwise, they would be exposed if Luke popped out from here right after Selena went out for a spin with his face. In any case, they were used to going out on their own to earn points. There was no need for them to hurry and meet. Luke looked in on John Wick in passing in the dark room, and they exchanged a few polite words. John led a peaceful life. Although he stayed inside, he had some training equipment and the square-headed dog to keep him company. There were a lot of things on the computer which Luke had provided him. From publicly available information to TV dramas and movies, there was enough for a person to lie there and look at forever. It wasn't too hard nowadays for a man to hole up at home. Luke then entered the workshop. After activating the workshop's maximum defenses, he put on the Big Dipper armor and placed Alice on the workbench. His eyes were bright as he looked at Alice. He released Osiris from Space One, and the medical robotic arms and equipment started working on the person lying on the workbench. In less than 20 minutes, the electronic chip connected to Alice's brain and eyes was taken out and stored in a special box in Space One. It was very likely that the chip had a GPS function, and he couldn't give the signal a chance to leak out. He was very interested in this chip. The technology was one thing, but he might be able to use it to find other superhumans. After taking out the chip, he had Osiris do a full-body checkup of Alice and collect first-hand data and back it up before he put Osiris back into Space One. The medical AI had medical data related to superhumans. Luke couldn't be any more careful with it. At that moment, there were no longer any electronic tracking devices on Alice, and her fingertips were clean. In that short moment, the sedative she had been injected with for the surgery was no longer effective, and her wounds healed completely. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Carrie." She sat up. A moment later, she turned around in confusion and tried to figure out what this completely unfamiliar environment was. Then, she saw a person. He was standing quietly not far away. The man wore black and white armor. The left side of his skull-like helmet was white, and the right side was black. The black eye sockets were very strange. "Hello, Alice. So you remember you have a daughter?" asked Luke. Alice was initially shocked, but she was at a loss when she heard that. "What are you talking about? Where am I?" Looking at her face, Luke fully activated elementary pheromone control. "Don't you remember your daughter, Carrie?" Alice's expression changed. "Carrie? Carrie? Who's Carrie?" "Luke." A long few hours later, he finally finished communicating with Alice. Luke shook his head helplessly as he looked at Alice, who was wearing a big t-shirt and shorts and staring blankly at the cup of hot cocoa she was holding. Like in the movies, Alice had lost her memory. Unlike the movies, Luke had most of the information on her before she went missing. Her memory loss wasn't from being struck in the head, like in a romance story, but followed the more typical superhero plot. The intense mental stimulation had caused her brain to seal itself off so that she forgot the painful memories. Now, Alice could only remember her time at Sentinel Services. For someone like her who had a self-healing ability, it could only be a mental issue. She would recover from simple brain damage in a matter of minutes. Otherwise, Luke wouldn't have dared take out the electronic chip from her head so soon. But the information he had on hand was enough. She could slowly look through the information to retrieve her past, but it wasn't a problem if she didn't. The only problem was that she forgot that she had a daughter, and only remembered the name, Carrie. Alice lost control of her emotions several times during the questioning, and it took her a while to calm down. Luke could only be glad that he hadn't learned elementary pheromone control and basic hypnosis for nothing. He had to use both at the same time to prevent her from smashing up his workshop. A few hours later, Alice, who had calmed down, sat on the side in a daze, and Luke began to analyze the information he had just obtained. He had obtained a lot of information from Alice, but none related to technology. Scientific research wasn't something a person could remember purely from memory. The research data generated by Sentinel Services, a project which involved research on humans, could probably fill an entire room. The most important piece of intelligence was the information of the person in charge of the Sentinel Services project. William Stryker was supposedly a high-ranking person in the American Army, and it was still a mystery which division he belonged to. But he had been going back and forth between the base and DC for a long time, and was definitely connected to the American government. This was a good thing to know. With the multifaceted system, all Luke needed was a direction in which to investigate. No matter how cautious the man was, he would leave traces behind as he went in and out of DC. Luke would find his trail sooner or later. Thinking that, he pushed in a medical gurney from outside and told Alice to get some rest first. Still in a daze, Alice nodded and lay down. She didn't move after that, but her eyes twitched under her closed eyelids. She clearly wasn't asleep. Luke ignored her. The mother had been sorted out, but the daughter was still in space too. After Luke let Alice out, Carrie also entered the hibernation state. Only then did Luke use his mental senses to perceive her physical condition. In the end, Carrie also had an electronic chip in her body. Thankfully, it wasn't in her brain, but under the skin on her back. He opened another workshop and activated maximum defenses. He quickly took out the chip, and also sealed it away in Space 1. After everything was done, he didn't wake Carrie up, but put her in Space 2 again before he went next door. "Alice, take a nap. I'll take you to a safe place," he said to the woman on the bed. Alice's eyelids twitched, but she didn't open them. Luke injected an excessive dose of the sedative into her neck. 10 seconds later, he tried putting Alice away, and she disappeared. He was relieved. Alice's ability to recover was too strong. It took more than 10 seconds for the powerful sedative to take effect, and she would regain consciousness again in 20 seconds at most. She wouldn't be able to enter Space 2 then. Thankfully, the hibernate function in Space 2 didn't work like a sedative, and she wouldn't suddenly wake up once she was inside. Luke took out the Thousand Faces system and started setting up masks and fingerprints. Their identities were too sensitive and they absolutely couldn't show their faces. If he hadn't created the Thousand Faces system, he would have considered sending them to a sparsely populated state or even another country. Now, all he needed to do was change their identities and appearances. 10 minutes later, he completed 2 sets of the Thousand Faces masks and left the lab. 40 minutes later, Luke let Alice and her daughter out in a quiet bungalow on the northwest side of North Bergen, New Jersey. 10 seconds later, Alice opened her eyes. She wasn't surprised to see Luke still in his armor. She subconsciously looked at the couch not far away. A tiny figure was lying on it with her arms crossed. Alice's heart trembled. "Is she dead?" Luke said. "No, she just likes to sleep in that position." Alice was bewildered, but she had already stood up. Taking 2 steps, she slowly knelt down next to the couch and looked at that face that was yet unfamiliar to her. Scattered images flashed through her mind, and the little girl's face appeared. Alice murmured in a shaky voice, "Carrie," Luke said, "it'll take her a few minutes to." He swallowed his words when he saw a person who looked exactly like the girl on the couch standing next to Alice. Sensing something, Alice turned around. Carrie, who had just appeared, reached out to gently wipe the tears from Alice's eyes. But that small hand was like a mirage as it brushed past Alice's face, unable to wipe away the tears. The little girl didn't care. She continued trying to wipe the tears as she called out, "Mom, you're finally back." Eyes flashing, Alice reached out to hug Carrie, but her hands also only met air. She couldn't help but say in a shaky voice, "No, don't go." Luke coughed and said, "That's just Carrie's projection. Her body hasn't woken up yet." It wasn't like he wanted to watch this melodrama, but he couldn't leave right now, so he could only interrupt. Alice, however, didn't seem to hear him. She still tried to hug Carrie, who seemed real but couldn't be touched. Luke could only step forward and inject Carrie with a bit of something to wake her up. A moment later, the Carrie standing next to the couch suddenly disappeared, and the Carrie on the couch opened her eyes. He caught Alice's attention. Carrie's awake. She's on the couch. Seeing Carrie disappear, Alice had been about to yell, but she couldn't help but turn around. Carrie stretched out her hand again to touch her mother's cheek. This time, she was able to wipe Alice's tears away. "Mom, I'm back. We'll be together forever." Alice cried again and hugged Carrie. Luke ruined the mood once again as he warned, "Wait." Alice paused, then heard the rest of his words. "You have to be very gentle. With your current strength, you could break Carrie in half." Hearing that, Alice froze and didn't dare continue. Carrie, however, sat up and wrapped her arms around her neck. "It's fine, Mom. We're both fine. System, you have received Carrie Miller's appreciation. You may now learn some of her abilities." Carrie Miller's abilities: elementary telekinesis, elementary spirit form, special mental class, partially available. Prerequisites: 40 mental strength. Credit. Luke was stumped. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately didn't choose to immediately learn Carrie's ability. Patience was a virtue. Besides, Alice was holding Carrie right now. If she lost control of her emotions and literally hugged her daughter to death, it would be the greatest tragedy in the world. It wasn't until 5 in the morning that Luke left the bungalow. After he came out, he turned around and looked at the bungalow, and the faint regret he felt over this operation finally vanished. Although it was a little unfair to the other superhumans who had been buried under the ruins of the secret base, it was already a miracle that he could save this mother and daughter. He had a deep connection with them. In the beginning, they escaped together from Rumford. Then, he rescued Carrie from Mephisto and promised to rescue her mother, Alice. In the end, he earned both their gratitude. Alice's intermediate self-healing was a first-rate life-saving ability. Given this ability, Luke had to do his best to make life as easy for the mother and daughter as possible. As for Carrie's elementary spirit form, it was a special mental class. The last special mental ability which Luke acquired was Mr. Smith's elementary penetration. Elementary annihilation, which was created with elementary penetration, was his strongest trump card. He wouldn't underestimate any special mental ability. He might be able to develop another trump card. While he had planned to give them the Thousand Faces masks, he ultimately decided to postpone it. The mother and daughter had just escaped, and needed to familiarize themselves with each other again. Replacing their faces now wouldn't help them recover. The Thousand Faces system also involved the 3+2 teams at the record company, and absolutely couldn't be leaked. He didn't trust Alice for real. This woman had been under William Stryker's control before, and Luke wouldn't bet that it wouldn't happen again. Thus, the mother and daughter could only live in the basement of the bungalow. But they had each other, as well as the internet and TV as diversions, so they probably wouldn't care. In passing, he had put enough food in the house. He would come take a look at them every night until they could leave. Thinking that, he jumped into the air. What Luke didn't know was that he would become even more entangled with the mother and daughter in the future, and he would be fine with it. When he got home, he started making breakfast. There had been gains and losses with this cleanup of Sentinel services. His mood was unsettled, and he needed to cook to calm down. The dog head, whose sense of smell wasn't any worse than Luke's, smelled the food and immediately ran over to watch intently outside the kitchen. Seeing that Luke wasn't going to feed it while he cooked, the dog head decisively took out a tablet and lay down outside the kitchen to continue watching its show, but the aroma of food distracted it every now and then. But it could resist this temptation. At 6 in the morning, Selena got up and went downstairs. She raised an eyebrow when she saw Luke and the dog laying out breakfast. Good mood. Luke moved the huge steamer basket that was on top of the dog's head to the table. He said with a smile, "It's all right. Let's eat first." Selena didn't raise her head as she ate the prawn dumplings, soup dumplings, sumai, and rice flour rolls. "Seems like you're not in a good mood." Luke was amused. "You get good food whether or not my mood is good. Don't think too much, or you'll lose the mood to eat." Selena stuffed another sumai into her mouth. "Really, I can pretend you're Elsa or Elizabeth. I guarantee I'll quietly listen to you rant." Luke rolled his eyes. "Why are you copying them? Last time, the three of you got drunk and went crazy. You scared Gold Nugget next door so much it almost cried." Busy chewing, the dog head looked up blankly. "Huh, but nobody paid attention to it." Selena snorted. "You're exaggerating." Luke took a sip of his soybean milk. That time, Elsa hugged the punching bag, then suddenly punched it and shouted, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Selena was stunned. How did you know? Were you eavesdropping?" Luke chuckled and glanced at the dog head that was still busy eating. Selena was enlightened, but she still refused to admit it. Then you should empathize with Elsa. She's already so old. This Iron Lady wasn't some 80-year-old grandma. She was still very lively. Disagreeing inwardly, Luke switched to the other subject. Elizabeth was even more bizarre. She said that her combat skills had improved a lot, and she insisted on demonstrating it to the two of you, and did a split in the air. In the end, she couldn't cross her legs in the morning. Selena sweated and didn't know what to say. The after effects of that air split were too painful after Elizabeth woke up the next morning. At that time, while Selena comforted her, she was secretly glad that there had been a thick carpet on the floor, or it wouldn't just be the top of her thighs that Elizabeth would be clutching in the morning. After a long awkward moment, she suddenly recalled, what were we talking about? She then realized that Luke didn't want to tell her the details of the operation, so he had deliberately changed the subject. She stopped asking. Selena knew very well that she couldn't compare with Luke. They had worked together for more than a year, but he experienced far more than she did, and had never been one to be so transparent with his emotions. If it wasn't for the fact that they had known each other for a long time, and Luke rarely took pains to hide things from her, she actually might not have sensed anything wrong. He didn't want to say it because he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to take it. After breakfast, Luke and Selena reported to the police department like normal and followed up on the 2 cases they had taken earlier. They slipped home at 3 in the afternoon, and Luke went to the basement. Sitting down, he finally began to study Carrie's abilities. He directly learned elementary telekinesis, which was a small matter of 2,000 credit points. Then came the highlight, elementary spirit form. A system notification popped up. System, this ability cannot be learned on its own, and needs to be linked to another ability to activate the system's internal ability, Star of Justice. Link. Luke's eyes widened. WTF. What the hell was this internal ability? What the hell was the Star of Justice? But his mind had already automatically made the decision. Link. System. Special mental ability elementary spirit form is now linked to elementary cloning. Activate the system's internal ability, Star of Justice. Instead of activating it immediately, Luke had a quick look at elementary cloning. Now, the prerequisites for elementary cloning were 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength, elementary spirit form and credit points. The prerequisites for elementary spirit form were 40 mental strength and credit points. After seeing the notes for these 2 abilities, Luke pondered for a moment, and finally told the system, activate. The system released another notification. Minimum requirements to activate the system's internal ability, Star of Justice, 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength, 100,000 credit. Host meets the requirements. Activating. Star of Justice. The credit points in the system were instantly reduced by 100,000, and the ability, Star of Justice, appeared in Luke's list of abilities. Then, a dumbfounded Luke stared at, and equally dumbfounded, him, in front of him. After staring blankly for a moment, he couldn't help but shout, WTF. System, what the hell is going on? All this time, he used credit points to purchase abilities from the system, and it was up to him when to use them. But when he looked at the him in front of him, the system actually gave him an explanation. Star of Justice Level 1. Basic stats. 10 strength, 10 dexterity, 10 mental strength. Surprise, Mother F***cker. X2 both Lukes couldn't help mumbling the words at the same time. It wasn't until a good while later that Luke figured out the functions and origin of this internal ability. The so-called Star of Justice was actually just like some Bane of Evil, or superhero. It was just a term to indicate what side it stood for. In fact, it was a cloning ability. It was just that it was a combination of elementary cloning and elementary spirit form. In fact, everything was as Luke had guessed. All his abilities were normal changes brought about by an increase in his physical and mental strength. They couldn't be created out of thin air. This was also the reason why many of the abilities he learned had stat prerequisites. But the Star of Justice's cloning ability was different from other abilities. It didn't belong to him, and had to be activated by the system. Also, after activating this ability, the Star of Justice clone had appeared, and couldn't be cancelled. Of course, there was a recall function which could make the clone completely disappear, but activating it again required another 100,000 credit points. Apart from that, the clone would only disappear on its own if it suffered a destructive blow or there weren't enough credit points. That was right, Maintaining this clone required credit points. The system had already indicated that as long as the clone existed, 100 credit points would automatically be deducted every day, even if it wasn't doing anything. In an intense battle, the credit consumption would also increase. To put it simply, credit points were the arc reactor for the clone. Looking at the 387,500 credit points in the system, Luke felt that he probably didn't have to worry about blowing up his clone with overuse in the short term. More importantly, this was about credit points. Geez. Although this Star of Justice should be the lowest level 1 clone and had the most basic stats of 10, it was still 1 with Luke. For Luke, the Star of Justice was still a part of his body, and was no different from his limbs or body. It was impossible for his clone to be self-aware, like in the movies. This was because Luke was the brain that gave rise to awareness. His clone obtaining awareness was as nonsensical as an ordinary person cutting off their hand, and the hand turning into a person. The Star of Justice did whatever he did. Controlling his own body and what his clone did made no difference to the system. By the same logic, the Star of Justice could also earn experience and credit points, just like Luke himself. In other words, not only could it earn back the points it consumed, it could also provide Luke with experience. So, what did the Star of Justice mean to Luke? It meant that like Batman, Boogeyman John, White Wolf, Big Dipper, and so on, it would definitely be the best fall guy. As the thoughts ran through Luke's head, he and his clone were stupefied and didn't move for a long time. Not long after that, Luke came out of the basement and made dinner. After dinner, he indicated that he would join Selena in her combat training to see how she was doing. Selena didn't think much of it. Luke liked to tinker with equipment, then use them to check their physical stats. Gold Nugget and Dollar weren't left out either. The most tests had been done on her. But these tests were also fruitful. In the past few months, her body fat percentage had been increasing steadily, but her physique was getting stronger and stronger, and she was twice as strong as an ordinary person. Unlike most people in the world, what Selena was most afraid of wasn't fat, but that she would wake up one day to find herself muscular all over. Now that her body fat percentage had returned to 19%, she would be happy as long as it didn't fall again. After the combat test was over, everything was more or less the same. Selena continued with her training, and Luke returned to the basement. The moment Luke entered the basement, he exchanged smiles with the second Luke, and they said at the same time, "Looks like it's no problem." The Luke who had gone upstairs for dinner and the combat test was actually the Star of Justice clone, while the real Luke had directed his new body from the basement. The Star of Justice clone was perfectly easy to use and wasn't sluggish at all. The only problem was with Luke's own senses. This body which could move freely had appeared out of thin air. Thanks to how the brain was wired, it was very easy for the real body and the clone to do the same actions. It was like an ordinary person trying to draw a circle with their left hand and a square with their right hand. The two would always overlap. He still needed a period of time to adapt. Luke pondered for a moment, then decided that the Star of Justice clone would be the one to go out in the next few days as a trial run and to see if there was anything unusual about it. Just because Selena couldn't tell the difference didn't mean that other people couldn't. It would only be effective if everyone was fooled. The next few days were as usual. The Star of Justice clone slept, ate and drank. This clone could still eat because it was the same as the real body. Its breathing, body temperature, heartbeat, blood, and DNA were all Luke's. But the energy that was converted from the food it ate instantly vaporized, and only the nutrients required by the human body, such as vitamins, microelements, and minerals, were absorbed. Thus, his clone still needed to eat and drink, just not as much as his real body. Also, every one of its movements consumed energy provided by credit points. Why were credit points energy? This was a very simple question. All this time, learning abilities required credit, expanding the inventory required credit, and finally, even defeating Mephisto required credit. When Luke connected this to how experience points were used to level up, and how stat points were used to improve his physique after he leveled up, the meaning was clear. For his physique to reach an extraordinary level, would relying on the energy from the food he ate be enough? To use food as an analogy, the stat points converted from experience in the system was the main ingredient, which was meat. Leveling up involved eating ordinary food like vegetables and fruits, for a balanced diet, along with water. Luke's conjecture was that it was like the system had given him $10, but had divided it into two beforehand. The first $5 experience for improving his physique had already been used to make and deliver the purchase, he couldn't change that. The remaining $5 credit was money he could freely use to purchase abilities and upgrade his inventory. Now, it was as if he had relied on the system to buy a clone cheat. Naturally, to retain this cheat, he had to give the system the $5. Luke, who had already surmised this, wasn't surprised at the deduction for his clone. On the other hand, he was very pleased with the test results. Nobody could tell the difference between the clone and the main body. Nobody felt anything strange when facing the clone. Luke was very confident on this point. If he really had to find fault with this ability, it wasn't that credit was automatically deducted, but that it weakened Luke's abilities. This was Luke's character panel. Host: Luke. Basic character attributes. Strength, 30 plus 10 star of justice. Dexterity, 17 plus 10 star of justice. Mental strength, 30 plus 10 star of justice. The basic stats for the star of justice were all 10. After testing, based on the effects of the stat points alone, this clone was indeed no different from a regular person, and didn't have the system's 4x multiplier. In reality, the basic points were taken from Luke himself. After the clone appeared, Luke felt a lot weaker, and there was a fixed decline in his strength. But after testing his body carefully, he realized that this decline wasn't as tragic as he had imagined. That was because the Star of Justice only took 10 stat points, and it didn't affect the actual coefficient. For example, with 40 strength and a coefficient of 4, the actual effect of 40 strength was 40 times 4 equals 160, which was 16x a regular person's level. Now that his physical strength had dropped to 30, the actual effect was still 30 times 4 equals 120, and not 30 times 2 equals 60. It was the same for the other two basic stats. Thus, Luke's physical stats had dropped, but only by a quarter, and not half. Compared with the practicality of the Star of Justice clone, he could absolutely accept this side effect. The truly important thing was that the Star of Justice was a part of him. Thus, it shared all the abilities on Luke's list, including his inventory. This was the most important thing. It was far more important than losing some basic stats. Although the clone's strength, reflexes and speed of thought were only at the level of an ordinary person, with elementary self-healing, it had a lot of options. For example, with limitless physical outburst and elementary muscle control, plus quick reflex and elementary imitation, the effects were multiple times whatever an ordinary person could achieve. With curve shooting, gunfighting, elementary combat proficiency, and high-tech armor, the clone's stats actually weren't that important. For example, the Mullah brothers, the criminals who had hijacked the Montana battleship, the elite assassins of the fraternity, and Nikki, the junior high school student, only had ordinary stats. But the Mullah brothers' quick reflex allowed them to use close-range gunfighting, while Rebecca from the fraternity could jump more than 10 meters with physical outburst. Nikki was twice as strong as an ordinary person, and it clearly wasn't because of her stats. The moment Luke realized this, a thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. Maybe Daddy's system knew that this day would come, when Luke decided to become Batman at the very beginning. Was this what it meant for a mortal to be on par with a god? As he studied the Star of Justice clone, Luke's mood couldn't help but improve. He couldn't help it. The benefits of this ability was like an ordinary person striking a lottery worth millions of dollars. It was only because he had immense self-control that he didn't immediately go on a massive cleanup of New York to celebrate his new life. Actually, it would be easy for Selena to detect the abnormalities between the two Lukes, but he wasn't going to tell her. The Star of Justice clone had already claimed the position of super scapegoat. He wouldn't let anyone know that it was his clone. Only that way could the Star of Justice live up to its name and shoulder any blame. In any case, it could be killed and recalled. The energy required to maintain it was credit points, and its death and recall were also just a matter of credit points. However, if it really did die, Luke would have to spend another 100,000 credit points to activate it again. For Luke, this wasn't a small amount, and he couldn't afford to waste it. He wouldn't sacrifice the Star of Justice unless it was absolutely necessary. That was more heartbreaking than burning $1 billion. He wouldn't activate the recall function either unless it was a special situation. After all, if his clone died in front of everybody, it could still help take the responsibility. It wouldn't be easy to gain people's trust if it was recalled. If Luke was destined to lose 100,000 credit points, he would definitely choose the plan with the greatest benefits. Recalling the clone clearly wasn't worth it, and could only be used as a backup plan. A few days later, Luke left all the external work to his clone. Changing his face, he drove a RV to where Alice and her daughter were staying, and stopped 700 to 800 meters away on the side of the road. He then told them they could come out of the basement for now, as long as they didn't leave the house. After all, living in the basement was too much like living at the damn base. If it wasn't for their safety, he really didn't want them to live in the basement. Looking at their current situation, however, they couldn't be considered too unlucky. At least, they had each other now. After obtaining such huge gains, he couldn't act perfunctory with them. This also prevented the two Lukes from being at home at the same time so that Selena and Gold Nugget wouldn't discover the truth. Selena wasn't in the habit of being suspicious of him, but obvious loopholes wouldn't fool her detective intuition. The dog-head's sense of smell alone was very troublesome. Luke had relied on his might as the great fiend to intimidate this brainless guy for the past few days. However, there was someone whom he couldn't let continue running free. William Stryker, head of Sentinel Services, was a blood-sucking flea who specialized in hopping from superhuman to superhuman. The destruction of the dam base had been this person's backup plan. Few superhumans had been in the base when it was destroyed. There had been no more than 15 people, including Alice and Stu. For more than 10 years, the superhumans who had been sent to the dam base had basically been turned into test subjects by William Stryker. Except for a few people with unusual abilities, very few of them lived past 2 months. Most of these superhumans' abilities didn't align with William Stryker's research direction. Thus, they were just consumables used for experimental data. Once that bit of value was completely squeezed out, they would completely disappear. This was also one of the reasons why all the guards at the dam had been worth a lot of experience and credit points. Counting the superhumans alone, these guards had taken at least 1,000 lives, not a single one of them was innocent. Indeed, these sorts of cruel and inhuman research methods had produced some results. Alice was probably a test subject. When Luke first met Alice, she didn't have a metal head and blades couldn't pop out of her 10 fingers. Her self-healing ability had also only been at the elementary level. This proved that William had some of the technology. But Luke wasn't interested in William's research results. Even if this technology could only create superhumans in small batches, Alice still wouldn't have been the only superhuman guard at the dam base. Clearly, this technology wasn't mature enough. Either it cost too much, or it was very unstable, or both. But someone as inhuman as William definitely wouldn't let this technology go to waste in his hands. Now that Sentinel Services' only research base was destroyed, this lunatic might act recklessly. Alice said that she had killed many people on William's orders in the last few months. Logically speaking, she should be at least a mid-level red on the system's list of good and evil, but she was just a light red. That was because her actions were controlled by the electronic chip that connected her eyes to her brain. Even if she was unwilling, she would kill when she heard William's order. At the same time, William had set up this electronic chip as one of the detonators for the dam base. Alice's ability and her metal skeleton made her difficult to kill. She could send an alert to William at any time, and he could choose whether or not to blow up the base and destroy the evidence. Whether or not Luke had placed Alice in Space 2 that night, the base was doomed to self-destruct. William would never let evidence from the dam base fall into someone else's hands, including research information that could be used as material evidence and superhumans that could act as witnesses. As long as even a little of it was exposed, he would have to live in the dark forever and could no longer climb to a higher position. Luke felt that William was definitely worth a lot of experience and credit points. He felt that the system would place at least half of the bad things Sentinel Services had done on William's head. So, whether it was to avenge Alice and her daughter and the innocent superhumans who had suffered, or to stop William from continuing to do evil, he had to kill this guy. It just so happened that the multifaceted system had found some leads on William Stryker. The surveillance and number of titanium phone users in DC were among the top in America, and William wasn't very deeply hidden here. Perhaps he thought that with support from the military and some old men in Congress, nobody in America would dare touch him. Then, the Star of Justice quietly set off. A few days later, William Stryker mysteriously disappeared from DC. This matter caused a stir to some extent before it faded shortly after. William Stryker had too much dirt on him, to the point that nobody dared to casually touch him, though there were very few people who were worried about being implicated. After he went missing, several investigative teams were sent out, but none of them dared to talk about this openly. These people were only concerned about William's research, but wouldn't rush to get involved without a clear goal. After being interrogated repeatedly for a day, William completely disappeared from this world, and Luke received a huge amount of experience and credit points. System: kill William Stryker, head of Sentinel Services, and the remaining members. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 60,000. Total credit: 60,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 60,000. Credit plus 60,000. Host's experience: 258,500 500,000ths. Credit: 452,500. By now, more than 90% of Sentinel Services, including the person in charge, had disappeared. The Baldy and his apprehension team from last time also didn't escape this final cleanup. The first thing Luke had done was to use William to give them a secret order to return to DC. When they all went missing, William had yet to be found. When word got out that William was missing, these people were suspected of running away with him. The Star of Justice, who was wrapping things up, didn't return to New York, but went straight to the airport and set off on a trip around the world. Luke, on the other hand, stayed in New York. He didn't spend as much time investigating cases during the day, nor did he go out as much at night. He wasn't good at multitasking yet. Even with sufficient mental strength, he wasn't used to controlling two Lukes at the same time. Letting one Luke rest was an inevitable choice. On the other side, Luke returned to Rio after half a year. After he got off the plane, he headed for Roshina's slums. Walking along the winding streets with a lollipop in his mouth, he was as relaxed as a tourist. When he entered the narrowest lane, several heads popped out from various buildings around him. A moment later, they turned into 7 or 8 youngsters with guns. Luke chuckled and his eyes flickered with interest as he looked at them over the top of his sunglasses. What a familiar scene. I've missed it. His days in Rio back then had genuinely been good. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss them. You're not welcome here. Go back the way you came. A young man twirled his gun and raised his head slightly to give Luke an arrogant look. Luke smiled. This is convenient. The young man was stumped, and before he could understand what was going on, the white man was now standing right in front of him, the gun which he had wrested from the young man now aimed at his head. The youngsters around them raised their guns. You're asking for it. Let go of Diego. What are you doing? Thankfully, this bunch wasn't too rash. Otherwise, if one of them pulled the trigger faster than they could think, none of them would survive. Luke said, "Tell the doctor that Puncher wants to meet." The group of youngsters suddenly fell silent. Many of them looked at each other but didn't move. Don't worry, I'm not hostile. Luke smiled and gave the gun back to the young man. I just don't like being threatened. The doctor will understand. At that moment, beads of sweat broke out on the forehead of the young man in front of him, and his voice trembled. Okay, wait. His pistol was loaded. His life had been in the man's hands just now. Now that the danger had been removed for the time being, he felt his legs tremble. But the young man's pride made him unwilling to show any fear in front of his friends. He simply waved his hand behind him. Go tell the doctor that someone's here. Seeing that a kid in the back had yet to stick his head back inside the window, Luke raised his voice and added, "Remember to say Puncher is here." Only then did he smile and look at a 15 or 16-year-old not far away. Still want candy? The young man wasn't holding a gun, but a book. Seeing the smiling young man with a lollipop in his mouth, a vivid memory surfaced in the teenager's mind, and he couldn't help but cry out, "It's you." Luke nodded with a smile and took out a lollipop from his pocket. The young man subconsciously accepted it, but his hand suddenly froze and he trembled. Don't do anything. We're just protecting ourselves." The young men around him looked at him in surprise. "Rivaldo, what are you doing?" The teenager, Rivaldo, had no time to bother with them. He simply looked at Luke nervously. "After Boss Gerard died, I no longer run with gangs, and I'm now going to school." "Right, it's the doctor who's teaching us. We're not bad people." Even now, Rivaldo still remembered what the young man had said to him last year, "I love running into bad guys." Then, Boss Gerard and a dozen of his men were killed by this man. Although the young man in front of him had a different face from before, the way he held the lollipop and the calm smile on his face had left a deep impression on Rivaldo. He had woken up in the middle of the night countless times after dreaming of how the young man smiled before opening fire, his expression unchanged after killing someone. He also dreamed of his warning before he left: if you still want to be a bad guy, you might run into me again one day. Rivaldo knew that he would die if he ran into this young man again. However, easily Boss Gerard died, his own death would be even simpler. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he could only force a smile. I haven't run with gangs for a long time. Crossing his arms, Luke looked at the math book in the boy's hand and nodded. I see. Then, I wish you good luck for the rest of your life. A few minutes later, the kid from earlier stuck his head out again a little further away. The doctor said to bring him over. Got it. The young man whom Luke had held at gunpoint earlier gestured at him. Follow me. After Luke disappeared down the path, the youngsters finally relaxed. One of the kids couldn't help but ask, Rivaldo, do you know this guy? Various emotions flashed across his face, but he nodded in the end. Do you remember how Boss Gerard died last year? The youngsters all drew in sharp breaths. Someone asked, did he do it? With a bitter smile, Rivaldo gestured at the math book in his hand. Otherwise, why do you think I suddenly want to study? It's because this gentleman broke Boss Gerard's limbs in front of me before shooting him in the head. He then told me that the next time I do anything bad, I'll end up like Boss Gerard. Everybody was stupefied. They had often joked about Rivaldo, who obediently studied every day. Only now did they know that this guy wasn't really obedient, but had been frightened into obedience. But when they recalled how Luke had pointed his gun at Diego's head, they felt that it was understandable that Rivaldo would be terrified. While they were poor now, there was still hope. If they died, there was nothing. 2 minutes later, Luke was standing in front of a broken metal sheet that passed for a door. Diego, who led the way, simply said, the doctor's inside, before he quickly slipped away. Luke chuckled and knocked. Is anyone home? After a brief silence, a woman said, come in. Luke pushed the door open and entered. It wasn't very bright in the room, which was very common in crowded slums. In the dim light, a woman was cleaning a girl's knee. Luke didn't disturb her and simply sat down in a plastic chair. A few minutes later, the woman put down the medical tape in her hands and patted the little girl's head. Okay, go home. Remember not to let your wound get wet. You can come back tomorrow to change the bandage. The little girl stood up. Thank you, doctor. The woman hummed in response. As the girl limped off, she glanced at Luke, who was sitting not far away, before she left the room. After the door was shut, the woman quickly cleaned up the medical refuse on the table. Luke looked at her from behind with great interest and couldn't help but mutter to himself, she's improved a lot. Did she specially train with the Brazilian girls here? Sensing his intense gaze, the woman paused in tidying up and turned around. Why are you looking for me? Just tell me what you want. Luke was amused. It's nothing serious. I just dropped by to tell you that Sloan and all the assassins at number 17 textile mill were killed by someone. You can go back now. The woman was stunned. What? Are you kidding? Luke chuckled. Rebecca, you know I don't like to make jokes. The woman was Rebecca, the redback who had betrayed the fraternity. However, her figure had filled out compared with half a year ago. Clearly, she hadn't seen much action. Hearing that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. You tricked me and Mr. X in the bar back then, you big liar. However, the news of the destruction of the fraternity's core shocked her greatly. She quickly calmed down. I'm doing very well here. Luke thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. As long as you like it, you can live whatever life you want. So, you're not going back to America? Stumped for a moment, Rebecca gritted her teeth and said, you came looking for me just to say that. Luke shrugged. I dropped by to see an old friend. What's wrong with that? Looking at his unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar face, she frowned. You're using this face. Luke chuckled. I'm used to it. There are too many strangers here. Rebecca thought about it. Their identities were a little sensitive, so it was understandable that he would come in disguise. Then, why are you still sitting there? She asked. Luke got up with a smile. Okay, where to? Rebecca asked. You don't remember? Luke chuckled and extended his hand. Beautiful lady, would you like to have juice with me? Rebecca finally couldn't hold back anymore and smiled. Your treat, Luke said, of course. The next morning, when they returned to the hut, someone was inside having breakfast. Rebecca smiled. Riley, we brought breakfast back. Let's eat together. The middle-aged woman put down her sandwich and looked at Luke. Puncher. Luke chuckled. Long time no see, Bloodmint. How have you been? Rebecca jabbed him with her elbow. Cut the crap. I told you already, right? Luke wasn't bothered that she had exposed him. He simply smiled. Well, I heard that you're doing well. After a brief hesitation, Riley smiled back. She's right. They sat down and had breakfast. That afternoon, Luke set off again on his own. Neither Rebecca nor Riley planned to return to America. They chose to stay in Rio. Actually, a group of youngsters had already gathered around them in Roshina. Of course, they weren't suitors. Rebecca had a small clinic and Riley had opened a small school. So, the group called Rebecca, the doctor, and Riley, the teacher. Medicine and education were what the slums needed the most. Both women weren't short of money. What they were doing was purely out of interest. Nevertheless, they leaned toward a sense of justice, and still took action on the sly, regardless of Luke's advice from back then. But after Cross reduced the fraternity to a state of paranoia, Luke had then cleaned them up. It wouldn't recover for a long time. Even if it did, the organization might not be in the mood to continue making trouble for them. The two women were safe. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.